Chapter 121. He didn't know how much time had passed when a chill jolted him awake. He quickly sat up. He'd been soaked to the bone. Instinctively, he used his magic to dry his clothes, only to find that his exhaustion was mostly gone. His injuries and hidden wounds were completely healed. He checked his body. Nothing was missing. He remembered seeing the lights of the city of the ringing river before collapsing on the road, and then vaguely catching a glimpse of those unforgettable red eyes. Thinking of this, the tyrant dog broke out in a cold sweat, nervously looking around, only to meet the gaze of a pair of deep blue eyes. Big dog? Phew. What? It was just my imagination. Little one, don't get in my way, I have things to do. Oh! What is it? A familiar voice came from the other side. The tyrant's relaxed body tensed instantly. He turned his head tremblingly. A white dress, slightly swaying white hair, indifferent red eyes. Who else could it be but that person? Miss, I'm fine. Without the slightest hesitation, the tyrant immediately knelt down and bowed, offering 2 spatial rings with both hands. Miss, these are what you wanted. I promise there won't be a next time. This isn't shameful, this is called being pragmatic. Taking the spatial rings, Luo glanced at them. There were about 700 or 800 wind and earth attribute marks, and a small amount of water and metal attribute marks. Luo knew he hadn't been hiding anything. Putting away the ring, Luo said calmly, "Tell me what you know about the layers beyond the other dimension. Don't test my patience again." "Yes. I won't leave out a single word." Although the young lady's tone was cold, Bakwan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she didn't want to pursue the matter, which meant his dog's life was temporarily safe. "Young miss, beyond the river of life lies the ruins of an ancient battlefield." Moriarty was tugging at the tail of the hound, but dared not move, only praying to leave it some fur so it wouldn't go bald, while recounting everything he knew about the alternate dimension. As Luo had suspected, the entire alternate dimension was divided into several rings. The reason for several is that the deepest level currently explored is only the 7th layer, a world of forests. Beyond that lies a raging storm that no one can enter. Some experts speculate that the entire alternate dimension should have 10 layers in total, with 3 more layers beyond: lightning, light, and darkness. Interestingly, the depth and area of each layer in the alternate dimension are roughly equal. There is no phenomenon where deeper layers are easier to explore. I understand equal area, but what does consistent depth mean? Could this kobold have other ideas? Sensing the dangerous glint in Luo's eyes, the tyrant hurriedly explained, "Young lady, this isn't just something I made up. It's true. Long ago, those who came to investigate discovered that each level here was a nearly identical ring, its area incalculable. Experts believed it was due to hidden spatial forces. Young lady, with my strength, I can only barely survive on the ancient battlefield. You see, taking me, this burden. We're leaving tomorrow. Any objections?" No. Going might lead to death, but not going would mean immediate death. The tyrant felt he understood the crucial point. Luo raised her hand and channeled a ball of light magic into the tyrant's body. Estimating he recover in 2 days, she ignored his shocked gaze and led him and Moriarty back to the city of the ringing river. "I said, burn it, they're just 2 ordinary superhumans. Did you really need to monitor them for so long? What will you do if you get caught?" Pushing aside his friend's outstretched right hand, Burnett took a sip of non-alcoholic juice. Actually, he'd much rather have a shot of strong liquor, but orders were in place. Given the peak influx of outsiders, each sheriff had to work 3 shifts, so alcohol was temporarily out of the question. "You don't know anything. Based on my 50 years of patrol experience, those 2 are definitely not law-abiding citizens." Burnett analyzed seriously. Superhumans are at least 20 years old, 40 or 50 is normal. Have you ever seen a superhuman act like a child? Well, I haven't, but being small isn't anyone's fault. I didn't talk about her size, I meant her personality. Seeing his puzzled friend, Burnett lowered his voice. "I've been watching them for 2 days. The white-haired girl is alright, but the other black-haired girl has a very volatile personality and doesn't act very strong logic, very capricious, you know? What if she gets upset? She definitely caused trouble." "That's it?" His friend scoffed. "What do you care? If she causes trouble, arrest her. But if she's behaving herself, don't cause any trouble. Cheers." With that, ignoring Burnett's opinion, he filled his glass. "You didn't experience the opening over the last 100 years, so you don't know. Every time, there are always troublemakers, but the highest level they can get in is only 3rd-tier strength. What's there to be afraid of?" Burnett thought about it, and realized he was being too sensitive. He stopped thinking about it, clinked glasses with him, and drank. Drink. Murder. A shrill scream rang out from outside. The two men froze, exchanged a glance, quickly tossed down a few silver coins, donned their coats, and hurried towards the source of the scream. On the street, a person with a pig's head lay in a pool of blood, bright red blood slowly seeping out and staining the ground crimson. Judging from the slightly open cheeks, it was likely a waterfolk, a subspecies of pigman. Nearby were 4 people, clearly divided into 2 groups. One group consisted of a man and a woman, both from outside the city. The other group resembled a fallen pigman. Murder. The cunning outsider has murdered someone. Burnett frowned upon hearing the pig-headed man's high-pitched scream as soon as he arrived. Murder in town was indeed punishable. That was the job of the sheriff. But what was with the emphasis on a cunning outsider? His upbringing and professional interactions with outsiders had instilled in him, like most waterfolk, a deep-seated belief that he too was part of the outside world. Burnett wouldn't care at all if this pigman said anything bad about humans. That was perfectly normal. He himself didn't like the crocodile man and his team, but it was rare for him to directly criticize outsiders, especially now, during this sensitive period with a large influx of outsiders. Make way! Make way! What's going on? Burnett's friend shouted, using magic to push through the crowd. Seeing the sheriff arrive, the crowd spontaneously made way, and the 4 people inside turned to look. The pigman who had been shouting immediately stepped forward, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Sir, you must do us justice. Our child was killed by this despicable outsider. He was only 8 years old. So pitiful." Bernie subtly dodged her reaching hand, carefully examining the little pigman on the ground, confirming he was lifeless. This seemed sufficient for conviction. Meanwhile, the short-haired youth from the outside world anxiously explained. "My junior and I were passing by when he suddenly collapsed. I was just about to check on him when 2 pigmen came along shouting that we killed their son. You didn't kill my son. Why did you stop? Hey! Don't talk nonsense, you pig! If I killed him, why would I stop? Who knows if you're an assassin in disguise? You outsiders are so treacherous and cunning. My son collapsed while passing by you. Who else could it be but you? Why me? You bunch of liars. Wait, how dare you talk like that, you aquatic? What's wrong with us outsiders? Why label us as treacherous and cunning? You aquatic people are the liars. What does it have to do with us? Not all aquatic people are like that. TCH, who knows how many aquatic people are like that? Hey! Hey, you outsider over there. Don't talk nonsense." It was as if an explosion had suddenly erupted. Not only were the pigman and the short-haired youth pushing each other, but even the onlookers were arguing. One side said the outsiders were treacherous, while the other said the aquatic people were slandering them. Burnett instinctively sensed something was amiss and shouted in a deep voice, "Don't be so hasty, calm down." A chilling aura spread out, sending a shiver down the spines of most of the people around. As a second-tier transcendent being, he was enough to intimidate most of them. Bernie's sharp gaze swept over the group, and several people avoided his eyes. He secretly noted this down, then said coldly, "Tell me the whole story." Chapter 122. Sister Luo, what's all that commotion over there? Luo followed Moriarty's cute little finger, and saw a group of people gathered not far ahead, watching something. This wasn't the superhuman market, so many ordinary people were also peeking through the cracks in the doors and windows. The crowd seemed to be arguing fiercely. If it weren't for the 2 superhuman second-tier auras suppressing them, many hot-tempered superhumans would probably have started fighting. It's probably a conflict between 2 factions. Let's not get involved. Let's go back and rest. Oh, but otherwise, I won't take you out tomorrow. I'm the best girl. Sister Luo, right? Yes, yes, yes. Patting her little head, Luo bypassed the increasingly agitated crowd, preparing to return to her inn. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from inside. "Don't waste my time, okay?" The speaker even yawned, appearing quite arrogant amidst the noisy crowd. Just a level 1 transcendent outsider, how dare she say that? A shrill female voice, like the most common villainous female supporting character in a storybook, was grating on the ears. Moriarty frowned, her beautiful brows furrowed, and said bitterly, "That voice is awful, Sister Luo. Let's kill her." Behind her, the tyrant dog couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Why did this second young lady seem even more terrifying? "Don't talk nonsense. Let's go take a look." The sleepy voice sounded somewhat familiar. Luo realized she might know her. The tyrant dog acted as a pusher, as those who were bored here were mostly level 1 transcendent locals, and a small number of outsiders who were new to the area. The powerful ones, had already left for the next level. So, those who were pushed aside, seeing the muscular physique and undeniably menacing aura of the tyrant dog, muttered something but still made way. As soon as Luo entered, he saw a female pigman with bright red lipstick arrogantly yelling at a purple-haired girl. With each word, her massive body rippled with flesh. The girl opposite her stared blankly at the sky, as if the barrier in midair was more interesting. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Bella? Luo suddenly remembered who she was, a rather interesting acting store manager. They had met a few times and roughly knew each other. Perhaps the tyrant dog's behavior was too conspicuous, because Bella's gaze fell on him. Then she noticed Luo behind him. She paused for a moment, then completely ignored the female pigman and ran to him. Luo, what are you doing here? Ah, well, a little accident, haha. Luo scratched her cheek, chuckled, and then quickly changed the subject, asking suspiciously, what about you? Seems like you're in some trouble? I'm being bothered by two people who keep saying my senior ran over her child. Your senior? The short-haired guy. There was indeed a boy on the other side talking to two sheriffs. I don't recognize him. What should we do? My senior is also an alchemist. He doesn't have the ability to run over an orc, but we don't have any evidence yet, so it's still a bit troublesome. That sounds like a lot of trouble. While the two chatted leisurely, the female pigwoman on the other side was unhappy. I was just scolding him properly, and you're chatting with someone else as if nothing happened. Don't you really respect me? Where did this brat come from? Get out of here. Can't you see she's a murderer? You're so close to her, you're not an accomplice, are you? You despicable outsider. Yeah, she's an outsider too. She's definitely siding with that murderer. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, then fell silent. But the crowd, already subtly divided into outsiders and aquatic people, became even more vehemently opposed, both sides condemning the other. You fat pig, are you looking for death? Sensing the shift in the discussion towards Luo, the tyrant dog was displeased. You want to die? I don't. Before the female pigwoman could say anything more, he bared his large mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and snarled, How dare you insult the young lady? I teach you a lesson you won't know what a dead pig looks like. He glanced at Luo out of the corner of his eye while slowly gathering magic in his hand. A faint pressure emanated from him, causing the female pigwoman's ferocious face to slightly change. What are you doing? Bernie, who was not far away, turned around alertly and saw that the tyrant was about to use magic. He was immediately displeased. I'm busy dealing with this, and you're causing trouble. Isn't this the tyrant? What, want to try my sword? Bernie's words made the tyrant instinctively turn around, only to find that this guy was actually the sheriff, who had beaten him up more than 10 years ago. His voice immediately softened. Nothing, I just couldn't help myself. I didn't lay a hand on him. Humph. I don't care who you are outside, just behave yourself here. But he quickly noticed Luo, who was whispering with Bella, and was taken aback. They actually knew each other? Wait, where's the other little one? Burnett suddenly realized that the black-haired girl who had been following the white-haired girl was gone. Suddenly, a childish voice came from nearby, eerily clear even though the surroundings weren't quiet. This little pig has been dead for so many days. Can it still be eaten? For some reason, a cold wind suddenly swept through everyone's back, and they couldn't help but shiver. Bella hugged her arms, feeling a chill. Looking at Moriarty, who had suddenly attracted everyone's attention, she muttered strangely, Whose child is this? Why would he want to eat people? Lo covered her face slightly, a little embarrassed. Maybe he's mine. Under Bella's strange gaze, Lo lowered his head and came to her side, whispering, This is an orc, not the pork you're eating. Oh, so it's not a pig. Seeing her expression of regret, Lo even suspected that Moriarty had become addicted to eating and now wanted to eat everything. A strange, almost imperceptible aura emanated from the little pigman. Luo frowned slightly. This aura? Miss, please ask your sister not to speak carelessly. Burnett reminded her formally, while secretly observing Moriarty. Perhaps it was due to preconceived notions, but he increasingly felt that this girl was not as simple as she appeared. Luo glanced at him. It was someone who had been following them for 2 days, but had disappeared this morning. So it was the sheriff. Ignoring him, Luo reached out and grabbed a trace of invisible residual aura into her palm. After a moment's thought, a look of realization dawned on her eyes. Lo, you seem to have discovered something? Bella walked over, keenly noticing the change in Lo's expression. Even the senior student, somewhat confused about the situation, noticed and came to Bella's side. The male pigman confronting him tensed slightly, then shouted loudly, trying to get everyone's attention. What could he have discovered? It's the truth, Sheriff. You can't let this outsider go just because he's a third-tier transcendent. Right, they're all outsiders, clearly in cahoots. The female pigman chimed in, but Burnett's attention was entirely focused on Lo. His intuition told him that this exceptionally cute girl had indeed discovered something. Burnett, what's wrong with you guys? All of you are sobbing. Shoo! Don't talk. His friend, whose mouth had been covered, was confused and could only join the crowd of onlookers. The moment this remnant was detected, Lo felt it was extremely similar to soul magic, but he didn't notice Moriarty secretly narrowing his eerie blue eyes behind him. An imperceptible, subtle fluctuation emanated from her, causing the arguing crowd to abruptly forget what they were about to say and focus their attention on the white-haired girl in the center. Mortals secretly observing from afar noticed that the voices of the extraordinary individuals had suddenly ceased. Had the matter been resolved? Corpse manipulation. This was a spell that LaSalle had mentioned but not fully encapsulated. In his words, it was a poor imitation of soul manipulation. Miss, have you discovered something? The male voice beside her brought Luo back to reality. Looking at the sheriff with an inexplicable tension, a question mark appeared on Luo's forehead. Why do I feel like I'm the superior when you talk to me like that? Luo adjusted her hat brim and nodded slightly. Seeing she had no intention of continuing, Burnett thought for a moment, then understood and shouted, Everyone, please disperse. Don't disrupt the normal business operations here. He then gestured to his friend, signaling him to keep a close eye on the two pigmen. Let's go to the inspection room first. What does this young lady think? Luo nodded. She had only wanted to help Bella, but with so many people around, she obviously couldn't say too much. Going somewhere secluded was best. The two pigmen looked nervous, wanting to say something, but under the pressure of the two extraordinary second-tier sheriffs, they had no choice but to reluctantly follow. As Luo and the others left, the surrounding people showed a hint of confusion. Wait a minute, wasn't I just about to say something about those damn outsiders? But seeing that the main characters of the dispute were gone, they could only disperse, still feeling unsatisfied. In a seemingly simple single room, the pigman's corpse lay on the floor. Burnett and Moriarty were watching Luo nervously and curiously. At Luo's request, the others were temporarily in the other two rooms, leaving only 3 people here. There were some things they didn't want Bella to know yet. Burnett knew it was alright, because Luo had discovered that he was also an aquatic and couldn't leave this world. This, Miss Luo, are you? Please tell me. This sheriff named Burnett seemed somewhat nervous towards her from the start. Luo couldn't hear his inner thoughts, so she naturally didn't know why. She had clearly concealed her aura. Perhaps he was afraid of women. Not dwelling on these things, Luo opened her fair palm, and a wisp of invisible soul power, radiating chaos and allure, appeared. This is a soul magic called corpse manipulation, which can control the movements of corpses. Burnett didn't understand soul magic, but the name itself suggested it was related to corpses. He tentatively asked, You mean this pigman has been dead for a long time? Lo nodded, glancing at Moriarty. She seemed to have noticed first. No wonder she was a former saint-level expert. She then said to Burnett, I can find out who it is, but those 2 friends need to be released. No problem. Burnett had also sensed something was off about the 2 pigmen. Having someone help find concrete evidence was invaluable. Soul sensing is magic that searches for the soul fluctuations of intelligent life to pinpoint their location. However, if someone's soul aura is used as a trigger, their whereabouts can be tracked within a certain range. For some reason, the person controlling the corpse hadn't completely eliminated the soul aura. Most people would just think it was the pig's residual aura before death, but for Lo, it was immediately obvious. An invisible magic circle appeared in his hand. He modified a few runes on the original soul-sensing spell to allow it to recognize and track auras, then placed the wisp of aura into it. A few dozen seconds later, Luo opened his slightly closed eyes. Judging from the indications reflected on the magic circle, the person was probably worried about the safety of the 2 pigmen or his own magic, and was now about 300 meters away on an upper floor. 300 meters to your east-northeast, on the 3rd floor. Oh, looks like you've been discovered. Now you jumped into the street, and are running towards the city gate. Luo hadn't expected the magic circle to alert the other party so easily. It seemed to be a flaw in this type of magic. While you were searching for someone, they would also know they had been detected. Fine. I see who's so bold. Hearing the prisoner try to escape, Burnett immediately activated his senses. At such close range, he quickly locked onto the panicked fleeing person, a goat-headed man, bursting through the door, because the wall couldn't be broken. Your friend can go now. Thank you very much for your help. After receiving Burnett's approval, another sheriff quickly released Bella and her senior. The faint sound of two pigmen shouting and cursing could still be heard. What happened to those two pigmen, Luo didn't know, nor did he want to know. Afterwards, Luo learned that Bella also wanted to go to the next level. By the way, my senior's name is Birch David. He's a puppet alchemist like me. He's here to protect me. Aw, hello, I'm Birch David, Bella's senior. Seeing his slightly nervous, scratching-headed expression, Luo seemed to understand why he, despite being a third-tier extraordinary being standing at the top of the river city, was still caught up in this pointless argument. Perhaps he was engrossed in his research? What an admirable dedication. Luo's face showed a hint of solemnity as she nodded at him. Senior, you're great. Then she took a few steps to catch up with Bella, leaving David completely bewildered. Was her junior's friend praising me? But why? Moriarty seemed to really like the tyrant's tail, following closely behind. The tyrant could only try to swish its tail to avoid being caught. For some reason, the fur she plucked grew back extremely slowly, causing the tyrant's opinion of this young lady to rise to the level of fear. During his casual conversation with Bella, Luo learned that Bella's full name was Mia de Bella, the daughter of a lord from a small, remote territory. By chance, she obtained a fragment of a book about puppet making, and later met Odra, the shopkeeper who was both her mentor and friend, which is why she developed her career in Aloy City. Later, at the suggestion of shopkeeper Audra, she casually took a test and entered the Imperial Capital Academy, where she met her current teachers and senior students. My teacher said my puppets can be experimented with more materials, so the ancient battlefield on the 4th floor should have many broken weapons that meet my needs. Luo couldn't help but think back to the day she fiddled with puppet parts in the shop, and nodded in agreement. It was a good idea, even though she knew absolutely nothing about puppets. Where's Luo? You've been missing for a year, and it caused quite a stir. Through Bella's detailed account, Luo learned that her teacher, Luna, used a once-in-a-century, or even once-in-a-lifetime, exemption for her, forcibly keeping her on the Academy's roster. If she could return to the Academy within 5 years, she would be recognized as an Academy student. She also heard that Luna had fought with the training camp teachers several times because of her, and it was only after the Magic Academy's dean, Winnie, intervened that she stopped. Before Bella left the Imperial Capital Academy, she heard that teacher Luna was searching everywhere for the old dean, but it seemed there were still no results. Sorry, I don't know anything about what happened half a year ago. I came here directly after my breakthrough. It's alright, that's enough. Luo shook his head, feeling a lump in his throat, a bittersweet feeling, and suddenly envying his former self for having such a good teacher. He needed to find the world center that Galega spoke of as soon as possible. Bella had just arrived in the city of the Ringing River and naturally didn't have a place to stay yet, so Luo took them back to his inn and booked 3 new rooms, so they would have someone to look after them when they set off tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Sister Bella. Then let's meet tomorrow morning. Chapter 123. The next morning, Luo woke up early, much to her surprise. Shaking her still drowsy head, she touched Moriarty, who was sprawled on her lap. A glistening strand of saliva still clung to the corner of her mouth. She wondered how Moriarty had managed to turn from her normal sleeping position to her sideways last night. Poking her cheek, she found it incredibly soft and smooth, like the finest cream. Luo's mind went blank for a few minutes. Recovering, she remembered that Moriarty had an unconscious self-defense mechanism, so she patted her slender back to wake her. After a while, Moriarty let out a cute little moan, climbed off Luo, and sat down with her fair legs spread outwards, her slipped nightgown revealing half of her smooth collarbone. Sister Luo. It's morning, let's get up. Okay. Moriarty was very affectionate towards her. The only thing Luo could think of was the fledgling effect, but she didn't know how long this would last. She could only keep a close eye on her. After helping Moriarty tidy his clothes, they went outside and found Bella and David already having breakfast. You didn't sleep again last night? Slept, snoring. Bella, your sleepy look with those dark circles under your eyes is really unconvincing. There were even more outsiders arriving in the River City today. However, the city was so vast and boundless that the outsiders were scattered, and their entry into the area where Lo was located didn't cause much of a stir. The 5 of them returned to the river mouth. Amidst the rumbling sounds, many superhumans were already traveling by boat or flying in groups towards the area shrouded in white mist. Junior Luo, did you prepare a boat? The person asking was David, who perhaps assumed Luo was Bella's classmate, and thus naturally addressed her as Junior. I bought one, Luo said, pulling out a 2-meter-long boat with a hint of pride. The stall owner said this boat can be used to rest on the river. Looking at the small boat rocking back and forth like a rocking chair on the ground, David pondered for a long time before carefully asking Junior Luo, "Don't you think the waves on the River of Life are a bit too big?" Splash. Waves several meters high surged in the distance, violently rocking several large boats. Maybe a bit. Luo's pretty face flushed slightly. She hadn't thought that much about it at the time. She just thought it would be fun to have a small boat to rest on the water temporarily, and hadn't considered taking a boat across. For some reason, seeing the silver-haired girl's slightly flushed face, David's heart suddenly raced. He quickly turned his head away, cursing himself for being so distracted. He hadn't even created a mid-level magic puppet yet. By Helen Madden, I will dedicate my life to alchemy. All superfluous emotions are useless. A few seconds later, David, now in a sage-like state, mechanically took out a complex sphere the size of a fist. Many metallic mechanical mechanisms and layers of interlocking runes could be seen on it. Junior Sister Luo, this is a magic crystal ship I developed. It's 30 meters long and can accommodate up to 10 people for 6 months. It's equipped with 6 magic crystal cannons, capable of repelling or even killing transcendent third-tier magical beasts. It's powered by third-tier magic crystals, and in emergencies, it can also be powered by magic power. As if reciting an instruction manual, Dawei hovered a short distance from the shore, tossing the sphere in his hand. In midair, it outlined a phantom ship shape, and magic power surged, quickly solidifying the hull. The bottom of the ship landed heavily on the water, splashing up high waves. Looking at the exquisitely crafted and beautiful ship gleaming with silver light, Luo silently put away her small boat. She leave the professional work to the professionals. She was just a magician. The ship David had brought out resembled a sailboat, about 7 or 8 meters wide, with a cabin and deck. Faint arrays were engraved on its hull, shimmering faintly as it slowly absorbed the water magic from the river. Luo, let's go too. Seeing that Bella had overlooked the earlier embarrassment, Luo breathed a sigh of relief. It was always embarrassing to show off and embarrass herself in front of people she knew. Okay, little Artie, behave yourself up there. That's someone else's property. Don't break it. Humph, I won't. After the 4 boarded, David went into the cabin. He explained that someone needed to control the direction and propulsion, and he was the only one familiar with ships. Buzz. After a long, low hum, the large ship slowly started moving, gradually accelerating along the river until it stabilized at a speed comparable to a first-tier transcendent being. This was Luo's first time on a boat. The slight swaying of the vessel made her a little uncomfortable. Her heart pounded, as if she were in a chaotic gravitational field. However, thanks to her superhuman physique, she fully adapted after half an hour. Standing on the bow deck, she watched the pointed bow cleave through the river waves, piercing the layers of surging undercurrents. Tiny sprays of water splashed onto her delicate face, slightly salty and uniquely cool. The hull had a semicircular shield, protecting her from the oncoming wind. Even at such a high speed, only gentle breezes blew by, causing Luo's dress and hat to flutter. Luo, what are you looking at? Bella stepped forward from behind, holding a small blue bird missing a wing. I'm looking over there. What will it be like under the mist? Ahead lay a vast expanse of white mist, a mixture of the River of Life's mist and water magic, possessing a powerful effect of obscuring perception. The tyrant dog had said that this was the true flow of the River of Life, where both deadly magical beasts and mysterious merfolk hid. Bella shook her head, her long purple hair swaying, carrying a faint fragrance. We find out when we go in. The River of Life is wide. It'd take quite a while to reach the next area by boat. That's true. By the way, Bella, is that some kind of magical puppet? Luo's attention was drawn to the blue bird in her hand. It looked unfinished. This is a small beast-type magical puppet, scientifically known as a scout bird. It's powered by magic crystals, and can be used for multidimensional reconnaissance. Different magic circles can be inscribed to create different functions. The one I have is intended to be modified into an underwater scout bird. Hearing her explanation, Luo, though confused, nodded blankly. It's really impressive, right? Bella's amazing. She can even modify magical puppets. This is just an advancement. Senior can already create his own magical puppets. I still have a long way to go. Then, changing the subject, she looked directly into Luo's eyes, and asked bluntly, Luo, I know you're very strong. I have a combat magical puppet I'd like to test. Could you help me out? Huh? Luo blinked his crimson eyes, and pointed to himself. Me? What if I break it? It's alright, I remind you how to fight it. Senior's combat strength is too weak. I don't need anti-puppet type puppets. Achoo. Inside the cabin, David wiped his nose, a little puzzled. Superhumans can sneeze too? Now. But we can't do that on the ship, right? That's true. We go somewhere further away. We haven't entered the white fog yet, so we won't encounter any superhuman beasts. Okay then, should we tell Senior David? It's alright, it'd be quick. Bella seemed impatient, getting up and flying away into the distance. Luo had no choice but to follow her. Fortunately, the ship's speed was only comparable to the normal flight of a first-tier superhuman. Even with Bella, he could catch up in time. Luo left a trace of his soul aura, so he wasn't afraid of losing her. Chapter 124. Bella, let's go here. The River of Life was incredibly wide. Once inside, they discovered the ship that had set out with them was long gone. There wasn't a single superhuman in this area, nor any trace of magical beasts. Since it's Luo's choice, let's go here. Bella waved her hand, and a tall, azure blue magical puppet suddenly appeared. The puppet was 3 meters tall, slender, with arms that reached past its knees, appearing somewhat long. Slight waves rippled across its surface. It had no face or hair, only a pair of dim red eyes. This is the 3rd magical puppet I made. It can adapt to the magical energy of the environment. This place is rich in water magic, so it will have some water-like properties. Luo, can you handle it? Luo nodded. Seeing this, Bella's small face turned solemn, and she flew far away. I'm activating it now. Be careful to resist its attacks. A red light flashed in the puppet's ruby eyes, and water began to surge violently around its body, filling its surface and transforming its slender form into a perfectly proportioned, robust giant. Number 3, Attack. As a puppeteer, Bella naturally didn't need to speak. This was merely a reminder to Luo. Splash. With Bella's control, the puppet surged forward, its massive fist transforming into a spinning cone, striking directly at Luo, creating gusts of wind. Since it was a test, Luo couldn't simply use water magic to dismantle the puppet. That would be pointless. So, after a moment's thought, he decided to use gold magic. A hiltless metal blade materialized within a magic circle, and under Luo's control, it sliced through the puppet's arm in the blink of an eye, splitting its attack in two. Half of the puppet's arm fell off, scattering into water droplets, but the next moment, fresh water surged up to replenish it, and 2 long swords appeared in its hands, slashing towards Luo in a cross pattern. At Bella's prompting, Luo coordinated with the puppet's actions, cutting with his blades each time it attacked, defending against each attack like a champion. The river surged, bursting into waves that transformed into slowly drifting white mist, the result of colliding magical energy striking the surface. Through the hazy spray, Bella watched the battle nervously from afar, something written on her hand. A few minutes later, Bella's voice rang out, "Luo, I'm activating my magic skill. Be careful." "No problem." After a loud reply, the puppet swiftly regenerated its severed leg, retreated hundreds of meters, its body becoming emaciated again, and a large water sphere condensed between its palms. Luo waited a long time before the water sphere exploded, scattering into hundreds of water blades that slashed towards Luo's body from all directions. "Luo, could you try to dodge this one that's locked on?" Luo, who was about to use defensive magic, silently dispersed half of her concentrated spell. Did she really need to test it like this? With her white hair fluttering, Luo nimbly dodged several water blades, soaring into the sky, followed by nearly 100. But Luo quickly discovered that the water blades interfered with each other when they got too close, causing them to dissipate. Suddenly veering downwards, a small portion of the water blades couldn't change direction in time and collided with the front half, scattering into large sprays of magically potent water. After several near misses, only about 10 water blades remained from the nearly 100, and their energy was weak. They soon disintegrated on their own. Bella sighed softly in the distance, writing activation time too long, target acquisition incomplete, interference too strong on the report. Then she shouted again, the last one. "The puppet will attack simultaneously, Luo. Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, the puppet extended 2 water blades and charged towards Luo. A light blue quadrilateral magic circle appeared behind it, with 4 runes flashing on it. 2 light blue chains shot out from the circle, binding Luo. Luo didn't recognize the magic, but that didn't stop her from using it. After retreating hundreds of meters to create distance, before the water chains reached her, Luo lightly tapped her fingers, constructing 2 identical spells in front of her. With a large accumulation of runes, Simple spells no longer required constructing new runes. In just a few seconds, the two magic circles were formed, and 4 water chains shot out, shattering the 2 opposite magic circles. The remaining 2 tightly bound the approaching puppet, stopping its swinging blades half a meter in front of Luo. "It's done! Luo!" Bella called out from afar, and the light in the puppet's eyes immediately went out. Luo then waved his hand, releasing 2 spells. Bella was still writing something. A moment later, she flew over and put the puppet away. "Thank you so much for the test, Luo." "It's nothing." "How was the result?" Bella frowned inside. "It's quite different from what I expected. Against small enemies, its close combat ability is severely weakened, its target acquisition function isn't good enough, and its magic skills are too limited. It needs improvement." Clap clap. Luo's mouth slightly opened, revealing a surprised expression, and he clapped in agreement. Luo, you don't need to do that. This is a puppet I created myself. It's normal for it to be imperfect. I plan to give it normal first-tier transcendent strength before puppet number 10. I need Luo to test it a few more times then. Want more? Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. How about 20 tier 1 magic crystals per session? If I have finished magic puppets, I can give them to you first. Bella skillfully quoted the price, showing that this kind of thing was not uncommon in their industry. In fact, it was quite common. No need to charge. It's no trouble at all. But I am indeed a bit interested in magic puppets. Can I take a look at them later? Luo, you absolutely have to pay, otherwise it would be breaking the rules. Watching is fine, but please don't make any noise while watching, as some magic puppet parts are quite sensitive to vibration. As she spoke, 20 small lightning attribute magic crystals appeared in her hand, her face serious, as if it would be wrong of her if Luo didn't accept them. Alright, I take it. Luo put away the magic crystal. Sensing that Dawe's ship was already far away, he was about to say something when the usually quiet Galega suddenly became serious, staring at the sky, and said in a deep voice, "Luo, I need to leave for a while." "What's wrong?" "There's movement at the void boundary." After leaving those words, Galega leaped up, its entire body vanishing into nothingness. "Void boundary? Galega? Galega? Luo? What's wrong? You don't look well." Shaking his head slightly, Luo suppressed his anxiety. Galega was incredibly mysterious, its tone was so serious, something unimaginable must have happened. Thinking about it here was useless, he might as well wait quietly for its return. "Nothing. By the way, do you know about the void boundary?" This term seemed familiar, as if it wasn't the first time he heard it. I haven't heard of it either. Let's ask Senior David. He's been with the teacher for a while, maybe he knows. Then let's hurry back, Senior David's boat is already quite far away. Okay. The two transformed into shooting stars, chasing after the direction they came from. 10 minutes later, they saw David's boat, but it was moored on the river, with some figures bobbing in the water beside it. What happened? It feels ominous. Bella and Lo exchanged a glance, and quickly sped back. Chapter 125. So you're the one who ruined our plans. Tell me, where are the two little girls? A tall merman, wielding a harpoon, stood arrogantly on the deck, his transcendent level 3 strength unmistakable. Two transcendent level 2 figures stood behind him, their imposing aura glaring at the retreating Dawe. Mr. Merman, I don't understand what you're talking about. If you don't stop, I won't be so polite. The merman blinked his transparent eyelids, revealing a disdainful expression. A puppeteer who's been brought close and still dares to talk big? If you had discovered us from the beginning, we wouldn't be afraid of you. Now, obediently answer my question. I think you don't want anything to happen to those two, do you? With that, he waved his hand, and 3 more mermen flew up from below. These were also concealed transcendent level 2 figures, causing Dawe's face to darken. 2 mermen, supporting the drenched hound, were now black and blue, speechless with grief. The young lady was only gone for a moment. Why am I the unlucky one again? I was just playing with the second young lady, and suddenly I got a beating. And she thinks she's right? The other merman was holding Moriarty by the back of her robe, but seeing her giggling made him feel a little embarrassed. Little brat, shut up. Or I throw you into the water. Throw. The merman wobbled as he pretended to throw her in, but this only elicited more cheerful laughter from Moriarty. Take off. The leading third-tier merman complained, what's going on? All this noise. Third leader, this little brat isn't afraid of us at all. Shut her up. I don't want to hear her laughter again. Did you hear me? Little brat, if you don't shut up, I eat you. The three merfolk leaders turned back to look at David, slamming their harpoons heavily on the deck. Tell me, where did those two human girls go? Seeing that the Hound and Moriarty had been captured, David's face was conflicted. Although they had just met, it wouldn't be good for him to run away in this situation, would it? I don't know. They left earlier. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Waste our time. Go capture him. The great leader definitely likes this kind of delicate, pretty boy. The large ship suddenly began to rock violently. David's expression changed. You're planning to sink the ship? Yes. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, the three leaders' harpoons suddenly erupted with dense water magic, thrusting fiercely towards David. But just before they struck, an ice shield suddenly appeared, deflecting the harpoon. Defense items? I'd like to see how many you have. David looked at the three fishmen controlling the Hound and Moriarty behind him, not daring to release his puppets, and could only leap into the air, trying his best to block the harpoon attacks. Fight back. Why aren't you fighting back? Afraid I attacked that cute little thing? Ha ha ha. When Lo and Bella arrived, they saw David using a round shield to block a tall fishman's thrust. With one strike, one side of the round shield had already broken. Bella couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior, danger." Lo was still somewhat uneasy about Galaga's departure, and didn't bother to talk to them. With a slight thought, he wanted to manipulate the water magic on the harpoon to make the fishmen turn against him. To her surprise, the water magic attached to it was obscure and difficult to move, perfectly controlled. Even so, the merman's movements were still disrupted by the magic's outburst, and the condensed magic exploded instantly. What's going on? Quickly calming the magical surge on their weapons, the three leaders stopped their attack in surprise, looking around and soon spotting two girls approaching from afar. The swift figures left long splashes on the water as the two girls reached Dalway. Bella's combat power was clearly insufficient, so Luo stood in front of them, staring intently at the merman. Merman, aquatic, extraordinary tier 3, water, warrior, aquatic warrior, an underwater race from another dimension, possessing exceptional water control abilities, easily creating large waves. They are skilled with spears, greatly enhancing their underwater combat capabilities. Magic skills: thrust, water gun, water escape, berserk, regeneration, tide summoning. Note: cannot stay in arid regions for extended periods. With a sigh, Luo understood that his sole power was limiting his control over water magic. It wasn't a problem against magic-poor creatures like the Kata beasts, but against races with extra magical talent, it was insufficient, meaning he couldn't completely seize control unless his soul power could be raised to the same level. On the ship and underwater, there were nearly 20 merfolk superhumans, ranked between first and second tier, mostly warriors, with one priest hiding deep within. Aquatic people had their own unique professions and magical skills, similar to magical beasts. Their skills originate from their bloodline, not requiring formal training, but this also means they rarely learn additional skills, and prolonged interaction makes it easy for their weaknesses to be detected. It's you? Perfect, I was just looking for you. You delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Two second-tier murlocs flew up, wielding identical harpoons, their surfaces gleaming with a hazy black light. Catch them. Seeing the murlocs rubbing their fists, ready to attack, David shouted anxiously to the two, "What are you doing back here? I can only hold off that third-tier murloc at most, but there are at least 5 second-tier murlocs left. We can't handle them." "Alright, David, you take care of that stupid dog for me. I deal with this third-tier murloc." "I think you can't possibly be without a combat puppet, right?" David was a little confused by Luo's words. "I do have one. Give me some time to activate it. But it's a third-tier murloc. How can you, a first-tier, fight it?" Run, you guys." The merfolk didn't give them time to chat. The merfolk on the left swung his harpoon, firing 5 pale blue water guns, and yelled in a voice as unpleasant as if he were choking on phlegm. "Die." So annoying. The merfolk's voice was already unpleasant, and when Luo saw Moriarty being held by his clothes, even though he knew she posed no threat, he still felt like his own child was being bullied, and he got angry. A golden magic circle appeared, from which 10 sharp metal spikes emerged, stabbing at the merfolk and riddling him with holes before he could react. At the same time, blade magic reappeared, slicing off half of the other merfolk's body in shock. Not dead? Luo, who was about to go over, frowned and stopped. The merfolk, whose heart should have been completely destroyed, quickly grew tender pink buds, repairing his damaged body, and his aura was only slightly weakened. Is it that regeneration? No, there's also the priest's role. Looking down, a faint, Aquamarine magical thread connected the priest to all the merman warriors. Merman, aquatic, second tier transcendent, water, priest, aquatic priest, a noble among the mermen, possessing immense power within the tribe. Skilled in support, greatly enhancing the team's combat strength and survivability. Magic skills: super regeneration, dispel, heal, life buff, resistance buff, water escape, water barrier. Note: cannot remain in dry areas for extended periods. Recommendation: prioritize eliminating troublesome fellow. Since you're hiding underwater, then die underwater. A small hand clenched, and a bubble suddenly appeared 1,000 meters underwater, stripping away all moisture. Immediately afterward, a blazing flame, carrying intense heat, erupted from the void, scorching the unsuspecting merman priest. The magical connection suddenly snapped. While the two merfolk were still wondering why their bus had vanished, Luo struck again, conjuring 4 golden spikes simultaneously, 10 spikes for each merfolk. Just right. 2 pieces of trash. Leave this one to me. The third-tier merfolk warrior tossed the 2 merfolk away with 2 deft moves, his harpoon slicing away the metal spikes. Everyone, capture them both. Yes. Third leader. A dozen or so extraordinary first-tier merfolk warriors instantly flew out from underwater. Even the 3 second-tier merfolk warriors controlling the Hound and Moriarty on the ship flew over. Just as Luo was about to stand in front of the merfolk, Davy, having heard Bella's story, shouted from behind, "Junior Luo, if you're really confident you can fight that third-tier merfolk, then don't worry about us here for now." As he spoke, a third-tier extraordinary aura and 3 second-tier extraordinary auras appeared behind him, each slightly weaker than a normal extraordinary being of the same tier. These were Dawe's puppets. Although limited by the puppets' agility and combat awareness, they couldn't fight one-on-one against enemies of the same tier, but they were sufficient to hold off enemies 1 tier lower. Luo then stopped paying attention to them. If it weren't for the capture of the Tyrant Hound and the control of the ship, Dawe's escape wouldn't have been difficult. Now, there was nothing to worry about. Luo flew into the air, and the merman warrior known as the 3 leaders also ascended. Looking at the calm-faced Luo hundreds of meters away, the merman grinned uglily from its wide fish mouth. "I admire your courage. If you weren't an outsider, I could let you join our plan, but for now, please die." The 3 leaders revealed a ferocious expression, and its harpoon suddenly lashed upwards, conjuring a river wave tens of meters high, carrying the impact of hundreds of tons. The added magic power made it impossible for the merman to dodge easily. The waters belong to the fishmen, and this is no joke. Their power is more than 10 times stronger than that of the Tyrant Hound. Luo's expression was grave. She dared not be careless. Ice magic surged forth, freezing a section of the river, but it quickly shattered. Luo's magic power was sufficient, but compared to magic power 2 ranks higher, its quality was lacking. If only there weren't other people. However, as long as the quantity is large enough, the quality will be negated. The permanent conversion array on her wrist activated again, and Luo's soul power soared, reaching the 2nd rank in just a few seconds. The Tyrant Hound, panting on the boat in the distance, sensed this fluctuation, struggling to raise its head, revealing a look of fear mixed with fascination. "Yes, that's it, miss, beat him to a pulp." Having been inexplicably beaten up by this group, the tyrant dog felt wronged. Hundreds of magic circles unfolded behind Luo, a pale white icy mist coalescing into a vast expanse, releasing extremely low temperatures that froze the river's surface below, not to mention the nearby waves. Large swathes of water froze, the ice magic forcefully dispelling the water magic within, causing the 3 leaders to lose control of it. Ice Mist spell, the most basic ice attribute magic, can create sub-zero temperatures. The more layers it overlaps, the lower the temperature and the larger the range. It is the foundation of many complex ice attribute spells. Crack! The frozen river wave shattered, and the 3 leaders broke through the ice, their harpoons glowing with a faint blue light, surging with magic power. They blurred for a moment, instantly traversing a distance of over 20 meters to appear before Luo. The thrust skill allows for rapid movement across a distance. Experienced warriors using it can unexpectedly kill enemies. However, Luo had already clearly seen his movements. Her triple earth shield instantly solidified, and the harpoon pierced through it, but she was a step too slow, and Luo dodged, grabbing the harpoon in one swift motion. "Little thing, you dare touch my weapon? You probably don't know the meaning of death." She pulled sharply, but found it wouldn't budge. "What's going on? You're not a mage?" "I am a mage," Luo replied calmly, using her water manipulation ability to twist her hand and forcefully snatch the harpoon away. Her soul power, now at the third tier, cleanly erased the aura clinging to it, and she stored the harpoon in her ring. Give me back my weapon. Dream on. The three leaders were shocked by the human girl's strange power, and ever-increasing soul power. No longer daring to underestimate her, they took out another harpoon. I have more than one weapon. Let's see how long your amplification magic skill lasts. With that, the harpoon thrust out again, each thrust accompanied by 3 water jets of energy infused with magic and soul power. The relentless onslaught was like a torrential downpour, wave after wave, giving Luo no chance to create distance. Luo tried to deflect the water jets or deflect them into other jets, but he discovered that the 3 merfolk leaders were surrounded by a high-intensity soul power. With his pseudo-third-tier soul power, he could at most shake the magic power within them, not kill them instantly. If they noticed, they could easily escape. He simply fought and retreated, concealing his aura, making it appear as if he were outmatched. Go ahead and attack. Ha ha ha. Why aren't you arrogant anymore? Little thing, weren't you very powerful just now? The merman mocked in a harsh voice, yet he showed no sign of letting up. His figure moved erratically, freely traversing the misty air, his own will-infused magic subtly spreading around him, gradually forming a cage. Luo remained unmoved, simply using her water manipulation and sword to fight back, while silently converting her own magic. Her increasingly powerful soul energy made her aura grow heavier, even obscuring the flow of magic around her. The 3 leaders sensed something was wrong, feeling inexplicably anxious, especially since the priest had been offline for so long, making them even more uneasy. Suddenly, the 3 leaders' attack halted, staring at Luo's unperturbed face. Little thing, I admit, it's truly rare for someone at the first level of the transcendent realm to last this long, but it ends here. I think so too, so it ends here. Luo had no interest in knowing what magical techniques he hadn't used. Having broken through to a new level in her soul power, she decisively controlled all the surrounding water magic. In an instant, the 3 leaders discovered that all the magic they had released, even the magic within their bodies, was out of control. My magic? What did you do? Luo didn't answer him. The merfolk's control over water was the strongest she had ever seen besides Galega. Changing the formation came at the cost of a massive magic drain, and Luo had no interest in listening to his rambling. With a sudden clasp of her hands, the 3 merfolk leaders' entire fish head exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Now, even the strongest regeneration was useless. Pop! Silence fell instantly. The 2 groups, who had been fighting and watching Luo's duel with the 3 leaders, stopped what they were doing, seemingly in disbelief. Especially those 5 second-tier merfolk. Where's my huge 3rd leader? The next instant, they and the first-tier merfolk followed in the footsteps of the 3rd leader. Their fish heads shattered, their headless corpses falling into the river of life, sinking to the bottom along with the remnants of souls, or into the bellies of the underwater fish. Chapter 126. Rustling ripples spread across the water's surface as bits of flesh and blood seeped into the river, staining it with crimson petals. Glug! David couldn't help but swallow hard. Moriarty's playful laughter drifted from afar, carrying a chilling undertone amidst the rain of blood. Luo, Junior Luo. Luo turned around, her crimson eyes still gleaming with murderous intent. With a wave of her hand, the remaining blood mist dissipated. Looking at Dawei, her gaze cleared, and she asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing, let's continue." At that moment, Dawei decided that he would never have anything to do with this junior again. He was just an ordinary puppet researcher. The hound was severely injured, but fortunately, the residual light magic was still working. Luo looked at it with a bit of disdain. This guy was too weak. Seeing Luo return to the ship, Moriarty scrambled up from the deck, ran over, and jumped onto Luo's waist, welcoming her back in a soft voice. "Sister Luo, I'm hungry." "Okay, it was just an illusion. She was just craving food." Patting Moriarty's head, Lo said with a hint of helplessness, "Little Moriarty, I prepare something delicious for you later. But next time something like this happens, you can handle it quietly, okay?" Moriarty nodded blankly, then focused his attention back on the food. "I want roast meat." Watching the 2 girls interact as usual, David quietly asked Bella, who was trying to repair the puppet damaged in battle, "Is your classmate always this strong?" "I don't know, we just met yesterday." "How about using single amplification here? Sacrificing some strength for flexibility, not a bad idea. Didn't you say she was very powerful?" "Probably. How come the magic output at this joint is so smooth?" "Ah, let me see. It uses a multi-stage flow channeling structure." "I think she's not in a good mood. Do you know what happened?" "I don't know, Senior. Can you concentrate a bit?" Ahem, okay. Having been rebuffed by his junior, Dawei didn't temporarily put aside Luo's matter. Anyway, with his junior's connection, he wouldn't dare to offend her. The large ship swayed slightly, with the ceaseless waves. Inside the lounge, Moriarty sat in a chair, eating large chunks of meat. A piece of meat larger than her head mysteriously disappeared as it approached her mouth. Only her bulging cheeks confirmed that she was indeed eating. David forced himself to ignore her eating habits, frowned, and said to Bella and Lo, those merfolk were very likely the organization behind those two pigmen from yesterday. I heard about it when I came in last time. The city of the Ringing River isn't monolithic, and there are many heretical organizations trying to divide the outside world between humans and aquatic creatures. Recalling this, David wrote a word in midair with ice magic. 3 leaders, and said somewhat frantically, how come that organization has at least 2 third-tier members? How did we get involved in this kind of trouble? Lo looked at the word in midair, and waved it away. Senior David, if they dare to come, leave it to me. Junior Lo, although I appreciate your loyalty, those merfolk are very skilled at underwater concealment. I was sailing normally at the time, but the ship's warning array didn't work at all. It was clear that David had been boarded by the mermen without his knowledge. I'd be on guard. Let's get out of the River of Life as soon as possible. You have a point. I activate the reconnaissance puppet whenever I need to. Bella, get the underwater reconnaissance bird upgraded as soon as possible. It'd be much safer that way. It's been so long since I've been here, I completely forgotten about it. By the way, David, do you know about the void boundary? Lo interrupted David's mutterings. Galega had mentioned this strange term before leaving, and Lo was curious about what kind of place it was that made it so interested. David paused, then blurted out, how do you know about that place? Her eyes lit up, and Luo quickly pressed, Senior David, you know? I know, but the teacher mentioned it occasionally, and I asked out of curiosity. Seeing the light in Luo's eyes, David awkwardly turned his head away, touching his nose. I might disappoint you, Junior Luo, but I only know that the void boundary exists outside our world, and it's inaccessible to anyone below the 9th tier transcendent. It's all right. Knowing this much is enough, thank you, Senior David. Luo stood up and bowed slightly to him. No need for such formality. I go back and set sail. Bella continued fiddling with her puppet, oblivious to David's departure. Luo didn't disturb her and left the lounge. Reaching the railing, Luo rested her hands on it, supporting her delicate chin, her beautiful eyes gazing at the distant, hazy white mist, gradually becoming lost in thought. So many things happened along the way. In the void, only violent power surged, space and time were infinitely distorted, no life could exist, only a sphere shimmering with colorful light slowly moved. At a certain moment, a white figure traversed endless space and descended upon the sphere. The raging power had no effect on it, only causing helpless fury and surging undercurrents. It was naked from the waist up, its perfect face flawless, its golden pupils devoid of joy or sorrow. Its 12 pure white wings were fully extended, a few feathers drifting down, radiating a holy light that then scattered into specks of brilliance, disappearing into the sphere before it. Is this the lower realm? Its golden eyes reflected countless planes, mountains, lava, darkness, the sun, life, souls. Billions of beings from several planes were all under its gaze. Countless believers in the God of Light suddenly felt their power become purer, many runes that were difficult to construct became effortless, and they immediately closed their eyes in devout prayer, loudly praising the generous gifts of light. But soon, all the believers felt the increased power weaken again. This dramatic rise and fall shook many of the less devoted followers. Was the God of Light playing tricks on them? Beneath the hundreds of meters tall statue of the God of Light, the Pope, wearing a platinum crown, was devoutly praying to the God of Light for the increased power of light. But feeling the power suddenly drop, even weaker than before, he was greatly alarmed. God of Light, has the evil's minions revived? Beyond the world, a colossal, indescribably blue cat stood before Antiburi. A pale blue water shield completely enveloped the seemingly small world behind it, utterly isolating it from his power. Antiburi's golden pupils stared directly at the giant cat, his voice rippling slightly. God of illusion and water? No, he has fallen. So it was you. This world I protect. Messenger of God, retreat. Galega's deep blue vertical pupils remained unmoved, its massive body emanating a series of surging waves, its meaning crystal clear. The will of God is irresistible, retreat. A dazzling, enormous golden halo shone above Antibul's head, the extreme heat and light enveloping the void, turning the pitch-black boundary of the void white gold. Galega remained silent. A ring of aquamarine rapidly expanded, violently impacting the white gold domain, unleashing an unimaginable annihilation phenomenon. It leveled the surrounding turbulence, cleaving the void in two, dividing it into blue and gold halves. That day, all the stargazers and high-level powerhouses witnessed an unforgettable sight. Beyond the world, within the boundary of the void, an unimaginably vast torrent of energy swept through, destroying all trajectories of destiny and stellar signs. No one could ever observe the future again. That day was known to those in the know as the Day of Omens. Chapter 127. 2 days later. Lore sat in the lounge, looking at the strange, incomparable rune in her hand, and asked Moriarty somewhat dejectedly, "Little Moriarty, can magic runes really be written directly?" "Yes," sweetly replied. Moriarty used her finger as a pen to draw a tangled mess of lines on the blank space of the linen paper, the dark rune, exactly the same as the one in Lo's Sea of Souls. "Why can't I write it? Sister Lo's understanding of runes is too shallow." Moriarty shook her cute head, like a mischievous little teacher, and said earnestly, "Sister Lo, once you thoroughly understand the structure of the runes, you can write them without relying on magic." But? Although Moriarty was young, Lo was currently the bewildered student, and it wasn't shameful to humbly ask for guidance. "But Sister Luo's soul power is too weak. Although that conversion array is ingenious, what's converted isn't truly her own, and the soul power she gains easily vanishes. So why doesn't Sister Luo advance to the next level?" "That's a good question. So how does one advance?" Doesn't Sister Luo's era have bloodline inheritance? I clearly saw those ugly fish heads have inheritances." "Oh, Sister Luo is human." Hee. Moriarty, as if suddenly realizing something, slapped his palm, revealing a playful smile. "I'm angry. If you joke around again, the rest of the roast meat will be gone." Moriarty's giggling face immediately turned serious. He slowly paced in front of Luo, explaining in a deliberately deep voice, while twirling his fingers, looking every bit the little adult. "Advancing requires condensing magic power and soul power. The magic power absorbed by a first-level transcendent being isn't much different from external magic power, and its power is limited. Condensed magic power can multiply the effects of magic skills, and lay the foundation for advancement. However, without sufficient soul power, one cannot control magic of equal quality." Under Moriarty's smug guidance, Luo gradually understood the cultivation path of extraordinary individuals. Before advancing to the next level, lower-level extraordinary individuals strive to condense their magic and soul power, increasing their strength. This is because the higher-level advancement runes require stronger soul and magic power to support them, otherwise, they will be extremely fragile. The sign of advancing to the second level is condensing these two key powers to 3 times their original strength, and to the third level, 5 times. However, since condensation reduces magic power reserves, magic power must be fully replenished before advancing. Each step takes a significant amount of time. For normal extraordinary individuals, it's measured in decades. Those with exceptional talent take 5 or 6 years to advance a level, those with less talent take 50 years or more, and those with even less talent may not even be able to condense their soul power, thus never advancing in their lifetime. Sister Luo's talent is among the best I ever seen. She definitely reached the 3rd level of extraordinary soon. Then I must thank you, little Artie. Luo patted her head, looking at Moriarty's blissful expression, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Is this how you netherworld creatures advance?" "How could that be?" Moriarty turned her head, nuzzling Luo's soft little hand. "Of course, little Artie finds them from the living beings she's eaten." "Eating living beings?" Luo's body stiffened. "Eating?" "Yes, the power of living souls is the most delicious." Is Sister Luo afraid?" "This is forbidden, you know." "Sister Luo smells so good, little Artie is worried she won't be able to control herself." Moriarty raised her head slightly, her deep blue eyes gleaming with a bright smile. "Sister Luo, you can't be afraid of little Artie." Despite the coquettish tone, Luo felt a chill run through her. She nodded stiffly, her mind frantically searching for ways to condense her soul power, forcing herself not to think too much about Moriarty and suppressing the palpitations rising within her. Cizo passes Moriarty's saint rank, incomplete, saint darkness, all attributes, knight, nether knight, the captain of the netherworld's vanguard, now only a soul and bones, had his resentment stolen, losing his past beliefs and unable to acquire more information. Note 1. An extraordinary life form that devours fear. Note 2. Influenced by memories, a new personality is being reshaped. Suggestion, proper guidance. The description of Moriarty on the panel had changed, or perhaps it had changed long ago, but Galega hadn't left, preventing her from showing it, so Luo hadn't noticed. Fortunately, Moriarty seems to be under control for now, and Lo still has time. According to the notes, Moriarty's childhood mentality was influenced by a vast amount of memories during his growth, gradually causing him to revert to his former bloodthirsty nature. It seems there are more troubles than before. Lo rubbed his temples, looking exhausted. Since things have come to this, he could only spend more time teaching her normal values. Lo suddenly felt that her simple, gluttonous self was much better. He had actually been disgusted by her. Don't worry, I won't be afraid of you. Really? Really, see, I'm not afraid now, am I? But if you don't behave, I won't like you anymore, and I won't buy you any more treats. Hey! No way. Little Artie is so good. Hee hee. Looking at her innocent little face, Luo couldn't help but pinch it. Okay, Sister Luo understands. Now I try to condense my soul power first. Little Artie can help me watch, okay? Okay. Luo wasn't worried that Moriarty would attack her. Even if Galaga was suppressing her impulses, it had been gone for 2 days now. If it really wanted to, it could have done it already. Sinking into the sea of her soul, Luo felt wisps of spiritual energy spontaneously transforming into soul power, slowly strengthening her soul body. But this was like forcibly filling a bottle full of water. The bottle expanded incredibly slowly. The best way was, as Moriarty said, to condense her soul power. Stronger soul power was like iron filings, making it easier to expand the bottle, while also forcibly compressing the overflowing magic power, creating more space. A person's sea of souls is finite, and there aren't many ways to expand it. The easiest is through advancement, from 3rd to 4th rank, from 6th to 7th rank, and advancing to the saint rank, all of which expand the sea of souls. The above information comes from the friendly assistance of the adorable Moriarty. After mentally reviewing the method of condensation, Luo ignored Moriarty's chilling words and tried to follow her instructions, slowly suppressing the soul power in his soul body with his will, just like when he condensed his blood and chi. Moriarty sat on a small stool, her deep eyes watching Luo, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, a hint of wisdom flashing in them. An incomparable genius, just a little slow, truly adorable. As a netherworld knight, who had roamed the battlefield for thousands of years, even with her will washed away, Moriarty's recovery speed was far beyond Luo's imagination. But she didn't dislike her current state. After killing so much, she grew weary of war. Eating and playing was much more pleasant. She had witnessed Luo's actions these past few days. The sheer ease with which he defeated enemies of higher levels was already beyond the reach of ordinary geniuses, not to mention his extraordinary speed in constructing formations, his vast magical capacity, and the matching, equally superior soul power. He already possesses 5 elements of magic, and it seems he's even dabbled in soul magic. It seems he's been working with some incredible being from another realm. In short, although she herself wasn't certain, it was safe to say that if he grew stronger, becoming invincible throughout the world wouldn't be difficult. Unfortunately, his growth was severely limited by his human body and bloodline. My brain seems to be growing out of control. Never mind, what should I eat tonight? Chapter 128. Perhaps because Luo's soul power was already comparable to the 2nd level of the transcendent realm, it took him an entire afternoon to condense only 1/10 of his soul body. The difficulty increased with each step. Completing the condensation of his soul body would take at least a month, and condensing his magic power would require even more time. Thinking that Moriarty would become noisy if she didn't eat at night, Luo decided to pause his cultivation and spend more time with her, resuming his training later that evening. Opening his eyes, he didn't see Moriarty. After leaving the rest area, he found her perched on the roof of the cockpit, watching Bella and David. Senior, the underwater scout bird is ready. Bella held up a small, curious blue bird that was observing its surroundings. David examined it carefully and nodded, very well done. Let's test it in the water. The underwater scout bird wasn't much different from the incomplete version they'd seen before. Its claws had been replaced with webbed feet, and its wings had undergone some subtle changes. However, the biggest change was the internal flow of magic, which had become extremely faint to the senses. In the magic-rich river water, it would probably be even harder to detect. The blue bird took flight from Bella's hand, circled the boat twice, and then plunged into the water. A transparent gear appeared in Bella's eyes, slowly clicking. At the same time, Luo sensed a subtle fluctuation of soul power emanating from her, but judging from David's expression, he seemed unaware. Luo refrained from asking. Perhaps it was Bella's own secret. There's no white fog underwater, so the specialized vision is unrestricted. Currently, visibility is within 1,000 meters. The maximum connection distance tested is only 500 meters. Beyond that, the connection will be unstable. Bella and David tested the Bluebird's performance, occasionally discussing areas that might need modification. Various technical terms began to pop up, and Luo gradually became confused. Oh no, he was about to fall asleep. He quickly focused his attention underwater, probing downwards with his senses. He soon surpassed the scout bird's maximum range, but due to the concentration of magic power, he could only perceive a distance of about 2,000 meters. Splash, splash. Something seemed to be flying out of the water not far away. Luo's senses swept over and discovered a school of flying fish, each about an arm's length, with long, wide fins spread, their scales shimmering with a silvery white sheen. They seemed to be absorbing the white mist on the surface, quickly darting into deeper waters. Outside the ship's protective shield was a vast expanse of white mist. Apart from the area on the ship, the surrounding water was completely invisible. Initially, when he entered the white mist, Luo's senses could only extend 500 meters above the water's surface, which was merely the range of a drop of water in the vast river of life. Now, Luo found that his senses could penetrate much deeper into the white mist. If he could complete the second-tier training, it should double. Little Artemis, what do you want to eat tonight? I have the tyrant make it for you. Fish. Moriarty rolled over, letting her long hair fall freely, waving her hands haphazardly, seemingly playing with something. If you ignored her occasional leaps, no one would guess this little one was a superhuman, much less that she was the most powerful person on the ship. Looking at Moriarty, who was just like any other child, Luo's tension eased slightly. She looked like an ordinary child, didn't she? Wanting to eat fish, but no fish? Of course, catching them. After greeting Bella and the others, Luo took a deep breath and plunged into the water. Getting wet was out of the question. A spherical protective shield enveloped Luo, and propelled by the current, she quickly descended to nearly 1,000 meters. Only here did some fish begin to appear. The dense magical atmosphere meant that most of the fish here were at least at the 5th level of the mortal realm, making it difficult for ordinary people to even defeat them. Sensing a 2-meter-long giant fish below, Luo manipulated the water flow, freezing the river water around the fish, pushing it towards him, and then slamming it on the head, knocking it unconscious. He then stored it in the ruins, freezing it. Huh? A giant octopus? A 5-meter-long octopus was chasing a school of fish when Luo spotted it. He thought for a moment, grilled octopus sounds pretty good, doesn't it? The innocent octopus, after a sudden bout of dizziness, lost consciousness. The waters within the white mist area were incredibly deep. Without natural light, only the faint glow from the array outside the large ship illuminated a small part of the surface. 10 meters underwater, it was already pitch black, let alone 1,000 meters below where Luo was. Vision was almost useless here. Luo relied on his senses and search skill to accurately catch them one by one. Before long, Luo had frozen 10 large fish, each over a meter long, and one with 2 horns. Its species was unknown. What's this? The shield seemed to have bumped into something. Luo reached out, and found it was a bead. A watermark? So lucky? But it seemed quite normal. This place was notoriously difficult to explore. Aside from races like fishmen, few could easily explore it, resulting in many watermarks. Half an hour later, Luo had bumped into 3 watermarks, and caught enough fish for Moriarty to eat for 2 days. Let's go back. Whoosh! A long shadow suddenly sprang up from the bottom of the water, hitting Luo's shield with a crisp crack. Waterweed? The attack on Luo was a flat, brownish-brown waterweed, its tip sharp and serrated. Judging from the magical energy emanating from it, it was no less than a first-tier transcendent being. Perfect, no vegetables, just meat won't do, will it? Seemingly hearing Luo's mutterings, the waterweed's restless tip paused, quickly retracting. It's here, why go back? With a slight thought, the entire waterweed instantly stopped, then was rapidly pulled upwards. But quickly, the pulling force dissipated, and it broke off on its own. The kilometer-long section was discarded, the remaining part quickly disappearing from Luo's perception. So long? Unconsciously, a large dark shadow seemed to slowly pass by on the underwater surface. A sense of vigilance rose in Luo's heart. Was that the waterweed's true form? With the idea of taking advantage while he could, Luo didn't greedily pursue it, quickly rising towards the boat. Reaching the bottom of the ship, 5 small blue birds could be sent scattered around. Judging from their faint aura, Bella and David each controlled a part of it. Splash. Back on the ship, at Luo's friendly suggestion, the tyrant readily assured them that grilled fish was a piece of cake. The river of life had no distinction between day and night, but David's ship had a clock, and everyone followed that time. At midnight, Luo, wearing a pure white nightgown, gently patted the sleeping Moriarty on the back, holding a book in one hand. She had originally planned to continue cultivating, but Moriarty insisted on being held to fall asleep, or so she said, so Luo had no choice but to continue reading the Ancient Battlefield Ruins guide she hadn't finished earlier. The origin of the ancient battlefield was unknown, filled with smoke and remnants of souls. With good luck, one could even see remnants of ancient wars, making it far more dangerous than this place. Furthermore, and most importantly, the weapon remnants buried deep underground are both an opportunity and a danger. These ancient weapon fragments are coveted by many blacksmiths, so many extraordinary individuals risk collecting them, hoping to gain the help of high-level blacksmiths. However, due to the residual sharpness of these fragments, they are extremely vulnerable to invasion into the body without protection, leading to physical decay. An ancient battlefield. Could it be a remnant of the war Moriarty mentioned? Speaking of which, my flaming sword was a gift from a blacksmith. If I get him these weapon remnants, he should be very happy, right? Boom, boom, boom. 3 sudden, massive explosions startled Luo, and woke the soundly sleeping Moriarty. Chapter 129. Sister Luo, what's wrong? It's so noisy. It's Senior Dawe's magic crystal cannon. There are magical beasts. He picked her up and gently placed her on the bed. Luo's pure white nightgown gradually transformed into her usual cute long dress. Little Artie, I go check it out? You stay here and be good. Okay. Luo quickly went to the deck and found Dawe already standing by the ship. A bright, fast-moving light was gathering on the magic circle suspended in the air beside the ship. Whoosh! A dazzling purple pillar of light erupted, shooting forward with flashing lightning. Boom! Ow! A flashing purple thunderstorm exploded not far away, accompanied by a painful howl. Huge waves surged on the water, violently rocking the ship. Senior, there are 2 water snake-like magical beasts 1,500 meters to the right. Bella also came out of the lounge, her eyes radiating a faint spiritual power, presumably connecting to the scout bird's vision. I understand. Be careful. The ship, emitting a faint glow, instantly became much more stable. 2 golden spiral spears rapidly condensed and shot into the water, creating 2 bursts of mist. In Luo's vision, the 2 extraordinary Tier 1 magical beasts marked poisonous jade pythons instantly turned into corpses. But the overturned water toad in front was still alive. As the ship moved, its 3-meter-tall, bloated blue body was revealed to the 3. A long pink tongue pierced the air, tearing the protective shield outside the ship. A pale blue mist seeped in along the crack, clearly highly poisonous. Why is a toad making that sound? Luo muttered, quietly controlling a wisp of wind magic to blow the poisonous mist back, and flew outside. A bolt of purple lightning slammed into the toad's body again, blasting away a patch of pale blue flesh. Luo could clearly see that the blasted area was rapidly regenerating. This toad possessed incredible regenerative abilities. Unfortunately, it only had the strength of a 2nd-tier transcendent. Luo directly controlled its water magic to detach itself. As 2 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, the toad's body was blasted into fragments, leaving only a shimmering magic core, which Luo absorbed into her hand. Junior Luo, are you alright? I'm fine, this is a magic core. Luo returned to the ship and tossed the magic core to Dawe. A 2nd-tier one? Doesn't Junior Luo need it? Dawe asked. Generally, those newly ascended to transcendent level lack such resources. It was understandable for his junior, but their teacher had been very attentive to her. Senior Dawe killed it, I don't need this magic core. Luo shook her head. The 7th-tier magic crystal sealed within her ring was already a huge fortune, not to mention the pile of 1st and 2nd-tier magic crystals. As Luo ventured deeper into the river of life, he truly understood the danger lurking within the white mist. Hidden within the vast white mist and water were numerous ferocious and agile extraordinary magical beasts. Most terrifyingly, due to the limitations of perception, the magical beasts flying on the water were even more difficult to defend against. If it weren't for the ship's protective shield, Luo and his companions would have been ambushed countless times already. I now admit I was too naive. Luo slashed off the wings of a 4-winged flying fish, destroying its life force, and sighed softly as he watched the swarms of flying fish charging towards the protective shield outside the ship. If he had entered this white mist alone, he would most likely have lost his way and been unexpectedly attacked by magical beasts. It would definitely have been very troublesome. The search skill's range is weakened by obstacles, and is also linked to one's own perception range. This has already been proven. Therefore, the best way to advance here is to team up, so they can support each other. With a wave of her hand, 10 golden spikes formed, accurately piercing the extraordinary flying fish hidden within. The remaining smaller flying fish were no longer a threat. This is the 11th monster attack today, isn't it? Yes, junior sister Luo. The closer we get to the depths of the white mist, the higher the density of monsters. Therefore, it's very difficult for first-tier extraordinary beings to survive here. Those who go to the ancient battlefield are either protected by high-level extraordinary beings or are themselves very powerful. Dawei explained briefly, taking out 4 third-tier magic crystals. I go exchange some magic crystals. The magic crystal cannon is still cooling down. I have to trouble junior sister Luo again. Luo nodded, quickly controlling the remaining flying fish and freezing them. They'd be ready to be roasted by the tyrant dog later. Several hours later, Luo was combing Moriarty's hair when she noticed Moriarty looking towards the right side of the ship. What's going on over there? She asked, puzzled. There's a ship. Sister Luo, shall we go see the new ship? Is it another fleet? Luo didn't agree to Moriarty's pleading, reasoning that there probably wouldn't be anything good to eat there. Actually, she just wanted to avoid trouble. Well, little Moriarty still wants to eat something good. After several days of practice, Luo had finally managed to tie her pigtails neatly. Looking at her finished product, she nodded in approval. Perfect. Moriarty shook her head, seemingly having discovered something fun, and giggled as she chased after her pigtails. Huh? Ships are approaching? 3 ships entered Luo's perception range. They were probably concealed by an array, undetectable by her senses. It was the panel in her vision that told her. There were a dozen or so Tier 2 ships, and over 20 Tier 1 transcendent ships, seemingly a group of outsiders. However, they were probably unaware that their course intersected with Dawei's ship. Based on their current direction, the 2 ships would soon part ways, not appearing to be deliberately getting close. Luo told Dawei about this, and after a moment's thought, he decided to slightly adjust his course to avoid revealing his presence. But the unexpected seemed to strike easily. A dozen minutes later, the fleet, which was about to leave Luo's perception range, suddenly made a sharp turn and rushed straight towards Luo. Behind them, underwater, were 5 10-meter-long blue sharks, the foremost being 15 meters long, staining the water red. Apparently, they had been attacked by a magical beast. Such obvious magical fluctuations were quickly detected by Dawei and Bella's reconnaissance puppets. Senior, we estimate a collision in 3 minutes. Have the tyrant hound avoid it. Let's not interfere. Luo looked at him in surprise. Dawei had always seemed somewhat weak. Luo had thought he would be the one to save them. Seemingly noticing Luo's gaze, David coughed lightly. We can't guarantee those people aren't water pirates. Our teacher specifically reminded me about this kind of rescue and get robbed situation. I think it's better to listen to him. That startled me. I thought David had suddenly become smarter. David felt something had changed in Luo's eyes. But then again, nothing seemed quite right. He scratched his head, feeling puzzled, and headed towards the cockpit. No further incidents occurred along the way, and another day passed. The 4 of them sat in the softly lit lounge. The ancient battlefield is surrounded by waterfalls. I heard there's a mysterious barrier beneath the falls, inaccessible to anyone. Some say it's the stronghold of the merfolk, but I think it's just an ordinary abyss, a deep, bottomless fissure formed by the waterfall's long-term erosion. David pointed to a self-drawn sketch. We're about 400 kilometers away now, and we arrive in about 3 hours. Then we have to fly down. Bella, your magic reserves are low, stay behind me. Luo, is little Artemis really alright? Luo shook her head. Don't worry, I keep an eye on her. Just kidding, even if we all died, she'd be fine. Then Someone's coming. Chapter 130. Almost simultaneously, Bella and Lo sensed the movement underwater. Soon David, sensing the approaching merfolk through the scouting puppets, glanced at the 2. Why do I seem to be the slowest to notice? He then looked at the tyrant hound, finding him still bewildered, and felt a little better. Oh well, he thought, I'm not a genius. Comparing myself to them is just asking for trouble. But as the merfolk drew closer at high speed, David's expression darkened. 3 Transcendent Level 3, 21 Transcendent Level 2, no, they're controlling 12 Transcendent Beasts. The merfolk made no attempt to conceal their presence. Their surging magic erupted wildly underwater, pressing down with an oppressive, suffocating force. Giant waves gradually rose from all sides, trapping the ship in the center. This was a combined tidal wave attack released by multiple merfolk. The solidified magic made the waves appear like ordinary river water, but in reality, they were as heavy as lead. How did they find us? David murmured, but now was not the time for Law and the others to ponder. They rushed to the deck and noticed the unusual activity on the water. their expressions turning grave. Could you distract them? I try to part the waves. David hesitated, then nodded, taking out his magical puppets and sending them flying across the water, aiming them, along with a magic crystal cannon, at the direction the fishmen were approaching. Boom! Boom! The spiraling spears fired from the magic crystal cannon slammed into the water, but unfortunately, they were clearly ineffective, blocked by the shields released by the fishmen. Bella seemed to have no doubt about Law's ability. She simply monitored the fishmen's movements, cooperating with David to distract them with cannon fire. Lo, holding Moriarty's soft little hand, flew out of the ship's protective shield. Her vision began to reveal a multitude of merfolk rushing towards the ship, and she couldn't help but feel troubled. Even though she could control water, the merfolk were no pushovers, especially since one of the 3 third-tier merfolk was a priest, making them all seem like unkillable cockroaches. Sister Lo, can you let little Artie kill them all? Lo pursed her pink lips and shook her head. Little Artie, you're here, so don't intervene yet. She worried that Moriarty would become uncontrollable if she killed too many. These merfolk were currently troublesome, not insurmountable. Senior David, prepare to charge out. Amplifying her voice through magic to David's ears, Lo, under his tense yet slightly absurd gaze, laboriously parted the void with her hands. The giant waves in front of the ship seemed to be forcibly parted by an invisible giant hand, revealing a narrow passage 10 meters wide. Hurry up! Okay. David didn't dare to delay. Even though he instinctively felt this was something a normal Tier 3 Transcendent could never do, he still rushed into the cockpit. Suddenly, the ship erupted in a dazzling light, rushing forward at more than 3 times its normal speed, disappearing from Luo's perception in less than 2 seconds. This was already close to Luo's maximum flight speed. The giant wave was released jointly by 2 Tier 3 merfolk and more than a dozen Tier 2 merfolk, infused with their magic and will, capable of changing its position as the ship moved. Luo was already struggling to maintain a passage in the middle, so he couldn't deploy more underwater to hinder the merfolk's rapid advance. Several minutes later, sensing that the ship should have passed through the giant waves, Luo could no longer control his increasingly surging magic. He suddenly released his grip, and the 2 300-meter high waves on either side instantly converged, creating a deafening roar. Water vapor rushed towards him, and the dissipating magic further reduced his perception range. I need to catch up with them quickly. The fishmen were incredibly fast underwater. Even though Luo was riding the waves, the fishmen and Davy had already vanished without a trace. Looking at Moriarty, who was staring straight ahead, Luo asked curiously, "Little Moriarty, do you know which way they're going?" "Keep going straight. The big fish is slowly approaching the ship. Can you take me there?" Moriarty's deep blue eyes looked at Luo, curving into small crescents. That involved using netherworld energy, and Sister Luo said, "We can't use it." Was this reaping what she sowed? Ahem, just take me nearby, okay, little Moriarty? Hee, alright, what can I do? Little Moriarty is so obedient. Grabbing Luo's wrist, wisps of black mist emanated from Moriarty's hair, carrying a hint of demonic evil against her pale, lifeless skin. The mark on the back of her hand began to radiate heat, meaning the black mist was undoubtedly netherworld energy, and of extremely high purity at that. A blur flashed before her eyes, as if some scene had been skipped, and suddenly Dalway's ship and the fishmen appeared in Luo's perception. We arrived. The netherworld energy began to recede, and Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she didn't intend to use it extensively. She could relax a bit more. Seeing the fishmen slowly approaching the ship, and the runes on the hull already faintly cracking, Luo stopped thinking about it. With a swift movement, a massive, solidified body of water formed underwater, enveloping the 3 second-tier merfolk. A sudden, powerful compression followed, severely injuring the merfolk. However, with a priest's assistance, they recovered completely within 2 seconds. TSK, their defenses have been enhanced? The priest is indeed the most troublesome. Underwater, the 4 leaders, seeing the instantly wounded merfolk, shouted, "The other one isn't on the ship. 4th Elder, it's up to you." Luo heard a voice distorted by the waves, but seeing a 3rd-tier merfolk warrior surface, he knew he was exposed. "Outsider, it seems you killed the 3 leaders." The merfolk whose surface was thin, with a small green fish head, more like an assassin. He seemed absolutely certain that Luo was the one who did it, his tone incredibly confident. "Get out of the way. What nonsense are you spouting? Tender skin and flesh, must taste delicious, hee. What kind of villainous talk is this? Bella and the others are still in danger. Even though the puppet has joined the fight against the fishmen, how can 2 non-combatants possibly defeat a proper combat profession? Luo naturally can't afford to waste time with him. If you don't leave, then become a corpse. Two massive magic circles began to construct, simultaneously shooting out water chains from underwater, hooking the fourth elder's neck. Using water magic to fight fishmen? Ha ha. With a sudden tug, severing the water chains swirling around him, the fourth elder produced a crystal-colored trident. With a heavy thrust, the blade's energy cleaved out, summoning a rolling wave on the river surface. Unfortunately, Luo could cleave a path through waves summoned by so many fishmen, let alone one. Now, with only Moriarty by his side, Luo could act almost recklessly. With a wave of his hand, half of the wave instantly collapsed. Two massive double magic arrays simultaneously formed overhead, unleashing extreme frost. Nearly 1,000 icicles shot out, whistling as they hurtled towards the fourth elder. In this humid environment, not only water magic but also ice magic was greatly amplified, forcing the fourth elder to wield his trident to avoid being frozen. But Rocco wouldn't let him get away so easily. A huge, pale golden feather appeared in his hand, emanating a hazy white light. Instantly, dense, light magic power formed dozens of runes around it, constructing a complex three-dimensional magic array. After the fourth elder destroyed all the icicles, he discovered the human girl holding a shimmering feather, from which a dense, magical power surged. He exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know light magic?" "Mind your own business." The shimmering magic array landed on the feather, and instantly, hundreds of dazzling, scorching beams of light shot out from it, rapidly converging at the tip to form a half-meter-high sphere of light. Suddenly, it unleashed a thick beam of light, vaporizing the thick white mist. The two, one human and one fish, were only about 200 meters apart, practically touching. Before the fourth elder could react, he was struck. The scorching heat and divine aura melted and pierced half of his body, sending him crashing into the water and creating a massive wave. At the cave entrance, raging white flames consumed his body, divine flames that incinerated his remains in less than 2 seconds. Huh? Dead? Luo looked thoughtfully at the feather in her hand. She had simply found the angel's feather quite handy, and since it had been mentioned that it could be used as a weapon, she had thought of using it as a staff. Upon trying it out, she discovered that compared to the beam she had created before, using the angel's feather to construct magic was not only 50% faster, but also more than doubled in power. Luo felt she had discovered its usage, but unfortunately, it seemed to be limited to light magic. Moriarty, watching from high above, didn't find anything strange about it. In her view, this was normal, and besides, it wasn't its most important use. Chapter 131. Fourth leader, fourth elder is dead. The thin, wrinkled merman opened his droopy eyelids, a hint of surprise in his eyes. His appearance was unlike that of ordinary mermen. He was not only incredibly thin, but his eyelids were also more human-like than the transparent eyelids of a fish. How could this be? It's only been a short time. The tall fourth leader was equally incredulous. Thinking of the death of the third leader, he gasped. Could there be several transcendent third order members hidden among this group? Priest, what should we do? We can't leave now, or the other sects in the church will laugh at us. I intercept that ship. You take half the followers and deal with that human girl. Watching the fourth elder turn to ashes, Luo activated the transformation array again, concealing his aura. It took him some time to catch up with Dawei and the others again. By this time, several second-order mermen had already thrown harpoons, which struck the protective shield, creating ripples. Just as Luo was about to make his move, a tall figure burst through the water. It was the fourth leader, blocking Luo's path, with 10 second-tier merfolk behind him. The second-tier merfolk opened their massive mouths, condensing water arrows from within, which they unleashed simultaneously, instantly reaching Luo at incredible speed. Deflecting all the water arrows and moving aside, Luo didn't hold back. His angel's feather aimed directly at the tallest of the four leaders. A massive sphere of light condensed, evaporating one of the merfolk in its path with overwhelming force, and slammed into the strongest merfolk. This power. Indeed, it's no wonder the fourth elder died at your hands. A flowing water film refracted the beam of light from the fourth leader's chest. Luo keenly sensed the aura of strange magic emanating from it. This must be some kind of artifact, not his own ability. Swoosh. The reflected beam of light seemed to have struck something, producing a faint sound in the distance. However, Luo couldn't worry about that now. These four leaders were not only stronger than the four elders from before, but they also seemed adept at defense. With other merfolk around, Luo couldn't possibly divide his energy to attack all of them simultaneously. Although he had blocked the scorching light, the four leaders knew its power. Sensing that the sea god's scales had lost half its energy, they dared not underestimate this small human. They commanded the surrounding second-tier merfolk to scatter and create small waves. Using the river's magic, they continuously condensed water guns from these waves, which they then used to relentlessly stab Luo. However, the four leaders quickly realized something was wrong. Even with dozens of water guns fired simultaneously, they deflected as they approached the human girl, failing to harm her in the slightest. Is it also a prop? The third leader, no longer waiting, leaped up with his harpoon, his massive body crashing down in front of Luo. The harpoon, glowing with a bluish light, slashed down fiercely, stirring up white mist. Judging from the condensed magical power, being struck by it was no small matter. A rushing stream of water swirled around him. Luo used the current to deflect the incoming water spear, simultaneously meeting the fourth leader's harpoon head-on with his feather. Under the leader's gaze, shifting from mockery to horror, the sharp, sturdy edge of the feather sliced through the harpoon cleanly, as if cutting butter. What is this thing? You're definitely not an ordinary first-tier transcendent. So what if I know? The feather seized the opportunity to cut a deep wound in his chest. Blood gushed out, carrying a divine aura that clung to the wound's edges, preventing immediate healing. Damn it! Don't think I'm as weak as the fourth elder. A thick fishtail suddenly sprouted from the merman's tailbone, its form shifting and lashing out at the water surrounding Luo, blasting a gash. Sharp fishbone spikes grazed Luo's abdomen, leaving a yellow sheen. How are you alright? The fourth leader turned around, only to find Luo completely unharmed, not even his clothes torn. I don't need to explain. In that instant, the solid rock badge at his collar activated, blocking the attack. However, judging from the depleted mana reserves, this attack was far from simple. A peculiar layer of mana had already filled the air, something that had appeared during the battle against the third leader. Tracing its source, Luo discovered it was released by the second-tier mermen who were lingering outside the battlefield. Luo didn't want to test the effects of this magic. The water surrounding him transformed into a sharp blade, severing half the head of a fishman who couldn't dodge in time. Such an injury was beyond even the priest's regeneration. I'm furious. The four leaders roared, their bodies sprouting enormous blue fish scales. They stomped heavily in the air, transforming into cannonballs as they hurtled towards Luo. Their heavy fists lashed out, creating explosive airbursts and rapid water currents. Each strike was enough to cripple the tyrant hound. Having witnessed the terror of the feathers, the four leaders were careful to avoid direct confrontation, inevitably holding back their movements. Even so, Luo couldn't create distance. The Earth Shield spell was broken before it could be fully formed each time. If it weren't for a sudden surge of water forming just before each hit, Luo would have been struck. If the third leader was underestimated, and the fourth elder died from poor defense, then this fourth leader was a veteran of countless battles. Seeing that Luo was not skilled in close combat, he became like a poison clinging to her bones, working with the remaining 8 second-tier merfolk to compress Luo's movement as much as possible. His high speed, heavy punches also made it difficult for her to execute spells. However, Luo had fought many battles, and was no longer the novice she once was. Under the fourth leader's relentless onslaught, she still couldn't land a single punch. Try taking my punch. Another magic circle was shattered, but Luo's slightly furrowed brow relaxed, sensing that her hidden soul power had faintly broken through to the fourth tier of the transcendent realm. Luo nodded, crossed her jade-like arms, and took the punch head-on. Using the momentum from the water vapor, her small body was sent flying hundreds of meters, intentionally getting knocked away. No way you're trying to escape. Who's going to run away is another story. The light magic healed the minor bone fractures halfway through the attack. Just as Luo was about to use her water manipulation to finish off the remaining second-tier merfolk, a giant arrow suddenly shot from behind. However, it wasn't aimed at Luo, but rather grazed past her, piercing the heart of a second-tier merfolk on the water. Bang! The merfolk was blasted into pieces by the magic, clearly beyond saving. This series of events caused Luo and the other merfolk to instinctively stop fighting. Whoosh! A massive, old-fashioned sailing ship, 500 meters tall, slowly entered Luo's perception range. 15 smaller boats, each over 10 meters tall, surrounded it. The mast of one of these ships was clearly charred, yet it seemed to still retain a trace of divine aura. What puzzled Luo was that Dalway's ship was also present in the fleet, following closely alongside the sailing ship. Those damn blue-scale fishmen. Brothers, fire! With a slippery roar, the ancient sailing ship unleashed a continuous barrage of arrows, one after another, massive arrows over 2 meters long, imbued with a menacing sharpness and concentrated magic, piercing the bodies of each fishman with the precision of spider legs. Bang! Bang! 2 more fishmen were caught off guard and blasted away, forcing the remaining fishmen to scramble for cover. Several layers of semi-transparent shields rose, blocking most of the giant arrows. However, the most arrows were aimed at the 4 leaders, and 3 still managed to break through the shields, heading straight for his large fish head. Those blue-scale fishmen? Let's go! But these fishmen had witnessed him unleash light magic, and Luo certainly wouldn't let them have their way. Taking advantage of their confusion and unstable magic, with a wave of his hand, Luo controlled all the water and magic within their bodies. The water magic of all the second-tier fishmen was released from their bodies, condensing in midair into a thick chain, binding the 4 leaders. Although shocked by the human girl's strange abilities, the 4 leaders, alone and no match for the blue-scaled fishmen, didn't dare show anger. Relying on their physical strength and protective gear, they forcefully broke free from the chains binding them. Trying to stop me? 100 years too early. This is enough time. You see how that fishman called 3rd leader dies. Before the 4th leader's bewildered eyes, his entire fish head exploded into a pool of blood mist. Huff. 4th-tier soul power was 100 times greater than his current power. Luo couldn't maintain it for long. After defeating the 4 leaders, Luo's aura rapidly declined, quickly returning to between 1st and 2nd tier. Turning around, Luo held Moriarty's small body in his arms, watching the approaching giant sailing ship. A dozen minutes later, the massive ship slowly came to a stop. A bright shield dispelled the nearly kilometer-long white mist, restoring the area to its long-lost normal state. Lo! We're here! Lo had indeed spotted Bella and David up there long ago, which was why he stayed. A 2-meter-high gap opened in the massive, wall-like shield, and 3 merfolk flew out. These 3 merfolk were different from those who had attacked them before. The most obvious difference was that these merfolk had a smoother surface, were entirely blue, and had 2 long tufted whiskers. Welcome, Aglani, human lady. Chapter 132. A few days ago, someone spotted a strange puppet on the grassland. It was strange because this puppet, clearly crafted by an alchemist, was wandering aimlessly without any control. A curious superhuman attempted to approach it, discovering that while it wasn't hostile, it showed no mercy to those who tried to capture it. A multi-armed 2nd-tier mage was buried under a small mound in the distance. According to a superhuman from town number 34, the puppet, less than half a meter tall, used a method he had never heard of to directly destroy the 2nd-tier mage's heart. A near-instant kill. In short, if you see it, just observe from a distance. You might even be able to follow it and collect the corpses of slain magical beasts. Beep beep, unknown power fusion 67.43%. Above the grassland, a hint of confusion flashed in the small puppet's eyes. Its aimless drifting suddenly stopped, staring at the distant pale blue barrier. Was its empty head contemplating something? Luo twitched her thumb, looking somewhat embarrassed at the small dent on the table. Why is this dent so round? Did the owner of this place unconsciously poke it with the tip of their pen while writing? The pattern is nice. The raw material is clearly of high quality. Ms. Luo. I absolutely wasn't secretly looking at the table. What? Ahem, no, it's nothing, please speak. So, Ms. Luo, how do you plan to pay this compensation? The reward for rescuing your friends is something they can't afford themselves. That's alright. Our Aglani has no intention of taking advantage of anyone's misfortune. Consider it making friends. Dealing with those Azure Scale clan guys was our own decision, and we would have done it regardless of whether Ms. Luo herself was in danger, but... Luo's body trembled slightly, glancing guiltily to the side. I don't think those Azure Scale clan merfolk would use light magic, Ms. Luo. What do you think? I think so too, hee. That's good. The shield was destroyed, the watchtower was damaged, a hole was burned into the deep inherent barrier, and an elite navigator was injured. Let me calculate, based on the prices in the city of the Ringing River, you only need to pay 34-tier magic crystals or equivalent items. Hey, you're really going too far. Harris is one of our most elite navigators. Without him, our fleet would have taken twice as long to return from the depths of the white fog. The time loss alone is worth 10 4th-tier magic crystals, not to mention medical expenses and the lost time for the caravan and clients. Only 10. Tap tap. Hide tapped the table, striking a small dent that seemed to deepen it slightly. Ms. Luo, the shield you broke was a mid-level shield, built 1,000 years ago by 100 barrier masters. Its current value is immeasurable, and the repair costs will be substantial. The watchtower is made of the finest blue mushroom wood from the mountain tribe, requiring 1/3 tier magic crystal per inch. Rebuilding the entire watchtower will require 5 4th tier crystals. Furthermore, after your light magic shattered the watchtower, it also pierced the barrier on the surface of the Agrandi's hull. If Harry hadn't discovered it wasn't intentional, we might have had to take action. That's because your ship was too fragile. Ms. Luo, you can say that in your mind. We fishmen have excellent hearing. Haydom's forehead, covered only by a layer of skin, bulged out in a deep groove. What did he mean by too fragile? It was because they had just attacked the shark's lair, and before their energy could recover, a beam of light burned right through them. If it weren't for Hayes' quick thinking, he would only see him in the underworld 200 years later. But this is utterly absurd. It was clearly that big guy who deflected it, not me. Captain Haydam, you should be holding him accountable. Luo felt she was right. It wasn't like she shot at the ship. Ms. Luo, the magic was cast by you, and it was caught in the crossfire of your fight. The blue-scale mermen are dead. Who else would they go after if not you? Well? Sigh. Haydam suddenly sighed, a long tongue darting out of his mouth. He pulled open a table cabinet, rolled up a dry cigar, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. Ms. Luo, you might think we're being unreasonable, but normally I could overlook this loss, but... Haydam swallowed the cigar, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Anyway, I have a request. If you can complete it, not only will these losses be wiped clean, but I also pay you a substantial reward. How about it? Luo narrowed her crimson eyes slightly, leaning back tactically. Something strange. Tell me first, I can't just agree to something like this. Of course, then please take a look at this, Ms. Luo. A square box appeared on the table, looking like it was cut from bluestone. Please! At his signal, Luo channeled a wisp of magic and gently opened the box, revealing a tattered nameplate inside. Looking at the object in the box, Haydam's bulging fish eyes unexpectedly softened. As a human, Luo found it hard to imagine a dead fish's eyes showing tenderness. This nameplate is engraved with a special soul-sensing array. I hope you can take it to the ancient battlefield to find one of my tribe's women. Ancient battlefield? Yes, it's extremely dry there. We fishmen belong to the aquatic race, and are one of the races most dependent on water. We can't survive there for long. If that's the case, your tribe's women will be too late to think about it, won't they? Haydam wanted to say, if you can't speak properly, then don't, but after thinking about it, he decided to pretend he didn't hear it. Anyway, my tribe's women receive the blessing of the ocean god, and can leave the water. Furthermore, this nameplate. The array resonated with her soul. As long as she lived, the plaque would remain intact. The god of the ocean? Do you believe in gods too? Why not? Miss Luo, please don't change the subject. Ahem, I was just curious, but the ancient battlefield is so vast, I can't possibly search the whole thing, can I? Hee, it's alright. Since I entrusted this task, I must have a method. This hairpin can provide a vague location of her. As she spoke, another small, open box appeared on the table, containing a wooden hairpin broken in two, with a fairy tale-style crystal fish attached to it. With such thorough preparation, it should be easy for the people of the riverside city to find her, right? Haydam clicked his tongue almost imperceptibly, his face quickly hardening into a serious expression. Ms. Luo, to be frank, this woman is the holy maiden of our Blue Scale clan. If the Green Scale clan finds out, they will definitely launch a massive invasion. Therefore, this matter can only be entrusted to outsiders, and in all these days, Ms. Luo, you are the only truly kind and compassionate person I met. I trust you completely. Really? Really? I feel embarrassed saying that. I, Haydam, have been in charge of the Atlantee for nearly 200 years. I've seen countless people. My judgment is guaranteed to be accurate. What about the reward? It's a deposit, he said, another box appearing in his hand. He placed it on the table, slightly opening it to reveal shimmering magic crystals inside. Judging from the aura and emanating magic, they were 30 newly mined 4th-tier water magic crystals. After this is done, you can return to the city of the Ringing River and find the Blue Scale Merchant Guild. Mention my name, and then offer the remaining 80% of the reward. If you need any materials, we can provide them, and you also gain the permanent friendship of our Blue Scale clan. What do you say, Ms. Luo? A pleasure to cooperate. Haydam was clearly in a much better mood. He pushed the 3 boxes in front of Luo and stood up. I like dealing with intelligent people. A pleasure to cooperate. This captain was only 1.2 meters tall, relatively short even among fishmen. A closer look revealed that his right leg was a wooden prosthetic leg, and it was unclear why it hadn't fully recovered. Seeing Luo put everything away, his fish-like mouth curved into an exaggerated smile, and he limped out of the room. When Bella and the other three outside the room saw Hidamu and Luo come out, they quickly went forward. Dawei, who appeared to have the highest cultivation level, asked on behalf of Bella and the others, "Junior Sister Luo, are you alright?" Just now, this fishman claiming to be the captain of the Atlantis suddenly appeared, wanting to speak with Luo privately. They were quite worried. Most of the people on the ship were fishermen, and even if he saved them, it was hard to completely trust that the captain meant no harm. Luo shook his head, indicating he was fine. On the deck not far away was a rabbit-eared man, Hayes, the one whose ear had been hit by the beam of light, looking at Luo with a resentful expression as he emerged from the captain's cabin. Luo slightly turned his head, avoiding eye contact. Hayes's right ear was missing half, bandaged, and the smell of roasting meat seemed to emanate from it. Rabbit-eared people are a small, intelligent race distinct from humans and beast men. They are grouped with other races like cat-eared and dog-eared people, collectively known as beast-eared people. Their bodies are almost indistinguishable from humans, except for their beast ears and tails. Some scholars believe they are a race that gradually evolved from human-beast hybrids, while others believe it was the result of an accidental alchemical experiment. In any case, the origin of the beast-eared people is untraceable. Mr. David, Mr. Dog, Ms. Bella, and the most adorable Miss Moriarty, don't worry, we just had a friendly exchange. After a pause, Haiden looked towards the ancient battlefield, a hint of apology in his voice. While I personally would love to befriend you, that Blue Scale Clan priest is still on the run. I said part of the fleet in pursuit, but as captain, I can't just wait around. So, I'd be continuing with the main force. However, to express our Blue Scale Clan's goodwill, I have the Mozong take you across the Grand Canyon. Whoosh. Soon, the mast of the sailboat slowly disappeared into the white mist, and Luo and David, led by the captain of the Mozong, began their journey towards the ancient battlefield. Chapter 133. The Mozong was a large ship, about 30 meters long, several times larger than David's ship. Half an hour later, Luo noticed the water ahead suddenly plunging, forming a magnificent waterfall of unknown width. "Ms. Luo, we're about to descend, please maintain your balance. But don't worry about the Mozong, it has a fixed array on board." The sailor's words made Luo swallow back the words she wanted to warn him, and she couldn't help but feel a little curious. Was the ship going down with them? As the Mozong reached the edge of the waterfall, the ship began to tilt slowly, but instead of plummeting as expected, it sailed on the surface of the waterfall as if on a river. Where the river of life ends, no one really knows, but this precipice-like waterfall is usually considered its terminus. Unlike the waterfalls of the desolate swamp, this was a proper waterfall. Except for the larger flow of water, it was no different from what one would expect. Luo, half suspended on the vertical deck, watched the large ship sailing over the waterfall. She glanced at Dawei, who sat on the mast, and asked curiously, "Senior Dawei, your ship can do this too?" "Junior Luo, you think too highly of me." Dawei gave a wry smile. "This isn't something a third-tier puppeteer can create. My ship is for a select few, so this energy-intensive function has naturally been greatly reduced." "Oh, Junior Luo, aren't you going to ask anything?" I don't feel like I have anything to ask." For some reason, Dawei felt that this junior was looking down on him, but he was just a puppeteer. Shipbuilding was at most a side job. Under the impact of the waterfall, the white mist had thinned considerably, and the array engraved on the hull emitted a soft light, illuminating an area of several hundred meters. Now, the scenery within a range of over 1,000 meters could be seen. Above, and slightly to the bow of the ship, there was a blurry continent, its surface a dark gold, while below the waterfall, all was pitch black. The continent and the waterfall gazed at each other through a layer of darkness. That's the ancient battlefield? So this canyon is a great rift? It's deep. Half an hour later, the large ship suddenly stopped, then tilted again, before regaining its level course. Luo Qing, who was admiring the scenery, exclaimed, "Why are we sailing horizontally already? We're not there yet." A merman sailor wiping his spear explained, "If we go any lower, we easily fall into the great crevice, and getting out will be difficult. The Mozong is slowly descending now. We arrive at the ancient battlefield around the same altitude." "Oh, I see. The Mozong can actually fly." "Ha ha. The Mozong is Captain Mara's favorite ship. Many expensive formations are inscribed on it. There are 3 flight formations alone, allowing it to fly freely like a real seabird." As if he had opened a floodgate, the merman sailor began to talk incessantly, full of pride for the ship and Captain Mara. Listening to his boasting, Luo couldn't help but ask, "What about Captain Hidamu?" To her surprise, the merman's voice immediately softened. "Ms. Luo, he's the Great Chief. I wouldn't dare discuss that." "The Great Chief? Speaking of which, I always hear you mermen talk about 3 chiefs and 4 elders. What's the difference?" The merman sailor blinked his transparent eyelids, somewhat surprised. "Ms. Luo, you're actually interested in this?" "Huh? Is that not allowed?" "No, it's just that your focus is a bit strange. There's something outsiders don't usually know. We fish people are divided into 3 major races: blue scale, green scale, and black scale. Each race actually contains numerous tribes, large and small. The chief of the largest tribe is called the Great Chief, followed by the second chief, and so on. The Great Chief of Higham is the chief of the largest green scale tribe. So his status is that high." "He?" The sailor chuckled dryly, not daring to elaborate, and changed the subject. "Elders are different. They're the strongest fighters in each tribe. So unless you're a fish person from the same tribe, you call them Great Elder or Second Elder. Our captain, for example, is actually the second chief's subordinate. Although people in the tribe call him Great Elder, other fish people generally call him Elder Mara." The sailor seemed quite talkative, perhaps because Luo was an outsider. He not only explained in great detail, but also enthusiastically recounted the feud between the green scale and blue scale tribes. When he got to the exciting part, his 2 whiskers twitched, making him look like a large catfish. "Those blue scale bastards should be exterminated. They're always causing division, making us blue scale people, who make a living through trade, constantly misunderstood by others, who then attack us without a second thought." He rambled on for a long time, until Captain Mara called him away, finally giving Luo some peace and quiet. Rubbing his slightly sore ears, Luo let out a long sigh of relief. It was too torturous. A bright array lit up the hull, supporting the Mosin as it sailed through the air. The white mist gradually dissipated, and the view opened up again. The bright sunlight shone down once more, instantly lifting Luo's spirits. "It's been so long since I've seen sunlight." Moriarty seemed to be plucking the tail of the bulldog again. Bella and David were practically engrossed in discussing how to improve the puppet. With no one to disturb them, Luo's drowsiness began to creep in. He glanced at the increasingly clear outline of the ancient battlefield continent, and slowly nodded. After an unknown amount of time, sensing someone approaching, Luo suddenly opened his eyes, and found it was Bella. "Bella, you look quite energetic." "Yeah, I made a breakthrough in puppet making. Theoretically, it should be able to fight 2 first-tier transcendents. I feel like your focus is different from David's." Bella seemed to be solely focused on combat-type puppets, while David was more versatile, more like a support role. "I guess so. I started with combat puppets, and before I knew it, I was on this path. It looks tough. It's alright. The main thing is that once you become a superhuman, your fighting style changes drastically. When making puppets, I always tend to use my old mindset. My senior said this is something every puppeteer is prone to, and we need to correct it as soon as possible." Luo casually said, "If that's the case, Bella, why don't you try fighting yourself? Maybe you get some inspiration." "I was just saying. You don't really want to do that, do you?" Looking at the thoughtful Bella, Luo's intuition told her that this person might actually try it. "Luo, I think it's a good idea. Now I have a bold idea to test. That's all, I go back and think about it." After saying that, Bella hurriedly left. "I feel like I said too much." "Oh well, it's done now, I won't think about it anymore." Half a day later, the Mosin was very close to the ancient battlefield. It was no longer just a distant outline, but a truly vast continent. Only up close could one see clearly. The entire ancient battlefield continent was a dark yellow, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. In the distance, towering mountains stretched endlessly, reaching thousands of meters high, but only sparsely covered with greenery, bare and sharply defined, as if haphazardly cut and piled together. What surprised Luo was that there was even an airport here, suggesting that flying vehicles like the Mosin weren't uncommon. Slowly approaching the port, the Mosin didn't linger. After Luo and the others left, Captain Mara waved and immediately turned back. "Ms. Luo, our mission is complete. We wish you and your friends a pleasant adventure." With the ship gone, Luo and the others finally had time to take in their surroundings. Near the port was a very simple little town with only about 20 people, selling strange metals and broken weapons. "Junior Luo, Bella should have told you we were leaving, right?" "So? No." Hearing this, David gave Bella an unfriendly look, making her pause for a moment. Then she said matter-of-factly, I forgot. Bella. Luo, because we're looking for materials here, we won't be going too deep into the ancient battlefield, so we probably can't travel with you. It's alright, you have your own things to do, but are you two really okay? We're fine. Although Senior is weak, we won't fight with others recklessly. We have a reconnaissance magic. If we encounter other superhumans while scouting, we keep our distance. Bella, are you listening? That's why I said, could you? See you next time, otherwise Senior will get angry again. He's already angry. Okay, see you next time, bye-bye. Goodbye, Sister Bella. Goodbye, Junior Luo. Bella, don't ignore me. Amidst David's incessant chatter, the two walked further and further away. Moriarty was still waving his arms vigorously, showing no signs of sadness. Perhaps he felt that saying goodbye meant he hadn't truly left? Chapter 134. Captain Hydam, is what we're doing alright? Mara, do you think this is inappropriate? Hydam tapped the table with the back of his hand, speaking unhurriedly. What are we? We're merchants, driven by profit. What's the problem? But won't this be bad for Ms. Luo? After all, this is originally a feud between Black Scale and Green Scale. If we let outsiders get involved, it's easy for other factions in the church to seize on it. Heh, that's why I'm the chief, and you're only the second chief. Every investment has risk, but you only see the risk, while I can mitigate it. Hydam looked at the thoughtful Mara, crossed his legs, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Have you ever seen a first-tier transcendent being able to break through a mid-level shield? This, Captain. I never seen it before. Have you ever seen anyone from the Church of Light travel alone? Well, I haven't either. Hydam glanced at Mara. Don't you understand? Her strength and status are far from simple. If it were any other outsider, people from other sects might trace it back to us, but if we hand it over to her, we might as well think about how to take over the assets of both tribes. Is she really that powerful? Hydam didn't answer directly, waving his hand. Alright, capture Priest Haimu as soon as possible. Don't let him send the news back to the Azure Scale tribe. Understood, Captain. Bella squatted on the ground, pried out a dark red stone from under the rock, a flash of purple in her hand. The stone instantly melted, then solidified into a thumb-sized piece of red metal. Senior, why did you do that? What? David, wearing a goggles-like device displaying strange characters, was controlling a dozen or so probe spheres to carefully search an area of several hundred meters. Senior, why didn't you release your battle puppet? Why did you let Luo fight alone? Bella, what are you saying? I'm just an ordinary. Stop lying. Bella's voice suddenly became agitated, causing David's bewildered expression to freeze, before he gave a self-deprecating laugh. I thought my junior only studied puppets. No particular reason, I just thought she was too dangerous. That's not enough. Seeing Bella staring directly at him, David smiled awkwardly. Do you really need to be so curious? My senior told me that research requires constant curiosity. TSK, am I shooting myself in the foot? David slightly raised his head, removed his goggles, his eyes complex. Bella, do you know what I study? Bella was puzzled, but still honestly answered, artificial souls and magic. My combat awareness application. That's right. For nearly 100 years, I've been dealing with artificial souls, but even if they're not real souls, I still understand normal human souls to some extent. After a pause, David seemed to be muttering to himself, or perhaps answering Bella's questions. Lagrandel Lo, the first disciple of Bruder Luna, was friends with the young master of the Wayman family and the daughter of the lord of the most powerful branch of the Guard family. The records show that he is fire affinity, but the affinity level is unknown, only that it is above the high level. When he disappeared a year ago, his cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the transcendent realm. Bella was even more confused. This information was readily available to anyone with a little research. It wasn't exactly hidden. But haven't you found it strange these past few days? Seeing Bella's confusion, David produced a ball of water, a clod of earth, and a piece of metal in his hand. She's skilled in metal magic, has used earth magic, and is likely very proficient in water magic, but has absolutely no connection to fire. Even so, of course, it's not just that. David interrupted Bella. Junior, you're still young. Perhaps you don't know, but anyone who advances in the hall leaves a trace. Teacher Luna cares so much about her disciple, why didn't she go to the hall to inquire? With her abilities, even searching through all the halls wouldn't be difficult, yet she still couldn't find anything. What does that mean? Bella subconsciously shook her head. For the first time, she felt that this supposedly senior wasn't so dull after all. It means she advanced without going through the hall. That's impossible. Advancing in the Hall of Professions is a necessary process for most races in the living world to break through to the extraordinary realm. At least for humans, there's no precedent for it. Right? I also think it's impossible. How could a normal human do that? Unless she created the correct advancement runes out of thin air. Wait, even if there are many suspicious points about Luo, you didn't need to make her fight alone, did you? No matter what, Luo did it all for us. Remember what I asked you at the beginning? What do I study? Artificial souls, and the application of puppet combat consciousness. What's the connection? Of course there is. Dawei revealed a meaningful look. That girl named Moriarty, though she looks very young, I can sense she's nearly a century old. Yet, Luo's soul is unusually fresh as a newborn baby's. I only ever seen something like this in a tattered, forbidden book. Looking at Bella, David said, enunciating each word clearly, the modification of a soul mage. A girl whose soul had been modified sat on a boulder, staring intently at the lamb being roasted by the tyrant. Moriarty, beside her, followed suit, staring at the sizzling lamb, drool dripping from her lips, leaving a small pit on the rock. As for where the lamb came from, the tyrant could only silently swallow his tears. Oh well, the young lady's request was the most important. Young lady, your lamb is ready. Luo tore off a piece of thigh meat, thought for a moment, then gave the tyrant a front leg, since he had brought it with him. Then, with a thought, she cut the half-roasted lamb into fist-sized pieces of roasted meat. Little Aya, here? Thank you, Sister Luo, and the little puppy too. The tyrannical dog, called Little Puppy, didn't dare utter a sound, clearly forced to accept the nickname. Using her mind as a knife, Luo sliced off a piece of lamb leg and put it in her mouth. She squinted her eyes in enjoyment. It was still so delicious. Looking at the distant peaks, Luo swung her little feet. Although the scenery wasn't great, it was still better than the utterly monotonous view from the river. The sunlight shone weakly on this sunken continent, but still brought a comfortable warmth. The air wasn't dry, the moisture from the waterfall moistened the edges, preventing discomfort. Golden magic was very active here, while other attributes were much weaker. Holding an iron needle with a skewer of meat stuck in it, a glass of juice would have been perfect. A gentle breeze ruffled Luo's long, flowing hair. Luo always cherished this pleasant feeling. If possible, she wanted to quietly watch the sunset and moonrise, and then quietly watch the moonset and sunrise again. However, this wish was destined to remain unfulfilled here, because the sun hadn't moved an inch. Large chunks of mutton disappeared quickly into Moriarty's mouth, leaving her drooling. The tyrant dog could only lower its head and silently gnaw on the bone. Too ferocious. The second young lady was too ferocious. He had even had the terrifying dream of being devoured by the second young lady in a few bites. Even pigmen wouldn't eat that fiercely, would they? Could his second young lady be a dragon? After finishing the mutton leg, a long box appeared in Luo's hand. Opening it, she found the hairpin broken in two. The hairpin itself was just ordinary wood. It was the cartoonish little fish that rippled faintly. His soul power probed in, and a faint guide appeared in his mind, roughly ahead, but how far away or which way it veered was uncertain. After resting enough, or rather, after getting tired of the sights, Luo, holding Moriarty's delicate hand, flew among the jagged rocks, heading towards the blurry guide. The ancient battlefield wasn't the vast plain Luo had imagined. It was riddled with pits and ravines, and he saw no weapons. It seemed that over the years, everyone had long since moved anything they could pry off. Almost no first-tier superhumans had come here. Altering the terrain was incredibly easy. Hearing that it was easy to get lost here, Luo took out a compass, fiddled with it for a bit, and figured out how to use it. But 3 hours later, Luo slammed the compass down on a rock. The compass, which he had bought for 3 silver coins in the city of the ringing river, sprang to life, its needle spinning as it fell into the rubble. What a piece of junk. It can't even point you in the right direction. Looking at Luo, whose hair was practically billowing in the magic, the tyrant cautiously pointed to the ground and said, "Young miss, the magnetic field of the ancient battlefield is chaotic. Compasses are useless." That damned guy, he said it would definitely work. Damn it. Having lost 3 silver coins, Luo slapped her forehead, sighed, and decided to rely on the guide. Several hours later, Luo picked up the gold mark stuck in the hilt of a broken sword. She gently squeezed the rusted hilt, and it crumbled into dust. How did this place even form? The tyrant quickly shook his head, but Luo hadn't expected him to answer anyway. She was simply amazed by the terrain. "Sister Luo, this seems to be part of a battlefield. Part of that war?" "Yes, I sensed old friends and enemies here, but they're all soulless now, what a pity. Want to see your friends again? Luo felt a surge of relief. She hadn't expected Moriarty to be such a sentimental person. Hee, of course. Returning them to the underworld would be such a waste. Eating them is the best. Give me back my relief. Listening to her two masters casually discussing things that seemed to hold great secrets, the tyrant kept its eyes down, its nose down, its mouth down, its ears pressed tightly against its head. I don't know what you're talking about, I'm just a little dog. Just as Luo was pinching Moriarty's soft cheek, as a form of punishment, a flash of light suddenly appeared, breaking the constraints of sound speed, and instantly arrived above her head with a wisp of white mist. Whoosh. Chapter 135. Whoosh. Before the sound could even be heard, the arrow had already pierced the air, carrying no killing intent, revealing no fluctuation, only a wisp of wind and a wisp of white mist. Its sharpness aimed directly at Luo's temple, about to pierce her delicate skin and deliver a fatal blow. Then it stopped. Sister Luo, that was close. Let's kill them. Moriarty's tone turned slightly somber. Her jade-like hand pinched the arrow's tail, gently bending it in two. Having almost walked the edge of the underworld, Luo took a few deep breaths, closed her eyes slightly, listened to her pounding heart, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, only coldness remained in her eyes. I never provoke anyone, but if someone does, they pay the price. With a flash, Luo's senses focused on the direction from which the arrows came. Even with the enemy's powerful stealth abilities, Luo still detected a barely perceptible leak of energy under his intense concentration. Whoever you are, die. A sharp spike instantly materialized, and with a gentle toss, it pierced the air, carrying boundless coldness and fury, crushing everything in its path into dust. Boom! The fire magic hidden within the metal spike exploded, engulfing the area in flames. A bluish-purple figure burst from the smoke, 2 points of cold light flashing. In the blink of an eye, it was before Luo. A vortex of water appeared before it, the rapidly rotating current instantly deflecting the two arrows as they entered. Before the magic within could erupt, the arrows were carried by the water, and shot towards the rocks on either side, blasting them into fragments. Before Luo could concentrate, several arrows shot forth again, flashing through the air like cold stars, raining down like a deluge. Unfortunately, while the quantity increased, the speed slowed. He raised his hand, conjuring a triple earth shield, shielding himself from the magically conjured arrows. Dozens of spikes appeared above his head again. You rained down arrows, I rained them down too, but even more fiercely. 3 consecutive volleys of nearly 100 spikes were unleashed. Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, Luo swiftly closed the distance. In just a few seconds, 1,000 meters flashed by, and Luo finally caught a glimpse of the enemy. Elf, 3rd tier of extraordinary, gold, wood, fire, darkness, archer, night archer, can perfectly conceal their aura and tracks, excels at long-range sniping, and for some unknown reason harbors murderous intent. Magic skills: enchantment, split arrow, explosive arrow, vine arrow. Note 1. Enchantment can imbue arrows with different magical properties. Note 2. Archers are not weak in melee combat. Suggestion: it seems easier to fight at close range. Elf, Transcendent Tier 3, Gold, Wood Dark, Archer, Night Elf. 2 elven archers, which surprised Luo a bit. Aren't elves a peace-loving race? But then his eyes turned cold. Whatever your race, if you dare attack me, don't expect peace. The angel's feather reappeared. Archers are fast, aren't they? Let's see if they're faster than light. Swoosh. A thick beam of light suddenly shot out, its intense heat melting the rocks in front into lava. Sweeping across, it added heat to the already chilly ancient battlefield, turning large swathes of land into a lava inferno. The scorching heat seemed to amplify the power of the fire magic. In a flash of inspiration, Luo used 3 separate methods, directly manipulating fire magic to erupt from beneath the magma, sending up thick pillars of fire. Damn humans! A sharp, angry shout came from within the pillars of fire. The erupting magic instantly extinguished all the fire pillars, and hundreds of arrows rained down, only to vanish in midair. Only Luo's vigilance reminded him that the arrows had merely become invisible. A layer of water magic shield rose, but it was quickly riddled with holes. Forced to act, Luo constructed layers of water chains in front of him. This skill, meant for binding, was used as a shield to weaken attacks. Under the weakening power of the multiple water chains, the arrows lost all momentum, revealing their true form before Luo and falling to the ground. Luo was about to give chase again when a meteor streaked towards him. Before it could reach him, it exploded violently, releasing a powerful magical shockwave that interfered with Luo's vision and senses. But in the search, Luo clearly saw the two archers rapidly moving away. Trying to run? Did you ask me first? Then she turned and shouted, "Little Artie. It's up to you." As archers, those two had incredibly strong long-range attacks. If they were determined to escape, it would be almost impossible for Luo to catch them. A mage's attack range simply couldn't compare to an archer's. "Sister Luo, can we kill them? Just knock them out. I want to ask them some questions." Alright, little Artie's here." Moriarty's delicate body suddenly vanished. The next second, two figures were slammed to the ground, motionless, seemingly unconscious. A fair, delicate foot landed on one of their backs, and Moriarty's figure reappeared, wisps of black mist swirling around her ankles, making her even more eerie. "Sister Luo, is there any reward?" Looking at Moriarty's greedy eyes, Luo took a deep breath, stepped forward, and patted her little head. Feeling the still faintly warm mark on the back of her hand, she smiled slightly. "What does little Moriarty want?" Moriarty tilted her head cutely and giggled. "Sister Luo's soul smells so good, it's—" "Oh." Luo decisively chopped at her with a chop, casually gathering a ball of soul power, and said irritably, "Only this, no soul." Hee, no problem, no problem. "Sister Luo, don't hit my head, it'd make me stupid." Saying this, she opened her mouth and inhaled, the soul power from Luo's hand transforming into a thin stream that entered her little mouth. Her eyes lit up, and her pink tongue licked her lips, seemingly wanting more. "Sister Luo, your soul power is surprisingly delicious." Luo was at a loss for words when it came to this creature. Forcibly seizing another soul power? If it were that easy, soul mages would have dominated every nation by now. Be good if you want to eat. Little Artie is the best girl. She blinked her adorable big eyes, practically screaming, "I'm the best girl," on her face. Well, at least she didn't lack soul power. It was much better than constantly having to eat souls. The road to training her was still long and arduous. Stopping thinking about her, Luo looked at the elves being trampled under Moriarty's little feet, and realized that these two were different from the elves she knew. Both were probably female elves. No wonder Moriarty said they instead of them. They had purplish black hair, dark purple skin, and a bright blue leaf tattoo on their necks. The tips of their pointed ears were also painted blue, making them look like barbarians. He wore simple brown leather armor and shorts, without a backpack, but the leaf bracelets on his wrists seemed odd. With a slight thought, two emerald green leaf bracelets flew into Luo's hands. He probed them with his soul power, but a barrier blocked his way. Worried about damaging what was inside, Luo didn't force the barrier open. After putting them away, he looked at the two special spirits with their eyes closed. "They don't look like normal spirits, do you know, Tyrant?" "Tyrant?" Turning around, he saw that Tyrant's eyes were glazed over, seemingly lost in deep self-doubt. "Tyrant!" A magical shout made Tyrant shudder, immediately lowering its head, not daring to look at him again. "My lady, these are night elves. Legend says they are traitors to the elven race, cursed by the goddess of life, forever forbidden from entering the forest of life. That's all I know." Hearing the hound's words, Luo still didn't quite understand why these two night elves had attacked her. Judging from their shouts, were they simply hostile to humans? Summoning a ball of water, Luo unceremoniously tossed it onto their heads. The cold water, infused with a hint of ice magic, caused them to furrow their brows and slowly awaken. This was a thought that had surfaced in Luo's mind after witnessing how fire magic could easily erupt and ignite pillars of fire after a beam of light melted rocks. It seemed that, if used properly, multi-attribute magic could unleash even greater power. The night elf lying on the ground slowly opened her eyes, and saw Luo crouching there, staring straight at her. Her crimson eyes held an emotionless coldness. Her pink lips parted slightly, and a detached voice sounded in her ear. "Have you thought about how to explain yourselves?" Chapter 136. Damn humans. "I rather die than surrender. Go ahead and kill me if you dare." Luo was already furious about the two elves' inexplicable attack, and their arrogance after being captured only fueled her anger. I changed my mind. I won't kill you right away." Saying this, she glanced at the muscular hound, causing the elf lying on the ground to panic. "You vicious woman. Pervert. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Don't even think about insulting me." Looking at the elf's suddenly volatile emotions, Luo's face was cold. "You're shouting so loudly. Let's see if you can still shout later." The other elf lying on the ground seemed still confused, turning her head, as if trying to get up. But clearly, with her abilities, there was absolutely no chance of her rising. Hearing the other elf's excited shouts, she also cried out anxiously, "Let me and my sister go." "Damn humans! Do you have to slaughter my entire race?" Luo paused, as if there was some hidden reason. Then she shook her head slightly. "Whatever, what does it have to do with me?" A palm-sized key appeared, invisible and intangible, visible only to those with a soul's vision. Although the two elves couldn't understand what Luo was planning, they instinctively sensed something ominous was about to happen, and their bodies writhed even more violently. "Let me go! Otherwise, you'd be dead when the elder finds out. She's a 4th-tier expert. You're at most 3rd-tier strength. If you don't want to die, hurry up and let me and my sister go." Luo ignored them, his aura beginning to rise. The prerequisite for a soul contract is a difference of 2 tiers or more in the soul power of both parties. Luo's soul power wasn't a sufficient quality, so he had to rely on a much larger quantity to compensate. "Ano, I'm sorry." The older sister seemed to have made a decision, a resolute glint in her eyes. Her magic began to surge violently, emanating a faint aura of destruction that made Luo feel a chill run down his spine, and his vigilance grew stronger. Beside her, the younger sister Ano cried out in anguish, "Sister! No! You die? I'm sorry, but this is the only way." The magic within her sister grew increasingly chaotic, a terrifying aura emerging from it. If released, Luo had a premonition that he would hardly be able to withstand it. Just as Luo was about to decisively sever her head, Moriarty flicked his finger, and an invisible force of soul energy struck the older sister's skull. The surging aura quickly subsided until it completely disappeared. "What's going on? Why can't I self-destruct? I simply sealed your control over your body." Looking at Moriarty's smug expression, Luo ruffled her hair. Although often unreliable, she was useful at times. A child's nature has its advantages and disadvantages. While most of the time she was obedient, the consequences of a tantrum were unimaginable. With Moriarty's suppression, the two sisters had no way to stop Luo. A full hour later, Luo's aura barely broke through the 4th rank and reached the 5th. Sensing the intensely burning magic within her sea of souls, Luo wasted no time. 2 transparent chains pierced directly through their sea of souls, locking it in place. An invisible lock instantly materialized, signifying the contract was complete, and they had no possibility of resistance. 2 transparent flames appeared within Luo's sea of souls, arranged in a circle with the other 4 clusters. Suddenly, golden flames ignited from them, quickly disappearing, leaving only a faint wisp of gray smoke that was burned away. Could there really be a curse? Unfortunately, the gray power dissipated too quickly. Luo couldn't sense even a trace of it, and had to suppress the matter. Using a little trick, Luo soon learned the whole story from them. The one who could unleash the explosive arrow was the older sister, named Chestnut Fia. The other was naturally the younger sister, named Chestnut Eno. Since being expelled by the elves, the sisters' elven tribe was branded as night elves, ostracized by all elves. Night elves also needed to live in forests, but under the elves' decree, no forest would accept them. With nowhere else to turn, they secretly entered another dimension and settled in the sky forest on the 7th level, hiding for thousands of years using the natural terrain barriers of the other dimension. However, 300 years ago, during an opening of the other dimension, a transcendent 3rd-tier mage accidentally stumbled into the sky forest. Seeing the night elves active in the forest, greed took hold, and he attempted to capture female elves to sell to slave traders. Although the elders discovered the plot in time and thwarted their attempt, he escaped and relayed the message back. During the 2 subsequent openings of the interdimensional realm, numerous slave traders sent superhumans specifically to capture this group of night elves. Under the cunning and treacherous elven hunters, they had already lost nearly half their people. In an attempt to survive, they were forced to constantly relocate throughout the forest, but to no avail. The hunters, like sharks smelling blood, always managed to quickly find their new homes. Therefore, after deliberation by the elders, the night elves decided to take the initiative, establishing multiple defensive lines to intercept all human superhumans outside the sky forest. The 2 sisters, having witnessed their mother's abduction and father's murder during the last interdimensional opening, harbored a deeper hatred for humanity than their own kind. They secretly traveled to the outermost ancient battlefield, using their innate superhuman vision to hunt down extraordinary beings. Under Luo's absolute control, the sisters, realizing within 10 minutes that they had no chance of resistance, exhausted themselves and confessed everything, including the 72 human extraordinary beings and 4 orc extraordinary beings they had killed. How did I get so easily drawn into these troublesome matters? Luo offered no comment on their story. It was just a typical revenge plot. But since he was caught in the crossfire, he could only blame their bad luck. His seemingly delicate hands opened, conjuring two long thorns. Luo couldn't bring himself to torture them. He simply gave them a quick death. Wait! Master! Seemingly using all her strength, after shouting master, the older sister, as if in despair, struggled to her feet, drenched in sweat, then knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with extreme humiliation, resentment, and deep fear. Seeing Luo's movements pause, she bowed her head heavily and kowtowed. Please! Sister! What are you doing? We night elves can't, ugh! Luo casually silenced Ano's ability to speak, but was somewhat curious about what Fia was planning. Her heart was colder than the stone beneath her feet. She would never show mercy. He stared at her coldly. My patience is running out. Don't expect me to let you go. I wouldn't dare. Fia replied weakly. I only beg Master to let my sister stay by your side. I planned all the assassinations. I don't expect to live for offending Master, but I beg Master to spare my sister's life. With that, her forehead slammed against the ground again. Without magical protection, the impact cracked the ground, and her forehead was visibly red. Bang! 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 Her younger sister watched helplessly as Fia repeatedly kowtowed, shattering her pride within the tribe, trampling on her dignity time and again, all to beg this despicable human to spare her. She was powerless, even unable to feel hatred for this person due to the strange lock in her mind. Large tears streamed down Ano's face, but deprived of the right to speak, she could only utter incoherent Sister Lo. Moriarty tugged at Lo's skirt, her voice sweet as she looked at her, with a slightly puzzled expression. Sister Lo. I have an idea. What idea does Lo Moriarty have? But as soon as she asked, Lo regretted it. Could her idea be normal? Sure enough, Moriarty looked at Ano and smiled sweetly. You can torture your older sister to death little by little in front of her, plunging her into extreme anger and despair. Then, at the height of her emotions, extract her soul, a top-quality delicacy. Slurp. Her gaze, fixed on Ano, was filled with greed and desire, naked and undisguised, making her finally remember that she seemed to have seen this face before she fainted. Ugh! The terrified dog whimpered from behind. He shuddered. Luckily, he had never harbored any ill intentions towards this second young lady, otherwise he might already be in the underworld. No, perhaps he wouldn't even be able to go there. Hearing Moriarty's words, Fia trembled, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave. How could there be such a cruel person in this world? Was she really not a demon? Luo frowned. Her intuition told her that Moriarty's thirst for souls seemed to be rapidly increasing, which was not a good thing. These two are still useful, little Moriarty. I give you something good to eat later, okay? Okay. Moriarty glanced resentfully at the deeply terrified Ano, then sucked his fingers, and went to the tyrant dog, tugging at its fur. The poor tyrant dog already had a bald patch on its back, but dared not, and could not resist. Just now, when Fia suggested leaving Ano behind, Luo suddenly remembered that he had always thought the hound was too weak. If there were two Tier 3 archers, not only would they be strong, but their senses would be exceptional, making them perfect scouts. Prioritizing maximum benefit, Luo, whose heart was as cold as ice, nodded slightly, stopping Fia who was still kowtowing. His small body floated into the air, looking down at them. You are now my prisoners. Originally, I didn't intend to let you live, but... Hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Fia's eyes. Was there hope? But I still need 2 scouts. Master, please let us scout for you. Even Ano, who hadn't completely given in, couldn't help but stammer and nod quickly. If they could live, who would want to die? Chapter 137. A brownish-red lizard perched on a raised mound, its color blending perfectly with its surroundings, making it difficult to spot even passers-by. Suddenly, a purple figure flashed past, startling the lizard, which scurried away and disappeared into a crevice in the rocks. Fia's figure appeared. With her keen senses, she could see an area of over 3 kilometers in radius. Even a superhuman skilled in stealth would find it difficult to escape her extraordinary perception. But this wasn't her primary method of reconnaissance. Mysterious runes flashed in her slightly glowing deep purple eyes. Her gaze pierced through layers of rock, covering a distance of 7 kilometers as if it were nothing. She could see everything clearly. After a while, Fia discovered a hidden cave entrance. An entrance has been discovered, but there's no sign of it yet. Meanwhile, Ano took a deep breath and whispered to Luo, who was gazing into the distance, my sister found an entrance 30 kilometers away. Luo was initially surprised by the strange telepathic connection between the elven sisters, but then he realized it was probably just an exception, and his initial surprise faded. Looking at the faint guide pointing to the ground, Luo nodded. Lead the way. Yes, yes, master. Master. Calling Moriarty, Luo and the others flew towards where FIA was, leaving behind several bottomless pits. That was Luo's attempt, but unfortunately, after digging nearly 1,000 meters, they hadn't found any cave. FI explained that the remains of weapons from the ancient battlefield were buried tens of thousands of meters underground, and the best way was to enter through a passage dug by predecessors. This led to FIA going alone to explore the entrance, and after searching for most of the day, she finally found a passable opening. Soon, Luo arrived at the entrance to the passage found by FIA. FIA was dutifully guarding the entrance, her pale purple hand adorned with a green leaf-shaped bracelet. These were spatial bracelets unique to the elves, crafted from the leaves of the world tree. Since the night elves had been banished from the forest of life, these bracelets were naturally irreplaceable and extremely precious. The two sisters were geniuses among their kind, hence each possessed one. Luo had taken the useful items inside, leaving only some clothing and weapons. She had no use for those items, they would only bolster the sisters' fighting strength. How's the situation? Noticing Luo and the others' arrival, FIA's bright blue ears twitched, and she replied naturally, Master, I'd done a quick exploration. No one's been in there for a long time, but there's still a faint airflow. It most likely leads directly underground. Compared to her younger sister, Ano, FIA spoke of her master much more easily, making Luo occasionally wonder if this elf was easily tamed. Unfortunately, I'm a girl, and I have no interest in such things. Looking closely at the sloping downward passage, about 3 meters high, the walls were somewhat smooth, suggesting that people had frequently entered and exited at some point. FIA went in first, with Ano at the back, Luo remaining highly vigilant. The elf sisters' attack made Luo realize that the people here might be the greatest danger. Each profession possessed unimaginable special abilities, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being tricked. The passage wasn't a straight downward path, but rather a zigzag shape. Judging from the neat shape and the occasional abandoned tents, it was undoubtedly man-made. Squeak! Several fist-sized, dark red insects suddenly darted out of the crack ahead and flew towards Luo and the others. However, before they could get close, FIA swiftly cut them in half with her knife, and they fell to the ground, immediately becoming still. Master, these insects are dangerous. They feed on mineral-rich rocks and concentrate metallic essence in their wings, making them quite valuable for forging. FIA had already discerned that her master was a complete novice, knowing only a little about the place. Seeing Luo's indifference towards the insects, she realized Luo was unaware of their value and proactively took on the role of explainer. Randomly rubbing her stray hairs, Luo pondered for a moment, thinking the person might like them. In that case, take what's useful. FIA nodded in agreement, deftly slicing open several insects on the ground, cutting off their dark red wings and storing them in her bracelet. As they ventured deeper, the situation within the passage became more complex. Forked paths and blocked passages appeared, and Luo could only rely on vague guidance, having FIA find a possible route. Boom! A large rock blasted open, but through her senses, she could still feel a large section of the blocked passage remaining unopened. Behind her stretched a nearly 100-meter-long path of rubble, clearly the work of the FIA sisters. Looking at the already showing signs of fatigue in FIA and Ano, and the increasingly bored Moriarty, Luo realized that a rest might be better. After all, not everyone could maintain their focus and energy for days on end like she could. More than 2 days had passed since she discovered FIA and Ano, so exhaustion was inevitable. Take a break, Bulldog. You grill this meat. Yes, miss. For some reason, ever since FIA and Ano appeared, Bulldog had become much more energetic whenever Luo gave it a command. It felt like it was showing off something. A fleeting thought crossed Luo's mind. She focused her soul power, about to say something to Moriarty, when Moriarty suddenly sucked on her finger with a loud oink. The wisps of soul power flowed down her finger and were swallowed, bringing a strange, tingling sensation that made Luo blush. Why isn't there a single normal person in my team? She swiftly chopped Moriarty off, pulled her finger away, and looked at the wet, sticky substance on it. A burning sensation returned to the back of her hand. She didn't know what expression to make. Is my finger enchanted? Luckily, Moriarty hadn't allowed her ghostly energy to directly contact the two elves' bodies when capturing them, otherwise, she would have been left with 2 stiff corpses. Little Moriarty. Saliva is dirty. Hee hee, then Sister Luo, you can suck it too, she said, poking her white, tender finger towards Luo's lips, her eyes full of laughter. This thing. Could it be a succubus in disguise? Swatting away the outstretched finger, Luo gathered another ball of soul power. Looking at her longing eyes, a playful urge arose within her, and she tempted, "Little Aya, tell your sister Luo why you want to eat souls so much, and I give you this ball of soul power. Of course, it's to grow. Doesn't Sister Luo know that children need to eat good food to grow?" Her earnest demeanor almost convinced Luo. "You've been alive for almost 100 years. It's not like you're growing now. Tell the truth, or I won't give you the roast meat." No way. Sister Luo is too mean. She dragged out her cute, mischievous voice, secretly glancing at Luo's reaction. Seeing that Luo was unmoved, she pouted, then poked her index finger against Luo's, saying in a soft, aggrieved voice, "Netherworld creatures become weak if they don't eat souls for a long time. Little Aya has been weak for 300,000 years. Seeing so many sweet souls, I couldn't resist eating them, hee hee." Chapter 138. Damn it! I teach those elves a lesson they learn. In the open space surrounded by large trees, Marley cursed as he washed the wound on his arm with water by the campfire. Water condensed with magic was far more irritating than ordinary water. Normally it wouldn't bother him, but now, with the foreign magic corroding his wound, the irritation was amplified, causing him to gasp. His resentment towards the elves intensified. "Marley, stop complaining. At least you're still alive. You won't be devoured by vines like Tryon." Beside the campfire stood another elven hunter. His gray hair and unkempt beard made him look like a wanderer in his 50s or 60s. He carefully maintained the life of his severed arm with magic, hoping it might be reattached. "Humph." Marley snorted coldly, unmoved by the gesture. "You demons, you will be punished one day. You filthy humans, I curse your souls to eternal damnation in the underworld, to be spurned by the gods." In a cage half covered by a canvas not far away, a pale purple-skinned female elf cursed bitterly, even though she knew that was all she could do. A bunch of toys abandoned by the elven gods. What's there to be arrogant about? Feeling the stinging pain in his arm, Marley grew angrier and angrier, unable to resist standing up and kicking the female elf hard in the leg, causing her to howl in pain. "If you break her, you have to pay for it if the customer is dissatisfied. Old man, you talk too much." Despite this, Marley didn't strike again, sitting back down on the ground, spitting and cursing. "I really don't know what those stinking nobles like, not playing with perfectly good human slaves, but insisting on picking on these filthy night elves." The gray-haired elven hunter chuckled. "As long as they have money, I won't mind if they like pig men." "That's true, I heard the leader of the life goddess cult in the Bankai Empire secretly loves orcs." Idra listened to the two elven hunters discussing in such explicit language what kind of slaves a certain nobleman liked, and what certain high-ranking officials did in private, and a deep sorrow welled up in her heart. Soon, I become a slave in those stories, appearing in their next idle chatter, reduced to the lowest of tools amidst everyone's laughter. Thinking this, Idra's purplish black eyes dimmed, hoping only that her other people could escape safely. Luo already knew firsthand how difficult it was to raise children. "Sister Luo, what are we eating?" "We eat tonight." "But I'm hungry." "Didn't you just eat?" "Just now is just now, now is now." "That actually makes sense?" "I hit you." "What?" "Don't hit my head, it'd make me stupid. Being a little stupid is better." Ano walked at the back, watching the interaction between the two, feeling a bit absurd. How could she be getting along with these two demons like teammates? No, she was forced. Her sister was definitely forced too. No, she couldn't fall. She had to find a chance to escape, but as expected of her master, she could actually suppress that great demon king so well. No, she wouldn't call him master. She was a genius elf second only to her sister. Her soul could be controlled, but it would never submit. Shaking her head, Ano tried to force herself to hate the white-haired girl, but she couldn't muster any hatred. Something in her mind was controlling her emotions, preemptively eliminating any unfavorable thoughts she might have about her. Luo could naturally sense the conflicted and tangled emotions emanating from Ano behind her. Compared to her sister, she was much more normal. Glancing ahead, she seemed to see Fi diligently scouting in the distance, and something about her seemed off. Just my imagination. Anyway, it was still under control. It shouldn't be a big problem. As the group ventured deeper, the temperature within the passage began to slowly decrease. Metal-based magic became more prominent here, even dominating the magic within the rock walls. Extinguishing the small flame in her hand, Luo confirmed that other elemental magic was weakened by at least 80% here. Fortunately, due to LaSalle, she was more proficient in using metal magic. Well, the impact was still significant. Suddenly, Ano received a telepathic message from Fia and quickly relayed it to Luo. Sister said, "There's a group of magical beasts ahead." Is it a threat? Luo was a little puzzled. The creatures they had encountered before were mostly not even at the mortal level, just stronger ordinary animals. So, aside from a brief introduction of what was useful, Fia hadn't specifically told her what they had encountered. My sister said there's a human among those monsters. She's unsure what you think. Is it very dangerous? Not fatally dangerous for now, but it could get dangerous if it goes on for too long. Let her observe for now, we go check it out. Luo thought that since this place was abandoned and Fia hadn't noticed anyone coming in, this person might have come up from below. They could ask about the situation underground. Increasing their pace, the group concealed their presence and arrived at Fia's location. Crouching around a corner, Luo saw an open area not far away that looked like it had collapsed. A swarm of rat-like magical beasts was scattered throughout the collapsed area, in caves, crevices, on the rock walls, and even on the rooftops. These rat-like beasts were yellowish-brown, with long, metallic-looking fur that stood on end. Many had bald patches on their backs, suggesting their fur could transform into sharp spikes to attack enemies. Under the gaze of hundreds of green eyes stood a young girl atop the collapsed area, holding a short wooden staff. The core of the staff emitted a soft white light, forming a protective barrier. A dozen or so rat corpses lay scattered around her. A few tentative rats touched the barrier, their claws immediately burned, and they squeaked as they retreated. The girl was slightly out of breath, seemingly unaffected, but the purplish discoloration on her arms indicated she had been poisoned. No wonder Fia had warned of the danger if she lingered. First tier transcendent, metal, earth, social, averse to light, feeds on metal and animals, covered in steel-like fur that it can fire when threatened, seemingly related to gray rats. Magic skills, golden spikes, claw blades, berserk, note, long-term underground living has weakened its eyesight, but in return, it has gained heightened perception. Swish, swish. A dozen or so rats shook their long, bristling fur, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, as hundreds of hairs shot towards the girl. But upon hitting the barrier, they were instantly bounced back. Two rats, unable to dodge, were impaled directly on their foreheads, dying instantly. It seems that's where the corpses came from. Second tier transcendent, wood, water, mage, dual element wood and water mage, an unknown girl being chased by unknown magical beasts. She has an extraordinary background, but is a novice in combat, and for some reason, no one is protecting her. Magical skills, wooden spikes, wooden shields, vines, healing water, water shields, water chains. He knows quite a few spells, but they're all fairly standard. Luo knows most of them, but their power is mediocre. Only the vine spell is somewhat useful, but even that's no match for the water chains Luo casually conjures. Master, those magical beasts are specialized sniffer rats. Although their appearance has changed drastically, I happen to have studied magical beasts and understand them. Bloodline-wise, they're over 99% compatible with sniffer rats. Fia used magic to transmit her voice only to Luo's ears. Hearing her words, Luo couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. He hadn't expected her to be an intellectual. However, upon hearing sniffer rats, a painful memory resurfaced from the depths of his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. A dark forest, a crying little girl, an exciting adventure, a disastrous end, mud, moonlight, a bad family. So shameful, so shameful, so shameful. No! I don't want to remember that memory. Chapter 139. Many people probably know what it feels like to recall their dark past. Being terrified by a weak sniffer rat and fleeing in a sorry state, stumbling and getting covered in mud in the forest, being brought back by a worried family. That's not fear, that's a shameful history. Ugh! Fia, stop talking. You stinky rat, die! Amidst Fia's panicked and confused eyes, Ano, and the bully's bewildered expressions, and Moriarty's amused gaze, Lo's immense magical power surged forth. Locking onto them with his sole power, a sharp spike pierced the bodies of over a dozen mutated sniffer rats, instantly ending their lives. Before the other mutated sniffer rats could react, the spike reappeared beneath another dozen or so. In just a few moments of stunned silence, hundreds of mutated sniffer rats were lifeless. Hidden within the barrier, the girl watched in horror as the mutated swarm of sniffer rats fell like wheat. Had their seniors found them? Located in the shadow of death, the mutated rats finally realized that if they didn't run, they would die. Instantly, all the mutated rats scattered and fled, scurrying into their burrows at top speed. However, under Luo's deliberate targeting, those who entered the burrows first died the fastest. Sharp spikes, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaped their lives. The thick stench of blood mixed with a metallic smell permeated the not-so-spacious space, making one want to vomit. In the end, only 2 or 3 mutated rats managed to escape, sacrificing their companions. The heavy stench of blood gradually spread, the viscera or brain matter of the mortal rats exposed. Luo was alright. Even as a tyrant, years of combat had made him unfazed. The FIA sisters, with their centuries of experience, were even more unaffected. Moriarty, however, sniffed with disgust, clearly disliking the smell. The girl inside the barrier suffered terribly. The overwhelming smell of blood and the red and white fluid almost made her vomit, and she covered her mouth, unable to bear looking at it. Huff, huff. After a while, Luo finally snapped out of the maddening shame. She was stunned, realizing what she had done. Thinking of the 4 people behind her, her face instantly turned bright red. Would this be another embarrassing moment in her life? If any of you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, I crush their soul. FIA and the other 2 nodded hurriedly in unison, afraid of being killed on the spot if they were even a step too slow. And you, little Artie, stop laughing. If you dare to tell anyone, I ban you from eating anything from now on. Ah. No. I promise I'd rather die than tell anyone. If I'm not killed, I can secretly tell someone. Looking suspiciously at Moriarty's obedient appearance, Luo ultimately chose to believe her. Calm down, it was just a little slip-up, forget it. Is anyone there? Luo realized that in his nervousness, he hadn't covered his voice, and the girl must have heard him. Now she was warily looking towards the corner where Luo was. FIA, you talk to her. Luo didn't want to talk to her now, rubbing his forehead, but then it suddenly occurred to him, could she have heard those words too? What if she spread them? Should he just sign the contract too? No, then, there would be another person who knows his dark history? Maybe he should just kill her to silence her. Silencing her is the safest option. Silence her, heh. We're just casual passers-by, participants. Who are you? Why were you sniffed, cough cough, surrounded by these magical beasts? There really is someone. Thank goodness. I got separated from my seniors, and was chased by a huge bug, then I was chased by a bunch of snakes, then bugs with long legs, and then these rats. I was so scared. Aw, did you save me? Thank you so much. The girl poured out her entire ordeal, then belatedly realized that Luo and the others had saved her. She quickly dispelled the barrier, and bowed in gratitude. At this moment, FIA sensed Luo's faintly materializing black aura, felt a chill run down her spine, and quickly asked, what did you just hear? What did I hear? Sorry, I was just shocked that all those rats died so suddenly, it was amazing. Could it be that some magical beast is coming again? As she spoke, the girl shrank back fearfully, looking around nervously. Master, she didn't hear anything. FIA's soft words instantly brought Luo to his senses. Looking at the elf who was bowing her head, avoiding eye contact, he coughed awkwardly twice, then, feigning maturity, said in a deep voice, I wasn't worried, I was just wary of whether she heard our intelligence. Yes. That's it. Yes, Master is wise. Good that you understand. Let's go ask her what happened. With that, Luo ignored Moriarty's suppressed laughter, her petite body lightly rising and landing in front of the girl. Her silver hair cascaded down, and the lingering blush added a touch of cuteness to her otherwise indifferent expression. Wow! Who is this child? So cute. FIA reacted quickly, pressing Ano's head down and scolding loudly, How dare you? How dare you speak so casually about your master? The tyrant looked around and then shouted back, That's right, you can't offend your master. Why does this villainous talk sound kind of satisfying? Do I have villainous potential? No, I'm a good person. FIA tyrant, there's no need for that. We're just ordinary superhumans. Hearing this, FIA cooperated perfectly and said in a deep voice, Yes, master. The startled girl patted her bulging chest, visibly relieved. I thought you guys hated me. Then she quickly looked away, staring at her toes. How about we go somewhere else? The smell here is so strong. It's all right. With a flick of her hand, the mutated sniffing rat's corpse was enveloped in flames, and the stench it emitted was carried away by Lu Yifeng. Soon, only a pile of shimmering magic cores remained on the ground. The girl watched all this, her eyes filled with astonishment, unable to believe that such a small girl could achieve such a level. This control. This proficiency. Even the upperclassmen might not be able to do this. Amazing. The girl's sincere admiration made Luo's face slightly flush. He pulled down his hat brim, obscuring half his face. My name is Luo. The three behind me are my servants. This little one is Moriarty, my sister. A single character name? That's a bit unusual. My name is Neo Bandara Natalie. You can just call me Natalie. I'm from the Bankai Empire, and I'm studying magic at Bankai Academy. Wait, what's with this child? Excuse me, may I ask how old you are? Huh? Me? Let me count. 25, I guess. This child can't even remember her own age, can she? This is my first time in another dimension. Let me tell you, it's so boring at the academy. All I do all day is cultivate. And all those upperclassmen are so quiet. Wait, one more question. Have you made any friends? Yes. I have so many friends in my house. There's de Mao Mao. Luo couldn't help but interrupt her again with her childlike words. Is there also San Mao? Of course not. This is Xiao Hong's family, and Xiao Hong, De Hong, and De Hong's husband. Luo seriously suspected that these friends were just cats and dogs. Luo roughly understood, this girl had absolutely no social experience, and was quite naive. If no one was with her, she'd probably be kidnapped as soon as she turned left. Where's Xiao Luo? Xiao Luo. I think a lot of people call me that. Never mind. I came here to find the underground passage, you know? Luo didn't answer her directly, but instead asked her a question. Natalie didn't think much of it, poked her chin, thought for a moment, and pointed to a small path uncertainly, saying, It seems to be this way? No, it seems to be here. That's not quite right either. She pointed in several directions, eventually getting completely lost herself, and painfully squatted down, clutching her head. I can't remember. Ah! Oh no, I forgot that my senior is still down there. What am I going to do now? I can't get back. Huh? Why is my head spinning? Thump TSK, looks like I can't count on her. Chapter 140. As everyone knows, poisoning isn't an injury, but a condition. Therefore, simply using light magic won't remove it. An antidote is needed. Of course, there aren't any here. However, there's always a way out. Healing magic can remove the poison. So in the end, I'm just a tool. Luo looked at Natalie lying on the ground as if asleep. The girl had a beautiful face, and her smooth, light golden medium-length hair was as pretty as an elf's. A pair of diamond-shaped metal earrings hung from her earlobes, seemingly some kind of defensive item. She wore exotic clothing that Luo had never seen before. Her top was a red, off-the-shoulder short-sleeved shirt with many white ruffles and lace embellishments, over which she wore a short blue cloak similar to Luo's. She wore a short skirt that didn't reach her knees, revealing her snow-white thighs. White velvet shorts could be vaguely seen underneath. The skirt was decorated with deep red ribbons, further highlighting her lively nature. Compared to the country where Luo lived, Natalie's clothing was far too daring, exuding an air of openness, yet her shorts-like underpants hinted at conservatism. The Bankai Empire, a strange and peculiar country. Healing spell intermediate divine spell, crossed out, heals most injuries, removes most abnormal statuses, dispels all foreign magical energy, and is particularly effective against injuries and abnormalities caused by dark attributes and nether energy. This spell requires 278 runes, including 27 holy and light runes and 36 commonly used runes, totaling 960 magical energy pathways and 1458 connection points. The church staff must be working very hard. Such a complex spell must take a lot of effort every time it's used. Unfortunately, Luo had never witnessed the Church of Light cast a healing spell firsthand, otherwise, he might have been able to learn. Natalie was probably too excited, which caused the poison on her arm to spread rapidly. Fortunately, the poison wasn't too potent, otherwise her body would be cold by now. Luo hadn't tried a spell with nearly 200 runes before, he could only try his best. Using light magic to protect her heart and brain, Luo first gathered the necessary runes, and then attempted to construct the complete spell. He told Fia and the other two to keep watch and not disturb him. Luo sat not far from Natalie, and runes of various shapes obediently appeared. A faint light magic acted as a bond and glue, arranging, connecting, and interweaving the runes in a specific way, slowly forming a circular magic circle. None of them were seeing Luo use light magic for the first time, especially the Tyrant Hound, but this only made them more curious. Was this actual mistress a member of the Church of Light? If so, why was she acting alone? If not, wouldn't that break the Church of Light's monopoly on light magic that had lasted for countless years? And wouldn't the claim that light originated from the choice of the God of Light also fall apart? But these questions could only be pondered in their hearts, they couldn't voice them. That was the mistress's restriction on them. Half an hour later. Buzz! The magic circle, over 3 meters wide, embedded its last rune. The entire circle emitted a faint glow, instantly shrinking to the size of a palm, landing in Luo's hand. Indeed, not simple. Feeling the powerful life force contained within this small circle, Luo wiped the sweat from his brow. That should be enough, right? Originally, I wanted to let the tyrant dog test its effects, but building it was too difficult, so I decided against it. Ah! I completely forgot. Luo froze, realizing he hadn't taken the angel's feather. Otherwise, his speed could have been another 50% faster, and the energy consumption wouldn't have been so high. Taking out the angel's feather, Luo was somewhat troubled. Such a large feather couldn't be taken out every time. It was too conspicuous. If it could be smaller. Whoosh! The angel's feather instantly shrank to the length of a little finger, a golden feather. Huh? Can it grow bigger? Thinking this, with a slight thought, the feather actually grew to 2 meters long. Holding it in his arms, it felt like a giant, heated sword, but too light. It was just for show. It doesn't seem to be very useful, but after shrinking, it seems like this. The feather shrank back to a small piece, a white thread binding its end, automatically weaving it into a bracelet. Luo wore it on his wrist. The light faded, and along with the equally shrunken relic bead at the end, it looked like an ordinary ornament. That way I can take advantage of the angel's feather's amplification effect anytime. After playing with it for a while, Luo suddenly remembered that there was still an unconscious person lying on the ground. He quickly floated over, gently hovering a healing spell over Natalie's chest. Instantly, a hazy white light was released from the magic circle, and specks of white light drifted into Natalie's body. Visibly, the purple toxins disappeared, and her pale complexion quickly improved, becoming rosy. To prevent her from noticing anything, Luo cast 3 consecutive water healing spells, wetting her face. Cough cough. Just a few seconds later, Natalie coughed lightly twice, slowly opening her eyes. She saw Luo, with his long silver hair, standing beside her, a ball of life-giving water in his hand. Xiao Luo? What happened to me? Huh? I'm not weak anymore. Did you heal me? Luo nodded, secretly dissipating the remaining light magic. Your poisoning wasn't severe. I used a few water healing spells, and you were fine. Eh? But why didn't it work for me? I guess I just got a little more skilled. Referring to using it just today. Before she could react, Luo quickly asked, by the way, try probing your senses into the passage. Can you recall where you came from? Oh. I try. As expected, Natalie's attention was diverted by Luo. She jumped up and found her body completely healed, full of energy, and even the feeling of hunger had disappeared. What amazing hydrotherapy. I must study it carefully in the future. With a sigh, Natalie closed her eyes and expanded her senses, but quickly let out a soft hum. In her perception, she found that she couldn't detect the 4 people. Uncertainly opening her eyes, she found Luo looking at her questioningly in front of her. Found them? Not yet. Let me look. Did I neglect my sensory training? Natalie, still somewhat uncertain, expanded her senses again, probing into several passable caves. After a while, she finally sensed the magic crystal powder she had dropped in one of the caves. Found it. Let's hurry up and set off. Okay. Seniors, wait for me. I'll be back in a minute. Watching Natalie hopping around, Luo wondered if her real profession was a warrior. Were mages really that active? Following the path Natalie pointed out, the group meandered downhill for over an hour. Fortunately, there was a slight airflow, preventing the air from becoming stagnant, though it was a bit stuffy. The near-freezing temperature wasn't a big problem, but the damp areas on the path occasionally froze, making it slippery. Whoosh! A group of yellowish-brown, serpentine-like magical beasts coiled in a hidden hollow. Their faint aura was almost imperceptible, but FIA's senses detected them from 10 meters away. Slowly cut off their heads, and collected the scales from their bodies. Ah! I remember these snakes. They're the ones that bit me a few times. Looking at the somewhat sullen Natalie, Luo guessed that the venom had entered her body around that time, but she probably hadn't noticed it while being chased. However, perhaps due to good luck, aside from these snake-like magical beasts, Luo and his group didn't encounter any other decent magical beasts, only ordinary small insects that, under the intimidation of FIA's magic, didn't even dare to approach. I remember now, not far ahead is where I got separated from my seniors. Natalie exclaimed excitedly, taking a slight leap and rushing into the passage ahead. But Luo and the others, including the tyrant dog, frowned, sensing that things weren't so simple. They could indeed sense a cavern deep inside, but it contained only tents and an extinguished campfire. There wasn't a single person in sight. Master, no one has stayed at the camp ahead for several days. Chapter 141. Following Natalie discreetly to the camp, Luo glanced around. It was largely as he sensed. There were faint traces of magic, but they were quickly dissipating, definitely not from the last 2 days. Senior Vilga. Senior Siki? Senior ELO. I'm back. Huh? Where's everyone? Senior? Natalie anxiously opened each tent, trying to confirm if they were truly empty. After a while, she returned to Luo with a dejected expression. Luo, the seniors are missing. They might be looking for you. Do you remember where you came from? At this, Natalie immediately perked up, saying with absolute certainty, of course I remember. The seniors and I came back from the very bottom. She deliberately drew out the word the very bottom, as if afraid Luo and the others wouldn't know how low down there was. Luo was a little confused. Senior? Aren't there only senior girls? It's the senior girl I teamed up with. But our academy brought over 100 people this time, divided into several small teams. Senior Kale's team came up with us, but they separated quickly. My senior girls and I came all the way here, and I was on guard duty. I accidentally bumped into a monster and got chased all the way. It scared me to death. With so many people, Luo couldn't help but think of the Imperial Academy and Bella. Could there be other people from the Imperial Academy here? Natalie, let's go to the bottom first. Maybe your senior girls went back there to look for you. Luo's right. Let's go! Let's go! Natalie acted like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, remaining optimistic throughout. Even when surrounded by sniffer rats, she didn't show much despair, but rather fear. After being rescued, she quickly overcame her fear and regained her energy. Isn't this a character from those hero stories? There's actually one in real life? Just as Luo was silently complaining, Moriarty suddenly turned to look at her and said, Sister Luo, Natalie's blood energy is so abundant, it feels similar to yours. Blood energy? Since entering the Transcendent Realm, Luo had rarely paid attention to her blood energy, not only because she was a mage, and didn't rely much on physical strength. Another reason was that her body was now brimming with magical power, including her blood energy. Using blood energy to drive magical techniques required separating the magical power within the blood energy, which was less convenient than using the power within her soul sea. Unless she was using combat techniques, she could utilize this new blood energy, but unfortunately, Luo hadn't learned any combat techniques. If her soul power wasn't significantly stronger, casually sensing others was easily detected. For example, when Natalie searched the cave earlier, Luo clearly felt something sweep over her. Therefore, transcendent beings usually spread a thin layer of magical power around themselves to prevent detection. Natalie was probably so arrogant because no one had told her about this, but Luo knew this, so he didn't scrutinize Natalie closely to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Hearing Moriarty's words, however, piqued his curiosity. Has she also learned combat techniques? No, Natalie's blood and energy are very primal, without any signs of refinement. This is very similar to a race I wiped out a long time ago. If the liches of the undead realm knew, they'd probably be very pleased. Could you please not say such terrifying things so casually? Will this have any impact? Hee, does it count as tasting better? Don't try to fool me. With a tilt of her head, Moriarty narrowly dodged Luo's tap, playfully sticking out her tongue, and casually said, it won't have much of an impact, but it might awaken some strange skills. Just a possibility. Strange skills? Like your bloodline gaining its own consciousness? Lo, Moriarty, hurry up. Lo was about to ask more, but Natalie was already urging her on from ahead. To avoid arousing her suspicion, she had to hurry forward. No further incidents occurred along the way, but Lo gradually discovered some blade tips and fragments embedded in the rock wall, almost completely corroded, leaving only remnants. The further down she went, the more of these remnants there were, and gradually, fragments still retaining a faint silver glow appeared. Lo stopped, looking at the long sword on the rock wall, only half of the blade remaining, with a small bright spot on it. Out of curiosity, Luo used magic to pry it off. With a surge of golden magic, the rusted blade shattered into powder, leaving only an irregular fragment the size of a fingernail. He squeezed it hard, and to his surprise, the fragment didn't budge. Even steel wouldn't last half a second in Luo's hands. Fia kindly whispered to Luo, Master, this is the remains of a high-level weapon. However, this fragment is too small. The internal magic circuits are worthless. It can only be used as a sturdier material. No wonder it was still on the rock wall. It was unwanted. Even so, Luo tossed it into his ring and walked forward for a while, where he saw another discarded, broken iron pickaxe. Along the way, broken digging tools were scattered haphazardly in corners. Luo initially didn't see anything wrong with it, but then he realized he simply used magic to pry them off. Why use a pickaxe? Why not use magic, instead of digging tools? Master, it's like this. The unexcavated parts of the ancient battlefield are filled with unknown power. Using magic triggers a rebound of this power. Relying solely on physical strength won't cause any problems, so we use pickaxes here. Most of the remains in this area have already been removed, and that power has become very weak, so Master, you didn't experience any reaction when you used magic. Is that strange? By the way, is there no path ahead? Did she really not lead us astray? It turned out that Natalie's memory was unreliable. Leading them into dead ends was just one way they got lost. In the following hours, under Natalie's ambiguous directions, Luo and his companions got lost 18 times, circled 56 times, entered 21 dead ends, and countless times took detours back to the surface. Just before Luo decided to treat her brain, her sensory tentacles detected fresh footprints ahead. I remember. This is where I left. This is the 76th time you said you remember. Luo was speechless. Even Moriarty was starting to yawn. Next time, maybe she should let FIA scout ahead, they might get there faster. Several tens of minutes later, Luo faintly heard knocking sounds. The hairpin's guidance became much clearer, pointing directly downwards, indicating that the person she was looking for was not far away. A few minutes later, Natalie flew out of the cave entrance first, arriving at a vast, yet crowded, giant pit. The underground pit, nearly 1,000,000 square meters in size, had nearly 1,000 passageways extending from its edges, leading to unknown destinations. Thick metal pillars supported the ceiling to prevent collapse. Nearly 100 extraordinary beings were stationed here, roughly dividing the area into several sections, distinguished by tents of different colors and styles. There was also a small trading area, where conversations accompanied by louder knocking sounds, suddenly making the area noisy. I see, Senior. Over there. Before Luo could reply, Natalie excitedly flew over and landed at a camp with blue tents. There were several bronze skin hues there, wearing metal earrings like Natalie, but their clothes were mostly loose, their arms bare, and blood-red tattoos on their wrists revealing a hint of savagery. Chapter 142. Lauren Fia and Ano went into hiding. Human slave traders were hunting night elves, and the night elves were retaliating. It was obvious that their appearance would cause unnecessary trouble. The three flew to the camp where Natalie was. Just as they were about to go in and say hello, they heard her excitedly talking to someone. How could you abandon Senior Vilga and the others? I always considered you all good seniors, but you actually did this. God of War, I said it several times, there's no Vilga, no Siki, and no Yellow. Natalie, you're one of the top geniuses in our academy. Can you please stop embarrassing yourselves? Senior Calais, I don't understand what you're saying. Those three seniors were so good to me. They all had their own dorms and friends. How could they not exist? You're just trying to shirk responsibility. Humph. I'm going in to find them. Tap tap tap. Clearly, Natalie had run inside. Kala, I told you long ago, she's been corrupted by the faith in the god of magic. Don't waste your energy, you'd be better off resting. Your next shift is coming soon, and I like to find the fragments rich in battle energy as soon as possible. Saifaga, maybe you're right. I'm absolutely furious with her. Why does teacher make me look after her? Who are you guys? Calais was the most robust young man, with a small braid, bright and piercing eyes, and a palpable explosive aura emanating from his body. Thaga, who was talking to him, was a slightly shorter young man next to him, with tousled hair, slightly pale skin that appeared almost yellow, and a purple lightning bolt-shaped tattoo between his eyebrows. What brings you to our camp? Huh? The smell of magic? You smell of magic. A member of the Church of the God of War? Thagar sniffed the air, his eyes widening in fury, his hair standing on end. A massive surge of battle aura erupted, coalescing into a layer of blood-red armor. He snarled, How dare you? You actually dare to come to our Church of the God of War's camp. His fist clenched, and he charged forward. The air crackled from the force of his punch, causing the protective shield in front of Luo to tremble violently. This guy is strong. Luo frowned slightly. Before Fagar's fist arrived, he conjured an earth shield, which shattered as expected. But several more layers of earth shields were then stacked upon each other, surrounded by flowing water, greatly mitigating the impact. Crack, crack. The last layer of earthen shield was also pierced, But the battle aura on Faga's fist was also exhausted, revealing a hint of surprise. He then flicked his wrist, shattering the nearly broken earthen shield into fragments, and sneered, "When did the people of the Church of the God of Magic learn to be tortoises? Where's your rabbit hop?" Luo didn't know what a rabbit hop was, but from the tone, he knew it was sarcastic. He retorted without hesitation, "Is this how your Bankai Academy treats its guests? I don't know what you're talking about, the Church of the God of Magic and the God of War, but if you continue to be so rude, I won't be polite." If they weren't Natalie's seniors, and if there wasn't any killing intent in his fists, Luo would have shown them why blood is red on the spot. To avoid being beaten, you even abandoned your faith in the God of Magic? Hilarious. The Church of the God of Magic accepts any believers, they might as well disband. Faga. Shut up. What are you doing? Kale, you're not planning to protect these mages, are you? Idiot. Can't you see? They're not from our Bankai Empire. Hearing Kale's words, Fagar paused, then narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl before him. She was pretty, but thin and frail, even thinner than Natalie, lacking any of the agility of their warrior girls. And that clothing, wasn't she hot wearing such heavy clothes? At that moment, a tall figure blocked his path, speaking in an unfriendly tone. Have you looked enough? Fagar slightly opened his eyes, revealing disgust. Orcs? Disgusting rubbish. You? The tyrant dog was instantly enraged. His eyes flashed with ferocity, but Kale reacted quickly, shouting, Faga. He pulled Faga behind him, and under Faga's displeased gaze, Kale bowed slightly in apology. I'm truly sorry, Faga is just like that. He's a devout follower of the God of War, and doesn't particularly like followers of other churches. I apologize on his behalf. As he spoke, his large, calloused hand opened, revealing a palm-sized fragment of a weapon. This is a small token of my apology. It contains 3 complete magic circuits. Drawn by magic, the fragment floated into the hands of the tyrant dog, who quickly presented it to Luo with both hands. Feeling the slight fluctuations of magic on the wreckage, Luo stored it in his ring, saying calmly, All right, I won't hold it against you this time. So, young lady mage, what brings you to our God of War Church's camp? Kale stepped forward, intentionally blocking the camp entrance, her gaze fixed on Luo. Although she wore a smile, it seemed more like a false politeness. Natalie is someone you're protecting, isn't she? Luo's question, instead of answering, caused the 2 women's expressions to change. Faga was about to explode, but Kale stopped him in time, replying in a deep voice, If you were invited by the Church of the God of Magic to act as a mediator, then you can leave. I advise you. The affairs of our 2 churches are none of the business of outsiders. Upon hearing this, Moriarty laughed first. Hee, Sister Luo, their reaction is so exaggerated. So funny. Her penetrating voice not only made it clear to those present, but also attracted the attention of other students resting nearby, who all gathered behind Faga. All right. Patting Moriarty's head, Luo floated slightly in the air, looking directly at the 2. I'm not interested in your business. I'm just here to collect my reward. Reward? Seeing the bewildered looks on Kale and Faga's faces, Luo nodded matter-of-factly. I saved her, of course I need a reward. I'm not a philanthropist. Wait, you saved Natalie. What does that have to do with us? I don't think someone being chased by a weak magical beast could have anything valuable. Kale and Faga exchanged glances, and finally Kale frowned slightly and said, I have to ask Natalie about this. Luo nodded in agreement. Originally, she hadn't planned on this, but Faga's mouth was too foul. Luo couldn't leave without repaying him. While everyone waited, each with their own thoughts, Kale and Natalie hurriedly arrived. Before Kale could speak, Natalie quickly bowed to Luo, saying, I'm so sorry, I was too excited and forgot you were still behind me. It's alright, how are you? The last 2 words were addressed to Callie, who looked dejected, scratched his short hair, and sighed, I guess I'm just unlucky. What kind of payment do you need? What kind of payment? Natalie was a little confused by their conversation. It seemed Callie hadn't told her about Lozo's demand for payment. I need you to answer a few questions for me, and 3 decent pieces of weapon fragments, you know, those shards. I want to choose them myself. What? Oh, and his apology. Don't be so arrogant. Faga, shut up. Kale pushed Faga back down, turning to look at Luo with suspicion. Are you sure you want to waste such a precious opportunity on something so trivial? It's no wonder Kale is suspicious. Given Natalie's status, even if she demanded half of their spoils, they would have to grit their teeth and give it to her. But now, all she wants is some information and a few decent fragments? Does she not know Natalie's identity? Will you agree or not? Luo's thinking was simple. The hairpin's guidance had completely lost its way in this area, meaning the person they needed to find was nearby. But clearly, there was no trace of merfolk around. Asking them might lead to something. On the other hand, instead of finding weapon wreckage to give as gifts, it's better to just ask them directly. They worked so hard for so many days, they can't be left without something good. Alright. But to avoid outsiders saying our war god church is stingy, you choose 5 items. Luo nodded, not refusing. Natalie, standing nearby, seemed confused but raised her hand, asking, I want to ask. Can I participate? Natalie. Go find your seniors, don't bother us. Thaga couldn't take it anymore, and pushed Natalie inside. Alright, what do you want to ask? Kale didn't stop Thaga, quickly changing the subject. Luo didn't press the issue. Intelligence and weapon wreckage were the real benefits. After a moment of thought, Luo looked up and asked, what are the War God Church and the Magic God Church you're talking about? Chapter 143. The Bankai Empire is located east of the Karlov Empire, sharing a border of 4,000 miles. The empire boasts a large population of over 2 billion. However, religion is rampant within its borders. Aside from the main religious cult, various smaller churches and cults have also secretly flourished, resulting in a situation where the empire, while possessing sufficient military strength, struggles to maintain unity, a major headache for the current emperor. Both the War God Church, to which Kale belongs, and the rival Law God Church are super large churches, each with millions of followers within the Bankai Empire. Among them, there are a staggering 100,000 extraordinary individuals, who are official members, scattered throughout the empire. The Church of the God of War, as its name suggests, worships Ares, the god of war, and believes in the supremacy of strength. Regardless of their school of thought, they excel at using their bodies as weapons, destroying all enemies with violence. The Church of the God of Magic, with which they are diametrically opposed, believes in the supremacy of magic. They believe that the gods bestowed magic upon humanity to liberate them from primitiveness, and that magic can accomplish anything. Therefore, members of the Church of the God of War consider members of the Church of the God of Magic physically weak, guys who fall with a single punch, not even as good as the people from the alchemy church next door. Meanwhile, members of the Church of the God of Magic despise the former, brutal brutes. Ignorant fools. Of course, the truth is not so simple. In short, for tens of thousands of years, branches of the two churches have been hostile to each other, not only within the Bankai Empire, but also in other countries. Fortunately, they are both legitimate churches, otherwise, the empire would have long ago eradicated its church branches within its borders. These camps around us belong to students of the Bankai Academy. They are divided into different camps according to their beliefs. The people in the purple tents over there are from the Church of the God of Magic. Luo turned to look, and indeed there was a patch of purple in the far diagonal distance, but was that what they called nearby? But isn't Natalie a mage? Does she also worship the God of War? Yes, this is quite well known in our academy, so I don't need to hide it. Kale simply sat down cross-legged. Even so, he was still slightly taller than Luo when he was standing. Natalie is special. When the academy recruited her, she was still at the Transcendent Realm. Because of her astonishing power and vitality, the Church of War's branch at the academy tried every means to recruit her. Fortunately, Natalie's family were all believers in the Church of War, so she quickly joined. But, Kale sighed, for some reason, Natalie struggles to learn any combat skills, but learning magic is much easier for her. Therefore, she is the only mage in our Church of War. You don't seem to like her very much? Who would like her? If it weren't for Natalie's devout faith in the God of War, everyone would have considered her a heretic long ago. However, the Church of the God of Magic found out about this, so they frequently sent people to persuade Natalie to join them. Luo nodded. Essentially, this was a competition between the Church of War and the Church of the God of Magic for Natalie's attention. According to Natalie herself, she advanced to the second level of the Transcendent Realm at only 25 years old, making her a super genius. Even if the people in the Church of War didn't like her, they would never be willing to give her to their rival. Ultimately, Natalie was merely a commodity in the transaction, though she herself seemed unaware of this. Then another question, is this the deepest part? I can't guarantee that. Kale shook her head. This is a mining site of the Bankai Empire's organizational alliance. There are over 1,000 such excavation sites in the ancient battlefield. Some are abandoned, some have just started, and others, like this one, have been operating for dozens of days. Won't you eventually run out of resources if you keep digging like this? Haha, Miss Mage, you're so funny. That's not something we need to worry about. Maybe one day we really will run out, but at most we lose this project. The imprints and surface materials will continue to condense. And let me tell you, another reason we're mining here is the rich content of gold imprints underground. Kale spoke a lot, seemingly very sincerely, but the information she revealed was all public knowledge. She never mentioned anything more in depth. If you asked anyone else, you could get similar information. However, Luo didn't care. Knowing a little was enough. She wasn't particularly interested in these things. Alright, you asked enough questions. How would you like to choose the wreckage? Just watch. I think, as an important member of the Church of the God of War, and a follower of Kale, you wouldn't do anything to harm the church, would you? You're right, Miss Mage. Kale's face twitched, but since Luo had brought up his faith, under everyone's gaze, Kale could only feign generosity and smile. Of course, followers of the God of War never break their word. A flash of light appeared on the ring on her hand, and a small mountain of wreckage, as tall as a person, piled up between the two. The various metallic lusters made everyone's eyes sting, and a sharp aura permeated the air, cutting shallow grooves into the ground. Without sufficient strength, even approaching this pile of wreckage would be difficult. Looking at the sincere-looking Kale, Luo shook his head slightly. Why couldn't he be a little more sincere? Miss Mage, if you can't find anything satisfactory, I can help you. Thank you for your trouble. This person just wanted to see him make a fool of himself, saying that but not moving an inch. Luo gave a perfunctory reply, slowly stepping forward. A sharp aura slashed towards him, but even under Kale and Thaga's amused gazes, the aura couldn't cut through Luo's clothes. A layer of pale golden shield enveloped Luo, blocking all the aura. Easily reaching the fragments, Luo discovered that most of the fragments were only the size of a fingertip, far inferior to the ones Kale had given as an apology. They must be the inferior ones. With a wave of his hand, he activated his object manipulation spell, and the fragments flew up, landing on the open ground beside him. With a series of crash sounds, the smaller fragments were precisely selected and tossed aside, as Kale's expression grew increasingly grim. In a short while, only a small pile of palm-sized fragments remained in front of Luo. A student whispered in Kale's ear, Kale, you didn't put that thing in there, did you? Which thing? That one. The high-level staff fragment the teacher assigned us to bring back. Didn't we just dig up a fragment with 32 complete magic circuits yesterday? Oh no! I forgot. Kale's expression changed drastically. He remembered he had originally planned to store that fragment separately, but Natalie left alone, making him completely forget about it. He had just dumped all the fragments out of the ring in one go, and could only pray that the girl wouldn't find the fragment. Setting aside the obviously less complete fragments, only about 10 pieces remained in front of Luo, all at least a quarter intact. 3 from a great sword, 4 from a long sword, 2 from a staff, and 1 each from a battle axe and a spear. Putting the only pieces from the battle axe and spear into his bag, Luo, unsure of the other person's preferences, decided to take one of each weapon fragment. Choosing a great sword was easy. Just pick the heaviest one. Long swords were also straightforward. The one with the sharpest edge was fine. It was these 2 staff fragments that made her hesitate. Both fragmented staffs were in good condition. One was entirely amethyst-colored with golden patterns, missing its lower half and the crucial crystal core. When magic was channeled into it, the staff fragment glowed faintly. It looked quite good. The other appeared to have been broken off. It was entirely silver-white, without any signs of corrosion. Magic was injected into it, but there was no reaction. It seemed completely broken. However, there were faint spiritual fluctuations emanating from it, which intrigued Luo. Chapter 144. Judging from the degree of corrosion, the silver-white half was of higher quality, but there was no magical reaction. It was likely that the internal circuits were completely destroyed, leaving only its sturdiness, making it worthless. However, a fleeting soul fluctuation intrigued Luo. Reaching out to pick up the amethyst staff fragment, Luo suddenly heard faint, rapid breathing beside him. Startled, he turned his head, and found Kale calmly watching him. Was it an illusion? Returning his gaze to the staff fragment, he felt the magical energy flowing through it, amplifying it by about 0.5%. After all, it was left over from 300,000 years ago. Retaining even a little function was quite remarkable. Setting down this half of the staff, he picked up the other silver half, vaguely hearing someone let out a sigh of relief. Ignoring Kale, since there was no magical reaction, Luo tried to probe it with his soul power, but found nothing. The staff was completely dead, no different from a stone on the ground. Sister Luo, take this one, it's beautiful. Just as Luo was about to choose the amethyst staff, Moriarty suddenly pointed to the silver staff in Luo's hand, his face clearly saying, I want it, give it to me. Then this one. Realizing she owed Moriarty quite a bit, Luo abandoned her plan to make Kale feel the pinch. She tossed the remaining fragments back and handed the silver staff to Moriarty. Kale, thank you so much for your generosity. The people of the Church of the God of War are indeed generous. Ha ha ha, of course. Cough cough, I mean, it all belongs to the teachings of the God of War. Kale looked devout, but her hand swiftly retrieved the amethyst staff from the ground into her ring. Then, young lady mage, is there anything else I can help you with? If not, that's all for now, but I think, as a devout follower of the Church of the God of War, you wouldn't refuse to help a lady if she needs it, would you? No, how could I? Looking at Kale's constipated expression, Luo was in a good mood, a slight smile playing on her lips. She waved her hand, give my regards to Natalie. We should be leaving. The sudden bright smile dispelled most of Kale's displeasure. She glanced subtly at the delicate jade-like hand, her smile returning, take care, Miss Mage. Watching Luo and the others leave, Kale finally relaxed, suppressing a laugh. The best fragment hadn't been taken, and Natalie was unharmed. The credit for their care would fall to him, bringing him a considerable amount of points and rewards. Lo was unaware of Kale's inner thoughts, but Moriarty's words intrigued her. Sister Lo, can I eat what's in here? Seeing her pointing to the silver-white staff, now less than half a meter long, Lo asked curiously, what's in here? A fragment of an unconscious, incomplete, and lifeless soul. Seemingly afraid Lo wouldn't let her eat it, Moriarty added several adjectives, meaning the soul was dead, not alive. A remnant soul? No wonder there's a soul fluctuation. Okay, eat it. Yay! Sister Lo is so kind. Seeing Moriarty's happy expression, Lo smiled slightly, and couldn't help but wonder if she should indulge her more. Under Lo's gaze, Moriarty opened her pink little mouth, and a blurry, transparent shadow floated out from the staff, vaguely revealing a fish tail. Wait! Hiccup, wait for what? Moriarty rubbed her little belly, looking at Luo with a blank expression. Little Moriarty. Don't tell me you didn't know the remnant soul inside was from the fishman race. The guidance in her mind vanished as the remnant soul entered the little guy's mouth. Needless to say, although she didn't know why she saw a fish tail, there was no doubt that the remnant soul was the Blue Scale Clan Sanctus Luo was looking for. Moriarty, caught off guard, gave an awkward smile, her eyes darting around. Sister Luo didn't ask. You have the nerve to say that. Luo, still angry, pinched her smooth cheeks and pulled them outwards, stretching Moriarty's little mouth into a V shape, mumbling, Hey, thank you. She didn't wash. I found her a few. I'm going to. Not dead? Luo released Moriarty, who cutely rubbed her cheeks, quickly running behind the tyrant, peeking out and nodding. Yes. The memories of that merman's remnant soul said that her true form is sealed away, and every month she injects a small fragment of her soul into a weapon fragment, hoping it will be discovered by a destined person. So that's why the fragment lost its magic circuit? No, it's the remnant soul that occupied the magic circuit, but that silly merman doesn't know that fragments that are too small will be completely destroyed by her soul, and then no one will notice them. Only well-preserved weapon fragments can be contained. Moriarty's serious answer to Lo had a kind of endearing maturity, and Lo's tone softened considerably. She beckoned her over. Sister Lo, you won't pinch my cheek, will you? No, little Audie will be good. She definitely won't pinch your cheek. Hee hee. The little one ran back excitedly, nuzzling her head against Luo's palm. Luo took the half-staff from her hand, channeling magic into it again. Instantly, a dazzling silver light erupted. The intense magical fluctuations drew curious glances from those in the nearby camp. Someone rubbed their eyes, saying uncertainly, so dazzling. This is a high grade. No, this is a top-tier fragment. Hiss. In all these years, I never seen such intense fluctuations from a blacksmith. It's worth at least 1,000 third-tier magic crystals. Damn it! Why don't I have one? The tyrant's expression also changed, and he quickly bowed, saying, Young miss, the completeness of a magic circuit can be judged by the intensity of the light emitted from the input magic power. Ordinary fragments only emit a very weak light, worth less than 10 first-tier magic crystals. But the light emitted by this one, young miss, is stronger than I ever seen before. It's very likely to have 100 circuits. Extremely rare. Inside the camp, Kale, who was secretly mocking Luo for not recognizing its value, and several other students were also attracted by the sudden commotion outside. He rushed out of the camp, and saw Luo holding the discarded staff, he thought, was only good for building materials, and the silver light was coming from that staff. How is this possible? Kale exclaimed in shock, abandoning all pretense of composure, rushing to Luo and exclaiming in astonishment, "This really is my staff. What are you talking about? This is mine." A cold voice brought Kale back to her senses, realizing she had been too hasty. Seeing the other organization's members gradually gathering around, Kale suppressed her anxiety and smiled, saying, "Miss Mage, would you do me the honor of coming to the camp to discuss this?" "I'm a mage. Aren't you War God Church people the most averse to mages?" Hearing Luo's sarcasm, Kale's face twitched, but he ultimately chose to speak in a low voice. "We just dislike the Church of the God of Magic. We have no ill will towards mages from other countries." "I see. Then I give you face." Luo also wanted to ask him where he found this staff. Perhaps it would lead to the location of the Blue Scale clan's holy maiden. When Faga, puzzled by the commotion outside, rushed over, he saw Kale leading the female mage into his camp. It seemed Kale had invited her. "Kala, what are you doing?" Faga stormed over, pointing at Luo and demanding, "As a follower of the Church of War, and one of our academy's leaders, how can you be so subservient to a foreign mage? You're a disgrace to our Church of War." "It's not what you think." "That's what I saw." "Kale, I report this to the teacher truthfully." "Humph. Whatever." Kale was also displeased, slapping Faga in the face, and leading Luo and the others towards the central tent. The latter gave Faga a provocative smile, casually walking past him as his face flushed red. Many who saw Luo enter the camp at the invitation of the Church of War's leaders left, returning to their own territories to report the appearance of the superior fragment. Inside a large green tent, someone rushed in and shouted to a burly man with a dark beard who was drinking with friends, "Captain, someone over there has found a top-tier fragment. It looks like it has at least 100 magic circuits." In a simple mud house, a voice filled with extreme shock rang out. "What? Are you sure?" "Boss, it's true. Many people saw it. That magical light definitely has at least 100 circuits." A man whispered to the middle-aged man in gray robes, "Master, it seems a staff fragment with 100 circuits has appeared." The middle-aged man in gray robes paused slightly, then waved his hand. "I know, go down." "Senior Yad, Miller just said he saw a blinding light. It looked like it was emitted by a top-tier fragment." The blond youth, who was standing and studying the map, looked up, glancing disapprovingly at his junior, who couldn't contain his excitement. "What does this have to do with us? Are you trying to steal it?" "No, Senior Yad. Miller said he saw the person with the top-grade fragment being invited over by the Church of War." Hearing this, Yad himself became anxious. "What? Quick! We absolutely can't let those muscleheads take it. We can accept not having it, but you can't have it either." Chapter 145. When Yad hurriedly arrived at the War God Church's camp, he saw the leader of the Black Serpent mercenary group arguing with the guards at the camp gate. "Don't think you can act so arrogantly just because your church members are powerful outside. Get out of the way." "Impossible. Our senior said that all unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." "Have you thought this through? You can't possibly take that fragment." The Black Serpent mercenary group leader, his thick black beard trembling, had a fierce expression. Behind him, a dozen or so members at the second level of the Transcendent Realm also exuded a strong killing intent. Although their apparent strength was inferior to that of the War God Church here, their aura was enough to terrify the students still in the academy. The four guards' momentum immediately weakened. "So it's you, Leader Blackbeard?" Blackbeard turned his head and saw a blond youth wearing round-framed glasses leading 4 or 5 students in robes approaching. "TCH, it's you, you little brat. What, you want to try my axe too?" Blackbeard's large hand clenched, and a massive battle axe slammed heavily to the ground, causing everyone's feet to tremble slightly. "Heh, let's leave that aside for now. Blackbeard, you don't want those guys to get the fragments, do you?" "Oh, ha ha, as expected of someone from the Church of the God of Magic." Blackbeard immediately understood Yad's meaning, laughed heartily, and easily lifted the 1,000-pound battle axe, pointing it directly at the guarding students, saying without any politeness, "Get out of the way. Or don't blame me for taking action." The 4 students were unwilling, but facing the aggressive Blackbeard and the menacing Yad and his group behind them, they suppressed their surging battle aura and hurriedly ran back into the camp. Just then, another group arrived, led by a thin, middle-aged man in a gray robe. Behind him followed a dozen or so extraordinary individuals in various attire, making them look like a ragtag group. "It seems quite lively here. Wouldn't it be too much for us to join in the fun?" The gray-robed man's voice was hoarse, his tone polite, but his steps didn't falter. His earlier inquiry was meaningless. Isn't this the leader? I already made it clear I was here first, so don't try to take it. A hint of wariness flashed in the bearded man's eyes, his tone less forceful. The mercenary group members also concealed their auras, their gazes fixed unfriendly on the middle-aged man and his group. It's all right, it's all right. God said that people should arrive first, so naturally I won't forcibly take anything. The middle-aged man chuckled, but those present who knew him didn't take his words seriously. Those who did would have already turned to mush. The tyrant dog stood behind Luo like a guard, its robust body as straight as a towering tree. Beneath its thick, bristly fur lay muscles brimming with explosive power and vitality, its fierce eyes fixed on everyone inside the tent. Even with 3 third-tier powerhouses present, at the young lady's command, it would unhesitatingly rush forward and tear them to shreds. What on earth is that guy thinking now? Luo sighed silently. Ever since Fia and Ano joined the team, the tyrant dog's strange thoughts had multiplied, as if it had completely embraced the role of a loyal guard. Miss Mage. Just call me Luo. I'm sorry, how rude of me, I completely forgot to introduce myself. Kale placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. I am Baron Hodus Kale, from the most powerful war god family of the Bankai Empire. An air of superiority naturally arose in her voice, carrying a subtle air of arrogance. Oh! Then the arrogance crumbled. Kale's eyes twitched slightly. She took a deep breath and smiled. Miss Luo, are you a commoner? More or less, is there a problem? Luo had always been clear that she was Luo, not Lagrandel Luo. That didn't belong to her. Galega had told her that she was born from this body, but not the real her. She had long been aware of this, which was why she was heading towards the center of the world. No problem. But Kale was clearly much more disdainful, and her tone became much more arrogant. Miss Luo, please take out that staff fragment. You mean this one? With a small hand, a silvery white half-staff appeared in Luo's hand. Only the lower half remained. It looked like a twisted iron rod. Kale's breathing quickened, and he nodded hastily, almost commanding, infuse more magic. Like this? Luo blinked, and a surge of golden magic flowed into the staff. A blinding silver-white light erupted from the staff, but Kale didn't blink, staring intently at the glowing staff, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. At this moment, the idea of a superior staff with 32 circuits was long forgotten. That staff fragment only emitted a gentle light. It was nowhere near the level of this. Ahem, Mr. Kale? Oh, sorry. It's too beautiful. I mean, it's amazing. Kale's voice trembled slightly. Feeling the burning gazes from the students behind him, he couldn't help but regret not having told them to step back first. Miss Luo, I be frank, I want this staff fragment back. Luo gently stroked the smooth staff, her slender white fingers tracing its surface. The pink nails contrasted beautifully with the silver, momentarily captivating Kale. Mr. Kale, isn't it a bit impolite to ask for it back after compensation? Gulp. Kale swallowed, averting his gaze from her perfect hand. It's not that simple. This was originally mine. Besides, to someone who doesn't need it, these fragments are just trash. Miss Luo, how about I offer a different form of compensation and take it back? Luo remained unmoved. With a flick of her delicate wrist, the staff vanished again, causing everyone's breath to catch in their throats. How do you know I don't need it? You're not the only blacksmith I know. Kale's eyes narrowed, a faint killing intent beginning to emanate from him. Miss Luo, although you're not in the Bankai Empire, I think it's not difficult for a noble to deal with a commoner across borders. Is this how the followers of the God of War negotiate? I came with sincerity, but Miss Luo doesn't seem to be. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, their auras clashing between the two, creating a low pressure that sent a chill down the spines of everyone else. A figure was forced in, instantly easing the tense atmosphere within the tent. Ha ha, the people of the God of War's church are still as unreasonable as ever. A rough voice came from outside the tent, and the student, who had been forced and struggled to his feet, anxiously saying, Senior Kale, someone has broken in. Kale looked displeased and glanced outside the tent, seeing Blackbeard and his follower Yad enter openly. He was about to reprimand them, but when he saw the gray-robed middle-aged man also enter, his brows furrowed even more. Black Serpent, Yad, and Roshanak, this is my territory. You come uninvited, are you looking to start a fight? Kale's voice deepened as he spoke, a crimson glint in his eyes, the red tattoo on his wrist glowing slightly, clearly ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Musclehead, I saw you bullying this lady the moment I walked in. Oh, and this cute little one too. How could you lay a hand on someone so young? Yad crossed his arms, a hint of surprise flashing across his face when he saw Luo, followed by a fleeting desire. Aren't you going to introduce this beautiful lady to me? Enough, Yad. I don't want to interfere in your business, but Kalei, you know what I'm here for. Where's the fragment? Black Serpent interrupted Yad directly. The latter wasn't annoyed. He took a step back, standing a short distance from Roshanek, smiling as he watched Black Serpent and Kalei, as if he were the Viper, his initial urgency completely gone. Kalei, looking displeased, stared directly into the Black Snake's fierce eyes. This is my fragment. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't leave, don't blame us for killing you. What a joke. You sheltered kids? I bet you didn't even get the fragment. The Black Snake shifted its gaze to Luo, its pupils suddenly contracting. Red eyes. Realizing its loss of composure, the Black Snake quickly shouted, "Little girl, the fragment is on you. Hand it over." Luo, who had just focused her attention on Yad, hadn't noticed the Black Snake's change in expression. Hearing this robber-like statement, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. The fragment is in my hands, but I changed my mind. I don't want to sell it to you. A little girl like you dares to defy so many of us. With that, Black Serpent's aura as a third-tier transcendent being erupted, instantly blasting the tin away. Golden flames rose from his body, and the overwhelming golden magical power forced the several groups confronting him outside the tent to retreat. Only a few third-tier beings remained unmoved. Soon, about 10 third-tier beings sensed the surge and flew over. 5 arrived from the camp, the fastest being the others, for were from the Church of the Archmage, belonging to Yad, 2 belonged to the Black Serpent mercenary group, and even Rosanak, seemingly a leader of a ragtag group, had 4 third-tier beings behind him. In addition, there were several from other scattered forces. It could be said that almost all the third-tier powerhouses in this crater had gathered because of Black Serpent's aura eruption, causing the nearly 100 second-tier transcendent beings stranded in the camp to abandon their tasks and fly into the air to observe. Many bewildered superhumans secretly inquired with those in the know. Upon learning that fragments of what appeared to be 100 magic circuits had appeared, they all gasped, their eyes flashing with greed and excitement. The Black Snake, just about to attack, suddenly felt a jolt in its soul and instinctively leaped back. The next instant, 2 sharp arrows shot out, piercing the ground. But due to a strange force rebounding, the magic on the arrows exploded, blowing off half of the Black Snake's beard. Who's there? Under the solemn gaze of the group of third-tier superhumans, Fia and Ano flew swiftly, landing in front of Luo, each holding a simple longbow, knocking arrows, and pointing them directly at the group of superhumans. Let's see who dares to touch my master. Chapter 146. Clang, clang, clang. A short but muscular dwarf with a large white beard swung a hammer in a wide, circular motion. The metal block on the anvil was scorched red-hot by the intense fire magic, the golden-red flames carrying waves of heat. Even with his physique, he was already drenched in sweat. The red-hot metal block was struck repeatedly with a hammer, impurities being squeezed out little by little, turning into sparks that dissipated in the air. The block gradually took on a long, thin shape, vaguely resembling a staff. 7 days later, the dwarf placed the slightly curved, red-hot staff into a cool spring. Instantly, a billowing white mist rose, condensing into white clouds. The golden-red staff quickly cooled, but unlike ordinary artifacts, it didn't turn black. Instead, it turned a cold, pale blue. The dwarf's large, copper bell-like eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully examined it, then nodded slightly, seemingly quite satisfied. With a wave of his hand, several massive blocks of white ice appeared. Even with a roaring furnace nearby, the ice's appearance immediately caused snow to fall. The ice of the northern Arctic, not bad. Hopefully, this time it won't be a failure, the white-bearded dwarf murmured. Then, the ice mysteriously melted into streams of ice, like icy dust, climbing up the blue staff, a faint emerald halo beginning to appear on them. Night elves? Those with more knowledge immediately recognized the 2 strange elves that had flown out, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wasn't it said that they weren't accepted by the elven race, and would soon perish? Wait, I seem to have heard my elders say that there is a remnant of the night elves deep within another dimension. Now that you mention it, I remember. I heard that quite a few people have died recently at the hands of what appears to be elven archers. Could it be that night elves really exist? Someone sighed. Such rare elves would definitely fetch a good price. Too bad they're already taken. But no one saw a cold glint in the eyes of a hooded youth in the crowd. Heh, so they're here. Black Serpent warily eyed the 2 suddenly appearing night elves. The arrows lying on the ground with only their fletchings, and the half-missing beard made him wary. Even though archers' melee abilities weren't as good as warriors, they were still formidable. However, he wasn't surprised that there were more than 3 of them. If it really was that hidden family, how could there only be a second-tier orc guarding them? Little girl, no wonder you don't seem afraid at all, but to be honest, you few won't get out of here unless you hand over the fragment. Black Serpent shouldered his battle axe, his rising fighting spirit waning slightly. Leave it to me. I swear on the name of the Black Serpent mercenaries, I make sure you leave safely. But Calais, standing to the side, almost laughed in anger. He was so close to getting his hands on it, but these troublemakers had ruined it. Now they were even trying to take it all for themselves? Did they really think he was a pushover? Black Serpent. You bastard, don't be so arrogant. With a roar, strange crimson patterns instantly sprouted from Calais' right hand, and his entire right arm swelled up. He stomped his foot hard and threw a punch with ferocious force. Afraid of you? Black Serpent's personality was nothing like his nickname. His ferocious aura erupted, and his battle axe cleaved down. The sharp force collided with the fist's wind, causing even some nearby weaker second-tier transcendents to be forced to retreat uncontrollably. The next instant, fist and battle axe collided, the impact even more violent, whipping Luo's long, silvery white hair wildly. Noticing the furrows left by the tyrant's feet, Luo waved his hand, signaling him to retreat. The tyrant glanced resentfully at the two in the center of the battlefield, but still kept his distance. Boom! Within a mere 5-meter radius, the two bear-like warriors exchanged nearly 100 blows in just a dozen seconds. The heavy battle axe in Black Serpent's hands was lighter than a long sword, easily deflecting every punch Calais threw. But Calais' fists were no pushovers, they were incredibly hard. The battle axe only left a white mark on them, which instantly healed. This was a fighting style different from the merfolk's. There were no superfluous magical techniques, it was a pure clash of strength, testing the amplification of magic on the body and the proficiency of techniques. Bang! A muffled thud followed, and both were thrown back. Members of their respective factions rushed to their sides, watching their opponents warily. Humph, looks like you're not so bad after all. Don't mistake me for one of those useless people with high cultivation levels. Calais' fighting spirit surged, his eyes flashing with a hint of bloodlust, seemingly having forgotten the very reason for this battle. Black Serpent, it seems you're weaker than rumored. Has too much praise caused your muscles to atrophy? Humph, very well, you're the first person to dare say that. I see if you have any more skills. Black Serpent also seemed to have forgotten the source of the conflict, his eyes fixed on Calais with hostility. In an instant, the two rose into the air, clashing again. The others wisely moved away. Fortunately, the terrain wasn't low, and the two had tacitly avoided using wide-range attacks, otherwise, the special force rebound caused by their magic alone would have affected countless people. Miss, would you mind selling us the fragment? He had stepped forward smiling and said, I can offer 24-tier magic crystals, how about that? 24-tier magic crystals are equivalent to 2,000 third-tier magic crystals. According to Bakwin, that's almost enough to buy 2 fragments of this level. Instantly, gasps filled the air. 2,000 third-tier magic crystals, that's 200,000 first-tier magic crystals, and there's a high probability they can't be exchanged for the same amount. The value of the fragment isn't whether the person can use it, but whether the blacksmith can use it. Although a fragment with 100 circuits might be worth a 6th-tier or even 7th-tier magic crystal in the hands of a blacksmith, that's only a possibility. It might be completely useless. People envied this beautiful young woman, who instantly became rich because of a fragment. Why didn't they have such good luck? Of course, many others had shifty eyes, secretly weighing the possibilities. At this moment, Fi took 2 steps back and whispered in Luo's ear, Master, this person looked at you with ill intent. Please be careful. Luo nodded. Although yet seemed sincere, she preferred to believe Fi, whose soul she controlled. Sorry, I'm not interested. I said I'm not interested in trading this fragment. Immediately, the crowd erupted in an even louder uproar, wishing they could transform into that girl, smash the fragment in Yat's face, and stuff the magic crystal into their rings. That's a real pity. Yat shook his head, and retreated to the group of students from the Church of the God of Magic, seemingly no longer wanting to participate. Yat Extraordinary Tier 3, Metal, Wood, Mage, Metal, and with Dual Element Mage, Summoner, Summon Beast, one of the leaders of Benkai Academy who seems easy to talk to, a believer of the Church of the God of Magic, possesses extremely strong magical talent, and his kind personality has earned him a high reputation among the students. He dislikes the followers of the God of War, but seems to be hiding some secret in his heart. No one knows his secret as a summoner. Magical skills, Golden Thorn Technique, Blade Technique, blade storm, metal corrosion. Summon beasts, evil iron demon wolf, mithril tiger king, gold-eating worm. Luo glanced away. This person seemed quite cunning, it might be better to eliminate him. He turned his gaze to the last gray-robed middle-aged man to enter the tent. According to the plot, it should be his turn now, right? This person. God once said that forceful acquisition is no different from demonic acts. I will not do what Kale did, please rest assured. The leader said cheerfully, immediately focusing his attention on the battle in midair, seemingly completely uninterested in the matter. This made the other forces begin to have some thoughts. These powerful forces don't seem to care? Then should I? Thaga stepped forward, his eyes filled with undisguised disgust as he looked at Luo. Don't think you can get away with it just because Kale is fighting the Black Serpent. Hand over that thing now. As he spoke, 3 third-tier transcendents from the Church of the God of War also stepped forward, clearly sharing Thaga's opinion. Fia and Ano immediately aimed their arrows at Thaga. Although the overall strength difference between the two sides was considerable, they showed no worry whatsoever. In fact, they almost laughed. We thought our master was weak too, and then we became his servants. What's going on? In this complicated situation, a clear voice came from afar. With a few leaps, a pale golden figure landed in front of Luo, looking at her and Thaga's group with a puzzled expression. Senior Thaga, are you bullying someone again? Natalie? What do you mean? If you're still a member of our War God Church, don't get involved in this. But Xiao Luo is my friend. She's an outsider. Is this how you treat your faith? This? Natalie visibly panicked, standing between the two groups, completely at a loss. Clap, clap. You people from the Church of the God of War are truly virtuous. Yed clapped his hands as he walked out, his face full of mockery. He then spoke softly to Natalie. We meet again, Miss Natalie. What have you decided? Coming to our Church of the God of Magic is definitely better than being with those muscleheads. You are? Startled by Yad's sudden appearance, Natalie tilted her head, then realized, it's Senior Yad. I'm so sorry, although you are all very kind, I still prefer the Church of the God of War. I'm truly sorry. As she spoke, she bowed deeply, almost causing Thaga to explode in anger. Natalie, get out of here. Our church doesn't have the habit of apologizing to those sickly people. But, what a joke, isn't it, Miss Luo? The leader appeared not far from Luo at some point, watching the two who were openly mocking each other, and the seemingly innocent Natalie with a faint smile. At this moment, Thagar and his group were turning their attention to Yad and the students he had brought. Natalie tried to mediate, but her words carried little weight and had no effect. That's true, no wonder such talent hasn't been valued much. Luo shook his head slightly, his gaze indifferent, looking at the cult leader, making him feel inexplicably uneasy. And what are your plans now, Dark Priest? The last sentence entered his ears through magic, causing the cult leader's previously cheerful expression to freeze, but he quickly regained his composure. Impressive indeed. It seems you're no ordinary person, we all misjudged you. No one showed Luo any respect. Their reluctance to attack was only out of consideration for the 2 third-tier archers. A mere first-tier transcendent being, in a place where the weakest were second-tier transcendents, had no real say. Looking at the two still locked in combat in midair, the leader suppressed his unease and said calmly, I just want a little conflict. I have no interest in your fragments. The implication was clear, I won't do anything to you, and you shouldn't try to stop me, we remain neutral. Leader, ominous, third-tier transcendent, darkness, gold, lightning, priest, dark priest, a mysterious figure carrying an ominous aura, seemingly the leader of a small church. His origins are unknown. He appears approachable and polite, enjoying lively gatherings, but for some reason, those who clash with him mysteriously disappear. Magical skills, golden thorn technique, blade technique, lightning summoning technique, lightning burst, Besides some well-known common magical skills, he also possessed several unknown magical skills, whether due to their high level or because he hadn't yet encountered them. You know, I once encountered a young man with a butler by his side. They both possessed the same aura as you. That butler almost killed me and severely injured someone important to me. His cold words were devoid of emotion, as if he were recounting something unrelated to himself, but this time the cult leader's expression truly changed drastically. Those two aren't. Who are you? The followers of the cult leader noticed something was wrong with him. One of them asked, puzzled, Master, what's wrong with this little girl? Grab her. No, kill her. Quickly. The cult leader understood that this person definitely knew some secret about them, but he didn't sense any aura of one of their own from her. Coupled with her words, She was clearly a mortal enemy. The dozen or so people exchanged glances, but since the cult leader had spoken, they made a decisive decision. The warriors drew their weapons and charged forward, the assassins vanished, hiding in midair to ambush, and the mages gathered magic circles in the rear. There was even a priest casting support-type magic spells, and several extraordinary beings subtly blocked Luo's retreat, or, should the situation turn unfavorable, report back to the main camp. These dozen or so people had a clear division of labor, clearly having worked together for years. The intense killing intent immediately drew some of Calais and the others' attention to this situation. Chapter 147. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. For arrows fired in quick succession forced 4 nearby warriors to dodge. However, at such close range, the arrow's power and accuracy increased dramatically, piercing the chests and abdomens of 2 warriors who couldn't dodge in time. They fell to the ground, the recoil forcing the warriors behind them to slow their advance. Taking advantage of their momentary separation, Fia flicked her longbow, and the simple wooden bow rapidly twisted, transforming into a meter-long short sword. Sword energy condensed on the blade, instantly slicing through the neck of a second-tier warrior, severing his head. Not to be outdone, Ano swept his long leg away, deflecting a warrior's heavy sword. Turning, he knocked an arrow and fired, piercing the wrists of 2 warriors, causing them to instinctively cry out in pain and their movements to become erratic. Fia seized the opportunity to leap up, and in a flash of sword light, neatly severed the wrist of the still recovering warrior. Ah! My hand! In a short time, one of the cult leader's men was dead and another crippled. However, the mages behind him were already prepared. Golden strips, thin as sword blades and with incredibly sharp edges, sprouted from the ground. If someone were bound by them, not only would their clothes be cut through, but their bones would be too. But before the Fia sisters could resist, golden chains instantly rose from the ground, intertwining with the metal strips and rendering them completely ineffective. Go and deal with those boring people. I handle these third-tier ones. Luo slowly stepped forward, with Moriarty behind him watching the spectacle with a grin. Despite being just 2 girls, who looked to be under 16, they now exerted a suffocating pressure on the cult leader. Everyone, get your spirits up. Don't underestimate them again. A roar made the remaining men wary. They first cast defensive spells on their bodies, then slowly formed a circle around them. The tyrant hound, positioned a short distance away, quickly noticed the commotion. It howled and charged down, grabbing a mage who was still preparing a spell by the neck and hurling him away. The unfortunate mage slammed into a metal pillar, his head still dazed, before the hound closed in again, raining down punches the size of sandbags. Damn it, I forgot about that dog. You 2 go help, the rest of you get him. A third-tier warrior gave the order, leaping into the air, a long sword appearing in his hand. A golden light flashed, and a solid sword aura erupted, slashing towards Fia. This power was more than 10 times stronger than the second-tier warrior's attack. He had already decided to coordinate with the other third-tier transcendents to take down the 2 archers first, the rest would be no threat. Didn't I say your opponent is me? Dozens of blades blocked the warrior's sword aura. Though simply formed from magic, the combined effect made them stronger and sharper than real swords. Simultaneously, 3 metallic vines coiled around an empty spot in midair, dragging out a panicked man. His appearance and clothing were utterly ordinary, but the aura emanating from his struggle revealed him to be a genuine third-tier expert. Damn it, I didn't let my aura slip at all, how did she find me? But this question was destined to remain unanswered. The assassin was dragged by the metallic vines and slammed violently to the ground. His generic face kissed the earth intimately, prompting the onlookers to silently pray for him for 3 seconds. Get out of my way. Another third-tier warrior instantly crossed several meters, his gauntlet-clad fist slamming down towards Luo's head. But the ferocious punch seemed to strike a puddle of water. The force was absorbed and dispersed layer by layer, quickly weakening, and easily caught by a slender hand. Then, a pale hand gently touched the chest of the third-tier warrior. A burst of scorching, dazzling flames erupted, powerful enough to instantly blast away any defensive gear he carried. But he reacted swiftly, twisting his own wrist to avoid the blow to his chest. The pillar of fire engulfed a small portion of his waist, and melted the head of another second-tier warrior nearby. Ugh! Die! The excruciating pain, and the death of his comrade enraged the warrior. His other fist slammed down, forcing Luo to grab his broken wrist and fling it against a nearby metal pillar, bending it and causing the others to quickly retreat, fearing being caught in the blast. Simultaneously, several earth and yellow magic circles flashed rapidly beneath his feet, forming a thick earth shield to block the dense earth spikes rising from below. As his body was propelled upwards, a massive array rapidly constructed. Soul power, following the soul fluctuations emanating from the magic, locked onto the distant third-tier mage. With a clench of his fair right hand, the newly constructed ultimate frost instantly condensed into hundreds of icicles, resembling a giant spear, thrusting towards the mage. What kind of crazy construction speed is this? Damn it, block it. The confined space meant the arrival time of the magic was measured in seconds. Sweat beaded on the third-tier mage's forehead. In such a short time, he couldn't possibly construct a decent spell. He could only simultaneously construct a shield with earth magic and activate his defensive items. In less than 2 seconds, the icicles charged in. The hastily constructed, fragile shield only lasted a few seconds before breaking through. The remaining icicles slammed into the activated shield, producing a chilling cracking sound. The cold seeped into his body, forcing the mage to expend even more energy to clear them. After unleashing a spell, Luo didn't look at the result. His cold gaze fixed on the assassin, who had broken free from the endless vines. Behind him, 10 golden spikes, each half a meter long and incredibly sharp, were poised to strike. They rained down on the assassin's head, sending chills down his spine. He frantically flailed his arms, creating an impenetrable shield with his short daggers. He also managed to nimbly dodge the pursuing metal vines below. Calais and the Black Serpent's fight abruptly stopped. Looking at Luo below, who was almost completely overwhelming for third-tier transcendence, leaving them unable to assist the other second-tier transcendents, they both saw extreme shock in his eyes. Even if those people are geniuses, their third-tier strength is undeniable. This commoner named Luo is too strong. Calais couldn't believe it. If she reached his level, how long could he last? The black snake opposite him showed a hint of confusion. Commoner? Which family's people are you calling commoners? But he wouldn't say it aloud. Instead, he put away his battle axe. In my opinion, there's no benefit in continuing this fight. We're tied up here. We might as well find some time to fight on the surface. Humph. Calais snorted coldly. The red markings that had spread to his chest slowly faded. Why is the leader fighting that person to the death? They seem to know each other? Isn't it just that someone the leader knows was killed? Doesn't that happen often? But this time, the leader seems to have met his match. So what do you plan to do? Let's see how it goes. Ideally, they both be severely injured, which will be perfect for eliminating the leader. Ha ha ha, just what I wanted. The two seemed to have reached a truce, but neither mentioned the staff fragment, nor whether Luo had won or lost. Natalie was speechless, staring in disbelief as Luo, wielding a strange harpoon, effortlessly chased the third-tier mage, preventing him from even casting spells. Of the two warriors, one had half his abdomen pierced, greatly reducing his combat power. He could only try to disrupt the mage by channeling magical energy into fist strikes. The other was fending off over 200 icicles with his long sword, his body nearly frozen solid. The assassin fared even worse. His high burst damage and strong stealth abilities were completely useless, hampered by his relatively weak physique. He could only curse and grumble as he fought against the constant stream of spells. So amazing. Natalie's eyes nearly sparkled as she recalled how Luo had swiftly and decisively annihilated over 200 large rats in the collapsed cave-in. Thaga and Yad, however, looked grim. Their disregard for Luo stemmed solely from her mere first-tier transcendent aura. Even if she was a genius, he himself was a top genius within the academy, having reached a level that most extraordinary individuals took over 200 years to achieve before the age of 30. He wasn't afraid of Luo, who was also a genius. But now, compared to Luo, he felt like a mediocre talent. This disparity was hard for both of them to accept. We must eliminate her. Yad nodded, a rare occurrence, but looking at that exquisite face, he added, cripple her, leave her to me, and I won't bother Natalie anymore. Thaga looked at him suspiciously, but after a moment's thought, he agreed to the request. The outcome would be the same for him anyway. Luo felt herself gradually becoming excited. Unlike fighting those fishmen, Luo didn't need to worry about anyone or protect anyone now. Days of soul-refining cultivation had also given her a desire to test her strength. Moreover, these 4 superhumans were significantly weaker, making it easy for Luo to fight them without feeling any strain. After all, not all superhumans possess both a strong physique and powerful magical abilities, like the fishmen, especially since the waters are their territory, where the amplification is much stronger. A faint golden light spread from the depths of his pupils, and the air gradually became heavy, though this change was subtle, unnoticed by anyone except Moriarty. Ah, I remember now. Those who dared to start a war, those people aren't all dead yet. But that's perfect, war brings fear and despair, a few more are welcome, as expected of me, hee. As it turned out, not all mages were as resilient as Luo. The mage caught by the hound had his shield shattered in less than half a minute, his body flying away like a rag doll. If other superhumans from their camp hadn't arrived, the mage would have been dead. However, they soon realized they would have been better off not coming to help. 2 third-tier archers were almost brutally eliminating second-tier superhumans one by one. Their exceptional agility and keen senses, combined with their superior strength, allowed these cultists to operate like a ragtag army, decapitating some or tearing their hearts apart in less than half a minute. But even the superhuman onlookers, who were as far away from the battlefield as possible, had no idea where their leader had gone. Chapter 148. He plunged the harpoon he'd stolen from the merman into the mage's arm, causing the mage's face to contort in pain. Just as he was about to finish him off, a powerful punch suddenly struck, shattering the unfinished magic circle. Turning his head, Luo saw it was the gauntlet-wielding warrior. He had already dispelled most of the invading magic, and was helping the assassin resist the relentless barrage of spells. But Luo instantly realized that the assassin here was merely a magical illusion. His true body had already vanished. What a nuisance. His slightly golden eyes scanned the area. Luo only wanted to find the assassin, and make him kneel on the ground. Swoosh! A dull, lifeless dagger appeared behind his head, piercing the air and aiming for Luo's neck. But a moment later, it was struck by an arrow, deflecting its trajectory, grazing a strand of silver hair. A faint shield flickered, blocking the remaining magic. Master, behind you! A sharp shout rang out, startling the assassin still concealed in midair. He knew all too well that as long as this girl looked at him, his concealment would be ineffective, a true nemesis to assassins. He immediately withdrew his dagger, attempting to escape again. I didn't say you could leave. In an instant, the assassin's eyes met those pale golden eyes. His entire brain jolted, his consciousness going blank for a moment. When he recovered, he only saw a spinning headless body. That body. Then his consciousness completely vanished into darkness. The three who witnessed the assassin's headless demise exchanged glances, already considering retreat. For against one was no match, let alone one already dead. With FIA and the others having mostly eliminated the other henchmen, they would soon be free to act. Run! Instantly, after the mage cast the falling rock spell, the three transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the numerous passages surrounding the pit. Soon, their figures disappeared into different passages. By the time FIA had pierced the brain of the last warrior, she couldn't find any trace of the three. She could only fly to Luo's side, who was suspended in midair, stunned. Master, they escaped. A clear voice brought Luo back to her senses. Her eyes, now completely golden, swept across the area. In an instant, the air froze, and a heavy pressure caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Their bodies fell to the ground with a thud. Even the Black Serpent and the other third-tier transcendents high above were forced to fall several meters, looking at the queen-like girl in midair with astonishment. What was that look? It was terrifying. I just glanced at her, and my mind went completely blank. If I were to fight her. FIA lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. Luo had only glanced at her casually, yet it was as if he could see right through her thoughts. In an instant, she had already prepared her last words. The hound knelt on the ground, its face filled with adoration. Its wounds seemed to have forgotten their pain. Look, this is my young lady. When Ano couldn't help but kneel down, she glared at the dog-headed man. We elves don't kneel so easily. Moriarty's cute little mouth opened slightly, a look of incomprehension flashing in its eyes. No way, but this way, my lazy life seems even more secure. Hee. FIA breathed a sigh of relief. Luo didn't seem to have really noticed, or even cared, simply saying, it's not a big problem anymore. Call the other two over. Yes, master. Watching the terrified FIA flee, Luo closed her eyes slightly, the golden light fading. When she reopened them, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the others seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, quickly retreating further away. But Luo was somewhat surprised. When she had decapitated the assassin with her sword, the bewildered look in his eyes had dampened her fighting spirit somewhat, and she had only then noticed a powerful force residing in her eyes. After a brief sensory examination, Luo discovered that this power was exactly the same as annihilation, that mysterious golden power. However, when gathered in her eyes, it could exert immense pressure on enemies. Even the assassin had instantly lost consciousness, and this was the effect of unconscious use. A power to intimidate all beings, Let's call it intimidation then. Could the power of annihilation have other uses? Unfortunately, Luo still couldn't fully understand this power. At most, she could only use it according to the methods she had comprehended. Perhaps she hadn't yet found a way to control it effectively. Kalei, who had slowly flown to the opposite side of the black serpent, was no longer as arrogant as before, despite Luo's continued use of intimidation. The overwhelming aura, coupled with his single-handedly fighting for transcendence, made Kalei's demeanor less overbearing. He still stood with his arms crossed, his expression unfriendly. What is it? He wasn't incapable of defeating those ordinary third-tier beings. It just wouldn't be that easy. I can give you the fragment. But Luo's words stunned Kalei, then a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Looks like you're not so ungrateful after all. But I have a condition. Kalei, in high spirits, even smiled again and nodded. Please, Miss Luo, any condition is acceptable. Luo ignored the man's boast and said calmly, 24th tier magic crystals, plus the source of this fragment. That's impossible. Kalei immediately rejected it, her tone trying to be more forceful, but under Luo's extremely calm crimson eyes, her resolute voice involuntarily softened. She coughed lightly twice and said, I mean, the normal price is less than 10 4th-tier magic crystals. 20 is too much, I offer. Suddenly, Kalei realized something was wrong. Why was this fragment worthless in her hands, but so precious in Luo's? Could it be that those fragments that didn't react back then also had over 100 circuits? I offer 25 4th-tier magic crystals. Originally, its value in our hands was at most around 15, but because the mining location is a secret of our war god church, I can't tell you. So those 10 are my personal compensation to you. Never mind then. Seeing Luo about to turn back at the slightest disagreement, Kalei was stunned. Hey, if you think it's not enough, I can add some more. How about 30? 35. Kalei's hasty bidding made many superhumans realize that things weren't so simple. Black Serpent, standing to the side, looked at Kalei suspiciously. He didn't know what had happened initially, only that some top-grade fragments had appeared. Were these two hiding something? Below, a concealed voice reached Yad's ears. Leader, we found out that these fragments originally had no magical reaction, only reacting when they were in that girl's hands. Yad was stunned, glancing at Fagar out of the corner of his eye, and noticed that his face had darkened even more. That Kalei guy, is he offering money away for free? What's the point of telling her? They're just some useless fragments. As his thoughts raced, Yad had already pieced together most of the story. After inwardly scoffing at these simple-minded followers of the god of war, he deliberately said, in my opinion, that mage named Luo has no intention of making a deal. Humph. I think she just wants to embarrass Kalei. After all, she's a mage. I actually admire her a little. Hearing this, Thaga couldn't help but exhale 2 puffs of white breath, glaring at Yad. So you guys are all in cahoots. Getting angry at me won't do any good. It's not like I insulted your god of war church. Looking at the smiling Yad, Thaga thought about it. He was right. He and Yad had been at odds for so long. If Yad wanted to insult them, he would either curse directly or fight without hesitation. Fine. Foreign mages aren't any better. Thaga, already short-tempered, stomped his foot and stood in front of Luo, the tattoo on his wrist as red as blood, a faint smell of blood beginning to emanate. Mage, you will pay for your insult to the Church of War. Under Luo's utterly bewildered gaze, Thagar roared, crimson runes spreading from his wrist throughout his body, his aura doubling in power. He swung his right fist, ready to send Luo flying. Stop! The punch abruptly halted as Natalie stepped between them, arms outstretched. Thagar frowned, shouting, Natalie, are you even a member of the church? I'm sorry. A flicker of panic crossed Natalie's eyes, but she resolutely opened her arms. But Luo is my savior. I can't watch you fight. You? Thagar's bronze skin flushed red with rage, but while he could verbally abuse Natalie, he couldn't lay a hand on her. This was a strict order from the teachers, unless he wanted to leave Bankai Academy. Soon, Fia, Ano, and the tyrant dog reunited and rushed to Luo's side, leaving Thaga only able to angrily clench his fist to calm his rage. He was somewhat confident fighting Luo one-on-one. After all, mages weren't strong in close combat, but with 2 not-so-weak third-tier fighters added to the mix, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. On the ground, Yad shook his head slightly with regret at this scene. Oh well, he hadn't expected much anyway. It would be good enough if he could plant a seed. Miss Luo, tell me, what do you want in return? Kalei flew over. Although he coveted the fragments without magical reaction, the ones she had were truly reactive, and he couldn't let them go. The conditions I just stated are non-negotiable. The location is impossible. Kala, are you an idiot? It's just a small pit. Just tell her. Shut up. What do you know about fists? With your brain. Enough. I put up with you for too long. Ah! Run! Just as Fagar was about to argue with this stupid leader, a commotion suddenly erupted from the lower passage, accompanied by screams and explosions. While everyone was confused, a superhuman ran out of the passage in a panic. But before he could even show joy, a tentacle covered in sharp serrated teeth pierced through his shield and defenses, knocking him away. Then, 3 more tentacles rapidly extended, binding him tightly and dragging him back into the passage. Help me! Help me! His voice quickly faded, and then the passage returned to deathly silence, with the faint sound of corrosion still lingering. Chapter 149. Amidst the heavy breathing of the crowd, more and more screams echoed from the pits. Several people in the passages were dragged back inside before they could even extend a hand. What happened? Oh no, our people are still in there. Someone awoke with a chill down their spine and rushed down to a passage, but after a short while, they fled back out in a sorry state. Run! Monsters! Several serrated tentacles shot out. The person brandished a curved blade, but could only manage to cut shallow wounds on the tentacles, unable to sever them completely. Before dozens of tentacles could swarm towards him, the man finally managed to break free, his face filled with lingering fear. So many tentacles. A dense swarm. A strong stench of blood. I didn't see a single living person. Everyone gasped. Just how terrifying was inside to have frightened a third-tier transcendent like this. Senior Calais, there are other classmates inside. Let's go save them. Thago was the first to regain his composure from the panic. I go check. Wait for me. The two ignited their crimson battle aura and flew into a passage like cannonballs. Instantly, a violent explosion rang out, scattering debris throughout the crater. Those smaller factions without third-tier members could only helplessly watch as the passage, where their members were enveloped, emitted wisps of blood. They knew without a doubt that the odds were against them. Those who considered themselves strong enough formed small teams of 2 or 3 and rushed into the passage, hoping someone might still be alive. Everyone was watching the numerous passages ahead. Black Serpent and Yad, among others, had no time for infighting and quickly used this time to gather members of their respective camps. In particular, the passage behind them showed no signs of tentacles, making them much luckier than those in the other direction. Bang! Suddenly, a twisted mass of flesh was thrown out, landing on the ground, still writhing wildly, showing signs of sprouting a mouth. Several people nearby frantically used magic to cleanse the ground, triggering a rebound of energy that annihilated the mass. Run! It'd be too late. A dozen or so figures rushed out, covered in blood. They were a third-tier force from within the passage. They were unlucky. They were inexplicably attacked by a swarm of tentacles bursting from the ground and slaughtering everyone. Caught off guard, most of them died instantly. But they were also lucky. The third-tier members of their group reacted quickly, saving a few people. Fighting their way out, they eventually escaped after losing several more lives. What happened in there? I don't know. We were suddenly attacked, but I advise you run. After saying this, the remaining members of this force flew towards the entrance without looking back, clearly abandoning everything to escape as quickly as possible. Immediately, many second-tier transcendents dared not linger. Hadn't they heard even such powerful people fleeing in panic? Soon, most of the people here had left, leaving only a few who were still waiting. Most of the passages gradually quieted down. Natalie nervously watched the passage leading to the Church of the War God, her small hands clenched tightly. Luo patted her head. You should leave first. Your strength is too weak. No, I still have to wait for Senior Calais and the others. Do you think something might have happened to them? I'm so scared. We haven't found the seniors, and if something happens to the seniors too. Natalie's voice trembled slightly, her face visibly pale, but her aura was gradually boiling, as if something was surging within her. This isn't something you can decide. We found it. What? What was found? Luo didn't answer her, but instead pulled her by the wrist, landing beside Moriarty. Seeing this, FIA and the others quickly followed, their gazes towards Moriarty filled with deep fear, even more so than Luo's. Little Moriarty, pat your head. Did you have to change so quickly? Natalie's aura instantly calmed, and she smiled as she ruffled Moriarty's smooth, long hair, but quickly her expression tense returned. Oh dear, I forgot again, the seniors are still inside. I can't let my guard down. Several pink tentacles repeatedly stretched and curled at the edge of the passage, seemingly testing the limits of their reach. A daring transcendent unleashed a blade of energy, severing several tentacles. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the tentacles quickly reconnected, sprouting even more tentacles. The residual magic within seemed to have no effect on them. Enraged by this action, the tentacles extended dozens of meters long, piercing through the person's body. The jagged spikes tore through flesh and blood, and soon the person was shriveled into a dried-up corpse. Let's go first. You're useless here, and you don't want to be a burden to your seniors, right? I understand. Luo breathed a sigh of relief. If they really wouldn't listen, she would have to be abandoned. But at this moment, several figures broke through the tentacles at the entrance of the passage again. It was Calais and his group, followed by several people from other factions. Seemingly angered by the repeated loss of their food, hundreds of tentacles suddenly shot out, ranging from tens of centimeters to several meters in thickness, pouring out like a flood, the sheer number far exceeding everyone's expectations. As numerous tentacles extended, the entire underground space began to shake. Dozens of metal support pillars snapped, and large chunks of rubble collapsed. Boom boom. Go! The remaining people, no longer waiting for the others, rushed towards the exit. Luo and his companions didn't linger either, transforming into several afterimages and flying into the exit passage. Boom! Several metallic tentacles erupted from the rock walls, carrying away large chunks of rock, including a few small, gleaming fragments. Several slower superhumans were torn apart. More metallic tentacles surged from various parts of the rock walls, causing the entire underground space to crumble. Rocks collapsed, knocking down several unlucky individuals. From a slightly forward position, Luo could vaguely see pink and gold tentacles surging up like a tide, with occasional yellowish-brown tentacles breaking through the walls and sweeping away a few unfortunate individuals. Tons of soil rained down on the tentacles, only to quickly dissolve, seemingly absorbed. Fortunately, the passage wasn't too narrow, making dodging relatively easy. After flying rapidly for over half an hour, a ray of light finally appeared. Luo quickened his pace, and with a blinding ray of sunlight, he and his companions were finally back on Earth. A quick scan of their surroundings revealed that the camp, which had originally housed nearly 100 people, had dwindled by a third. However, many unfamiliar figures had also appeared, those who had escaped through other passages. In total, the number had actually increased, now exceeding 300, including about 30 Tier 3 cultivators. But soon, the ground trembled violently. Tens of thousands of tentacles tore through the collapsed earth, waving wildly hundreds of meters into the air. A massive, filthy, deep red mass of flesh gradually emerged as the rubble melted away. What appeared before them was a gigantic mass of flesh hundreds of meters tall, a kilometer in diameter, almost the size of an entire underground crater, its body covered with hundreds of meters of tentacles of various colors. And chasing Luo and the others were only 3 types of these tentacles. Hundreds of thousands of them lashed out in the air, emitting a piercing whistling sound. Ominous, transcendent 4th tier, all attributes, advancing, unstable, and uncontrollable artificial magical beast, possessing extremely strong aggression and carnage, with a vast number of tentacles, virtually no weaknesses, and capable of absorbing the vast majority of power and matter. Magical skills: Split, super fast regeneration, Devour. Note, it lacks a normal heart and brain. Suggestion: find someone to control it. This physiologically unsettling magical beast conjured up an image of giant, vine-covered hands in Luo's mind. Grotesque and absurd. Little Artie, do you know what this is? A type of flesh and blood aggregate, like a flesh and blood symbiote? Moriarty tilted her head, somewhat uncertain, but it could also be a flesh and blood devourer. However, she quickly added with a look of disgust, but they all stink. The smell is awful. Luo hadn't heard of any of these names, but judging from the names, it was probably summoned through a blood sacrifice, which made Luo think of that cult leader. Could it be from that time? But wasn't he only a 3rd tier cultivator? How could he summon something of this level? The powerful pressure emanating from this large mass of fleshy tentacles made it difficult for Calais and the other 3rd tier cultivators to breathe. How could such a magical beast exist here? Wait, its aura is still increasing. The magic in the soil was slowly absorbed by it. Fragments clung to its body, but were gradually corroded and transformed into its power. Its aura, already far stronger than that of a typical 4th tier being, slowly rose. Luo knew very well that in a while, it might reach the 5th tier. However, the problem was that the highest level anyone had entered was only 3rd tier. The elder Ano mentioned had only reached 4th tier by harnessing the power of the forest in their region. They were exceptions. Moreover, no one knew how far this behemoth could grow. Those who had escaped first didn't leave. Instead, their faces were bitter. In the distance, others were desperately attacking a transparent barrier, but to no avail. Who set this up? Let us out! The unexpected reappearance caused chaos among those who came out again. Most wore expressions of panic and despair. They had been killed in one move and couldn't escape. Wasn't this a dead end? Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a gray robe slowly rose from above the flesh and blood aggregate, spreading his arms and laughing heartily. I didn't want to summon so soon, but it's all because of you. The cult leader, laughing wildly, suddenly pointed at Luo, causing everyone around to scatter, creating a clearing as if avoiding a plague. The cult leader's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. It's all your fault. You forced me to perform this flawed divine ritual. Otherwise. As he spoke, a torrent of black blood gushed from the cult leader's mouth, and he instantly turned into a pool of blood, merging into his flesh. Seemingly sensing the death of its summoner, several fleshy tentacles shot out, seemingly locking onto the most powerful black serpent. But instantly, the tentacles were shredded by the battle axe, the overwhelming power causing everyone to look at the black serpent with newfound respect. But the black snake's brow furrowed into a knot. Very strong. Just its tentacles alone possess strength comparable to a weak third-tier transcendent. There are 100,000 of them here. That's 100,000 weak third-tier transcendents. We can't possibly be a match for them. Why don't we sacrifice those people? Lord Roshanak said it was those people who forced him to sacrifice them. These words immediately drew everyone's attention to Luo, especially those who had escaped from the other passages, who felt a surge of hatred towards her. Who is this person? So beautiful yet so cunning. Keep your voice down. She fought 4 third-tier experts and 2 third-tier slaves. Humph. With so many third tiers, are we afraid of her? Sacrifice her. Yes, sacrifice her. Sacrifice her. The flesh and blood body seemed to sense the infighting among its prey, its attack slowing, only blood beginning to seep out, flowing into the depths of the earth through the cracks in the surrounding rocks. Enough. What kind of talk is this? It was Kale, the one who had a strained relationship with her, who spoke. He and Thaga had long since put aside their grudges and flew together in front of their own faction. I don't get along with her, but you all know what kind of person Roshanak is. Regardless of whether it was Miss Luo's doing or not, this was bound to happen sooner or later. We, the Church of the War God, wouldn't stoop to kicking someone when they're down. I'm telling you beforehand, this big guy has eaten many of our Church of the War God's people, and we, the people of the Church of the War God, will not run away. Upon hearing this, the 40-odd War God followers behind him raised their fists and shouted in unison, "The War God is unyielding. We advance and retreat together." This scene drew the attention of the extraordinary beings, and the commotion subsided somewhat. But then a voice rang out again, "But we definitely can't beat this big guy. You make it sound so nice. Why don't you say how you're going to fight?" Chapter 150. Earlier, a figure hurriedly flew through the passage. A short while later, the guard stationed at the deepest part of the mining site spotted him, and quickly bowed, saying, "Welcome, High Priest." Roshanak, however, was uncharacteristically silent, not even uttering his usual God. "You too, quickly gather everyone here." The 2 guards, though confused, readily agreed out of respect for their High Priest and immediately ran into the depths of the mine. As the clanging sounds of mining ceased, over 100 people emerged, carrying picks and shovels. Seeing Roshanak's clearly displeased expression, their lax formation quickly straightened. Roshanak scanned everyone, his voice deep. "Gentlemen, what is the purpose of your joining my Abyss Church? Revenge? Making money? Becoming stronger? Have you forgotten? Of course, it's to spread love and peace." The group shouted out their purposes in a cacophony, showing no semblance of discipline befitting a proper church. However, Roshanak was not angry. Aside from a small number of believers, most of the people here were temporarily recruited, mostly desperate criminals or greedy individuals who would temporarily serve him if given a little hope and benefit. Fortunately, all he needed was his life. "I believe I treated you all quite well. We avenged each other, provided money when needed, and given resources when required." Watching Roshanak speak so eloquently, the 100 or so believers nodded in agreement. Regardless of what outsiders said about their leader, he hadn't treated them too badly. But, while you're striving for your goals, someone wants to destroy the church. What do you say we should do? Roshanak's voice suddenly became furious. The thought of the girl suppressing 4 third-tier cultivators in an instant excited him even more. Such a powerful body, such immense magical power, it should be at his disposal. Under Roshanak's impassioned voice, the cultist's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. Someone couldn't help but shout, Protect our church. Let it fall into the abyss. Most others, provoked, also clenched their fists. The Abyss Church gave me a home. I will never let anyone destroy it. Unforgivable. Master, please give the order. Although a few third-tier cultivators remained relatively rational, Roshanak was already quite satisfied. His smile returned. After all, even a seductive voice wasn't omnipotent. But don't worry. Roshanak gestured with his hands in the air, signaling everyone to quiet down. To guard against potential powerful enemies, and for the safety of our many followers, God has already bestowed a powerful weapon. With it, even a fifth-tier powerhouse can be contended with. The Master is amazing. The Master is too strong. Even third-tier transcendents couldn't help but waver. Should I really follow him? Follow me, everyone. Let me show you God's gift. Yes. Follow the Master. The Abyss is eternal. The Abyss is eternal. Roshanak lowered his face slightly, revealing a strange smile. He turned and flew towards a hidden passage. Seeing this, everyone followed him. After flying quickly for several minutes, the followers saw him stop before a dead end. Just as they were wondering what was happening, a black array appeared at the end of the dead end. As Roshanak uttered a few syllables, the array disappeared, revealing a straight passage they had never seen before. There's actually a passage here. Such a sophisticated formation, but why do I seem to sense a hint of dark magic? Really? I think it's a concealment technique. Don't assassins always use shadows to hide themselves? Most of the followers were excited by Roshanak's words, and didn't think much of it for a moment. Several minutes later, they followed Roshanak into a spacious cave. On the ground were several perfect concentric circles, inscribed with twisted black and red runes and misaligned polygons. The surrounding rock walls were meticulously crafted, densely covered with blood-red runes, forming layers of crisscrossing formations. However, many people felt dizzy after just one glance. Unlike common formations, this three-dimensional formation was chaotic and disordered. Seemingly ingenious, it resembled a child's scribbles, every detail pushing the limits of human psyche. Master, something seems off here. Some people began to awaken, a chill running down their spines. This dense dark magic didn't look like a legitimate formation at all. Hee. You're right, but it's too late to realize. Roshanak dropped his pretense, abruptly turning around, his expression crazed. Since you're so loyal to the Abyss, then dedicate yourselves to it. Damn it, he's a cultist. Those with more experience immediately recognized him. A chill ran down their spines, and a long sword appeared in their hands. This is a blood sacrifice formation. Kill him. Otherwise, we all be sacrificed. But before he could act, a short dagger emerged from his heart. Ugh. He was destined never to speak further. The powerful magic shattered his heart, the destruction spreading upwards, destroying his brain along with it. Serve the great Abyss, await the descent of our Lord. Sin will end all. This was the same transcendent who had once spoken of making money. Now his eyes blazed with fanaticism, his hands moving swiftly as he lunged at another. Not only him, but a dozen or so transcendents also attacked at this moment, their eyes bloodshot, shouting slogans inconsistent with their previous pronouncements, instantly dispatching several people. The others, realizing what was happening, no longer cared about Roshanak, and immediately engaged the surrounding fanatics in battle. However, even with their limbs severed, the fanatics still viciously bit off their opponents' necks, and even after their internal organs spilled out, they continued to ride their mangled bodies madly, sending chills down one's spine. Hee, kill slaughter, the more the better. Roshanak's face was mostly hidden in darkness, like a ghost, silently watching the carnage unfold. Blood splattered, soul shattered, magic surged, and the runes on the ground and around him absorbed the blood and souls, gradually beginning to glow. In a short while, more than a dozen fanatical believers were killed by the enraged crowd, but Roshanak did not panic. Instead, he turned his back to the crowd and stood on the central array. Great Lord of the Abyss, your humble servant Roshanak offers you fresh souls and flesh. Please turn everything here into the Abyss. Several sword energies struck, cutting him into pieces, but Roshanak's mutilated head smiled. The array suddenly blazed with red light, and a blood-red storm swept everything, destroying all the second-tier beings present, turning them into a pool of blood foam. The remaining third-tier transcendents, seeing the dire situation, dared not linger and tried to escape. However, the remaining blood and gore quickly coalesced into a fleshy mass, frantically absorbing the magic and blood, devouring even the shattered fragments of souls. Blood-red tentacles suddenly extended, binding the unsuspecting others. Sharp serrations pierced deep into their bodies, and a strange power began to disintegrate their flesh. Ugh! Roshanak, I hate it. The already severely injured others were no match for the tentacles, and were quickly devoured. Rosenak, already sliced into several pieces, dissolved along with the fleshy mass, only to slowly coalesce again before it, returning to its original form. However, the mass seemed to have consumed a great deal of energy. Its 2-meter-tall size suddenly shrank, shrinking back to a little over half a meter tall, and it continued to disintegrate. Looking at the crumbling mass of flesh, Roshanak felt a pang of pain. He clasped his hands together, and a side chamber suddenly appeared on his right. A huge block of solid ice stood there, radiating a chilling aura that froze the entire chamber. Through the clear, irregularly shaped block of ice, one could see a snow-white, long-tailed fish encased inside. If I had prepared longer, the sacrifice would have been enough. What a pity such a perfect sacrifice appeared too early. Fortunately, I discovered this beforehand. It should be sufficient. After this sacrifice, I should be able to break through to the 4th rank. Thank you, Great Abyss. Without hesitation, he threw the solid ice onto the mass of flesh. As the mass climbed and enveloped the ice, its collapse began to ease, but after a while, it still hadn't recovered. Roshanak sensed for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't those guys say the ice in the northern polar regions could preserve souls?" However, the soul fluctuations of the long-tailed fish within the solid ice had become extremely weak, vastly different from when he first captured it, and simply insufficient to support the self-repair of the flesh mass. Damn it, there's no other way. With a determined effort, Roshanak poured his own soul into it, personally controlling the mass of flesh. Such a flexible body, is this the avatar of the Lord of the Abyss? It seems pretty good. What's going on? Why is my body melting? No! Ugh! My body! Glug glug. Roshanak's own body dissolved into blood again, absorbed by the flesh mass. The frantically pulsating flesh mass revealed faces contorted in agony, the faces of the cultists, who had been killed and devoured. Finally, all the faces coalesced into Roshanak's face. Kill! Slaughter! Devour! The mass of flesh began to grow large, fleshy tumors, its size increasing wildly. More and more tentacles sprouted, piercing through the rock walls, devouring the magic and matter within, until it penetrated into another passage, where it was discovered by a transcendent being who was digging through the wreckage of weapons. Huh? What is this? A magical beast? Ah. Help. Chapter 151. You make it sound so easy, but how are we supposed to fight? The unclear voice once again stirred everyone's sensitive nerves, causing Kalei to glare angrily. His imposing aura swept out, suppressing most of the others' emotions, but they couldn't discern who was speaking. Don't let me catch you. If you don't want to die, follow my orders. 2nd-tier fighters will form teams of 3 to 5. 3rd-tier fighters will fight alone. Warriors and knights will draw the enemy forward, allowing mages and archers to attack from behind. Priests will buff the front lines, assassins will provide support, and we must minimize casualties. Is there a healer? Where's the summoner? One person slowly raised their hand. I am the healer, but I can only expel foreign magic, maintain life, and heal some serious injuries. I can't treat missing parts. You stay in the rear and be responsible for healing the seriously injured. Healers, 3 people protect the healer. No summoners? Fine, everyone prepare your own items and potions. It's unrealistic to expect you to distribute them, but alchemists, don't hoard your extras. Everyone else is dead, and we haven't even used up our potions. Thaga watched him expertly give orders, arms crossed. Although he was resentful, he had to admit that Kalei was the best leader among them. Even Ad, unusually, didn't argue, survival was the priority. Seeing that none of the major faction's 3rd-tier members objected, the others could only obediently follow Kalei's orders. You brat, I underestimated you. Black Serpent led a group of mercenaries, but his mercenary group's coordination was much better, so naturally they wouldn't follow his orders. There's a lot you don't know. Kalei retorted without hesitation, glancing at Luo and the others, but still remaining silent. Looking at the gigantic, bleeding mass of flesh, his sense of foreboding grew stronger. Don't worry, we won't stand idly by. After all, I wasn't the one who started the conflict. Luo understood his meaning and spoke calmly. However, Kalei snorted slightly, clearly unconvinced. Luo's words solidified the resolve of the previously hesitant transcendents. Hadn't they all chosen to temporarily set aside their differences? With so many people together, perhaps there was still a chance to deal with this monster. Attack! The first to act were naturally the members of the Church of the God of War, a uniformed group of warriors, except Natalie, leading the charge. Some displayed the same blood-red markings as Kalei and Thaga, while others, indistinguishable from ordinary warriors, charged forward wielding various weapons. Fight! 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 3 consecutive battle cries echoed across the battlefield, spreading into rolling waves of sound, penetrating the air and reaching everyone's ears, making their blood boil. Aside from their status as followers of the god of war, most of them were young students. Having witnessed their classmates die beneath these disgusting tentacles, their hearts were filled with rage, and they wanted nothing more than to tear the thing to pieces. The raging battle aura transformed into powerful attacks, and although there were only 30 odd of them, they surged towards the flesh and blood aggregate like a torrent. However, the flesh and blood aggregate merely swung 100 tentacles, lashing out at the battle aura attacks with explosive sounds, instantly shattering most of them. Only a few third-tier attacks remained standing, severing several tentacles. One tentacle lashed out from the dissipating blood mist, striking a student. But after a sharp pain, the student was astonished to find themselves alive. Sensing their surroundings, they discovered their body was covered by a flexible protective membrane constructed of magic. Turning back, they saw about 20 priests in long robes raising their staffs, their robes shimmering with magical light. Judging from their attire, they were clearly not from the same faction. "Don't worry, our priests will provide assistance to everyone." As soon as the words were spoken, another group of warriors and knights leaped forward. The knights drew their great swords, donned heavy armor, and formed a thick wall blocking their path. They were a group that rarely clashed. As knights, their mental cultivation was already strong. They were one of the very few professions where most could maintain their sense of justice. Now, they were no exception. Following the Church of the War God, this second group charged forward, each activating various magical shields. The aura of over 300 people coalesced into a single force, pressing down on the flesh and blood aggregate with a chilling intent. But this seemed to enrage it. Suddenly, over 300 tentacles erupted, whistling through the air, and stabbed fiercely at the knight at the forefront. Buzz! Hundreds of magic circles appeared in midair, various binding and weakening spells landing on the tentacles. Sharp metal blades and spikes also appeared, severing each tentacle and greatly weakening the tentacle swarm's attack. The mages had intervened. The tentacles, weakened by more than half, moved noticeably slower. The knights slashed down with their great swords, severing some tentacles and deflecting the rest. A few knights were caught off guard, their defenses breached, and they were entangled by the spiked tentacles. Immediately, throwing knives appeared from the shadows, severing them in half and rendering their attack ineffective. These were hidden assassins. Whoosh! Then, a continuous barrage of magical arrows shot from behind, accurately blasting apart the remaining tentacles. "Looks like it's not difficult." Ano twirled her bow gracefully, a look of disdain on her face. She just shot an arrow that severed 3 tentacles. No wonder she was a little dismissive. But her smugness quickly vanished. The severed tentacles turned into blood, seeping into the ground, and then the severed parts regrew, thicker and more robust than before. The aura of the fleshy mass itself also rose slightly again. How am I supposed to fight this? The fleshy aggregate seemed to have completely erupted in fury, no longer probing with a few hundred tentacles, but with tens of thousands of tentacles lashing out simultaneously. Besides the most basic fleshy tentacles, metal tentacles, rock tentacles, and water tentacles, tentacles that had spawned from absorbing various kinds of magic, were also unleashed. Compared to the attack of the Church of War, this was a true torrent. The thick, long tentacles, blotting out the sky, were denser than a torrential rain, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts and sowing despair. How could hundreds of people withstand so many attacks? Thagar looked at the rapidly approaching crimson wave, his lips dry, but his pride wouldn't allow him to be afraid. He took a deep breath, and with a burst of magic, a battle cry restored everyone's morale. "Hold them off." The crowd, who had fallen into despair again, tensed up once more. Although they didn't have advanced strategic magic techniques like the Soul Network, in this life-or-death situation, everyone did their best to cooperate and contribute their share. Over 100 ranged classes were responsible for weakening the tentacles. Warriors and knights spread out to protect the extraordinary beings in the rear. Assassins roamed the void, cleanly cutting off any stragglers, and priests were responsible for enhancing everyone's physical attributes and providing stronger protection. Especially for second-tier transcendents, whose inherent strength is already slightly weaker, the priest's blessing greatly enhances their survivability. Fortunately, many of these people are alchemists. Hundreds of magical puppets were released, their bodies, more robust than flesh, acting as human shields, rendering most of the weakened tentacles ineffective. The black serpent wielded its battle axe, each strike shattering a tentacle. Sharp golden magic formed an impenetrable metallic storm around it, tearing any approaching tentacles to shreds. Kalei and Faga, of the same origin, were covered in blood-red patterns, radiating intense heat. Their robust bodies were exceptionally agile, weaving through the tentacles, each punch sending flesh flying. Yad and the other powerful mages began to condense powerful spells. Especially with multiple spells cast, each area of effect spell overlapped, causing damage comparable to single-target spells, enough to shatter all types of tentacles. Fia and the others, under Luo's instructions, went to assist. Both arrows and magical techniques inflicted massive damage on the tentacles of the flesh and blood aggregate. Instantly, flesh and blood flew everywhere, desperately holding back the foremost tentacles within 100 meters. But that was all. Boom! As another wave of thousands of tentacles surged forth, forming a second torrent of flesh and blood, the first puppet to be attacked was instantly smashed aside. Nearly half of the puppet was pulverized by the sharp, hard metal tentacles, exploding in a dazzling light. That was the puppet's core being destroyed. The power of the magic crystal was instantly released, forming a shockwave with a force exceeding half a rank of its original power. Next came the warriors and knights, who had formed a human wall of flesh and blood. Their large-scale, multi-layered magical shields were instantly shattered. Dozens of tentacles fell from each of them. The sounds of shattering and piercing mingled, and large plumes of blood mist and chunks of flesh exploded, completely scattering their formation. Ah! Even though the healer reacted quickly, channeling over a dozen streams of wood magic to revive some of the dying, and some mages, including Natalie, cast healing spells and wood healing magic, sparing most of the warriors from death. About a dozen were still instantly annihilated. Kala, watching the two students turn into a bloody mist and be absorbed by the tentacles, disregarded his anger and shouted, "Don't be sad. Regroup. Spread out into smaller teams, and try to avoid the first wave of attacks. Assassins, focus on protecting the rear. Mages, prepare for combined magic. Those who don't know how, continue to provide individual support. Alchemists, don't hide your healing potions and offensive items." Scanning the area, he saw the silver-haired girl standing beside the black-haired girl, hundreds of meters from the main battlefield, her arms crossed over her chest, eyes slightly closed. Her slender body pulsed with a hazy white light. Runes emitting a soft glow were rapidly constructing, floating, and combining, slowly forming a complex magic circle over 3 meters wide. Light magic. Chapter 152. This confrontation was doomed to failure from the start. That's what Kalei thought. That's what Faga thought. That's what Black Serpent and his mercenary group thought. And all the other third-tier individuals, including Yad, thought so. Simply because this was top-tier, fourth-tier. Perhaps everyone thought so too, but it didn't matter. At least they had tried, they had fought, even at the cost of their lives. Every extraordinary individual, whether or not they had attended an academy, knew that the path to transcendence was fraught with danger. While wielding power beyond the reach of mortals, they also bore the burden of backlash, battles, and the debt of collapse. They understood this, so they had no complaints. However, if possible, they still wanted to live. To witness their own limits. To see the myriad things of that world. Blue was merely a lucky knight who, by chance, met a formal knight, and with his help, gained the opportunity to advance to transcendence. But during a monster hunt, the knight was ambushed and died. Heartbroken, Blue gradually shut himself off, becoming ruthless and sharp, retaining only the last vestiges of his knightly principles, climbing all the way to the second tier of the transcendent realm. His highest affinity was only 62, his talent was limited, so he felt he probably wouldn't survive another century and participated in this interdimensional opening. With his ruthless nature, he thrived here, gaining much. He planned to leave in a year, giving him a chance to advance to the third tier and live another 200 years. But now, he wanted nothing more than to sever these damned, worm-like tendrils. Ah! Magic, transformed by runes, adhered to the black iron-grade heavy sword, condensing into a high-frequency vibrating blade. It was actually just the simplest blade-gathering technique. He had no way of learning more profound magical arts. The blade and tentacles clashed fiercely, blood and magic splattering everywhere. The heavy sword, which he had purchased for nearly 10,000 gold coins, finally gave way, breaking into several notches and cracking throughout its blade. Break. Thud. The tentacle was finally severed, but before Blue could relax, 3 translucent blue tentacles dripping with viscous fluid coiled towards him. He only had time to raise his sword to block before the immense impact severed both his arms. If not for the priest's blessing, his body would be incomplete. Perilous situations were everywhere. Blue's struggle was just one corner of the nearly kilometer-long battlefield. At this moment, the flesh and blood aggregate had extended most of its tentacles, multicolored tentacles weaving among the various superhumans. Each attribute had its own unique effect. Metal was incredibly hard, water was viscous, earth was heavy, wood was poisonous, wind was swift, ice was extremely cold, fire was scorching, lightning was paralyzing, and darkness was paralyzing. The numerous special effects caused immense suffering for every superhuman, forcing them to desperately dodge through the gaps in the churning flesh, leaving them no time to retaliate. The assassins' reinforcements were woefully inadequate, and the rear guard, under attack from some tentacles, was forced to disperse into small groups and relocate in all directions. Among them, magic teams from 3 factions, including Yad, were aware of the combined magic attack and were making tense preparations. To ensure the successful activation of the magic, a large number of magic crystals were used. The shattered crystals scattered like dust, forming a layer of white smoke around them as the magic surged. Nearly 10 warriors, exhausted from protecting them, were whipped apart by the tentacles, while the mages were forced to use defensive items to try and block the enemy's attacks. However, even so, the spells constructed by the other 2 teams ultimately exploded under the interference, leaving only a raging wave of magical energy. They themselves were backfired and unable to organize a combined spell for the time being. In this perilous situation, Yad and his group, under immense pressure, finally completed their combined spell. 33 magic circles appeared at the very top of the barrier, connected in a special way to form a nearly 100-meter-long triple array. At the very top was a meteor summoning array primarily composed of fire, earth, and metal elements. Below were auxiliary arrays primarily composed of wind and earth elements, designed to enhance the power of the meteor. Seeing out of the corner of his eye that the auras of the other mages around him were low, and that only the spell he had successfully constructed at the same time was complete, Yad's face remained calm, but a hint of pride welled up inside him. Only I can orchestrate such a complex, large-scale spell. Heed my command? Following Kalei's example, Yad released his own aura, influencing the auras of everyone around him. The magic circles in midair lit up brightly. 33 magic circles emitted distinct fluctuations, yet under the unified influence of the largest central magic circle, they formed a perfect circuit. A powerful magical storm swept through, briefly dispelling the acrid stench of blood. The aggregate of flesh and blood seemed uneasy. Its 70,000 waving tentacles paused briefly before rapidly retracting, allowing the fleeing superhumans a moment to catch their breath. Meteor shower. Release. With a shout from Yad, a massive, blazing meteorite suddenly materialized beneath the magic circle, its heat surging and whipping up fierce winds. The nearly 20-meter wide iron rock partially melted under the intense heat, descending slowly like a colossal fireball. With each passing moment, an acceleration ring appeared, a gravitational acceleration field combining wind and earth magic. With an ever-increasing buzzing sound, even at a height of less than 500 meters from the flesh and blood aggregate, the meteorite was rapidly accelerated to twice the speed of sound, trailing a sharp white sonic boom and crashing towards the fleshy mass on the ground with unparalleled impact. A fiery red light filled everyone's eyes, and the heat wave made their lips dry, but no one looked away, eager to see if this cataclysmic magic could destroy this behemoth. The mass of flesh had already retracted all its tentacles, forming a dense, thousands-layered defense of flesh and blood above. Under the tense gaze of more than 200 people, in less than 3 seconds, the fireball plummeted. Its weight of thousands of tons combined with its extremely high speed was enough to reach the power of a top-tier fourth-order cultivator, slamming the thousands of layers of defense together and causing a violent dent. Boom! In an instant, everyone's ears went deaf. Only lava splashed up, carrying massive amounts of flesh and blood, igniting a raging fire. The air temperature rose again, whipping up a fierce storm that forced everyone to retreat. Seconds later, everyone regained their hearing, hearing the mass of flesh emit a sharp screech. Large amounts of blood mist evaporated and then quickly dissipated, filling the air with a pungent, nauseating smell of burning flesh. The layers of tentacles shattered instantly. Already only at the second or third tier of power, they were unsurprisingly torn apart by the combined magic unleashed by the 33 people simultaneously. Under the tense yet hopeful gazes of the crowd, most of the tentacles were pulverized into a bloody pulp. Meteorites crashed heavily onto the main body, the scorching flames burning large chunks of flesh black. The remaining tentacles thrashed wildly, attempting to push away the molten meteorites, making it appear utterly wretched. This we won. As expected of the Church of the God of Magic, this combined magic must be their creation. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Thinking it was over, the fleshy mass violently contracted, then suddenly sprang forward, sending the meteorite flying to the edge of the barrier, shattering it into pieces. It's over. Yad stared blankly at the fleshy mass, which had sprouted countless new tentacles. Larger tentacles lashed out at the superhumans, inflicting severe injuries. Morale plummets. The repeated waves of despair made it impossible for anyone to regain their spirits. Even the warriors of the Church of the God of War were only concerned with fleeing. Only the Black Serpent mercenary group managed to maintain their formation and coordination. Kid, aren't you good at commanding? Think of something. Hearing the Black Serpent's anxious shout, Kale snapped out of his daze. Remembering the voice in his ear, he gritted his teeth and decided to take the plunge. Yad. Anyone who doesn't want to die, prepare the next round of combined magic. Everyone, including ranged classes. Protect Ad and the others while they prepare the magic. However, few were willing to listen to him anymore. Almost everyone was only concerned with themselves. The priest's blessing was intermittent, and in a short time, more than 20 people had fallen, reduced to mangled corpses. Yad. Ad, who had been muttering how is this possible, finally came to his senses. Looking at Kale, who was shouting with all his might, and then at the evil mass of flesh waving thousands of tentacles, his voice was filled with helplessness. I can't do it. This is impossible to defeat, even if we do it again. Yad, didn't you say that we warriors are nothing compared to you? What, are you backing down now? Kale wanted nothing more than to smash the guy's head in. What was with his mentality at such a crucial moment? Let me tell you, the Church of the War God is the strongest. Your Church of the Magic God can just wait to be crushed by us. We knew you were incompetent, so why are you pretending? The Church of the Magic God is trash. The students next to Yad were so angry with Kale that their faces turned red. Team Leader Yad, after he said that, aren't you really going to yell back? Yeah, Team Leader, he's so unfair. It's only under Team Leader Yad's guidance that such powerful magic can be unleashed. I think those people from the Church of the God of War are all talk and no action. The cacophony of voices around Ad's ears, coupled with the occasional tentacles brushing past him, ignited a sudden surge of rage within him. I'm not reconciled. I'm the 10th seed of Benkai Academy. I haven't defeated that number one, I haven't won over that girl yet. How can I die here? Enough. Kale, what exactly do you want? Ad's right hand lashed out, a sharp blade flying out, severing several tentacles. Ad's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at Kale in the sky. Humph. Finally awakened, huh? I want you to rebuild the combined magic as quickly as possible. Don't ask why, we don't have much time left. All I can say is, this time it will definitely succeed. Recalling that mocking laughter, Kale still felt a chill run down his spine. Have him prepare the combined magic again. Remember, you're not allowed to tell anyone about this, or I take your soul, hee. Chapter 153. Rewinding the timeline to half an hour earlier. After FIA and the other two left, Luo hesitated, unsure whether to offer her help. She didn't consider herself a good person. Most of these people had initially harbored ill intentions towards her. Luo couldn't possibly have any good feelings towards them. Logically, she should have quietly led a few people to break through the barrier and leave, leaving the others to fend for themselves. But should she just ignore this artificial magical beast, which Moriarty called a flesh and blood aggregate? Once it grows to the 5th or even 6th tier, this place will inevitably become a dead zone. Could she convince herself that this had nothing to do with her? Not to mention, Bella and Senior David are on this floor. If she encounters them, she'd be powerless to fight back. Wouldn't that be considered indirectly caused by her? But wouldn't that be too much of a saintly act? While she was struggling with this dilemma, a deep male voice suddenly rang in her mind. Miss, you're struggling again. As long as you feel at peace with yourself, that's fine. Such a familiar voice, accompanying her memories of Galega in almost every place, had been with her for a long time. If I ignore it, the probability of regretting it in the future is very high. Having made up her mind, Luo was about to construct magic when a small hand tugged at her hem. Sister Luo, you can't win like this. It was Moriarty, who was watching the tentacles and the superhumans fight with a bored expression. The chaotic battle Luo had never seen before seemed like child's play to her, utterly uninteresting. But it's only a 4th tier superhuman, right? Not even 5th tier yet. With so many people, including over 23rd tier ones, surely it has a chance. Based on Luo's own experience, a 4th tier monster is only about 20 times stronger than a 3rd tier monster, so their chances of survival for a group of 300 or so are not low. Ordinary 4th tier magical beasts are no problem, but flesh and blood aggregates, whether they are attached or devoured, originate from hell and are avatars of the flesh and blood lord. Such a massive body contains energy at the 5th tier level. Moriarty's eyes flashed with disgust. This avatar has already spread parts of its own flesh and blood underground, possessing almost indestructible regenerative abilities. With their strength, even with Sister Luo, it's impossible to kill it. Then what do we do? They can't just break the barrier and leave, can they? What difference does it make whether they intervene or not? Moriarty thought of something, his eyes curving into crescents. Hee, let little Artie handle it. A little thing less than a 5th tier monster, easily killed. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Luo replied irritably, her crimson eyes. Her eyes were fixed on the distant aggregate that was bursting with thousands of tentacles. The power gathered on it was unimaginable. If it hadn't been dispersed by the numerous extraordinary beings, no one present except Moriarty could have resisted it. You definitely use the excuse that the nether energy has been discovered to eliminate everyone. I won't allow that. It's been discovered? Well, there's another way, but Sister Luo might get into a little trouble? A hint of doubt appeared on Luo's delicate face. A little trouble? What way? Moriarty nodded, tossing her twin ponytails. This is an incomplete aggregate. Its flesh and soul don't match. It hasn't fully controlled itself yet. The summoner must have stabilized its existence with their own soul. So, as long as we expel the summoner's soul, we can destroy it. Exorcism? I remember there's a spell called soul stripping. Sister Luo knows so much. Moriarty was slightly surprised, but didn't pay much attention. She could easily use such basic soul magic, so she shook her head and spoke again. Although it's just a blood sacrifice summon, the summoner's soul is still connected to the flesh lord. You're not a netherworld creature like little Artie, so it's impossible for you to strip that part of the soul. The exorcism I'm talking about is the Dispel divine spell. Moriarty pointed to the small angel feather on Luo's wrist. Dispel is a basic light divine spell that every angel uses. Little Artie thinks that with Sister Luo's talent, it shouldn't be difficult for you to learn it. Dispel spell. Luo couldn't help but recall the description of Dispel. Dispel intermediate divine spell, dispels all magical effects and buffs on enemies. Limited to intermediate and lower levels, some special effects cannot be dispelled. If Roshanak, as the summoner, stabilized the flesh aggregate with his own soul, then calling it a buff effect is quite reasonable. As for the special effects that cannot be dispelled, Moriarty said they could, so they should be outside this scope. It's just that the light magic has been discovered, which will cause some trouble. However, seeing that the aggregate had already weighed 20,000 tentacles, Luo knew that if she hesitated any longer, it would unleash its full power, and then her joining the battle would be futile. Then, little Artie, take a look for me, I give it a try. Dispelling only requires a little over 120 runes, fewer than healing, but the magic circle structure is more complex. Since this is her first time constructing it, Luo dared not be negligent, concentrating all her energy to mobilize her magic power to avoid any mistakes. Moriarty watched silently as runes appeared around Luo. The translucent runes of light, like tiny light bulbs, emitted a glow that made her uncomfortable. What an annoying power. But it's Lonichian, so I just have to bear with it. Just as the array was nearly complete, Moriarty sensed something, and suddenly turned to look at the battlefield. There, a bronze-skinned youth covered in blood-red markings stared at Luo with astonishment. Light magic? As a follower of the Church of the God of War, Kale knew better than most the power and taboos of the Church of Light. Its most domineering aspect was that only they could control light magic. Everyone with an affinity for light magic would eventually join the Church of Light, like puppets, willingly submitting. But the followers of light had an extreme aspect. They only had an affinity for light magic, while this girl named Luo clearly knew how to use multiple magics, including earth, metal, and wood. How on earth did she learn light magic? Those runes, and the magic circle forming couldn't possibly be the effect of an item. Little brother, spying on others isn't a good thing. A teasing voice whispered in Kale's ear, as if he could smell a faint fragrance, but after waking up, only a chill remained. Kale couldn't help but shiver, quickly looking around, trying to find the owner of the voice. Who are you? Don't pretend here. See that combined magic? The childish voice rang out again, like a 12 or 13-year-old child. Kale seemed to realize something and quickly looked next to Luo. Sure enough, there, a pair of deep blue, watery eyes were looking at him teasingly, their small mouths slightly moving, and the voice appeared in his ear at the same time. If you don't want to lose your soul, then obediently do as little Artie says. What seemed like a childish, laughable threat sent a chill through Kale's soul, as if he could die the next second if that little girl so desired. At this moment, The combined spell prepared by the three magic teams, including Yad, was nearing its end. What unsettled Kale was that the combined spells of two of the factions were interfered with by the tentacles and failed to be cast. Only Yad and his followers, the followers of the god of magic, managed to successfully construct the spell after much effort. What does she mean by showing me this? Buzz. A nearly 20-meter-long meteorite was summoned. The intense heat partially melted it, radiating heat currents of over 1,000 degrees. Accelerated by wind and earth magic, its speed increased dramatically, ultimately transforming into a fiery red meteor that crashed down upon the tentacle defenses of the fleshy mass. Boom! Countless fragments of flesh and blood flew up, some charred black, most scattering as a rain of blood, falling onto the magic shield erected by the group. However, before Kale could even rejoice, the mass of flesh suddenly contracted, sprang up, and deflected the meteorite. Aside from some charred surfaces, it bore no real wounds. Its tentacles rapidly reformed, becoming thicker, longer, and tougher. How could this be? This is a combined magic that defeated a fourth-tier transcendent. Little brother, do you want to live? Moriarty's voice rang in his ears again, causing Kale to subconsciously nod. Have him prepare another combined magic. Remember, you're not allowed to tell anyone, or I take your soul, he. Realizing what had happened, Kale quickly looked in Luo's direction, only to find it empty. Moreover, searching the entire battlefield, there was no trace of the two of them, as if they had vanished into thin air. Damn it. Sigh. I believe you this once. The will to live ultimately overcame his doubts. Kale, no longer caring why Luo was using light magic, shouted to Yad. Anyone who doesn't want to die, prepare for the next round of combined magic. Everyone, including ranged classes. Protect Yad and the others while they prepare the magic. Meanwhile, within a soul barrier, Moriarty skipped around Luo, who was casting a spell with his eyes closed, his little face full of amusement. What an idiot! But little Yad is doing this for Lonichin, so it's okay to eat that part of her memory, right? No, right. The soul of a believer is quite nice too. Chapter 154. Casting combined magic was no easy feat even though Yad and his group had trained extensively at the academy and were incredibly skilled. It still took them over 10 minutes to successfully cast it again. With ordinary spell casting, it would have taken them more than 10 times. The more complex and lengthy casting process also resulted in exponentially increased power. A massive magic circle, hundreds of meters wide, reappeared in the sky, and the oppressive force descended once more. The panicked crowd finally calmed down a bit, as if they had gained some mental support, even knowing the chances were slim. Yad looked at the mass of flesh frantically chasing the remaining superhumans, hesitated for a moment, and then, as Kale had instructed, summoned the meteor again. Just as he was considering whether to unleash the attack, suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted from below, striking the mass of flesh with lightning speed. Instantly, a magnificent halo thousands of meters wide exploded, quickly passing over the mass of flesh. After a sharp, mournful cry, a murky humanoid phantom was repelled. The mass of flesh trembled violently, gushing out copious amounts of blood. All its tentacles weakened and lost their offensive capabilities. Now! Kale roared, snapping the stunned yet back to reality. Gritting his teeth, he swung his long staff, wrapped in golden leaves, and the meteorite, engulfed in flames, transformed into a fireball and plummeted a second time, crashing heavily onto the limp mass of flesh. Boom! The deafening roar forced the fleeing people to halt, panting as they watched the lava explode once more. Wasn't it ineffective? This time seems a little different. The few who were still willing to follow Kale's orders and protect Yad watched the outcome with bated breath. Unlike before, the collapsing mass of flesh offered no semblance of defense. Its surface melted rapidly, and amidst the shattering flesh, the 20-meter-long meteorite, with unstoppable force, smashed through the hundreds of meters high mass, piercing the ground and causing an exceptionally violent tremor. The shattered earth began to collapse, and foul-smelling blood gushed from the ground, filling the deep crater to form a lake of blood. Glug glug. Flesh and blood still tried to coalesce and grow, but without the control of their master soul, they could only helplessly await their death. Was it a success? We succeeded? We succeeded? Watching the mass of flesh on the lake of blood gradually quiet down, people whispered in disbelief. Then, the remaining 100 or so finally believed that the enormous monster had been killed. Finally, we succeeded? Ha ha ha. I never thought I'd survive. People unleashed their joy and excitement at surviving the ordeal. Every face beamed with laughter and relief. Even their severe injuries couldn't suppress their joy. Yad couldn't help but smile, a slight smirk playing on his lips, secretly pleased with himself. If it weren't for my magic, you would have all become nourishment long ago. Why? Why did I fail? I will not fail. A sudden roar froze everyone, causing them to instinctively retreat from the center. They found the murky, illusory figure that had been ejected was gone, replaced by a small, several-meter-tall lump of flesh. Twisting and writhing, it struggled to reveal a bloody head, the very face of Roshanak. He shrieked, revealing inhuman teeth and melting eyes, sometimes screaming madly, sometimes muttering to himself, sometimes letting out incomprehensible laughter. Your servant will be with you forever, the darkest hour is coming, the abyss is eternal. As this mass of flesh completely melted away in its madness, Roshanak's last vestige of life in the world vanished completely. Is it completely dead? Ano patted her ample chest. The sudden scream had nearly made her scalp tingle. Fia, standing beside her, nodded, then noticed something and let out a soft exclamation. What's that? Where the last clump of flesh had disappeared, a block of ice over 2 meters high was revealed, sealing within it a motionless white fish with an unusually long tail and a broad, flowing caudal fin. Where's Miss? The tyrant ignored the creature, looking around instead. Since they joined the battle, Luo had been nowhere to be seen. Knowing Miss as he did, she shouldn't have been completely inactive. You dog-headed man, why don't you call me master? Ano, hands on his hips, was slightly annoyed. Although he didn't particularly like the title, his refusal only made him angrier. I'm not like you two. I'm wholeheartedly devoted to Miss, so naturally she values me. The tyrant would never say that Luo disliked him calling her master. Alright, you two, stop arguing and find master first. At Fia's gentle reprimand, the two turned around, gave a cold snort, and began searching for Luo. You're something else, kid. Black Serpent sheathed his dull battle axe, his body covered in blood. Less than half of the mercenaries he brought were still alive. He didn't know how this selfish and arrogant academy student had been able to accurately predict that the second wave of combined magic would precisely eliminate this mass of flesh and blood the moment the white light appeared, but in terms of the result, his role was just as crucial as Ad's. But Calais seemed somewhat distracted, replying perfunctorily, nothing, I need to search for my juniors now, talk to you later. Then, bewildered by the Black Serpent, Calais descended low into the air, seemingly searching for someone. How strange. Never mind him. What's that? Not only Fia and the Black Serpent, but the others gradually noticed a piece of frigid ice floating on the gradually calming blood lake. The extremely low temperature had caused a layer of ice to freeze around the surrounding blood. The first to approach was Yad, who flew before the ice, and sensed the faint soul fluctuations emanating from the strange fish within, suspecting it might be some kind of sacrifice. But regardless, this thing appearing amidst collapsing flesh and blood is definitely not something simple. Wait, you're not planning to keep it all for yourself, are you? Black Serpent followed closely behind, looking at him with ill intent. His mercenary group had suffered heavy losses, and this area was submerged by the blood lake, its depth unknown. Retrieving the rings from the dead was extremely difficult. Only this suspicious piece of ice might fetch a good price, so naturally, he wouldn't easily give it up. Your Black Serpent mercenary group didn't contribute much. If you're talking about competing with me, only Calais is qualified. At the same time, the white light and halo appeared in Yet's mind, that bright. It was clearly light magic. Could someone have used an item to store light magic? He couldn't help but recall that delicate yet overly aloof face. He hadn't seen her on the battlefield. Could she have used that magic? That's ridiculous. It wasn't like you did it all by yourself. The black snake completely ignored him, reaching out to grab the solid ice, but had instantly deflected his hand with a golden spike, coldly saying, "Did you get my permission?" The leaders of the other factions, who were gathering their respective personnel, couldn't help but turn their attention to the scene. Some cursed under their breath. The barrier hasn't even been lifted yet, and these people are already thinking about infighting. But he himself quietly moved closer. Seeing more and more people gathering, Yed no longer held back, shouting, "You guys hold off the other mercenaries, I handled Black Serpent." For some reason, Calais didn't jump out immediately, so Yad worried that his appearance would turn it into a three-way struggle, increasing the unpredictability. His gaze towards Black Serpent darkened. The followers of the Archmage behind him naturally obeyed their leader, immediately creating distance and chanting spells. Seeing this, Black Serpent showed no mercy. "Brothers, charge! Loot them all. Good. Boss is mighty." With the enemy gone, human greed surged again. 16 or 17 mercenaries, ignoring their injuries, roared and charged towards Yad and his group. "Let me show you what a top-tier academy seat looks like." With a wave of his staff, 3 metallic tornadoes formed, magic pre-stored within the staff, which Yad had kept hidden. Now, they transformed into thousands of sharp blades, swirling towards his former comrades. Simultaneously, a 3-meter-long array slowly formed behind him, and an oppressive aura descended, enveloping Black Serpent. Black Serpent coldly snorted, then flew out, dragging his broken battle axe, and with a sweeping motion, shattered one of the metallic tornadoes. However, while everyone openly and secretly observed the infighting in midair, a delicate white hand quietly appeared on the solid ice. With a gentle wipe, the ice vanished instantly. Then, a voice simultaneously echoed in the minds of FIA and the other two, "Come quickly." With a mixture of surprise and complex emotions in their eyes, the 3 hurriedly followed the instructions to the edge of the barrier. Outside the barrier were small groups of other people, clearly unable to see what was happening inside. Some were attempting to attack, but to no avail. Many more simply glanced at it and left, presumably believing they couldn't get in. At the inner edge of the barrier, 2 beautiful figures awaited. A girl with long, silver-white hair silently watched them, while a little girl beside her smiled and waved. "Master! Young miss! Let's go!" Luo turned around, and Moriarty's jade-like hand clenched, causing the massive barrier covering a radius of 3,000 meters to shatter into countless particles of light. The 3 were shocked by Moriarty's power, but having witnessed some of it before, they could barely convince themselves to follow the 2 and quickly leave this dangerous place. The instant the barrier shattered, most people noticed the cage above their heads had disappeared. Before they could even feel joy, they were filled with hesitation. It just broke like that. However, Ade and Black Serpent quickly noticed the ice's disappearance and stopped attacking. Ade landed on the remaining ice shards, looked around, and roared angrily, "Who stole it? Show yourself." Black Serpent felt a pang of regret, but seeing the barrier shattered, he stopped worrying. "Ha ha, all for nothing in the end. Brother, let's retreat." Only Ade remained, consumed by mindless rage. "I'm so angry." Unnoticed by anyone, a mischievous little white hand silently appeared, reaching into Ade's head and pulling out a small, glowing white ball. For a moment, Ade felt as if he had lost something, but anger quickly overwhelmed his mind. "Don't let me find out who it is." At the same moment, hundreds of identical small hands appeared on the foreheads of each departing superhuman. Small balls emitting white light were pulled away, making them suddenly feel exhausted, as if they had forgotten something, but had no way of knowing, and could only attribute it to the exhaustion brought on by surviving a catastrophe. Low in the air, Kale searched in vain, and could only sigh. "Perhaps she didn't want me to know." Thaga led the remaining students to him, somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go." Fortunately, most of the fragments are in the ring. As for the dead students, just report it truthfully. Thaga felt bad thinking of the dead students, but didn't say much, just nodded. Senior Kale, have you seen Luo?" It was Natalie's voice. She had been assisting the other mages, but could only protect themselves and had no time to worry about much else. Now that the battle had ended, she couldn't find Luo and couldn't help but become anxious. Hearing that name, Kale glanced at her with a complicated expression. Perhaps, sometimes, innocence is better? "She's alright, the light just now." "Oh dear, I almost forgot about you, little brother." A slender hand reached out from the void, ignoring Kale's flesh and blood, and slipped into his head. With a gentle grab, a ball of light was extracted. Then, it seemed nothing had happened, and no one noticed what had occurred. "Light? Huh, what was I going to say? Oh dear, Senior, we were just talking about how Xiao Luo is doing." "What Xiao Luo?" "Oh, she's alright, let's go." Kale flew away, his mind unsettled. He felt like he'd forgotten something? But in the end, it was under his command that he had defeated the monster, so it should be true, right? Although he hadn't received accurate information, knowing from his senior that she was alright meant she was alright, right? Natalie's simple mind breathed a sigh of relief. But why didn't she say goodbye to me? Chapter 155. After the barrier shattered, a stench of blood immediately filled the air, making those outside nauseous and wondering what had happened inside. Upon learning what had transpired, the others couldn't help but feel relieved that the enormous, strange magical beast had been dealt with. Otherwise, if it had broken through to the 5th rank, it would have been impossible to kill it without the combined efforts of thousands of 3rd-rank beings or 100 extraordinary individuals using a combined magical technique. Yad and Kale, who played a crucial role in this incident, began to gain fame. However, some observant individuals noticed that no one seemed to care about what the white light that appeared before the 2nd combined magic spell was, or what its purpose was. A certain girl, who had previously been quite prominent, seem to have been deliberately forgotten, rarely mentioned. However, since those involved were confused, those who came later were even less understanding, leaving it as an unsolved mystery. On a slightly flat boulder, the tyrant dog was diligently cooking seaweed and fish. Beside him was a large block of solid ice, the chill emanating from it causing the fire to extinguish several times. He had to constantly watch the pot, ready to rekindle the dying embers. Is this the Blue Scale Clan's holy maiden? Luo looked curiously at the long-tailed fish sealed in the ice. This creature was naturally something Luo had asked Moriarty to pick up. Since they didn't seem to like it, he figured taking it wouldn't be a problem. Yes, the soul fluctuations are exactly the same, but it split its soul too many times and is almost dead. Can you not be so happy? Luo took out the box given to him by Hidamu, but the sensing array on the hairpin still didn't react. Only the nameplate remained active, indicating that it was indeed alive. The array above is too rudimentary, it can only connect to a small part of the soul. Little Audie ate that part. So can you please not be so happy? Anyway, it's good that you're not dead. I remember I can use my own soul power to repair other people's soul injuries. This magic wasn't used much in LaSalle's memory, because it was an unorthodox healing magic, and given his personality, he wouldn't be so kind as to help others repair their souls. TSK. You were just clicking your tongue. Speaking of which, what did Rosenek say about the permanence of the abyss? Little Artemis, didn't you say that the flesh and blood aggregate came from hell? Yes. Moriarty tossed a small, glowing ball, then caught it precisely with her mouth agape, like she was eating a sticky rice cake. One cheek bulged out as she mumbled, there are many followers of hell, mostly appearing in the name of the abyss, the black abyss, or evil gods and demons. It's not strange to be named after the abyss, but I didn't expect to see it again now. Then why did he summon these disgusting things? It doesn't seem to do him any good. Recalling Rosenak's fanaticism before his death, Lo couldn't help but shake her head slightly. She couldn't understand the thoughts of those followers, she just thought they were stupid. Her hands didn't stop moving as she channeled her soul power into the long-tailed fish's body through a small soul magic circle. Because demons need sin. She tossed another small ball and caught it, then lay back in midair, revealing a languidness unlike that of a child. I am a being born naturally from the underworld, feeding on the souls of the dead in the living world. As long as the living world exists, the underworld will never perish, yet the Lord of the Underworld still launched a war. Isn't it because the Lord of the Underworld wants to rule the living world? Luo didn't immediately grasp the situation. Weren't wars always fought for territory? If the Underworld unified the living world, their territory would be enormous. Sister Luo, how can you be so naive? Moriarty's childish face chuckled, all traces of his previous innocence vanishing. The living world, the underworld, and the realm of the dead are the three fundamental planes. They're like the trees, air, and soil within the void realm. Once the trees die, the soil and air become unchanging, turning into a true dead zone. If the living world completely disappeared, and no more souls and skeletons filled the underworld and the realm of the dead, then under the law of the jungle, only a few powerful beings would remain, and the entire world would fall into deathly silence. The beings who became rulers wouldn't be so foolish, they certainly understood the consequences. Yet, war still broke out, and even the realm of the dead appeared later. So who's behind all this? Luo thought with a chilling realization. The force that drives the war between the three worlds must be extraordinary, possessing power surpassing even that of the angels or dragons. So it's hell. Moriarty swung one of his short, white legs, his bare, exquisitely beautiful feet twitching, muttering to himself in a strange melody, war is the greatest evil, and the demon lords love evil the most. The underworld, the dead, are all bewitched by hell. What a pity, what a lament, they were discovered too late. Like a simple nursery rhyme, Moriarty's voice contained both joy and deathly stillness, light and cheerful yet chilling. Wait a minute, little Artie, weren't you sealed away? How do you know it was hell that made the move? I spent 1,000 years pondering, and before I went mad, I spent another 1,000 years regretting it. Before I died, the war was over, but it will soon return. What do you mean? Little Artie, explain yourself clearly. What do you mean by the war will come again? If another epic war involving hundreds of saint-level beings were to occur, could the living world still resist? Moriarty held a ball of light, gently biting off half. He lazily looked at the remaining half, somewhat absent-mindedly. In the memories I absorbed over thousands of years, whenever a war approaches, hell's claws appear. The appearance of flesh and blood aggregates signifies that the demonic faith has infiltrated to a certain extent. Within 300 years, or even 100, the temptations from hell will appear. Having said that, Moriarty tossed the remaining half of the ball of light into his mouth, stretched lazily, his eyes regaining their clarity and foolishness. He then took out 2 more and chuckled. Aside from the little guy's silly laughter, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The tyrant dog, head down, stirred the meat broth, cold sweat already beating on its forehead. Ano didn't dare breathe, her eyes fixed on the distance. She desperately wished she could take her sister's place on the patrol, so she wouldn't have to hear this horrifying information. She was just a lowly third-tier archer. Lua absent-mindedly tapped the cold, hard ice with her slender white fingers, making a tinkling sound, lost in thought. After a while, she exhaled a long, cold breath and stopped channeling her soul power. Whatever, there's always the tall guy to handle it. The heavy atmosphere vanished instantly, allowing the two to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They had almost thought their master was about to say something incredibly exciting. "Little Artie, I was so curious earlier, what were you eating?" Moriarty, who was stuffing a ball of light into her mouth, chuckled and handed over the drool-covered ball. "Sister Lo, you should have some too." Her tone had returned to its usual lightness, though it sounded a little mischievous. Looking suspiciously at the sticky ball of light, Lo felt the allure emanating from her soul, but still shook her head. Never mind, something feels off. She remembered that it was because she couldn't resist the extreme temptation of that mage's soul that LaSalle took advantage of her vulnerability. This showed that the golden flame defense of the Sea of Souls wasn't foolproof, and had some kind of loophole. This ball of light might just be a snack for Moriarty, but it might not be for her. Oh, what a pity, little Artie wanted to share it with Sister Luo. But as she spoke, she grabbed a handful and quickly stuffed it into her mouth, afraid Luo would change her mind if she was too slow. This was painstakingly extracted from everyone's souls by little Artie. We can't waste it. Luo wondered if she had misheard, tilting her ear. "You said, extracted from what?" "Oh dear. Sister Luo, don't worry about it. To prevent you from getting into trouble, little Artie extracted everyone's memories of light magic. She just accidentally brought a little bit of extra soul energy. Don't worry, Natalie's wasn't extracted, and the others will recover in a year at most they'd be a little silly." After quickly finishing, Moriarty dodged Luo's pinch on the cheek. Hee. I can't catch you. Come here." "No way." "M.O. Lee. Yeah. T." In the distance between the two playfully fighting, towering peaks thousands of meters high stood, shrouded in white clouds, like giant swords piercing the earth. A narrow canyon stretched straight to the other side, where a faint blue view could be seen, and a cold wind carrying a slight mist blew by. Chapter 156. 2 men and 1 woman were slowly making their way through the icy snow. The biting cold made them shiver. The swirling snow caused even their magical protective shield to freeze solid. "Ugh, so cold. Why are we so unlucky to run into this cold wave?" "Achoo." Marley couldn't help but rub his hands together, taking out a second-tier fire magic crystal. The warmth made him groan, but quickly the warmth faded, leaving only coldness. Marley cursed under his breath and threw away the crystal, now corroded by ice magic. That thing couldn't even be absorbed by superhumans. "Marley, just shut your stinking mouth. The collapsing snowfield isn't safe." Fermi's messy beard was frozen solid, and his left arm, now only half its original length, was whitened by the cold wind. He lifted one leg, but instead pulled out a frozen head, its face lifelike, mouth agape in terror. Damn it! Even with Fermi's usually nonchalant nature, he was extremely irritated at this moment. He glanced at the elven slaves at the back and snapped, "Hurry up!" Idra remained silent. Her hands were bound, her clothes tattered, revealing large patches of pale purple skin covered in wounds. A pitiful sight. Her magical spirit was sealed, leaving only a sliver of magic within her body for warmth. Fortunately, the 2 elven hunters weren't interested in her skin color. "Old man, there's a cave over there." Marley was the first to spot a deep cave, mostly covered by snow, directly opposite the cold current, and excitedly prepared to rush forward. "Let's see if there are any magical beasts." "No need for your reminder. I'm not one of those newbies." Quickly approaching the cave entrance, Marley concealed his presence. A simple detection spell swept across the area, but he detected a lingering magical energy, clearly not belonging to the environment. "Who?" A cold shout rang out, sounding quite young. This surprised Marley. There was someone inside, and a familiar face at that. In the levels beyond the ancient battlefield, those below the 3rd rank wouldn't survive long. The probability of encountering a human was dozens of times lower than encountering a magical beast. "Then Lai, it's you?" As the snow at the cave entrance was shaken away, a gloomy-looking young man appeared. Seeing Marley, the arriving Fermi, and the elven slave, his voice was flat. "So it's you. You've been in there so long, and this is all you got?" He quickly noticed the other person was missing, but didn't ask further. In their line of work, disappearances usually meant going to the underworld. There was nothing to be surprised about. "What do you mean? That elder isn't someone to be trifled with. Besides, there are still 2 hunters left. How can we possibly compete with just the 2 of us?" Vanley ignored his complaints, retreating back, his eyes darkening. Those 2 night elves appeared, but were captured by someone capable of fighting a tier 3 opponent. "You mean the sisters who killed your 2 teammates? What? You can't compete with them, so you're slinking over to our help?" Marley chuckled mockingly. The 2 sisters alone were enough to handle them head-on, not to mention their tier 3 master. Without strategy, they likely had no chance of winning. He wouldn't risk dealing with an unknown tier 3 opponent. The 2 sisters? Is it Fia and the others? Tell me. However, it was the previously listless Idra who became agitated. Those 2 were among the most talented members of the tribe, originally poised to succeed the Great Elder in protecting the race, but they had left the forest without permission due to hatred, and their whereabouts were now unknown. Judging from their conversation, it was highly likely they were the Fia sisters, but upon hearing that they had also been captured and enslaved, Idra's heart panicked, and she couldn't help but smell them. "You have no right to speak." Marley kicked her aside without hesitation, dragging her into the cave with a magic rope. Kicked hard, Idra's haggard face immediately contorted in pain. She clutched her stomach tightly, unable to speak, and could only let herself be dragged into the cave. Inside the cave were several fire magic crystals, radiating warmth, which eased Marley and Fermi's frozen expressions. Didn't they say the cold front wouldn't arrive for another 2 days? Why is it here early? Who knows? This awful weather is too much for even magic to handle. Looking at the 2 trying to warm themselves, Vanley said in a deep voice, "What if I told you that the 3rd tier item is also a top tier item? There's another smaller one, just as good." Hearing this, Marley's breathing became slightly heavier. "You're not just making this up, are you?" Vanley shook his head, and a surge of water magic formed a mirror. 2 hazy figures were reflected on it. One had silver hair and red eyes, a petite figure, and delicate features, exuding a cool and aloof air. She wore an adorable mage's outfit, and looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. The other girl was even smaller, with delicate, baby-face features that always seemed to be smiling. She had bare, white feet and wore a cute black dress, giving her a unique and captivating charm. Even though the images in the water mirror weren't very clear, it was still evident that the 2 people were exceptionally beautiful. Marley swore he never seen such exquisite goods in his life. "I want 40%. Vanley nodded, clearly not concerned with profit, but more with revenge. Fermi squinted his aged eyes, remaining silent and offering no objection, seemingly lost in thought. Only Idra, on the ground, felt a strange urge upon seeing the 2. "I wish I could be captured by her. Such adorable people, they probably wouldn't be so violent." Moriarty said that the solid ice was peculiar, capable of protecting the body and soul, making it better for the fish to remain inside to complete its repairs, which would likely take a considerable amount of time. So, after several days, the group traversed the narrow gorge and arrived at a gradually opening plain. It was deserted, save for the howling of a cold wind and a light drizzle that chilled them to the bone. "Miss, I might not be able to go any further." The tyrant bared its sharp teeth, shivering uncontrollably. Even though the endless white snowfield ahead was still a long way off, a thin layer of frost clung to its fur. The Fia sisters were all right. Their strength was far greater, and with a layer of magic covering their bodies, they didn't find it too difficult to withstand the chill. Luo thought for a moment, considering Fia and the other sisters' greater knowledge of the snowfield, and decided to let them find a safe place to stay. After all, at his level, he wouldn't starve to death in a month, so if he did, so be it. With one less member in the team, Luo and his group of 4 quickly flew towards the snowfield ahead. The cold wind whipped at Luo's face, bringing a chill, but after his fire magic filled his body, the chill subsided considerably, leaving only a slight coolness. "Master, the snowfield ahead is called the Collapsed Snowfield, and it's an extremely dangerous place." Fia, clearly knowledgeable, explained quietly as they walked, while Ano went to scout ahead. According to Fia, the climate of the Collapsed Snowfield is extremely unstable. One moment it might be sunny and calm, the next a blizzard could be imminent. An unusually violent flow of ice magic circulates at the edge of the snowfield, perpetually flowing at the boundary between the two layers, marking the dividing line between the ancient battlefield and the collapsed snowfield. Because of this magical flow, the snowfield periodically experiences freezing cold currents, even more ferocious and severe weather. Exposure to these cold currents would extinguish even the hottest fire magic crystals, let alone superhumans. Therefore, even FIA and her companions couldn't stay in the cold for long. They had to find cover as quickly as possible. Like the tyrant dog, it would lose all life within 3 seconds. Due to the prolonged onslaught of cold, only a few meters of the 1,000-meter thick snow layer on the snowfield were soft. The layer hardened further down, reaching a point 100 meters below where it was too solid to be melted by fire magic. If a cold front struck, the entire snowfield would freeze, except for the fresh snow which remained relatively soft. Naturally, occasionally, unlucky superhumans would find themselves resting beneath the snow during a cold front, only to never emerge again and freeze to death. Following FIA's explanation, the group finally arrived at the so-called ice magic circulation, a faint, pale blue mist radiating extreme cold. Even the moist air exhaled would instantly freeze into ice crystals before it even approached. On the shallow layer of snow lay many animals frozen into ice sculptures, and numerous superhumans, their faces filled with a desperate longing for survival. Alas, they had no more chance. This icy magical current can be resisted with magic, but you must pass through it quickly and not linger, otherwise the cold will seep into your body, gradually stiffening you and eventually turning you into an ice sculpture. FIA's tone was grave, clearly showing her apprehension about this place. Let's go! Lo, pulling Moriarty's hand, flew over first, a layer of fire magic covering her body. But the moment she entered the blue mist, her body felt like it had fallen into an ice cave, the chill relentlessly seeping into her. So cold. Lo didn't dare delay, using fire magic to surround her body, dispelling a ring of blue mist before barely managing to dispel the chill. She glanced at Moriarty, who hadn't even created a protective shield, appearing completely relaxed. Comparison is truly infuriating, but FIA and her sister were even more uncomfortable. They were primarily affinity bound to metal, and with magic, even FIA could only cover herself and her sister with a faint layer of fire magic, providing negligible warmth. Seeing this, Lua raised her hand and channeled 2 powerful streams of fire magic into the 2 women, far surpassing FIA's explosive fire magic, even causing FIA's fire magic to nearly spiral out of control. But FIA dared not ask further. She vividly remembered the agony from the depths of her soul, that torture akin to dying and being reborn. She had no desire to experience it again. Thank you, Master. Luo didn't reply, merely maintaining the output of fire magic. Fortunately, her magic reserves were incredibly abundant. This place, which would be difficult even for most third-tier cultivators, only made Luo feel a slight chill. After flying at high speed for a while, a standing white figure suddenly appeared ahead. It looked like a strong person, but was covered in long white hair from head to toe. At first glance, it resembled a white cactus. If it weren't for the faint blue hue of the ice mist here, Luo might not have been able to spot it in the snowfield. The strange hairy figure sensed their approach, waved at them, and then leaped into the snow and disappeared. What the hell was that? Chapter 157. What was that? Luo felt something was strange. Although her senses were weakened in the violent vortex of ice magic, the creature vanished from her perception in an instant. That was fast. Master, what did you say? FIA asked, puzzled. What had just happened? You didn't see it? Luo was even more surprised. FIA was far more familiar with this snowfield than she was. After all, their base camp was just beyond the snowfield. They were practically neighbors. It's normal they didn't notice. That was a 6th-tier creature. Moriarty flew beside Luo like a fish, seemingly more interested in the ever-flowing ice mist around them. He offered only a brief explanation, and then stopped paying attention. 6th tier? Hearing this, the 3 didn't dare linger. They quickly passed through the thick vortex, the high-speed air colliding with it, creating a long ripple. After they disappeared, 5 humanoid creatures with long, thick white fur emerged from beneath the snow. Looking at the swirling mist left behind, they suddenly cried out, "Whoa!" Then, the 5 furry beings submerged back beneath the snow, their destination clearly the direction Luo and his companions had gone, as evidenced by the slightly raised snow-covered ground. In the boundless expanse of pure white, even magical beasts were scarce. Under the covert threat of a 6th-tier being, Luo and his companions dared not linger for a moment. After more than half an hour, they finally emerged from the vortex. Upon emerging from the icy mist, the sunlight instantly became brighter, especially as the white snowfield reflected the sunlight, making it even more dazzling. However, the chill only subsided slightly. The abundant ice magic had brought the temperature here to over 80 degrees below zero, with almost no moisture. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary people. Compared to the icy mist, this cold was bearable for FIA and the other two. As they warmed up, the group enthusiastically made snowballs with their hands, though only Luo and Moriarty were truly excited. The snow in the snowfield wasn't ordinary water vapor condensation, but rather a high-concentration magical crystal formed from the combination of dust and ice magic. Only a very small portion contained water vapor, so it neither stuck nor melted when it landed on you. If you were to boil it, you most likely only get a thin layer of damp mud. Over the past 200 or 300 years, FIA and Ano had long since grown tired of the snow here. They simply kept a short distance, pretending not to see their master playing with another powerful figure who resembled a child. Sister Luo, take this. Smack. Suddenly attacked by a snowball, Luo's bewildered face was covered with a loose ball of snow. The cold touch slid off, stinging slightly. Coming to her senses, Luo glared at Moriarty, who had squatted down again to make snowballs. She hurled the snowball she just made with such force that it even popped. Thud. Moriarty's small frame tumbled over, scraping the ground and creating a high pile of snow. He landed upside down in it, only his pert bottom peeking out, looking incredibly alluring. Seeing this, Luo clapped her hands and smugly snorted, "Don't underestimate me." With a twist of his backside in the snow, Moriarty popped his head out, a dozen or so fist-sized snowballs floating in his hand. He grinned mischievously. "Sister Luo, you regret this." Instantly, the dozen or so snowballs vanished, exploding on Luo's chest. They didn't bounce back. They're hard, huh? What are you talking about? This was an absolute and blatant insult. Luo, clutching her attacked chest, her face flushed, retaliated fiercely. Using her manipulation skills, she shaped hundreds of small snowballs and rained them down on Moriarty like hail, completely burying her small body in the snow. Children should be chilled, otherwise they spout nonsense. Luo glanced down discreetly. There were snowballs, though a little small, but there were still some. Immediately afterward, nearly 100 snowballs hurtled towards her. Luo quickly dodged, simultaneously controlling another snowball to pelt Moriarty. Ano, holding her longbow, flew low alongside her sister, feeling the rain of snowballs hurtling past behind them. She asked, puzzled, "Sister, what are they doing? I heard humans play a game called snowball fights in the snow. Maybe this is a snowball fight?" Ano glanced at the two girls firing hundreds of snowballs in rapid succession. Despite the snowballs' imperceptible speed, their small figures always managed to nimbly dodge each other's attacks. Snowballs slammed into the ground, forming mounds taller than a person, only to be quickly reshaped into snowballs by an inexplicable force and launched towards their opponents. So that's how it is. No wonder there are so many powerful humans. They can even train in a game. Fi listened to her sister's exclamation, sensing something amiss, but it seemed to make sense. Right, why didn't we think of that? This method is perfect for training archers. Should we train too, sister? We have time. Let's not get scolded by master now. The cold sunlight shone on the snowfield, reflecting a blinding light, offering little warmth, but the four of them, dressed in light clothing, showed no sign of the cold. After 3,865 rounds, Lo finally lost to Moriarty by a score of 1,632 to 1,633, getting hit on the forehead with a snowball. Yay! Little Moriarty won again. Lo lay in the snowdrift, slightly out of breath, a faint smile on her face. She's clearly childish, yet she's so considerate of me. Who's the child here? Shaking the loose snowflakes from her hair, Lo got up, steaming with warmth. The chill had long since vanished. Little Moriarty, I give up. I'm done. Lo knew Moriarty was just playing around and wasn't serious, but after dodging snowballs so many times, Lo felt her agility had improved considerably. After all, when hit in the chest, that guy would yell, "Why can't I bounce back?" It made Luo grit her teeth in frustration. Sister Luo, little Artemis won. Shouldn't there be a reward? Moriarty flew over, beaming, practically begging for praise. So what kind of reward do you want? Luo stroked her soft hair, noticing the remaining snowflakes had melted in the gently burning black flames. So it wasn't entirely just decoration after all. A ball of soul power condensed in her hand, shaped like roasted meat. Moriarty's eyes lit up, and she snatched it, eating it bite by bite with a look of enjoyment. Originally, Luo had a sudden idea to make it into a donut shape, but it seemed little Artemis preferred meat and fish, so she changed it to roasted meat. Fortunately, it seemed she quite liked it. "Thank you, Sister Luo." He hugged me. Before Luo could react, Moriarty chuckled and hugged Luo's upper body, rubbing his little head against her chest, before quickly escaping amidst Luo's slightly flushed face. Little Artemis discovered that Sister Luo is actually quite soft. "I think you're asking for a beating." Luo jumped up and flew away, suddenly accelerating, pinching Moriarty's little face, and pulling it to both sides. "Ouch. See if you dare laugh at me again." "No! No!" Just as the two were playing around, a strange sound suddenly came from high above. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a giant icicle 100 meters long fell, crashing heavily onto the snow not far from Luo, sending up a cloud of snowflakes. Then, with a crisp bang, the entire snowfield shattered instantly, collapsing in large sections with a huge roar. The tremors lasted for a full 5 minutes before stabilizing amidst the astonished expressions of Luo and the others. As the snowflakes settled, a huge crater appeared where the icicle had fallen, and a massive icicle, so large it would take 10 people to encircle it, stood atop it. Before Luo could even wonder where the ice shard had come from, 5 white, hairy figures suddenly rose from beneath the snow, traversing hundreds of meters in a few strides to reach the massive icicle. They then smashed the icicle apart with a few blows, gathering a pile of strange objects from the shards. This bizarre scene unfolded in mere seconds. By the time Luo reacted, 4 of the hairy figures had vanished, leaving only one of medium size, whose appearance seemed vaguely familiar. As if sensing Luo's gaze, the hairy figure paused for a moment, then picked out 4 of the small pile of stone-like objects, placed them on a broken piece of ice, and then sank back into the snow. "So what the hell is this?" Chapter 158. The group stared at each other, wide-eyed, at the small white stones the hairy man had carefully placed on the broken ice. "Let's put aside what these are for now. Where did that ice come from?" Finally, Luo broke the silence. Ano shook his head, clearly unsure, while Fi seemed thoughtful, pondering. "Master, remember when I said this was the collapsed snowfield? I heard that collapse means a natural disaster called collapse occurs here, but because of collapse, the snowfield maintains a relatively constant altitude. What just happened could very well have been a collapsed disaster." "You make a good point. So where did that huge chunk of ice come from?" Fi awkwardly shrank back, a hint of red showing through her dark purple skin. "I'm so sorry, Master, I don't know. Also, you saw those 5 strange creatures, right? They're the 6th-tier creatures that little Audie and I saw before. They were so strange, they looked like magical beasts, but lacked their ferocity, instead resembling an uncivilized race. This, Master, I'm truly sorry, I never heard of this before." Luo waved his hand, telling her not to be so afraid, and pinched his smooth chin, saying seriously, "Perhaps, these creatures live in the snow like fish live in water, and with such strength, it's normal that no one has discovered them." Ano and Fi nodded quickly, indicating their strong agreement. "More or less, it's a pure magic creature called a Yeti, its entire body composed of pure ice magic. Under the snow, it exists as a stream of magic and can move at speeds comparable to a 7th-tier being. It would be strange if they could discover it. However, Yetis generally rely on frost dragons for survival, so it's a bit odd that it would appear here." Moriarty knelt on the snow and gave a brief explanation, confirming Luo's guess. He picked up a small stone and examined it closely in the sunlight. These stones, left behind by the snowmen, were irregularly shaped but roughly round, with rough surfaces and emanating a chilling aura. He sensed an extremely concentrated ice magic power within them, nearly 1,000 times stronger than that of Fi's 3rd-tier stones. In the outside world, they would be comparable to 6th-tier magic crystals. These are crystals of cold energy dropped by the frost dragon. They possess a weak dragon's might, and the snowmen feed on them. If a human of 6th tier were to face them, they would be powerless. Moriarty tossed the stone to Luo, who caught it. A bone-chilling coldness shot through her hands, causing her to instinctively toss it between her fingers before finally tossing it into her ring. "There's the dragon's aura here. It seems little Artie isn't the only one who survived." Moriarty sighed, a sense of vicissitude incongruous with her usual demeanor. "Little Artie is going to see an old friend. Sister Luo, do you want to come?" A gentle smile appeared on the little girl's face, causing Luo's heart to ache slightly. The gap in time was irreconcilable. She should have been a figure from several generations ago, yet she had lived in this era. If Galega hadn't devoured her past, she would likely have had a hard time adapting to this world. Even so, was she truly as carefree and joyful as she appeared? Did that childish nature conceal a loneliness that had lasted for 300,000 years? Luo didn't know, so she patted her head, Of course I go with you. At least I still be by your side. Sister Luo, you're so kind. Ahem, alright. How should we get there? The FIA sisters couldn't help but be curious. What secrets did this snowfield hold? Almost no one knew. All they knew was that the environment was extremely harsh, resulting in a scarcity of ice marks, despite their abundance, due to their inability to remain for long. For FIA and the other elves, the marks were also quite useful, so they frequently traveled between the ancient battlefield and the forest, passing through the snowfield countless times, yet they still found it incredibly mysterious. Moriarty raised his little face, looking at the cold sun and the cloudless sky, and said matter-of-factly, of course, we go underground. Huh? Does what you say have anything to do with where you're looking? But soon, Luo's wrist was grabbed by Moriarty. His little hand was icy cold and soft to the touch. This time, their roles were reversed. The little guy was carrying Luo. The two behind him couldn't help but gasp softly, as their bodies were carried upwards by Moriarty's soul power. Wait, sir! There's a canopy above the snowfield. We can't get up there. What canopy? It's just a small dragon's mite. The words had barely left his lips when the four figures vanished abruptly, leaving only a rapidly flickering afterimage that slowly disappeared several breaths later. The three's vision instantly went dark. A ringing in their ears gradually turned into an echo, and Luo realized he had stopped. When Luo's vision returned, he found himself next to the sun. Below was a vast expanse of white, but the surroundings were hazy. Even though the ancient battlefield was less than 10,000 meters away, there was no trace of it. The sun beside him was golden, but strangely, it wasn't large, much smaller than Luo had imagined, less than 50 meters tall. A faint white band ran through its center. Even more strangely, this sun emanated an aura colder than icy mist. This thing isn't the sun? After sensing it carefully, Luo belatedly realized that the temperature here was even lower than on the snowfield. It seemed the earth itself was the heat source. Sister Luo, how could you think something so cold could be the sun? Hiss, that makes sense. FIA and Ano were speechless, their mouths agape. The unimaginable speed, the strange sphere of light, the extraordinary cold, and the hazy edges all around were completely beyond their comprehension. The sky above was actually like this, but soon, something else shocked the three of them even more. It's an eye. An eye? Such a big eye? Nothing strange about it. The true form of a pure dragon is naturally large. Moriarty casually uttered an even more bombshell, his body suddenly releasing a dense black mist that rapidly expanded, startling Lo into quickly telling FIA and the other to retreat. If they were to accidentally touch even a speck of it, her guide would be gone. Sister Lo, come on up. A deep voice rang out, and as the churning black mist dissipated, a robust body was revealed, clad in rusty armor. Armor, with its eerie blue eye sockets, empty skeleton, and raging black flames beneath its feet, was unmistakably the same warhorse they had first seen. Little Artie? What's wrong, Sister Lo? No, can you change your voice back? It's awful to listen to. Moriarty spoke Sister Lo in that deep, booming voice, sounding like a forced assault on the ears, making Lo forget all about why she had changed. Alright then, that voice is quite popular on the battlefield. The familiar, childlike voice rang out again, finally dispelling Luo's unease, though it was certainly unusual for a 3-meter-tall skeletal warhorse to have such a childish voice. So why did you want to turn back? Didn't you see FIA and the other girl trembling? The surging black mist, the burning black flames, and the extremely evil aura, they didn't look like righteous people at all. Of course, I didn't want to be looked down upon. Unable to understand the little ones, no, the adults' thoughts, Luo could only let her be. He flipped over and mounted Moriarty, patting her neck with some curiosity. Won't this make you uncomfortable? Why would it make me uncomfortable? Sister Luo's thighs are so soft, little Artemis doesn't hate them. Ouch. Sister Luo, why did you hit me? Alright, stop talking. How are we going to get out of here? If she wasn't shut up, who knows what other strange things she'd say? Stingy Sister Luo. Muttering this, Moriarty used her soul power to pull up the two sisters behind her, her front hooves raised high. Hiss. With a long howl, Moriarty took a step forward, transforming into a streak of black smoke, heading straight for the eyeball. Suddenly, the black smoke disappeared into the white slit of the eyeball. Accompanied by a slight tremor, a ripple appeared in the empty sky, and a layer of dense, enormous, ice blue scales faintly emerged, each scale 10 meters in size. Above that, millions of enormous icicles hung upside down beneath the blue, icy cave. In just an instant, all the strange phenomena vanished, leaving only the enormous eyeball growing even colder. Meanwhile, the icy magical circulation surrounding the entire snowfield is undergoing violent changes. Countless snowmen covered in white fur are emerging from beneath the snow, and with their mournful cries, icy mist begins to slowly drift inward, bringing fierce winds and heavy snow. The cold front is here. Chapter 159. A pair of long rabbit ears peeked out from the grass, twitching slightly. After confirming there was no sound, the little rabbit poked its fluffy head out, its large eyes scanning the surroundings before it crawled out of its burrow. Yay! No one's around. Let's find something good to eat before they wake up. The little rabbit, ears perked up, listened intently to its surroundings, hopping and skipping towards the dilapidated village not far away. Although no one was there anymore, the plants were still there, but just as the little rabbit reached the middle of its journey, on a patch of slightly darker grass, a small figure floated by. Sensing the little rabbit's movement, it slightly raised its head, revealing a delicate little face, but devoid of any emotion. Their eyes met instantly. Looking into those eyes that emitted a faint red glow, the little rabbit almost wet itself in fear. Its legs trembled uncontrollably, and its mind went completely blank. Unknown creature detected, scanning in progress, no threat determined, all alert lifted. After a long sentence that the little rabbit man couldn't understand, he suddenly felt the aura of the tiny figure in front of him, even smaller than himself, had softened considerably, and he no longer felt fear. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. It's too scary outside, I better go home. Question: what are these marks here? The sudden question stunned the little rabbit man. He subconsciously looked at the circular patch of grass the figure was pointing to. It was slightly raised, not much, but noticeable compared to the surrounding neat grass. Shaking his head, the little rabbit man indicated he didn't know. Understood. The puppet replied without any emotional fluctuation. A miniature array appeared around its ruby eyes, and it tried scanning the strange place again. Relying on that strange, high-level energy feedback, the doll could initially detect unusual residual magic here. Unfortunately, more than 10 days have passed since she absorbed that energy, and the traces have completely disappeared. While drifting, it always felt it had forgotten something. It should have a purpose, but now it's gone. Now, the doll doesn't know what it should do either, so it simply scans this place day after day, trying to obtain more information. Looking at the little figure floating motionless in midair, the rabbit's fear lessened considerably. She doesn't seem like a bad person? But she looks a bit pitiful. Has her family all disappeared? Thinking this, the rabbit couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. It looked at the spot again. It vaguely remembered that it used to be just ordinary grass, not so obvious. It seems. After much thought, the rabbit suddenly remembered that many days ago, the roof of the burrow was directly punched through, and a beautiful, angelic woman fell in, patting its head, and leaving something strange behind. Compare this to your own home. This place is directly below it. The doll slowly turned its head, looking at him with confusion. It didn't understand why this weak creature was still here. Many stronger beings had quickly left upon seeing it. The little rabbit man shrank back under its gaze, but still mustered its courage and weakly said, "A pretty lady came by here, it might be related to her." The doll's eyes flickered, and it lowered its body slightly to be at eye level with the little rabbit man. Roger that. Question: what's her current location? I don't know, but I heard her say she was going to the other side. The innocent little rabbit pointed to the pale blue curtain in the distance, and kindly reminded her, the pretty lady has been gone for many days, she might not be able to catch up. Received. Based on assessment, the probability is over 80%. This can be used as a reference. After a moment of stunned silence, the doll tilted its head, puzzled, and asked, "Thank you?" The little rabbit quickly waved its hand, somewhat embarrassed. "No need to thank me. No need to thank me. I'm glad I could help you." Meaning unclear. After a further pause, the doll's artificial soul conjured up scenes of people thanking each other after helping each other, and it felt that simply saying thank you wasn't enough. Then, its eyes flashed red, and its jade-like little fingers swept through the air, causing 3 books and a dagger to fall, floating towards the little rabbit. A gift. Is this for me? Thank you. The little rabbit happily accepted it. This was the first time someone had given him a gift. He eagerly flipped through the pages. The pages were written in common language. Introduction to Shadow Assassins, Shadow Assassin's Manual, and Adventure Essentials. The envelope was sealed with something strange, but it felt hard to the touch, as if it contained a card. "Miss, you're so kind, miss." The little rabbit looked around, but couldn't see the little figure anymore. Confused, he turned back the way he came. Was he afraid of the outside world? He should go back. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away in the void, a small crack suddenly appeared, and a puppet floated out, looking expressionlessly at the still incredibly distant blue. Then its body disappeared again. This was a grand palace, with rows of magnificent pillars as thick as giant mountains, coiled with menacing dragons. At his feet was a 100-meter-wide golden road, its glittering light almost blinding Luo. The gold bricks emanated a rich magical aura, likely the mithril described in forging manuals, a super-grade material even rarer than mithril, and here, it covered an entire road, not to mention the materials used for the pillars and carvings. Most of them were unheard of by Luo. This was simply a luxury building constructed with top-tier materials. The palace stretched endlessly, filled with a chilling atmosphere, like a giant corridor for dragons, further confirmed by the blue dragon sleeping atop a pile of gems in front. It really is a dragon. Dragon race, Saint rank, incomplete, Saint gold, Saint ice, all attributes, Frost dragon. A dragon reduced to a soul, further information unavailable. Note, even in an unconscious state, within 100 meters, one will still suffer the might of a Saint-rank dragon. Suggestion, even with only a soul remaining, it's best to await death. At this moment, the FIA sisters were tightly embracing each other, trembling violently. If Moriarty hadn't protected them, they would have already fainted. Perhaps it was Luo's soft call, but the over 30-meter-tall frost dragon slowly raised its head, opening its majestic golden eyes. Visibly, the entire palace trembled slightly. It was the terrifying dragon's might sweeping across the area. In an instant, the FIA sisters fainted. Netherworld clan. Netherworld clan. Die! The dragon's sleepy eyes widened instantly, its long, powerful neck snapped back, and a mouthful of golden blue flame erupted. Luo, sitting on Moriarty's back, was almost directly facing this flame. Unlike ordinary flames, this ray of fire was incredibly cold. Wherever it passed, the void froze. Most importantly, Luo couldn't control it in the slightest. That thing wasn't fire at all. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. A suffocating pressure suddenly descended. Even Moriarty radiated a heavy emotional fluctuation. He stomped his forelegs heavily, unleashing a sea of fire far more powerful than the black flames that erupted when he first encountered Luo. The blackness, like a shadow, engulfed the ground and the chill. In the blink of an eye, the two different colored flames collided. There was no powerful impact, only an utterly silent annihilation. Why are you fighting? Didn't you say we were old friends? Hearing Luo shout, the frost dragon's breath paused. It propped itself up from the pile of gems, its massive body bulging with muscles, each scale larger than Luo. Its limbs were somewhat slender, appearing extremely harmonious. Its enormous wingspan reached over 200 meters, whipping up a fierce blizzard. However, Luo vaguely saw the dragon's figure flicker. Oh! There's a human too? The frost dragon's meter-tall golden vertical pupils stared at Luo on Moriarty's back for a long while before exhaling a blast of cold air from its nostrils, arrogantly declaring, insignificant insects, and cunning nether race, who gave you the courage to come to the great frost dragon? Dabadani Villados and Daragon since Nevis? If you can't give me a satisfactory reason, this will be your burial ground. Stinky dragon, you don't even recognize me? The childish voice startled the frost dragon for a moment before it asked uncertainly in a low tone, Sezuo? That's me, General. What, you've forgotten my aura? Moriarty lightly stamped its hoof, clearly displeased. Ha ha ha. The frost dragon roared with laughter, its voice so powerful that the air visibly rippled. The sheer volume forced Luo to use magic to seal her ears, sparing her from the pain. As for the two on the ground, Luo could only pray for them for 3 seconds. Thankfully, they were unconscious. They should be alright, right? After a while, the frost dragon stopped laughing under Moriarty's murderous glare. It pointed at Luo with its forepaw, then at her hollowed-out skeletal body. Ha ha ha, that General Saizo has finally met his end. He's actually serving as a mount for a human. What are you laughing at? Better than you, you stinking dragon, who's dead except for your soul. Ha ha, so the valiant General Saizo can speak in a little girl's voice? What are you laughing at? Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ha ha ha. The frost dragon laughed maniacally, mimicking Moriarty's childish shouts in a low voice. Then its own laughter grew even more unrestrained. Sindaragon. You're asking for death. With a jolt from behind, Lo landed on FIA's ample breasts, surprisingly finding it quite comfortable. Then, Moriarty was enveloped in black mist, and an even larger figure emerged. A colossal body 15 meters tall, its massive hooves distorting the void with each strike. Its skeletal form had been replaced by fine down, its jet-black skin resembling materialized ghostly energy, concealing a dangerous, corrosive power. The upper body, however, was a faceless, formless, robust physique, wielding a heavy spear over 10 meters long in its left hand. Drops of blood dripped and vanished into the void. The spearhead was a fragment of space. Raging black flames ignited throughout Moriarty's body, emitting no apparent heat or cold, yet giving off a suffocating, burning sensation. Sindaragon, I heard you're getting cocky. How is that possible? How can you still have so much power left? Didn't you say I had a little girl's voice? Didn't you say I was being ridden? Let's see who rides whom. Don't come any closer. The great Sindaragon, Senavis, can be very serious when he's angry. Don't come any closer. Chapter 160. Farces always play a vital and laughable role in life. Many people dislike farces because they are caught up in them, but Luo believes that most people wouldn't refuse to enjoy watching someone else's farce. Don't hit the beautiful scales of the great Sindaragon Gonsanivus. Damn it, this dragon will tear you to shreds. Ouch. Great, huh? I think the hole in your forehead is quite big. A clear and childish voice came from the mouth of the 10-meter-tall faceless centaur, extremely incongruous. A thick, powerful hand suddenly pulled out the heavy spear stuck in the dragon's forehead, leaving a large hole, then slapped the spear shaft, sending the 30-meter-long body flying. It's really sturdy. No wonder it's a saint-level soul body. Luo hovered beside the FIA's sisters, watching the dragon and horse with great interest, a bunch of grape-like fruit in her hand. She had found it in FIA's bracelet. FIA had said it was a popular fruit in the tribe, sweet, and to Luo's liking. As the frost dragon was finally knocked off the pile of gems, lying on the ground begging for mercy, Moriarty finally stopped. She slammed her spear down heavily, causing the palace to shake violently, and a fleeting black crack appeared in the floor. Did you give up? I gave up! I gave up! Seeing Moriarty about to pick up her spear again, the dragon hurriedly shouted its surrender, which made Moriarty chuckle triumphantly. Amidst the surging black mist, its form rapidly shrank, transforming back into a petite, delicate lowly body. Sister Luo, how was it? I'm amazing, right? Clap, clap, clap. Luo clapped her hands and nodded quickly. Little Artemis is the most amazing of all. Sindaragon, you're too tall, be shorter. Little Moriarty, compared to Sindaragon, looked like a tiny elf, her adorable appearance utterly intimidating. Hearing her words, Sindaragon lowered its head again in dissatisfaction, almost touching the ground. Too tall. Turn into a human. The great Sindaragon, Senavis, will not become that weak insect. Sindaragon raised its head again, venting its discontent, and was then successfully persuaded to become a human. Moriarty clapped her little hands, somewhat wistfully. Why are dragons always like this? Knowing they get beaten, they still stubbornly refuse. The stubborn dragon the little girl had spoken of now lay helplessly on the ground. Its entire 30-meter-tall body vanished, replaced by a tall, beautiful woman. She wore a long, pale blue dragon scale dress, stood about 1.78 meters tall, with skin as white as snow and a cold, aloof beauty. Fine white scales covered the backs of her hands and behind her ears, and she had a pair of sharp dragon horns on her head. However, besides the horns, she also had several large bumps on her head, and a gaping hole in her forehead. Was this what they meant by a physical hole in the brain? So, General Sizwa, what business do you have with this dragon? The voice of the humanoid Sindaragon was cold, yet not devoid of emotion, as if it were innate. With a wave of her long, slender arm, a set of tables and chairs appeared on the golden floor tiles. 5 small cups exuding a strong aroma of wine appeared on the table, their contents shimmering. The type of wine was unknown. With another wave, FIA and Ano had awakened, and were abruptly seated in chairs along with Luo. She herself patted her long dress with delight, and in the next instant, she was elegantly seated in a chair next to Luo. The bumps on her head had disappeared, leaving only the finger-thick gaping hole. I slumbered for many years, long since forgotten of the battlefield. What era is this now? Moriarty's small figure had appeared beside Luo at some point, picking up a small cup and taking a small sip. A faint blush rose on the little fellow's face, accompanied by the rich, intoxicating aroma of the wine. Indeed, it's dragon saliva wine. The taste of nostalgia remains. This is the new era, 300,000 years since you and I died. Sindaragon's slender wrist, holding the wine cup, paused for a moment, but he quickly downed it in one gulp, somewhat wistfully remarking, "So much time has passed already? I was wondering why so many snowmen grew inside me. Those 3 children, Dragon saliva wine isn't actually made from dragon saliva, don't worry about it. Lo, realizing Moriarty's thoughts, blushed instantly. Without further hesitation, he followed Moriarty's example and took a small sip. Fia and Ano, seeing their master drink, exchanged a glance and also took a small sip. Instantly, Luo felt a strong, mellow aroma rise to his head, but unlike other alcoholic beverages, it wasn't pungent. Instead, it gave him a warm, soothing feeling. But this was followed by a tidal wave of aftertaste, a cool, refreshing sensation spreading from his taste buds to his skin, permeating every part of his body, like plunging into cool water from the scorching sun when he was still immortal, clear, invigorating. Thud. Without any delay, Luo, Fia, and Ano bumped their foreheads and slumped onto the table, their wine glasses trembling, a charming blush rising on their faces. Huh? Such a low alcohol tolerance? Sindaragon's golden, vertical pupils revealed a hint of disdain. As expected, the one with the highest alcohol tolerance is this dragon. Moriarty swirled his wine glass, ignoring her inner smugness, and asked in a low voice, Sindaragon, if I'm not mistaken, you volunteered to be the array base, didn't you? Oh dear, you spotted me. No wonder you're my formidable rival. Sindragon, however, remained unperturbed, waving his hand and filling a jade-like ice pot for himself. General Sizwa, you are the epitome of bravery and strategy. I suspect you already know the purpose of this dimensional array. I just didn't expect that after so many years, some of those old friends would still remain. It's a pity I'm the only one left. I can feel that the shattered souls of you and them have spread throughout Fandala, completely merging into one. But for them, death may be atonement, leaving only you and me to bear the guilt. Swaying his little feet, Moriarty took another sip, his blush deepening. Is this your father's plan or that guy's? Who knows? Maybe it's God's plan. It's ridiculous to discuss it now. Speaking of which, how could you, the mighty General Sizwa, submit to a mere first-year child? That's not like you. Sindaragon pointed to a drop of wine glistening at the corner of his mouth, slowly sipping his drink. Although the other two purple-skinned elves had stronger auras, it was clear they all regarded this 1.5-meter-tall silver-haired child as their leader. She gave me good food, so I followed her. Sindaragon, who was halfway through his drink, suddenly spat it out, coughed heavily, and looked utterly incredulous. Just because of that? Is there a problem? It's not a matter of whether there's a problem or not. It's a matter of whether you even have a brain. No, you don't have a brain at all. Oh, I see. You're trying to convince me? Regaining his composure, Sindaragon wiped the wine stains from his lips, pondering for a moment, but as you can see, I'm just a remnant of a soul. Without the protection of a dragon body, I can't remain for long. That's not a problem. Moriarty pointed her little finger to the golden feather ornament on Lo's wrist. She got her hands on the guy's feather. Sometimes, I wonder if you did it on purpose. If she didn't have the Archangel's feather, you probably wouldn't have brought her along. Glancing suspiciously at the innocent-looking little girl, Sindaragon didn't really believe she was being kind. The underworld race were the true rulers of the underworld, the only intelligent native creatures of the underworld. Thanks to their talent for devouring souls, their knowledge and thinking abilities reached a level unmatched by most races. Even those damn bastards only succeeded once and a half times. Once inciting the Lord of the Underworld to start a war, half a time inciting the Netherworld to join the battle, and the remaining half was detected and counterattacked. Otherwise, the Underworld wouldn't have been the biggest winner of that war. Sizopas's Moriarty is a rather special case. She enjoys fear and is skilled at playing tricks, often bringing deep chills and fear to her enemies. She once led a squad of over 10,000 cavalry to wipe out 3 races in succession, causing a bloodbath that lasted for millions of miles. Wiseness is her synonym as the vanguard captain, but more often, she is the embodiment of madness. After thinking for a moment, Sindaragon's cold voice uttered, I can agree to your request, but only if she has money. Clatter? It was the sound of a wine glass falling, followed by Moriarty's gritted teeth. You stinking dragon, those hard metals aren't as important as my face? TCH, your face is worthless. No money, no deal. Chapter 161. When Luo awoke from his daze, he vaguely heard Moriarty's uniquely childish voice shouting something, while a cold, mature female voice retorted, 3,000 soul crystals a day? Believe me or not, I'd beat you into soul crystals. 2,999, no less. Isn't that about right? Not a single one. What are you negotiating with a dragon if you don't have money? What happened? Luo's soft murmur made the dragon and horse immediately stop their discussion. Sindaragon elegantly crossed his arms, squeezing out a deep abyss of his ample chest, his face completely unconcerned. Don't bother me if you don't have money, Saizo. Gilgamesh is my bottom line. Even if you beat me to death, I won't bow my head. You stinky dragon, believe me or not, I really will beat you into mincemeat. Wait, what on earth happened? What? Luo was still a little confused. It seemed like she only taken a nap, and they were arguing again. By the way, Sister Luo, do you have a soul crystal? Soul crystal? The two nodded. Luo thought carefully for a moment, then honestly shook her head. What's a soul crystal? Ha ha, human, you don't even know what a soul crystal is. This is hilarious. Ouch. That hurts. Moriarty punched Sindaragon to the ground, then flipped her small hand, conjuring a colorless, transparent, rhomboid crystal radiating a milky white halo. This is a soul crystal, a crystal condensed from the soul of a high-level transcendent being or higher. Little Moriarty condensed this herself. It's considered a saint-level soul crystal. After examining it closely, Lu noticed subtle soul fluctuations on the soul crystal, but compared to the soul of a living person, it lacked a feeling called vitality, feeling as if it were already dead. The soul crystal that little Artie ate last time could barely be considered a low-quality one, but only a genuine soul crystal like the one in your hand can be effective for cultivation. After hearing Moriarty's explanation, Luo still shook her head. This soul crystal is the first one I ever seen. Sindaragon got up, rubbing his forehead, his voice icy. Humph, if you don't have a soul crystal, other good things will do, like an Adela gem or a Nordia crystal. This dragon would reluctantly agree. Don't think I don't understand your living world's things. You stinking dragon, both of those gems are saint-level materials. Everything in this palace is only worth 2.5. Exposed, Sindaragon clicked his tongue and turned his head away. Despite his aloof demeanor, he was somewhat eccentric, so much so that Luo felt that this frost dragon, apart from initially being shocked by its enormous size, no longer exuded any sense of unapproachable nobility. I think I know what little Artie is up to. Alright, it's just a dragon, nothing compares to little Artie. Luo patted the little guy's head, glancing discreetly at the two heavy lumps. Damn it, I wasn't envious at all. Then she looked at Moriarty, who was even flatter than herself, and felt a surge of joy. Little Artie is so much better. Sister Luo, were you thinking something bad just now? No, how could I? Luo quickly gathered a ball of soul power, shaped it into a roasted rib, and stuffed it into the suspicious Moriarty's mouth. Instantly, the doubt in the little guy's eyes vanished, replaced only by satisfied joy. Hee, Sister Luo is so much better, unlike that stinky dragon, we don't want her anymore. Hey, I'm still here. Sindaragon turned his head back, his beautiful golden vertical pupils revealing a hint of surprise, when he saw Moriarty gnawing on the ribs. Can I have a piece? It looks delicious. The two exchanged a glance, then tacitly turned away, leaving Sindaragon standing there. Ah, don't ignore me. Little Moriarty, is it good? Delicious. If it's good, you can have more. This little bit of soul power was nothing to Lo, who had a conversion array, almost equivalent to exchanging magic for soul power. With a wave of her hand, roast chicken, roast meat, roast fish, everything appeared, complete with a simulated steaming atmosphere and fine spice particles. Except for the lack of color, it was almost indistinguishable from real food. Gulp. Watching Moriarty devour the food, Sindaragon couldn't help but swallow. Even though she was just a soul. Oh dear, it's a pity that a certain dragon won't get to eat it. Little Artie won't tell her that Sister Luo's soul power contains divine energy, which is very nourishing for the soul. Divine energy? Divine energy? The surprised voice naturally came from Sindaragon, but she immediately reacted, looking at Luo with suspicion. What are you surprised about? Isn't this extracted from your own soul? It has nothing to do with that. Luo condensed another ball of soul power. No matter how you looked at it, it was no different from an ordinary person's. She wasn't unfamiliar with other people's souls. Where was the divine energy? Little Artie, you're not saying this on purpose to deceive this dragon sister, are you? I don't sense any divine energy. Oh, it's normal that Sister Luo can't sense it. But you have divine power, right? That ability to release pressure is the pressure of divine power. Sister Luo, don't you even know this power yourself? Believe it or not, she really didn't know. No, LaSalle had mentioned it, but he said it was some diluted divine power, and then immediately denied it. So Luo had never understood what this power truly was. Little Artie, are you talking about this power? Mobilizing the golden power within her body, and gathering it in her eyes, Luo's originally ruby-red pupils instantly developed a pale gold ring, which deepened as the power increased. Her gaze became cold and ruthless, and a suffocatingly vast pressure suddenly descended, pressing down on the four of them. Fia and Ano, still drunk, showed pain on their faces, while Sindaragon, looking at those majestic eyes, felt his soul tremble, his form blurring for a few breaths before returning to normal. It really is divine power. No, Cizo, this is a bit different from divine power. Sindaragon, regaining her senses, said gravely, my father is a demigod. I've seen real divine power. Although the fluctuations in pressure are very similar, I'm certain this isn't the same thing. Moriarty sniffed the half-eaten roast meat, scratched his head, and said nonchalantly, little Moriarty hasn't seen real divine power before, it's normal to misjudge. As long as it tastes good? Lo, may I call you that? Lo withdrew his intimidation and nodded. Of course, Miss Sindaragon. Lo, could you give me some of your soul power? I can. You just don't want to give it to me. Looking at Sindaragon's reluctant and conflicted expression, Luo sighed. Rumor had it that dragons loved collecting treasures, were greedy and stingy, and had terrible tempers. Except for the last one, which remained to be seen, the first two were definitely true. Luo pushed the ball of soul power in his hand towards Sindaragon. You also treated me to dragon saliva wine, so consider this a thank you gift. Speaking of dragon saliva wine, Luo realized that after sobering up, his blood and energy were much more active. He lightly clenched his fist, and his fair, delicate fist contained explosive power, at least 3 times stronger than before. A drop of bright red. A drop of vital energy condensed at his fingertips, containing a wisp of inexplicable power, subtly and strangely similar to the aura emanating from Sindaragon. Luo had a feeling that just 10 drops of this energy would be enough to overpower a first-tier transcendent. What kind of wine is dragon saliva wine? Just a little bit, and I improved so much. It's just made from a bit of dragon blood from my body. It only works the first time you drink it. It's useless after that. With his small mouth slightly open, Sindaragon absorbed the invisible wisp of soul in his hand, then slightly closed his beautiful eyelids, seemingly savoring it. After a while, just as Luo had almost adapted to his newfound power, Sindaragon exhaled a breath of cold air from his thin red lips, opened his noble golden eyes again, and slammed his hand on the table, instantly waking the 2 sleeping elves. This dragon declares, I join your ranks. Chapter 162. This dragon declares, I join your ranks. Sindaragon slammed her hand on the table, a proud glint in her eyes. Her expression practically screamed, I'm joining you, so be grateful. The 2 sisters, jolted awake, quickly regained their composure, exchanging bewildered glances. How could things have changed so drastically after just one nap? You stinky dragon, weren't you just saying you wanted gems? How come you're bought off with a little food? Crossing her arms, Sindaragon glanced at the sarcastic Moriarty, her nose in the air, and declared haughtily, this dragon isn't like someone who's bought off with a little food. She deliberately repeated Moriarty's words, maximizing the sarcasm. Stupid dragon, I'm happy to, This kind of soul power is nothing to this dragon. It does have some effect, but even after 100 years, the result is roughly equivalent to a single soul crystal. Sindaragon emphasized that the soul power containing divine energy that Lo possessed wasn't as useful as Moriarty had claimed, which piqued Lo's curiosity. Then why did Miss Sindaragon change her mind? Well, you only need to agree to 3 conditions, which aren't difficult for you. Without waiting for Lo's reply, Sindaragon extended 3 long, slender fingers. First, take me to find the current dragons and angels. Second, take me around the world. Third, I want 30% of all the spoils. Hey, don't you have some misunderstanding about not difficult? I don't really care about the second and third conditions, but right now, true dragons and angels only exist in legends. I can't guarantee I find them. It's alright, this dragon has a long lifespan. Just lead me there before you die of old age. Why does that sound so infuriating? Little Artie, what do you think? Perhaps I should ask the real big shot. Though I hate to admit it, this stinky dragon does know more about your world than I do. Since little Artie says so, then fine. Luo stood up, her hands gripping her skirt, slightly curtsied, and smiled gently, then welcomed Miss Sindragon. Although Fia didn't know the whole story, she knew how much change the addition of a giant dragon would bring, and quickly pulled her sister to clap enthusiastically. Then this dragon will reluctantly accept your welcoming ceremony. It's a bit shabby, but since it's little Luo, it doesn't matter. Sindaragon was slightly flustered, then elegantly returned the greeting with an extremely ancient courtesy. Combined with his icy dragon horns and delicate, beautiful scales, his noble bearing was unmistakable, Even his slightly arrogant words couldn't conceal the innate nobility emanating from him. It's an honor. Only Moriarty was still sipping his dragon saliva, his little face flushed. You guys are so boring. Hiccup. A very cute hiccup came from the little guy's mouth, making Luo a little worried. Little Artie, are you drunk? How could I? I am the most powerful nether knight in the underworld, revered by billions of living beings as the blade of annihilation. How could I possibly be drunk by a small cup of wine? 3, 2, 1, down. Bang. Sindaragon was clearly unsurprised. Caesar's alcohol tolerance is actually very low, 1 cup and she's out. Before, she was just holding on with her strength, but this dragon gave her the first jar of dragon saliva wine after the war, much stronger. Good heavens, this wine has been brewing for nearly 300,000 years, and your heart, dragon, isn't pure either. Will little Artie be alright? She'd be drunk for a couple of days at most. Lo, there's something I need to tell you. Whenever Sindaragon refers to herself as I, it's usually for something formal, so Lo straightened up and listened carefully to what she had to say. Sindaragon waved her hand, and Fia and Artie's expressions froze, as if time had stood still. As you think, my body has been dead for many years, transforming into this land and sky. Only through the protection of my dragon body can my soul remain immortal. If I were to leave directly, I would slowly dissipate. Cizo's suggestion was to let me reside in the angel's feather on your wrist. Sindaragon pointed to the golden feather on Lo's wrist, but there's a drawback. As someone directly connected to the angel's feather, my movements would be greatly restricted, and I couldn't go too far. Dragons are proud, and naturally, they wouldn't be happy to be confined to a small area. So I need to take my dragon crystal with me, as the true vessel for my soul. Luo nodded somewhat blankly. Then, Miss Sindaragon, why don't you just find your own dragon crystal? You don't need to tell me, do you? However, the dragon crystal will corrupt the angel's feather. Sindaragon spoke earnestly, her eyes calm, as if she didn't care whether Luo would refuse because of this. Corruption? What will be the consequences? It will probably destroy the divine magic of light contained within the angel's feather, thus greatly diminishing its value. Ah, I remembered that. Luo blinked. It's just 12 light spells. Is it that hard to remember? Cough cough. What? You memorized all of that? Sindaragon looked shocked. That's divine magic. And it's an archangel's feather. It contains at least one high-level divine spell. Lothar nodded. There are 2, one called Sword of Judgment, and the other called Archangel's Wrath. There are also 7 mid-tier, and 3 low-tier ones. Speaking of which, isn't divine magic the same as magic? I see you're deliberately making a distinction. Luo had always thought divine magic was the name for magic in that era, but it seems that's not the case. I suddenly understand why Sizwa is by your side, TSK. However, Sindaragon didn't dwell on it, and went on to explain, divine magic originates from magic, but it's more advanced than magic. Not only are there more runes, and the array structure is more complex, but more importantly, it can be cast with divine power, while ordinary magic will collapse if divine power is insufficient. A complex magic array appeared at her fingertips, thousands of runes intertwined, forming a complex 12-layer structure, slowly rotating, with destructive power overflowing from it. Just a wisp of it caused the surrounding space to crack with dark fissures. This is a near high-tier divine magic, called Frost Roar. Can you remember it? Luo carefully observed the palm-sized array. Each rune was exceptionally small, less than the size of a grain of rice, obviously shrunk. Like a healing spell. The senses cautiously probed upwards, and in an instant, the small array transformed into a vast sky, layer upon layer, resembling a tall, wide tower. Nearly 1,000 runes shone with an inexplicable icy blue light, and even the senses felt a chilling sensation of being frozen. This was the first time Luo had ever sensed such a palpable chill in the runes. In comparison, the ice runes within her own sea of souls felt like scorching ice water. Quickly memorizing all the runes, and noting down the magical connections and construction points of each one, Luo abruptly withdrew her senses, only then feeling her frozen perception slowly return. How was it? Sindaragon's beautiful eyes looked at Luo, who was rubbing her hands together, filled with a hint of expectation and even more disbelief. It's all right. Many of the structures are deliberately made very clear, unlike other people's magic, which conceals many details. For example, Luo couldn't replicate the combined spell cast by Ad, because many of its structures and circuits were intentionally interwoven and overlapping to prevent it from being seen through. After recalling for a moment, hundreds of runes appeared in Luo's hands, encircling her chest. This was the maximum number of runes she could currently construct in an instant. To create more, she would have to further concentrate her soul power. Compared to Sindaragon, who not only constructed nearly 1,000 runes in an instant, but also fully realized the divine spell, the difference was enormous. Of course, Luo hadn't considered the gap in their cultivation levels. She only felt that Sindaragon was indeed incredibly powerful. I try, but I probably won't be able to construct it. As expected, while constructing the 352nd rune, Luo felt a slight throbbing pain in her brain, and the entire array instantly collapsed. Looks like I still have a long way to go. Luo rubbed her temples, somewhat self-deprecatingly. Despite having been concentrating her soul power for so many days, she had only just doubled it. It would take another half a month to reach double, and then the concentration of magic power. Only then could she truly claim to be a second-tier cultivator. Good luck. Sindragon's cold, beautiful demeanor faltered slightly. Was she really only at the first level of the Transcendent Realm? Over 300 runes. That was the realm of mid-level divine magic, and not just a simple one. Even when I was at the first level of the Transcendent Realm, I couldn't have done that, could I? No, I wasn't even at the first level of the Transcendent Realm. I was already at the 4th level upon birth. After thinking for a moment, Sindragon realized that comparing them was indeed meaningless, and her mood improved. Perhaps she wasn't even as good as me at the level I was at birth. Alright, this dragon believes in your talent, so I can rest assured and let the dragon crystal reside within. Chapter 163. According to Sindaragon, the dragon crystal is located at the deepest part of the palace, protected by the vast dragon's might. This is my inner world. All saint-level beings possess it, the only difference being its size. Sindaragon, carrying Luo's body, appeared before a gigantic ice crystal door over 500 meters high in a blurry motion. Creak! A soft sound rang out as the crystal door slowly opened, releasing a thick white mist, which was dispersed by the protective shield Sindaragon had placed on Luo, preventing her from being affected. This is dragon energy. Prolonged exposure to dragon energy can greatly enhance physical strength, but I do not recommend you do so, as it will cause your body to dragonize, and you to lose your sanity. As the door fully opened, a dazzling light shone out, revealing piles of rare treasures, gleaming weapons with iridescent colors, minerals radiating rich magical power, unknown crystals with peculiar fluctuations, and shimmering flowers and branches. Even though Luo didn't recognize anything here, the phrase extravagantly wealthy instantly came to mind. At the same time, Luo saw a tall crystal pedestal at the very back, upon which floated a 3-meter-tall frost heart, slowly rotating and emitting fluctuations that distorted the space itself. That's the ice dragon crystal. But Luo, your power is truly amazing. Although it's not divine power, it has many similarities to it. With such strong dragon might, an ordinary human would have been crushed long ago. Hearing this teasing remark, Luo quickly checked his body. Thankfully, he was unharmed. There's dragon might here? I didn't even know. Haha, Luo is truly amusing. Sindaragon's lips curled slightly, adding a touch of life to her icy demeanor. With a wave of her hand, the heart-shaped ice dragon crystal detached from its base, rapidly shrinking and passing through the thick layer of fat that someone envied, entering Sindaragon's heart. Luo, as a token of our alliance, choose one item from my collection. Sindaragon's delicate nose twitched, a sudden surge of generosity surprising Luo. A dragon actually being so generous. Then I thanked Miss Sindaragon in advance. This was the very heart of the secret treasure trove. The contents were far beyond the pile of gems she lay beneath. Flying inside, Luo was momentarily at a loss for where to begin, staring at the heaps of top-grade materials scattered across the ice crystal floor. Damn it, what do I do when I suddenly feel a bit resentful of the rich? Approaching a pile of casually placed weapons, bathed in a dense magical atmosphere, these weapons shimmered with iridescent colors, resembling the colorful mage souls she'd seen before. Could this be a rainbow diamond grade weapon? Luo wished she had a staff, but the weapons here were clearly too advanced for her. She'd probably only be able to cast one spell after pouring all her magic into them, so she decided against it. Not far away were mountains of magic crystals, mostly ice and metal in shape. Each crystal here possessed an aura nearly 1,000 times stronger than a 7th-tier magic crystal. Rich woman. Unfortunately, Luo could only look on with envy. These belonged to Sindaragon. Fortunately, magic crystals weren't particularly useful to her at the moment. Luo simply wiped her drool, and forced herself not to look any further. Then, there were gems and metals scattered everywhere. Unfortunately, Luo wasn't a professional. Aside from selling them for money, they wouldn't be of much use to her. Huh? These are magic skills? Deeper into the vault, stacks of magic skills were neatly arranged. Aside from the simple magic skills listed in books explaining magic types, this was only the second time Luo had seen books on magic skills listed separately. Even the assassin Luo killed hadn't found any, leading Luo to wonder if magic skills had a special way of being acquired. Can I look through them? Sindaragon, following behind Luo, tilted his head upon seeing the pile of books, then suddenly remembered he actually had these things. These are for you. They're all simple magic skills. This dragon doesn't like these dull things. Was that even human? Looking at the thousands of different magic skills, Luo's eyes lit up. This was definitely something only a loving mother would say. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the books into the ruins, because his ring simply couldn't hold that many. Luo, don't you like any of those? It was clear that Sindaragon. A hint of resentment lingered. For a dragon, displaying its wealth without receiving praise was an insult. No, it's more like it's too magnificent. I didn't know what to choose. What they just seen was only a corner, less than a tenth of the total collection. That's true, ha ha ha. I forgot how rich my collection is. Luo, you have traces of ice magic on you, so I recommend you use this. Sindaragon was clearly smug, snapping his fingers. A flower made of ice crystals flew down from the wall and landed in Luo's hand. This strange flower was no bigger than a palm, crystal clear, with 7 petals, 5 leaves, and 3 slender eyes stamens in the center, emitting a faint fragrance. This flower is called Dragon's Frost, from the ancestral land of our frost dragons. It can greatly increase an extraordinary being's affinity for ice magic, and also greatly aids in mastering dragon language magic. Looking at the Dragon's Frost, a work of art, Luo couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Feeling the power flowing within, he stopped being coy and, following Sindaragon's instructions, plucked a petal and put it in his mouth. The petal melted instantly in his mouth, transforming into a cool fluid that spread throughout his body. It felt strangely comfortable. He then ate the stamen, and finally the leaves. But as he ate the last leaf, all the icy sensation converged into a single point, rushing straight to his mind. Instantly, Luo felt an extreme chill erupt in his mind. His consciousness blurred for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space. All around him was a world of ice and snow, snowfields, snow-capped mountains, frozen lakes, icicles, a desolate, lifeless white world. Drifting cold currents, like cheap watercolor paintings, simulated simple clouds in the air. The white sun cast a cold, icy light, its rays freezing on her skin and causing a layer of frost to form, while the cold snow beneath her feet slowly thickened. A snowflake fell, landing on Luo's nose, bringing a touch of coolness and startling her awake. Where am I? I feel like I've seen this before. A few blurry fragments flashed through her mind, flames swirling with crimson clouds, a rippling ocean. Looking at this frozen, snow-covered plain, Luo vaguely understood something. Looking down, she saw that her clothes were gone, replaced by a long, slightly bluish-white dress. The long skirt trailed on the snow, adorned with delicate gold threads outlining snowflakes. The long sleeves enveloped her slender hands, which felt like silk, cool and smooth to the touch. Subconsciously, a life-sized ice mirror materialized before her, its smooth surface reflecting Luo's radiant beauty. In the mirror, Luo wore a white dress adorned with subtle blue and gold accents. Her silver hair had a bluish tinge, merging with light blue along with her eyebrows, all covered in a layer of frost. This gave the girl a more regal air, lessening her innocence. Illusory ice runes appeared on her forehead, slowly solidifying. Is this really me? Lost in thought, Luo touched the mirror, gazing at the pair of chilling crimson eyes, a sense of awe washing over her. Then, the girl took a step forward, her bare feet moving slowly across the icy plain. The ice beneath her feet was icy cold, yet she felt no discomfort. It was as if she herself were the ultimate cold. Such a white world, but so monotonous. She walked for an unknown distance, but the unchanging scenery caused Luo's handsome brows to furrow slightly. A sudden thought occurred to her. What lies beneath this blanket of ice and snow? As if following instinct, Luo extended a slender, white finger from her long sleeve and gently tapped it in midair. As if obeying the girl's will, the sun, the cold current, the icy plain, the snow-capped mountains, the frozen lake, the icicles, all the ice and snow shattered instantly, gathering at the girl's fingertip. A sudden blizzard descended, turning the ground beneath her feet into empty void. The sky seemed to lose its height, and all the whiteness converged in Luo's hands. Finally, all the ice and snow formed a 12-petaled ice flower, emitting a faint chill. Instinctively, Luo's small mouth opened slightly, and the ice flower transformed into a wisp of cold air, seeping into her throat. The ice rune between her brows suddenly solidified, and a strange yet familiar message surfaced. The authority to control ice. So there is indeed a fragmented elemental divine authority. Luo murmured, but wasn't too surprised. She seemed quite familiar with this kind of change. Memories might fade, but her body wouldn't. Older memories of fire and water were stirred up, and Luo realized that she had already experienced something similar. No wonder I can control fire and water. It seems I can try to find more things of other attributes to activate the fragmented divine authority. Looking around at the space that now only had a faint chill, Luo condensed a fist-sized piece of ice, took a step, and disappeared into the space. Unfortunately, we still have no clue where this place is. As the girl left, the ice shattered, revealing a white sun the size of a thumb hanging high in the sky. Then, snowflakes began to fall, one by one. Chapter 164. Hey, are you still alive? If you are, wake up. When Luo regained consciousness, he felt a slight pain in his cheeks. Opening his eyes, he was shocked to see two heavy, white lumps hanging in front of him. The deep furrows seemed to hide endless secrets, making him want to explore them. Miss Sindragon, I'm sorry, could you please put away your murder weapon? Oh dear, Luo, you're awake. Murder weapon? What murder weapon? It's nothing. Swatting away Sindragon's hands, which were still pinching her cheeks as she pondered the murder weapon, Luo rubbed her aching cheeks. I'm sorry to have worried you. I just encountered a slight accident while absorbing the magic, but I'm fine now. That's good. I was quite worried when you suddenly fainted, thinking you were too weak. So worrying meant pulling my cheeks? Then, here I come. Sindragon's body vanished instantly, transforming into a wisp of icy mist that disappeared into the angel's feather on her wrist. A cool sensation spread, and Sindragon's uniquely cold voice echoed in Luo's mind. Well preserved, but it consumed too much energy, there's not much magic left. Suddenly, Sindragon reappeared before Luo, stretching lazily, her beautiful figure fully unfurled, radiating ultimate allure. This dragon hasn't been out for a long time. I wonder what the outside world is like. Then let's go see it together. It was something I promised you. Sindragon paused for a moment, then looked at Luo, whose expression remained unchanged, and smiled slightly. This dragon's condition is indefinite, Luo, so don't go back on your word. No way. Then I leave it to you. With graceful, alluring movements, the two vanished from the treasure vault. Reappearing in the original palace, Sindragon snapped his fingers, and the stiffness on the FIA sisters' faces disappeared. They stared blankly for a moment, then quickly ran behind Luo and stood with their heads bowed. Setso probably won't wake up so soon. Luo, can you take her? Luo nodded, carrying her on his back. The drunken Moriarty was much heavier, seemingly having lost some control, even her snow-white skin emanating wisps of black mist. Under Sindragon's control, everyone reappeared outside the cold dragon eye. Rise! With her soft shout, the entire sky seemed to tremble violently. A wave rippled out, reaching the distant horizon. Before the three's bewildered and shocked gazes, enormous icicles suddenly appeared high in the sky, raining down on the earth, leaving a tiny white patch visible on the ground. A small, icy blue sphere and a tiny icy blue scale flew out from the enormous eye. The scale, shaped like an inverted triangle, was branded between Sindragon's eyebrows, sealing the small hole piercing his forehead. Then, the sphere disappeared into the scale. Boom! A silvery white light emerged from the enormous dragon's eye, rapidly spreading. To the astonishment of Luo and FIA, a colossal silver-white dragon spanning the entire sky slowly appeared before them. This is its true form? The dragon's form was very similar to the Sindragon they had seen before, but many times larger, its tail invisible, its back and joints covered in ferocious ice crystals. Scales, gleaming with a silvery metallic luster, lay in neat rows, each scale a small island in itself. Above, the wings of a colossal dragon covered the entire land, casting vast shadows that completely obscured the sun. Countless icicles, tens to hundreds of meters high, hung suspended above them. As the tremor subsided, a few icicles continued to fall, brushing past one's feet, a truly awe-inspiring sight. The heavens and earth were connected by the dragon's body, like a sheer cliff. One side of the dragon's wing dragged on the ground, replacing the earth itself. Claws and ice crystals on the wings formed steep icebergs on the snowfield, but these were covered by ice and snow, with only scattered small hills visible. Those who hadn't witnessed the truth would never imagine that this region, spanning millions of miles, was not the real world, Even though this enormous body was merely a corpse nearly 300,000 years dead, it still exuded immense dragon might and aura. Just one glance was enough to feel as if one had been struck by a heavy hammer, and one's eyes would involuntarily sting. Fortunately, the dragon's form only appeared for a few seconds, disappearing again before Luo and the others could be truly injured. Only the still falling icicles confirmed that it was indeed real. Are all the things Master encounters this absurd? The fleetingly magnificent spectacle deeply impacted Ano's young mind, which was over 300 years old. She deeply felt that if she hadn't met her master, she would never have witnessed this truth so close at hand. So the truth about the collapse is this simple and brutal. As a semi-scholar, Fi naturally had inquired about the origin of the name collapsed snowfield. Unfortunately, there were too few eyewitness accounts of the collapse disaster, so she could only make simple guesses. She considered many possibilities, such as a cold current forming a core somewhere, growing stronger and falling, or two opposing magical flows colliding, causing the snowfield to collide and thus collapse. But she never imagined that the truth was simply that ice magic condensed into icicles on the dragon's wings, which naturally fell under their own gravity. She couldn't help but wonder if the strange phenomena of this alternate dimension were all based on some ridiculously simple truth. Perhaps this master really could help us. Miss Sindragon, are you just going to leave your body like this? Seeing that she seemed unwilling to move, Luo, regaining her senses, couldn't help but feel curious. Sindragon shook her head slightly, her gaze falling on the dragon wings on the ground, her vertical pupils piercing through the snow layer at great distance. I already collected the most important parts, Luo. What's left is just some ordinary flesh and scales. The Yetis have thrived here for many years. If they lose the nourishment of a dragon body, they will quickly decay. Let's leave it here. Miss Sindragon is so gentle. Oh, not at all. I'm just too lazy to deal with it. Sindragon Sinov is a proud frost dragon. Sindragon's aloof face flushed slightly. She snorted coldly, and a wisp of icy air enveloped the three of them, disappearing into the sky. Only the lonely sun remained, diligently scattering its cold sunlight. It's so cold. Why has this cold snap lasted so long? I don't know. Vanley dismissed Lomerl's grumbling with a few more fire magic crystals, replacing the ones that had already turned to ash. Aren't you worried those people have left? No, their route is towards the snowfield. Unless you cross Sword Peak, the only way from this direction is through the narrow gorge. But they're fast. Even with me using magic skills to travel continuously, I'm probably only half a day ahead. Thinking of this, a hint of helplessness flashed in Van Lee's eyes. If they hadn't shown obvious signs of stopping, he might not have even been able to catch up. Guys, the cold snap has weakened. Let's get ready. We set up here. Fermi poked his head back in from outside, tossing a ring. Merle, you should know what to do. I told you, I'm not a newbie. Merle snatched the ring, annoyed, then stood up and walked outside. Don't give yourself away. Chapter 165. Back on the snowfield, surrounded by a vast, white blizzard, the environment was dozens of times harsher than before. The biting cold chilled them, bringing an extreme chill comparable to that within the icy fog. Fortunately, Luo had mastered the power of ice. With a slight thought, all the cold was blocked, causing Sindragon to give him a strange look. Stepping on the snow, Luo had a feeling of stepping on Sindragon's body, even though it was true. It feels weird. But the person in question felt nothing. With a light stomp of his foot, countless small snow mounds rose from beneath the snow. Soon, one after another, long-haired snowmen emerged, kneeling in unison before Sindragon, appearing incredibly devout. Leading them was a thin snowman, its long hair already turning slightly gray, its body noticeably smaller than the others. Great Frost Dragon, your servants await your arrival. Surprisingly, this Yeti could speak, though its mouth was nowhere to be seen, and the source of its voice was unknown. Sindragon, hands on hips, looked down at the kneeling Yeti amidst the white expanse, haughtily grunting, I am the great Dabadani Vilidos Sindragon Senes, the absolute master of Frost, the king of the frigid realm. Since you were born from me, I grant you, and bestow upon you, the servants of the dragon. As Sindragon proclaimed servants of the dragon in peculiar syllables, all the Yeti trembled, their long fur falling away and rapidly growing in fine scales. Upon closer inspection, these scales were remarkably similar to Sindragon's own, and two sharp crystal horns sprouted from their heads, leaving Luo utterly stunned. Thank you, great Lord Dabadani, my respected master, absolute master of Frost, king of the frigid realm. The Yeti race will serve you for generations to come. With a wave of his hand, Sindragon dismissed the Yeti chieftain and his people. As all the Yetis vanished, the snowfield returned to its pristine white expanse, and the surrounding blizzard and chill visibly subsided. Just saying one sentence is enough? Of course not. The last word was spoken in dragon language. As I said, Dragon Frost can help you master dragon language magic, so understanding a little is quite normal. There was still one Yeti lying there, not having moved. Why aren't you leaving? Woo-hoo-hoo, woo-hoo, woo-hoo-hoo. This Yeti couldn't speak yet, but pointed it low, then raised its hands, revealing a pile of small white stones, much more translucent than usual, probably carefully selected from the large shards of ice that had fallen earlier. Luo pointed to himself, puzzled. For me? The snowman nodded quickly, placed the small stone on the snow, knelt deeply before Sindaragon, and then melted into the snow, disappearing from sight. Sindaragon looked amused. Luo, I didn't expect you to be liked by a snowman. Aside from the frost dragon, snowmen offering tribute is quite rare. The white pebbles flew into Luo's hand. At first glance, they were white, but they were crystal clear in the sunlight, resembling transparent ice. Luo put them into his ring, looking at the spot where the snowman had disappeared, feeling a sense of mystery. It seems to have appeared in front of us from the beginning, or perhaps it was the frost crystal it gave that made little Artie notice your presence. That's quite interesting. This snowman's senses are very sharp. As he spoke, he flicked his hand, sending a wisp of white, icy air disappearing into the snow. Let's go! You promised to take this dragon on a trip. Of course. Carrying the soundly sleeping Moriarty on his back, the group of 5 set off again into the depths of the snowfield. The cold front had dissipated. According to Sindaragon, the cold front was caused by a surge of ice mist resulting from the collective appearance of the snowmen. Now that the snowmen had retreated, the cold front naturally dissipated. Lo, your control over ice magic is quite high. Snowmen prefer creatures with high ice affinity, no wonder they seem quite fond of you. Strands of ice magic swirled around Lo's hands, condensing into ice needles, forming ice flowers, and then dispersing into intricate patterns, as effortlessly as breathing. The ice magic here is abundant, making it an ideal place to practice ice magic. Lo, having just gained the authority over ice, was naturally excited to play around with it. Compared to before, the most direct change is that more spells can be constructed simultaneously, and control is more flexible. For example, Luo's frequently used Ultimate Frostbite allows him to manipulate all ice shards to attack different enemies at the same time, instead of being rigidly locked onto only one direction. Under the light snow, visibility on the snowfield was low, but the group wasn't in a hurry, simply walking slowly, as if admiring the scenery. Sindaragon's experience far surpassed the 3 of them, and she was very talkative, boasting as she recounted past events to them, such as how she defeated the 9 great dragons of the same era 300,000 years ago, how she collected those treasures, or how she maintained her dragon scales. However, most of the time she was just basking in her own pride and self-satisfaction. If it weren't for her cold expression, she would have looked like a dreamy young girl. Master, there are 2 people ahead searching for the ice mark. Should we go around them? Ano suddenly whispered to Luo, the message coming from Fia, who was scouting ahead. After a moment's thought, Luo decided to go straight. Their goal wasn't the mark, and besides, in previous levels, Luo had encountered many mark collectors from afar. Everyone had been safe, though they kept a wary distance. Let's go straight. Yes, master. Ano's master sounded much smoother, and there was less resistance in her voice. Had she finally been assimilated by her sister? Half an hour later, Luo, who was questioning Sindragon about the dual magic of ice and gold, stopped, adjusted Moriarty on his back, and looked at the 2 in the distance. At that moment, Fia materialized from the void and returned to Luo's back. There were 2 men. One was a young man in his 30s, his muscular upper body bare, a tattered garment wrapped around his waist. The other was an elderly man in his 50s, with a severed arm and lingering scars on his cheek, suggesting he had been in a fight. Both were impeccably clean, with friendly smiles on their faces, making a good first impression. Seemingly sensing Luo and her group's arrival, the young man waved a friendly wave, but the old man quickly pulled him away, giving them a wary look before stepping aside, clearly not wanting any involvement. However, for some reason, Luo sensed that the 2 men paused slightly when they saw them. Was their group strange? Looking at the others, 2 dark purple-skinned elves, a non-human with 2 horns on its head, and a soundly sleeping child, did they really seem strange? Sindaragon, can't you hide your horns and scales? You're so conspicuous. This dragon isn't afraid of anyone. Despite saying this, Sindaragon consciously concealed her scales and horns, making herself look like a normal human older sister. Thanks to their conversation along the way, Luo was no longer so unfamiliar with this dragon lady, and they could even chat and laugh together. Watching the girls approaching, Malcolm smiled outwardly, but inwardly he was a little anxious, quietly sending a message to Fermi. Another tier 3 is coming. Are your setups really enough? Fermi, eyes fixed on the approaching 5, straightened his back and warily watched them. 10 tier 3s are enough to handle it. Don't talk too much, just act normal. Passing the 2 superhumans, Luo subconsciously glanced at them. Superhuman tier 3, wood, water, warrior, sword warrior, a seemingly friendly outsider, but for some reason, she exuded a subtle malice, always exchanging glances with those next to her. Transcendent tier 3, ice mage, summoner, summoned beast, a seemingly normal outsider, but for some reason, exuding a very faint malice. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but his eyes would occasionally glance towards a certain spot. Seeing the descriptions of these two, Luo paused, looking at that spot. Although it was clearly empty, a light blue panel appeared. Transcendent tier 3, gold, assassin, shadow assassin, an assassin who concealed himself perfectly, yet showed no killing intent. Why he was hiding here was intriguing. You guys need to be careful. It was the young man who spoke, giving Luo and the others a simple, honest smile. Chapter 166. A light snow was falling. Luo nodded slightly, somewhat puzzled. Was this guy crazy? Did he think he was hiding his true feelings well? Kamai, I told you not to speak carelessly. The old man, slightly exasperated, grabbed the young man named Kamai. You have no connection with him. Do you need to remind me? But, the young man frowned, somewhat reluctant. We're all outsiders, shouldn't we help each other? The snowfield worms aren't something ordinary people can handle. Never mind, we stay another half hour and then leave. Seemingly wary of Luo and his companions, the old man's reluctant expression made Luo even wonder if they were simply being malicious, because they thought they might be fellow travelers. Old me, how can you be so heartless? The young man seemed very kind, but a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Perhaps he just thought Luo and his friends were good-looking, and was deliberately trying to impress them. Ignore this delusional old man. Let me introduce myself. My name is Baron Flander Kamai, from a branch territory of the war god family. This old man is Baron Air Mitra, my distant uncle. May I ask if I may have the honor of knowing the names of you ladies? Kamai's smile subtly revealed a hint of pride, as if being a member of the Baron family was the proper way to be so proud. Baron, isn't that the family of that guy named Kale? As he expected, Luo stopped in her tracks upon hearing the name, her expression turning displeased. This lovely young lady, have you also heard of the war god family of our Bankai Empire? Kamai's eyes widened slightly, somewhat surprised. Luo nodded, his dislike for Luo undisguised. I know a really annoying person. We almost got into a fight. How could that be? Kamai showed a hint of annoyance. Then, as a member of the war god family, I sincerely apologize to this young lady on his behalf. I don't know much about the main branch, but most members of the war god family are very generous. As he spoke, Kamai patted his chest, completely ignoring the old man's increasingly grim expression, and laughed heartily. I don't even know the names of these young ladies. At this moment, FIA flew forward and said coldly, Stop trying to get close, just say what you want to say. Oh dear, don't overreact. Kamai scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his honest face. It's really nothing. It's just that such beautiful and lovely young ladies, any man would be tempted to get to know them. Kamai, don't bother others, the worm swarm is coming soon, let's leave first. The old man was clearly unhappy and started packing his things, seemingly intending to leave first. Hearing this, Kamai slapped his forehead, somewhat annoyed. Look at my brain. You guys probably don't know about the snowfield worm, do you? FIA turned to look at Luo, shaking her head slightly, indicating she didn't know either. This piqued Luo's interest. A snowfield beast that even the night elves, who frequently traveled the snowfield, didn't know? How do you know we don't know? Seeing Luo bring up this topic, Kamai smiled, replying with a hint of pride, Most people don't know about the snowfield worm. It's a giant worm that hides deep beneath the ice plains, and doesn't easily appear outside, but... Kamai kindly produced a fist-sized crystal bottle containing some blood-red liquid. By chance, I discovered they're attracted to a particular scent, so we lure these worms into the deserted snowfields. Why lure them? For the marking, of course. They feed on ice, and frequently ingest the markings. Over time they'll... Enough. Why are you saying all this? I told you before, Don't trust people so easily. The old man tapped Kamai, glanced at the women, and said in a deep voice, the worm swarm will last for quite some time. My wound was caused by accidentally getting their fluids on it. Don't blame us for not warning you if you're careless. With that, he flew away, leaving Kamai with another awkward smile, a wave at them, and he followed. Master, we've been in this plane for years, and have never heard of the so-called snowfield worms. These two might have some kind of plan. We better hurry. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Luo looked at Sindaragon, who had remained silent from the start. You don't seem to care much? What's there to care about? They're just a few bugs. I can blow them away with a single breath. Luo sensed something was amiss. It seemed Sindaragon knew about the snowfield worms, and that they were weak to her. However, if those two could also trap them, then their individual strength wouldn't be very high. If what he said is true, then it is indeed an opportunity to obtain a large number of marks. It would be hard for an ordinary person to refuse. Sindaragon shrugged indifferently. Fia and Ano, on the other hand, followed Luo's lead, waiting for her decision. Let's see what tricks he's up to, otherwise, starting a fight directly feels a bit inappropriate. Hearing Luo's calm words, Fia was instinctively surprised. So Master knew it was fake? But wouldn't that fall into a trap? Sindragon, standing nearby, said unhappily, little elf, do you think you're in danger with me here? No. No. Lord Dragon, please calm down. Fia hurriedly lowered her head, regretting her words as soon as they left her mouth. As she had expected, this seemingly easygoing dragon was actually very arrogant, and wouldn't tolerate anyone belittling her, even unintentionally. Humph. Don't let it happen again. Yes. Fia wiped away a cold sweat, retreating under Ano's worried gaze, standing back on Luo's other side, not daring to say another word. Luo ignored her, gently setting Moriarty down, releasing his senses, and gazing at the underground. According to them, the worms should most likely come from underground. Fermi, do you think they might fall for it? Marga's innocent expression vanished, replaced by a sinister look. Fermi, standing beside him, shook his head. The chances are slim. Those two night elves know the snowfield well. They definitely know the worms are fake. Vanley said that girl had a conflict with the Baron family. Your claim of being from their family should have offended her, and she should leave by now. Changing the subject, Fermi asked Marley, is the scent-attracting liquid definitely evaporated? Of course. Marley pulled out the clear crystal bottle and shook it. The scent-attracting liquid is colorless and odorless after evaporation, and there's no magical fluctuation. They won't be able to detect it. Once they go deeper, those things will smell it and target them. We just wait a little ahead. Marley glanced furtively at the few people behind him, now almost invisible, and asked with some confusion, they don't seem to have left. It's all right, Vanley is still behind us. We considered this possibility. Okay, let's leave first, without attracting their attention. Somewhere, hidden in the void, Vanley used tiny metal wires to roughly sense the movements of the people he considered prey. Although he knew he had likely been discovered by the silver-haired girl, based on his brief understanding, he was certain she wasn't a bad person, even somewhat kind. If he didn't directly confront her, she wouldn't pay him much attention. Her curiosity is indeed great, and her confidence in herself is also quite high. It seems I have to use the second plan. In an instant, extremely subtle magical energy erupted beneath the snow, dispersing the crimson liquid encased in ice. The liquid then rapidly evaporated, becoming a colorless and odorless gas, ignoring the snow layer and quickly spreading outwards. That should be enough. After a soft murmur to himself, Vanley closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After waiting a moment, Luo didn't sense any worms arriving. The ground was spotless, without even a trace of a magical beast. But just as Luo was about to leave, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, and dozens of panels suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Snowfield Worm Extraordinary Tier 3, Ice, a gregarious, peculiar worm from beneath the ice and snow, feeding on ice and extremely ferocious. Magic skills: Ice Melting, Ice Shield, Ice Cone, Ice Mist, Ice Cage, Regeneration. Note: seems somewhat out of place in this icy plane. They're here. Even Sindaragon showed a hint of surprise, which quickly turned into a strange expression. I see. Boom! Several enormous, meter-thick, ice-blue worms burst through the snow, opening their menacing lamprey-like mouths. For 30-centimeter-long mandibles extended, dripping with a thin, transparent mucus that made one want to avoid them. Beside them were two slightly darker blue lines, each with 8 small eyes, indicating that their eyesight hadn't deteriorated despite being under the ice for so long. Hiss! A continuous stream of worms emerged, hissing like snakes. Sensing Luo and his companions, their 8 pairs of eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and they lunged at them like madmen. Crack! All the worms, still in their charging stance, instantly turned into blocks of ice, shattering into pieces on the ground. This nearly caused Family, who was constantly watching Luo and his companions, to be injured by the backlash of magic. Wait, what just happened? Calm down. It's normal to have powerful tools. Luckily, there wasn't a direct sneak attack, or I wouldn't even know how I died. Family flicked another metal wire, transmitting his information. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't without a backup plan. On the other end, inside a transparent barrier, Marley and Fermi frowned as they saw the short message written in the air by the metal wire. Fermi, it seems you have to put in more effort. Phew, I didn't expect these people to be so strong. But this way, we should be able to get a better price. Gritting his teeth, Fermi took out 10 magic crystals radiating rich magical power from his ring, controlling them with magic to place them in midair. Then, a strangely silvery array slowly formed. These are 4th-tier magical beasts. Keep a close eye on them, don't let them die. You old bastard, are you trying to kill me? 4th tier, huh? But the formation was already complete. Fermi, trembling, slowly pressed his remaining hand onto it. Instantly, beneath the ice, a silver formation over 10 meters wide flashed with white light. Soon, a giant worm with sharp horns crawled out from within. The giant worm, over 3 meters tall, melted into the ice the instant it touched it, swimming rapidly within. Soon, a strange fragrance, undetectable to normal creatures, entered its mouth. Instantly, the 4th-tier worm's eyes turned bloodshot, and it charged towards the source of the scent. Fi put away the longbow she had just taken out, somewhat bewildered. Seeing Luo's composed expression, she was filled with suspicion. Could it be that her master had intervened? That couldn't be possible, these were over 33rd-tier magical beasts. Fi, Ano, check for any marks. Yes, master. Suppressing their confusion, the 2 sisters obeyed Luo's command, carefully searching through the pile of ice-like fragments of worms. A moment later, Fia returned to Luo and shook her head. Reporting, master, no mark. Then what would they want us to do? Well, if you ask me, master, I think most people would be very angry and settle scores with him. Luo nodded. She was indeed a little unhappy, as if someone had given her a glimmer of hope, only to have it cruelly proven false. It was easy to get angry. Then let's see what they think. Master. Fia wanted to say something, but then remembered that the dragon was nearby, so she silently shut her mouth. She couldn't be sure how much her master valued her and her sister. What if she was just a tool? Huh? There's more? Suddenly, a ring of ice spikes shot out from all sides, rapidly rising and converging in midair to form an ice cage, emanating a chilling aura that made Fia and Ano shiver. Master, this is bad. This aura definitely exceeds the 3rd rank. Ano tried to cleave the ice cage with her short sword, but it was clearly futile. Crack! Crack! A pile of ice shards surged from beneath the snow, quickly coalescing into a giant ice worm. Compared to the previous 1-meter-tall small worm, this worm was over 3 meters tall, its body alone over 10 meters long as it emerged from the snow. Its powerful aura swept away a layer of snow. Luo clenched his fist tightly, and the surrounding ice cage immediately emitted a crisp cracking sound, cracks spreading across its surface until it shattered into ice shards in moments. A 4th-tier magical beast, Fia, you all step back. Said Dragon, could you please keep an eye on things a little? Oh, Luo, want to test your strength? No problem, with this dragon here, you won't be hurt in the slightest. Sindragon's tone remained confident, arms crossed, an invisible shield covering an area of several dozen meters, preventing any wind or snow from entering. Hiss. Seemingly sensing Luo's composure, the worm raised its upper body, letting out an angry hiss, and suddenly plunged down, carrying immense momentum and an intimidating aura as it charged towards Luo. Luo didn't underestimate it either. With a wave of its small hand, the snowflakes on the ground condensed into a layer of solid ice, which then rapidly thickened, reaching 2 meters in thickness just before the worm struck. Crack! As expected of a 4th-tier magical beast, with a mere flick of its massive jaws, the 4 barbs sliced through the ice shield, instantly shattering it. Its speed didn't diminish, and it suddenly opened its enormous jaws to swallow Luo whole. Master, be careful! Mally, who had secretly crept back from a distance, witnessed the girl about to be devoured and cursed inwardly. Is this guy an idiot? That's a 4th-tier creature. A 3rd-tier creature can't possibly withstand it. But the next moment, to Mally's astonishment, the small, silver-haired girl calmly pressed her hands against the two mandibles, attempting to stop the worm's onslaught with her own strength. Is she out of her mind? What a waste, such a top-quality commodity. Mally cursed inwardly, but dared not show himself. He valued his own life. But soon, Mally noticed that the burst of snow mist quickly subsided, and as the snowflakes evaporated, a small figure remained standing unharmed, causing him to gasp in shock. How could this be? Chapter 167. Under Marley's shocked gaze, Lua was desperately trying to hold back the worm's two mandibles with her slender hands. Behind her were layers of solid ice walls, and on the snow the worm had crashed through. Even more shattered ice remained. A snow trail stretched from Luo's feet for over 100 meters, before being crushed by the worm's massive body. The violent impact evaporated nearly 2 meters of snow around her, turning it into pure ice magic, causing the temperature to drop even further. This works, Marley gasped. Using an ice shield to resist the impact wasn't impossible, but how could a mage's body withstand such a powerful shock? But the stalemate only lasted a moment. The worm suddenly twisted its head, and with Luo's soft cry, it cleanly flung her into the air before its entire body quickly disappeared into the snow. Luo shook his aching arms, warm light magic flowing through them, quickly repairing the damaged areas. This worm clearly didn't rely on physical strength, but thanks to his body enhanced by the dragon's saliva wine, and the combined restraint of ice and water magic, Luo barely managed to withstand the impact. However, this gave Luo a rough idea of his physical strength. He estimated that against a third-tier warrior, he wouldn't be far behind in a pure strength battle. Of course, technique was another matter. Luo nodded slightly. Having a reference point made judgment much easier. Red eyes stared at Shuexia, clearly seeing the hidden worm. Since it didn't rely on physical strength, and its magic power wasn't strong, its most likely method of fighting was through numbers and surprise attacks. And since there was only one, as long as it couldn't launch a surprise attack, the threat would be minimal. Luo actually possessed more ice attribute magic, but due to habit, she preferred quick, agile, and powerful spells. Furthermore, many spells had similar effects, making them unnecessary. It was better to use what she was comfortable with. However, now that the enemy refused to emerge from beneath the ice, one type of magic might prove very useful. Her fair hand stretched out in front of her, her delicate fingers spread wide, and over 30 runes instantly appeared, weaving into a magic circle over 2 meters wide. As the circle shimmered, Luo looked at the worm lurking over 200 meters beneath the snow and gently activated the spell. Ice Seal. With a murmur, the magic circle suddenly rose into the air, rapidly spinning. The ice and snow below shattered, transforming into pure ice magic that was drawn to the magic circle. Luo maintained the input of magic, and the area of the snowfield that collapsed rapidly expanded, its depth constantly approaching the location of the worm. Sensing the magical fluctuations above, the worm ceased its passive waiting. Hundreds of ice spikes sprouted from beneath the ice like bamboo shoots. Empowered by the surrounding ice magic, these spikes were even more powerful. Just 10 spikes shattered the magic circle above, while the remaining spikes changed direction and charged towards Luo. As expected, not so easy to deal with. Luo subtly shifted her thoughts, seizing control of some ice magic, causing the spikes to shatter in the struggle between them. However, they are still social magical beasts. Their individual strength isn't particularly strong among 4th-tier creatures. The flesh and blood aggregate Luo encountered was the truly powerful 4th-tier creature. If it weren't for its obvious weakness, which she could counter, those 300+ people would have been impossible to defeat without Moriarty's intervention. 1 isn't enough? Then 10 will do. Let's see what you can do then. Before Luo could act, she sensed the worms beneath the ice suddenly accelerate, breaking through the snow layer in a short time. Their hundreds-meter-long bodies were fully exposed to the air, and their 8 pairs of eyes, which had turned from red to blue, shot out 16 icy blue rays, focusing on Luo's location. Ice rays? That's a magical technique those worms didn't have. Quickly dodging the sweeping ice rays, pairs of frost seal magic circles began to appear around Luo. Each one increased the attraction to ice magic. Simultaneously, Luo waved her hand, responding to the worm's ice spikes with an ice spike spell. The roughly cone-shaped ice spikes pierced the air, striking the worm's icy skin. Unfortunately, the ice was incredibly hard. All the ice spikes were blocked, only chipping away a few ice fragments. This only enraged the worms further. They opened their massive jaws, spewing out a cloud of blue ice mist that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Unfortunately, this move is useless. The 10 magic circles that had already formed around him were relentlessly absorbing all the approaching ice magic power. The ice mist was torn to shreds before it even got close to Luo. Whoosh! Under Luo's control, all the ice seal magic circles surrounded the flying worm, preventing it from burrowing back into the snow and accelerating the infusion of magic power into the magic circles. As the ice magic power absorbed by all the magic circles reached its limit, a chill slowly gathered in the center, causing the worm to writhe uneasy. Its intuition told it that being hit might lead to something quite bad. Seal! A clear, cold shout rang out, and dense ice lines burst forth from the 10 clusters of chill, enveloping the worm that tried to escape layer by layer like a cocoon. In an instant, an ice cocoon more than 5 meters high appeared before everyone's eyes, shimmering with a faint cold light, quite a sight to behold. What's wrong with this girl? 10 third-tier spells just like that? In just over 10 minutes, the 4th-tier worm was trapped inside the ice cocoon. Marley nearly bit his tongue off. For me, a 3rd-tier ice mage, knew a bit about magic. This spell, called Ice Seal, required as many as 38 runes, making it one of the most difficult 3rd-tier spells to learn, and it needed a large amount of mana to trigger the subsequent sealing effect. But this girl casually cast 10 spells, and filled them up so quickly. Even with environmental factors, it was still too fast. No, unless that old guy summons more 4th-tier spells, we can't deal with this person at all. There are at least 3 3rd-tier spells left. It seems we could only lure them to that place. Looking at the constantly writhing ice cocoon, Luo's exquisite face became slightly serious. This worm's resistance was too tenacious. A small spell with only 30-odd runes wasn't enough to completely subdue it. With a slight thought, 3 massive arrays rapidly constructed. In less than 2 seconds, the ultimate frostbite spell was complete, sending sharper ice spikes erupting from the arrays, piercing the ice cocoon in all directions. Is it going to succeed? Fia and Ano watched nervously as the worm was about to be pierced by 1,000 needles, while only Sindaragon wore a smile. Confidence is good, but a 4th tier is not something a 3rd tier can compare to. The moment the ice spikes pierced, Luo sensed something was wrong. The panel in his vision had vanished. He waved his hand, dispersing all the ice spikes and the ice cocoon. The worm that had been trapped inside had disappeared without a trace. Not a magical skill. Could it be an innate ability? Just as ice affinity superhumans can effortlessly conjure ice spikes, certain magical beasts and races are born with more complex basic abilities, and these abilities are not magical skills, but more like instincts. Let me remind you, the snowfield worm can use its own magic as a springboard to instantly teleport along any path it passes through. The good news is, it can only do this once a short time. Sindragon kindly explained to Lo, then continued to watch the show with her arms crossed. To her, watching Lo was much more interesting than watching those 3 little worms. It was all just a matter of watching one episode anyway. Chapter 168. Upon hearing Sindaragon's explanation, Luo suddenly understood. No wonder it had vanished in an instant. It sounded like a skill similar to Wooden Net, capable of constructing a mobile network using magic. Whoosh! Luo abruptly rose into the air, large chunks of ice shield rising beneath him, knocking back the worm that had suddenly attacked from beneath the snow. But upon closer inspection, this worm was larger, and its mandibles were intact. It was clearly another 4th-tier worm. Just as Marley was wondering why another worm had appeared, he suddenly sensed someone intruding into his barrier. Startled, he turned around and saw it panting for me. He said irritably, "What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be waiting for them at the barrier trap? And why did you summon another 4th-tier one? You have the nerve to say that? I knew something was wrong after so long. This one is much stronger than Vanley described. I estimate it will take 2 to subdue her. Remember to step in when they're in danger. I temporarily control the 2 worms. I'm risking my life again. I even suspect you tricked Tryon." Despite this, Marley knew that his plan to use the snowfield worms to weaken them had failed. He could only lure them to another trap. That idiot Vanley, he doesn't even understand the enemy's actual combat strength. Vanley, whose wife and children had been insulted by Marley, was undergoing a reorganization of his worldview. Wasn't that girl only able to fight 3 ordinary 3rd-tier beings? How come she can fight 4th-tier beings after just a few days? Even geniuses aren't like that. Bang! The huge ice ball was shattered by the worm's tail, which continued its momentum, leaving after images as it headed straight for Luo's location. The first worm emerged from beneath the snow, freezing Luo's feet with an ice ray within her sensory blind spot, slowing her dodge by a fraction. Boom! A thick tail swept across, slamming Luo's small body into the snow, piercing through more than 10 meters of snow. Hiss! The two worms seemed to exchange a moment's words, then simultaneously turned and rushed back into the snow. Lord Dragon, will Master be alright? Sin Dragon shook his head slightly, making no move. This attack won't kill her. Luo's fighting style is too immature, she needs more training, which is what she desires. Before he finished speaking, a powerful tornado suddenly erupted from beneath the snow, violently blowing the worms that had just burrowed in out. Immediately afterward, Luo's figure burst forth from the swirling snowflakes, flinging the snow off her long hair, rubbing her aching waist, a hint of annoyance in her eyes. Forget it, snowfield worms are really suited to be dealt with using ice magic. High ice affinity means easier use of ice magic and stronger resistance to ice magic effects. However, in this snowfield, ice magic is amplified the most, creating an awkward situation where our magic attacks are enhanced, but the enemy's corresponding resistances are also increased. However, this monotonous terrain is common in other dimensions, and Luo is somewhat used to it. She connected her consciousness to fire magic, drawing it from her sea of souls. A blazing flame suddenly ignited, dispelling the surrounding ice and snow. The blazing golden-red flame surrounded the girl, and a deep-seated aversion and fear caused the two worms in midair to instinctively retreat. Fire magic is being consumed quite quickly here. Right? Last time I used light magic to assist fire magic. No one says ice magic can't assist fire magic, right? With a thought, he coated the fire magic with ice magic. Instantly, the originally golden-red blazing flames transformed into a cold, blue-white icy flame. Though it only appeared that way, the inside was still incredibly hot. Without dual-attribute ice and fire magic, Luo directly manipulated his magic to condense a giant blue fireball, which he launched at a worm, a mischievous smile on his face. This is what you call a double dose of ice and fire. The fireball was incredibly fast, but the worms were no pushovers. They collectively erected a thick ice shield to block it. Boom! The fireball melted a small portion of the ice shield, but before they could even rejoice, a barrage of fireballs arrived. Boom! Boom! One more. A third. 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see how many you can withstand. Each fireball contained more than half the total magic power of a third-tier transcendent being, exploding with a force no less than a full-force attack from an ordinary third-tier being. With just 6 fireballs, the ice shield was forcefully breached. The 7th, enormous fireball slammed into the ice crystals on the worm's body, melting a large gap. Hiss. The pained worm repeated its previous tactic, opening its blood-red maw and spewing out bursts of icy mist. Another worm seized the opportunity to fire 16 icy rays. Seeing the attack coming in an instant, a hint of excitement appeared on Luo's face. The blue fireball in her hand condensed again, but in an instant, multiple layers of water shields were erected in front of her, stubbornly resisting the icy mist and rays at the cost of freezing and shattering. Meanwhile, metallic vines grew out of the snow in a strange manner, reaching out to the worms in midair and binding them tightly. Damn it, this is what you call fighting 3 third-tier opponents? This could take on 10 third-tier opponents. That idiot Vanley has gotten us into big trouble. Mally turned around, only to find Fermi had vanished. Old man? Damn it! He ran away. But then, a thin metal wire extended in, magically writing "Watch me, attack, lure" in midair. Marley forced his anger to calm down, carefully examining the message. Does Vanley have a backup plan? Whoosh! Under Mally's gaze, suddenly, the two worms seemed to lose their senses, struggling to break free from the metal vine's restraints, enduring Luo's magic. Even as their ice crystals were punctured and oozing icy blue fluid, they still tried to quickly approach Luo and wrap their bodies around her. Blue fluid gushed out, instantly freezing into solid ice the moment it enveloped Luo. The speed of a 4th-tier magical beast's attack was considerable. With 2 attacking simultaneously, Luo only had time to erect a protective shield before being sealed within the ice. At the same time, layers of densely packed metal wires suddenly extended from the snow below, weaving together to form layers upon layers of metal cages. Sharp, resilient blades extended from the inside, piercing the ice and pressing against her fair neck. Fia and Ano were bewildered by this sudden turn of events when a sinister voice came from behind them. If you don't want her to die, obediently lay down your resistance. Marley emerged, longsword in hand, his face filled with ruthlessness. You really are no good. Release my master immediately. What do we do? Master is still in his hands. The elven sisters' eyes blazed with anger. They drew their longbows, arrows imbued with golden magic aimed at Marley's brow. Even hundreds of meters away, the sharp arrowheads felt like needles pricking him. Heh. Marley wasn't nervous at all. Inside the metal cage, the strongest girl was frozen solid, a sharp blade pressed against her delicate neck. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't possibly withstand such a close-range threat. Don't move, or your master's head will be in danger. Ignoring the two night elves, Marley focused his gaze on the alluring and voluptuous Indaragon, his desire undisguised. You're a real gem. I'm almost reluctant to sell you. Hearing this, Fia and Ano's expressions changed, gritting their teeth. You're a lackey of slave traders. Ha ha ha. I prefer you call me the elf hunter. Marley laughed heartily. He hadn't expected Vanley to use such a deadly move right away. If anyone was to blame, it was that girl's arrogance. Chapter 169. Cold sweat trickled down Fia and Ano's foreheads. Even though they knew the dragon beside them was powerful, the enemy's sneak attack and their close proximity made it questionable whether the dragon could react in time. They knew that even for them, their heads were a weakness. What if the dragon hesitated even a moment? Their master would be. I advise you scum to release my master, or I guarantee you die a horrible death. That's right. Release our master, and those elves you captured. Looking at the two night elves who were charging but hesitant to release their arrows, Marley smiled sinisterly and sneered, calling you master all the time. No wonder nobles treat you like dogs. Slave races should just be good slaves. If you want to save your master, let's see if you dare follow. With a light leap, Marley swiftly flew into the distance, while in the shadows, Vanley manipulated a cage woven from metal wires, carrying the worms and low behind him. Damn it! Those damn demons again! Scum! Trash! They ruined my home, and now they're haunting me, trying to harm my master. Fia angrily flung her longbow away, then put it back into her bracelet. Thinking of the motionless Indaragon, hope surged within her. Lord Dragon, please save my master. You and my master are friends, aren't you? Please! Looking at the anxious Fia, Indaragon's majestic golden vertical pupils showed a hint of interest. You are slaves. This is the first time I've seen slaves plead for their master. Perhaps your souls are bound? If so, I can untie you. A flicker of surprise crossed Ano's eyes, but Fia simply shook her head. Lord Dragon, if it were a few days ago, I might have been very happy. But we were the ones who attacked my master first, yet he treated us so well. Not only did he not beat or scold us, but he also took the initiative to take on dangerous tasks. He even allowed us to enjoy your precious wine. Fia glanced at the departing Marley and the metal cage, her voice quickening. Lord Dragon, I made up my mind. As long as my master doesn't abandon us, I will follow her for life. So Fia begs you, Lord Dragon, to save my master. Sister. Ano tightened her grip on her bow, her beautiful eyes fixed on the kneeling Fia. She had always been protected by her sister and was quite self-centered. She couldn't understand why her sister would plead for someone who had shackled her. Interesting. I won't dwell on your petty thoughts. Let's go. Glancing at the slightly trembling Fia, Indaragon's face returned to its icy expression. If Lo hadn't told me to wait, I would have frozen that insect into an ice sculpture long ago. How dare it look at a great dragon with such disgusting eyes? The snowflake seemed to sense the frost dragon's anger, momentarily freezing in midair, trembling and hesitant to land. With a flash of silver light, the four, along with the sleeping Moriarty, vanished from their spot. Only then did the snowflakes breathe a sigh of relief and continue their leisurely descent. From afar, Marley spotted Vanley near the flying trap and scoffed, just an assassin, what's with the show of flying like that? But he quickly composed himself and nodded. Where's Fermi? If he didn't run away, he should be controlling the barrier. Controlling this barrier requires focus. Don't disturb him, Vanley replied calmly, glancing behind Marley with a slight frown. You didn't bring them? Weren't you the one who lured them here? Marley wasn't about to take the blame. I was only responsible for provoking them. Luring them here was your job. Don't try to pin everything on me. To this, Vanley merely snorted coldly. Elven hunters were inherently rivals. Cooperation was already a feat, let alone friendly relations. Just as he was about to turn back to see what was going on, suddenly, you two don't seem to be getting along very well. The sudden, melodious voice startled both of them, immediately putting them on alert. Vanley extended sharp, golden metal wires from his 10 fingers, back to back with Marley, who held a long sword, carefully trying to pinpoint the source of the voice. Can you not be so forgetful? I'm still inside. Hearing this, Vanley suddenly realized something, looking at the massive metal cage encasing him in layers, somewhat incredulous. How can you still talk? Perhaps because I'm a genius? A cute question came from inside the cage, instantly conjuring the image of a cute girl pressing her index finger to her cheek, tilting her head in a puzzled manner. I don't care what kind of genius you are. Once you're in my golden cage, don't even think about escaping. Vanley spoke calmly, but Mally sensed a slight tremor in his voice. However, Mally was unaware that Van Lee's heart was pounding at over 180 beats per minute. He had witnessed those 30-odd third-tier worms die instantly, and this girl could fight a fourth-tier worm. It must have been her doing. He admitted he couldn't even manage 20 of his own to instantly kill a group of third-tier worms. Moreover, the fluids of fourth-tier worms have a powerful freezing effect. He had personally tested it to ensure its reliability, otherwise, he wouldn't have been confident he could trap her. But normally, she shouldn't still be able to speak. Could something have gone wrong? Crack, crack. A teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out from inside the golden cage, making Mally's heart leap. Hey Vanley, didn't you say you could temporarily seal fourth-tier worms? It's only been a few minutes. Stop talking. For me. Activate the barrier. At this point, he couldn't care less about maintaining his composure. The golden threads on his 10 fingers extended infinitely, converging into 8 gleaming golden chain blades. I use the chain blades to temporarily block it. Quickly prepare the stun potion, for me. Did you hear me? Activate the barrier now. Crack, crack. The sound of sharp blades piercing something came from inside, followed immediately by the sharp, grating sound of metal scraping against hard objects, sending chills down one's spine. Van Lee's expression darkened. His fingers twitched slightly, without a trace of emotion, and the chain blades flashed with cold light, piercing through the gaps in the golden wire cage. Clang, clang. A crisp collision sound rang out, and Van Lee's face grew even more grim. No, it won't go in. What kind of monster is this? Stop standing there. I know, don't rush me. Marley sheathed his long sword, took out 3 bottles of different colors. As an elven hunter, he had learned many tricks of the trade. These are stun potions for third-tier transcendence. Never mind, increase the dosage. After a moment's thought, Marley simply crushed all 3 bottles, a ball of water appearing in his hand, enveloping all the potions. The 3 colors reacted rapidly within the water, turning it pale yellow and transforming it into a water arrow. Squeak! The golden cage suddenly thrust out a sharp, thick metal spike. In terms of sharpness, metal was undoubtedly the best, but in terms of defense, it couldn't compare to earth, and was easily pierced. With a deafening roar, a fierce explosion erupted from within, spewing forth a thick column of fire that melted the cage made of metal wire. Droplets of molten iron dripped onto the snow, hissing as they fell. Marley's expression changed drastically. The water arrow, originally aimed at the breach, rose slightly upwards, exploding above the golden cage and scattering a light rain. Such powerful fire magic, the potion is probably useless. What about the barrier? Damn it! That old codger Fermi is so unreliable. A slender, white arm emerged from the melting cage, billowing steam, the protection of water magic. With a gentle flick of her delicate fingers, a rapidly approaching chain blade was deflected by an ice block condensed from the steam. With a clenched fist, the ice block compressed violently, twisting and shattering the chain blade. I heard you're from the slave traders? Behind the white steam, a pair of cold eyes could be vaguely seen, seemingly tinged with gold. A terrifying pressure descended, causing the 2 to plummet dozens of meters, only stopping when the solid snow reached above their knees. You know what? I'm not interested in this nonsense. Slaves exist for a reason. 2 cold blue flames ignited behind him, quickly solidifying into ice cones. A layer of ice magic on their surface gave them greater penetrating power, instantly piercing the ground at the 2 people still struggling against the oppressive force. What exactly are you trying to say? Vanley shouted sharply, his fingers interlacing, golden threads weaving several layers of soft fabric to desperately resist the impact of the 2 fire cones. But through the translucent ice layer, the violently surging fire magic made him shudder, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn it! Who has fire inside their ice cones? Boom! Almost simultaneously, the 2 fire cones exploded, blasting the 2 people away. However, the distance they were blasted seemed quite far. They only stopped when they were more than 300 meters away from Luo. As soon as Luo rushed out of the tattered golden cage, a pale blue barrier suddenly rose around him, enveloping him within. Damn it, just a brat! What's with the swagger? Marley wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted with rage. What a pity, this barrier was originally meant for your friends. With a flick of his wrist, several bottles of potions of different colors appeared in his hand. Now, enjoy these weakening and poisonous potions yourself. But just as he was about to throw them away, Marley found himself unable to move again. Chapter 170. A cold gaze fixed on Marley, the absolute pressure emanating from his life force rendering his hand, which wanted to throw the potion, unable to move. But you are unfortunate, because of your actions, I was attacked by the night elves. Luo stepped into the air, each step leaving a fiery red footprint, slowly approaching the edge of the barrier. Her small, pale hand, devoid of any intimidating aura, rose and gently touched it, a soft white light illuminating her wrist. Now you still want to attack us? I really can't think of any reason to let you go. A dazzling white light burst from Luo's hand, the sudden heat causing the barrier to flicker rapidly, gradually turning from pale green to crimson. Below the barrier, dense vines surged forth, attempting to bind Luo, but the flames enveloping her quickly incinerated the vines, and the snow on the ground froze into ice, sealing the vines that were about to emerge from below. Marley's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He bit his tongue hard, a sharp pain in his mouth bringing him back to his senses. He threw the potion forcefully, but it didn't even penetrate the barrier before freezing into a lump of ice and flying far away. Seeing this, Marley turned and flew away without uttering a single harsh word. Fondly noticed the obvious white light on Luo's hand. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and he exclaimed in shock that light magic was cast by you. Fondly hadn't participated in the battle against the flesh and blood entity. Instead, he had been hiding on the edge. After failing to incite the others to attack her, he had planned to watch them be killed by that mass of flesh and blood. But unexpectedly, after a flash of white light, the mass of flesh and blood had weakened. Fortunately, he had sensed at the moment the barrier shattered and immediately fled. He was unaware that he had escaped Moriarty's sight by chance, but perhaps due to his strong obsession, this only enemy who still remembered Luo using light magic had reappeared here. Correct. Your reward is a trip to the underworld. Instantly, a chill ran down Fan Li's spine. He tried to slip away and disappear into the void, but two 2-meter-wide magic circles appeared above and below him, quickly forming and condensing wisps of ice that grabbed his ankles, which weren't completely hidden, and then climbed and spread, enveloping him in a cocoon before Fan Li's horrified gaze. 10 frost seal spells could trap a 4th-tier worm, but he didn't possess even a fifth of its strength. This spell was designed to counter a 3rd-tier transcendent level being, and in an instant, the thick ice threads bound him, rendering him immobile. There's someone else? Heh, who gave you the courage to set up this barrier? Muttering to himself, the beam in his hand erupted with blinding light. Crack! A crack appeared in the crimson barrier, which then rapidly spread, quickly covering the entire barrier. Bang! Hidden within another concealment barrier, Fermi suddenly coughed up blood, horrified. Barriers capable of trapping higher-level superhumans often came at a greater cost. If broken, the controller would be the first to suffer. Those two idiots. I trapped her, and they didn't even lift a finger. Fermi was unaware of Marlene and Vanley's helplessness in the face of intimidation, assuming they had some temporary conflict. After all, infighting among hunters was commonplace when victory was assured. Fine, that night elf is mine now. Casting himself a concealment spell, Fermi turned to leave without looking back. The last little bug. Honestly, Luo didn't even keep a proper eye on it. Before Fermi could understand who said that, or what it meant, his consciousness blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, the cold, tall woman who hadn't been part of his plans appeared before him. Fermi hurriedly took a step back, only to kick something. Looking down, he was shocked to see the unconscious Merle. You're not tier 3. Fermi immediately understood, this unplanned woman was an extraordinary being. Hearing this, Sindaragon looked down at him coldly and said, a little bugged, but not badly clever. I make your death easier. Beads of sweat dripped from Fermi's temples. Suddenly, he saw the 2 night elves behind her. His eyes turned cold, and he said fiercely, I still have a night elf on my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to her, you better release me. I can guarantee that after I leave safely, I will never appear before you again, and that elf will also leave safely. To escape from this woman who seemed to be a high-ranking transcendent, Fermi no longer cared about profit. Survival was the priority. Are you threatening me? Sindaragon's eyes narrowed, his vertical pupils gleaming with a dangerous light, making Fia realize something was wrong. She quickly stepped forward and cautiously said, Lord Dragon, perhaps we should wait for Master. You have no right to speak. With a sweep of her jade arm, Fia was struck as if by a heavy blow, crashing heavily into a small iceberg in the distance, scattering ice and snow, burying her. Sister. Ano felt a chill in her heart. She hesitated, glancing at the outwardly fierce, but inwardly weak Fermi, before flying towards FIA's direction. Fermi hadn't expected this group to be so united, and seeing that his last bargaining chip was useless, his knees buckled, and he knelt down, trembling as he begged for mercy. My lord, I absolutely did not mean to threaten you. Spare my life, I leave right now. Sindaragon remained unmoved. To her, only Moriarty was one of her kind. Even Lo was only friendly because of her. But now she was very unhappy, so she decided to destroy him. A long slender arm rose, and a simple ice blade condensed. With a flick of a finger as smooth as jade, the blade tore through space and appeared before Fermi in terror. He's dead. That was Fermi's only thought. Suddenly, clang! A golden white finger emerged from a spatial rift, striking the ice blade in the middle with a cracking sound. To Sindaragon's astonishment and Fermi's stunned gaze, the ice blade snapped in two, slicing across Fermi's skin, leaving a chilling sensation. Sindaragon, it's my fault that my servants upset you, but they didn't mean it. I sincerely apologize to you. The rift widened, and Lo, adjusting her magic hat, gracefully stepped out, bowing slightly to Sindaragon. Sindaragon glanced at Lo, who should have been 1,000 meters away, and a smile returned to his face. This dragon likes you very much. Then thank you very much, the greatest Sindaragon, Senos. Humph. A little praise won't make this dragon happy. Lo raised her head, stuck out her little tongue, and changed the subject, looking at Fermi, who was supporting herself with one hand to keep from collapsing, her face icy. Little Artie once told me not to let myself hate an entire race because of a few people. I think that's true in most cases. FIA and Ano deserved it, but the other night elf is innocent. It wouldn't be good if she froze or starved to death here because of us, would it? Sindaragon saw through her awkward little thoughts, but didn't point them out. He just shrugged, crossed his arms, and reminded her, there's no night elf present within 10,000 miles. Not nearby. Could it be hidden far away? No, that wouldn't be safe. Could it be some method that could conceal even a saint-level being? That's impossible. Tell me, where is that night elf? Faced with Luo's cold question, Fermi seemed to find new hope, his forehead slamming heavily against the hard snow. My lord, as long as I can leave safely, I release that elf immediately. You won't tell, huh? Fine then. Huh? Fermi looked up in surprise. Something's not right here. Why give up after just one sentence? The array on his wrist quietly activated for a long time. Sensing the abundant soul power within his sea of souls, Luo still felt that the old method was better than questioning. It was definitely not that he wanted to torture them. Absolutely not. A massive soul aura, nearing the 5th rank, erupted, and a transparent soul key appeared in Luo's hand. Fourth rank? Fermi was terrified. How could this fluctuation be 3rd rank? It was clearly the same as that woman's, at least 4th rank. No, he sensed that 4th rank dark elf before. Both of their auras far surpassed that elf's. Could it be 5th rank? Wait, I think I just saw space shatter? His. Could it be the legendary Supreme Saint rank? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as Fermi was about to speak, a soul-stirring moan rang out, delicious. A large mouth suddenly engulfed Luo's hand, causing the soul power on it to vanish instantly, and the immense pressure dissipated completely. His body felt lighter. The repeated rises and falls made Fermi unable to hold on any longer. He collapsed onto the snow, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat. Only Sindaragon and Luo stared in astonishment at the large mouth carefully chewing and savoring the food. Little Artie? Chapter 171. A rumor gradually spread in the outer layers of this alternate dimension. A cursed puppet roamed the land, asking anyone it targeted a question. If they answered correctly, they would receive a reward. The reward might be a weapon, some magic crystals, or even a worthless magazine. The value of the reward was random, not based on the difficulty of the question. Not answering meant being ignored, but this attracted many extraordinary individuals who, driven by greed, believed the puppet carried some kind of spatial artifact filled with countless treasures. However, people soon learned that this small puppet was not to be trifled with. Even when attacked by over 30 second-tier extraordinary beings, it was instantly killed, its corpses all sliced in half by some force, the cross-sections perfectly smooth. Furthermore, to everyone's astonishment, this puppet could loot corpses. One person, after receiving a reward, discovered it was the sword of someone they knew. From then on, no one dared to lay a hand on it. However, some have counted that most of the questions the puppet asks are for directions, and some bored people have even drawn up the locations where the puppet appears, discovering that it's not truly wandering, but rather rapidly advancing deeper into the layers, traversing one level in less than 7 days. The latest news is that at the boundary between the second and third levels, someone witnessed the puppet communicating with people from the mountain tribe, seemingly obtaining some information. When the puppet reappeared, it was already on the largest tributary of the River of Life. Brother, do you think we might encounter that cursed puppet? The Minotaur flew across the great river, shaking his head. Although the magical attributes here weren't quite to his liking, the concentration was nearly 100 times higher than the previous 2 levels, enough for simply training his physique. The bear man, who was staring at the swimming fish, slapped his horn in annoyance. Can you please stop talking? Every time you open your mouth, it's never good. The Minotaur, on the other hand, felt wronged. Brother, it's not my fault. I was just asking some questions everyone asks. You talk too much, don't you? Don't you? If you don't catch 30 fish today, you won't even get into the city. Good heavens, the prices in the city were outrageous. Where would these 2 orcs get so many gold coins? Brother, how about we just sleep outside? The fish here are big and fat. It's just that the accommodations are a bit poor. But we used to sleep in caves all the time, brother. What do you think? Brother? Brother? The Minotaur turned his head in confusion, and found the bear man's shocked expression. A small doll was flying in front of him. He couldn't see its face, only that its purple hair was flowing and short, less than halfway up its arm. Cursed doll? The Minotaur exclaimed instinctively. The doll slowly turned around, its delicate little face so lifelike that it was impossible to tell it was just a doll. It seemed more like a living person. Question: how to get to the city of the ringing river? Her voice was so beautiful. That was the Minotaur's first impression. Lo looked at Moriarty, who was drooling and gnawing on her hand, and pinched her smooth cheek hard. Under Sindaragon's disgusted gaze, the little one finally opened her large, drowsy blue eyes, and let out a cute ugh. Spit it out. Heaven knows how her little mouth managed to swallow a fist the size of a bun. Moriarty subconsciously bit it gently with her sharp teeth, before reluctantly spitting out Lo's hand. I woke up too quickly. It seems I ate Lo Nichin. I sleep a little longer. Thump. A crisp tap echoed, as Moriarty clutched his head, and slowly squatted down. Ouch. That's good. What are you doing? Lo waved her hand irritably, shaking off the slime. Luckily, the guy hadn't bitten down hard, or her hand would have been in serious trouble. Hee, Lone smells so good. Who's this? It looks like he peed. Moriarty squatted down, curiously looking at Fermi, whose eyes were almost glazed over, before realizing he had unconsciously released a trace of pressure. Maybe he lost his mind? I was going to interrogate this guy, but you've eaten all my accumulated soul power, so it take time now. Hearing this, Moriarty turned around, looking innocent. It's all Lone's fault for smelling so good, not my fault. You still say that? The little guy flashed and appeared behind Sindaragon, peeking out his cute little head. Don't be angry, I can ask for Lone. You? Luo was a little suspicious, but Sindragon nodded seriously. Setso is a member of the underworld race, very skilled in soul magic. Seeing someone's memories is just a matter of words for him. Little Artie didn't mention that. But Sister Luo didn't ask me either. Well? Looking at the smiling Moriarty, Luo clenched her fists secretly. Damn it, don't let me get a chance, or I spank you hard. What does Sister Luo want to ask him? Moriarty flew in front of Fermi, his eyes narrowed into crescent moons, but Fermi's broken mind still felt a chill from the soul. No. Ask him where the night elf he kidnapped is. Luo turned around, and quickly flew towards Fi's location. Only Moriarty sweetly responded, okay. A small, transparent humanoid figure floated out from between Fermi's eyebrows, and was swallowed. A satisfied smile appeared on her cute little face. The taste of fear so good. Hey! Sizu, you bastard, that's mine. Fia was swept thousands of meters away by Sindragon's displeased sweep, but Luo could sense from the contract that she was only seriously injured and not in mortal danger. Having drunk the dragon's saliva wine, both she and Ano's physical abilities had more than doubled. Coupled with the absence of foreign magic, their injuries were healing rapidly. A moment later, Luo saw Ano nestled in Fia's arms, seemingly having cried. Seeing Luo's arrival, Fia quickly pushed Ano away and stood up. Master, don't speak. Yes. Fia and Ano were uneasy, somewhat confused about their master's thoughts. A ball of white light shone in her hand. With a gentle push, Luo directed the light into Fia's chest. Instantly, a flash of light illuminated her body, and Fia was astonished to find her injuries completely healed. Thank you so much, Master. Thank you for your help, master. Luo's nostrils twitched slightly, she gave a soft hum, and turned to fly back. As the two sisters caught up, she murmured, Sindaragon didn't mean it. Don't make her angry again. Fia was startled, then quickly recovered, gratefully replying, Master, we understand. Luo didn't say anything more. Returning, she found Fermi's life force had vanished. She glanced at Moriarty, who was dangling his feet, and asked, Little Moriarty? Oh dear, Sister Luo is back. That elf sister is trapped in his summoning space. Should we ask little Artie to rescue her? Seeing Moriarty's eagerness, Luo knew his soul had most likely been secretly devoured. She sighed softly, then I leave it to little Artie. Hee hee. Moriarty wore a smug expression of triumph, glancing provocatively at the disgruntled Sindaragon. With a flick of her hand, large silver cracks appeared across the snowfield. Crack, 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 the crack shattered instantly, revealing a dark space on the other side. A comatose night elf was pulled out of the air and gently placed on the ground. Then, the shattered space instantly returned to normal. This night elf had pale purple skin, a furrowed brow, was filthy, dressed in tattered clothes, and bore numerous wounds, looking utterly miserable. Idra? Fia and Ano exclaimed in surprise. After receiving permission from Luo, they rushed forward to check on her, and found that her magic had been sealed. Fortunately, due to her low strength, the three elven hunters hadn't applied any further seals. With their help, Idra slowly opened her eyes, and saw the worried faces of the two sisters. Her expression immediately changed. Miss Fia, Miss Ano, run. There are slave hunters. Fia quickly pressed down on her agitated body, reassuring her, It's all over, Idra, you're alright. Ano nodded, pointing to the lifeless Fermi, Look, that's the one who trapped you, but our master dealt with him. You're alright now. Master? Idra was startled, only then noticing that there were still many people around. Besides the dead old man, there was a young man lying there, clearly not their master. Also present was a tall, beautiful woman with a cold expression standing not far away, and two somewhat familiar young girls on the other side. Idra looked closely and realized they were the two people she had seen in the water mirror. Oh, and a little further away, a large white cocoon of some unknown object. Her mind went blank for a moment before Idra finally grasped what was happening. Gritting her teeth, she dragged her still healing body to her knees. My lords, I beg you to release Fia and Miss Ano. They are the hope of our people. I'm willing to pay any price for them. Chapter 172. Upon hearing this, various expressions appeared on the faces of those present. Sindaragon wore an amused and strange look, while Moriarty chuckled, startling Fia and Ano, who quickly covered her mouth and frantically tried to signal her with their eyes. Ano and I are both alright. You should hurry back to the Sky Forest. It's too dangerous for you here. But, no buts. Sister is right. You should go back quickly and tell the elder we're alright. Idra was a little confused by their repeated refrains. Had she misunderstood something? But when the Sky Forest was mentioned, she hurriedly grabbed the sisters' hands, anxiously saying, There are still several groups of slave traders at the homestead. Many of my sisters have already been captured. Hearing this, Fia and Ano were very worried, but before Ano could say anything, Fia glared at her and said earnestly to Idra, We're with our master now. You have to rely on yourselves for what happens in the forest. I understand. Idra stood up with Fia's help, her expression downcast. She vaguely guessed what was going on, but she couldn't even defeat the Fia sisters, let alone their master. After embracing the two women, Idra whispered take care, then looked at them deeply, tears welling in her eyes before she dragged her wounded body towards the other side of the snowfield. Sister, everyone will be alright, right? Fia squeezed Ano's hand, watching Idra disappear into the distance, and whispered, Yes, everyone will be alright. Suddenly, a soft, helpless sigh drifted over, Oh dear, oh dear. Hee, Sister Lo, why aren't you saying anything? Someone seems a bit shy. Enough already? Moriarty chuckled as she watched Lo's face turn red, startling the bewildered Fia and Ano, who thought they'd gotten into trouble again. Master, we absolutely had no intention of leaving without permission. You two get out of here. Honestly, little Artie, if you laugh again, I shut your mouth. Lo turned angrily and flew towards Vanley, still inside her cocoon, leaving behind a faintly aggrieved Moriarty, a comically amused Sindaragon, and the two sisters, utterly confused. 1 month later. Luo stared at the long-tailed fish frozen in the ice, unable to resist asking Sindaragon again, Is she really alright? I asked you 30 times already, 30 times. I say it again, she's fine. This ice is very peculiar. If I remember correctly, it can only be found in the Arctic. I'm curious how you found it. I didn't find it. This fish was sealed in the ice from the beginning. I originally thought it would wake up soon, but I didn't expect it to take so long. If it hadn't suddenly started shaking, Luo would have almost forgotten about this piece of ice. This was still a snowfield. It wasn't that Luo couldn't get out, but Sindaragon suddenly said that this was a good place to practice ice magic, and told Luo not to rush to leave. The implication was, "Little kid, your ice magic is too rubbish, I can't stand watching." Forced to play the role of a child again, Luo could only bitterly endure the strict instruction of this Frost Dragon. Recalling the past month of almost non-stop spellcasting, researching runes, learning new magic, constructing new runes, and sparring with her, Luo felt sore all over. This dragon was not going to hold back at all. However, the improvement was also significant. Not only was she just a hair's breadth away from the final magical energy gathering for the second tier, but she also gained a deeper understanding of ice attribute runes, and could now barely write the ice rune. This meant that Luo was no longer just copying runes verbatim, but could begin to analyze their meaning. According to Moriarty, all runes exist in the world, but magical techniques are not. High-level transcendents design their own magical techniques best suited to them, and understanding runes is fundamental to this. Anyway, that's what everyone she consumed said, so let's just assume it's true. Most importantly, Sindaragon provided training ideas about magic, allowing Luo to practice other elemental magics by analogy. This made Luo decide to slow down and practice fire and water magic as well. However, Luo didn't practice casting spells today because she was planning her 29th breakthrough to the second tier, but unfortunately, she sensed the movement of this fish. However, the movement only lasted for half a minute before falling silent again, making Luo wonder if the fish had frozen to death. However, from his perception, the fish's aura was indeed much stronger, reaching the level of a first-tier transcendent being. It's probably come back to life. Half a day later, after confirming that the fish hadn't moved at all, Luo simply tossed it back into the ruins. Forget it, I just break through. Seeing that Luo had calmed down, Sindragon conjured a layer of crystalline ice from beneath the snow, protecting Luo within. He then said to Moriarty, who was boredly gazing at the sky, "This dragon wants to check out the interdimensional array first. What about you, Sizwa?" "Me? I just lie here. I want to be the first to taste what a second-tier Luo's sister is like, he." "Never mind, whatever you like." Sindragon ignored the former general, who was probably pretending to be a child. He shook his head, fine scales regrowed, and a pair of sharp, crystalline dragon horns appeared on his head. His face was cold and stern. With a single step, he vanished. Within the Sea of Souls, Luo's soul form appeared to have grown considerably, roughly 20% larger than the runes. However, the soul power within it was undeniably twice as strong as before. The vast sea of magic above had also become much denser. If it had initially flowed like air, it was now like mist. For mages, soul power determines the speed of spellcasting and the amount of magic power they can control. However, for most, the latter depends more on the size of their Sea of Souls. After all, having the ability but no space to contain it is useless. The degree of condensation of magic power determines the strength and power of magic. Luo's magic, constructed with first-tier magic power, rivaled that cast by a third-tier transcendent being. This meant that Luo's initial magic power condensation was ridiculously high, making it hard to believe she was still only a first-tier transcendent. Today, I must reach second tier. The white soul silently encouraged herself, releasing a vast amount of soul power to envelop and permeate all the magic power, slowly applying pressure to resist the repulsion between the magic powers, and make their contact even tighter. Ice, fire, and water magic power were contained within their respective gold-edged runes, which made things easier for Luo, requiring less soul power to envelop the magic power within the runes. As the magic power was suppressed to its extreme, the entire sea of magic power shrank by almost half a circle, nearly 3 times the condensed magic power. The enormous rebound force made Luo begin to feel powerless, and there was a faint tendency for it to loosen again. Damn it, not again. A surge of soul power erupted from the soul body, slamming into the magic power and shrinking the already enlarged sea of magic power even further. Still not enough? Why is it so difficult? Luo concentrated, repeatedly pounding the magic power with his remaining soul power. The silent sounds of the collision between magic power and soul power echoed in the dark blue space, creating ripples. But as his strength waned, the sea of magic power, like the previous 28 times, slowly expanded again. It seemed he was about to give up. A fierce glint appeared in Luo's eyes. Did he have to try a 30th time? I refuse to believe it. Condense it. With the soul body's silent cry, a golden light flashed, and golden flame suddenly ignited in the sea of magic power, burning away the unruly magic particles. In just a few moments, the vast ocean of magic power evaporated by more than half, leaving less than 30% of its original size. At the same time, Luo suddenly felt the pressure ease, and her magic power rapidly condensed into a viscous mist, easily breaking through to the second tier. Was it the effect of that golden flame just now? Luo had thought it had gone to the Tree of Spirits with the spirit of magic, and wouldn't be here anymore, but it seemed that it would reappear whenever she concentrated too much. However, after breaking through by condensing her magic power, Luo felt a wave of exhaustion from her soul. She had no mind to investigate further, so she withdrew her mind from the sea of souls. Waves of fatigue washed over her brain, with only the coolness from her brow slowly easing the discomfort. Opening her eyes, Luo was surprised to see a ring of ice prisons around her. She sensed Sindaragon's presence on them. Well, she's quite caring. Then she closed her eyes, relaxed her mind, let the exhaustion overwhelm her, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 173. Throughout the snow and ice, a group of people were flying slowly. At the front were two boys, one a handsome, well-proportioned young man dressed in light warrior's clothing, and the other a square-faced boy in silver-white knight's light armor. Flying in the middle were two pretty girls, both wearing standard pointed mage hats and robes, one emerald green and the other fiery red, reflecting their approachable nature within the academy. At the rear of the group was a tall, tan girl with several grotesque scars on her waist and thighs, giving her a more rugged appearance than the other two girls. Soon after, the sharp-eyed, square-faced boy spotted the distant green shoots and exclaimed excitedly, "Look! That must be the Sky Forest." "Where? Where?" Hearing this, the handsome boy craned his neck and also saw the distant green, clenching his fist in delight. "Great! Now we can finally find what Junior Karen needs." "Humph, look how happy you are. Is Junior Karen that important?" The girl in the fiery red mage robe pulled over the slightly lowered eyelid girl beside her. "Lillian is way prettier than her." The topic suddenly shifted to her, and Lillian clearly seemed uncomfortable, saying somewhat awkwardly, "Don't listen to her nonsense, Holland. Let's hurry up and go." "Okay, Lillian, let's go." Holland, beaming with joy, slapped the silver light armor on the back of his square face. "Venus, it's all up to you. Get lost. That's the Sky Forest, teeming with magical beasts. You're older than me, and you've been at the third tier for longer than me. Shouldn't you be going first? Haha, don't be so rigid. Ape, can you still keep up? Do you want to rest?" Ape shook his head, saying calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Holland, but I'm fine." "Haha, then I was being nosy." Holland didn't mind, just laughed heartily twice, and excitedly pulled Venus forward. But the girl in the red mage robe seemed dissatisfied with Ape's reply, letting out a soft snort from her nose. "Oh dear, truly worthy of being a mountain tribesman. They're cold-resistant, unlike us minor nobles who are practically frozen stiff." Unexpectedly, Ape seemed unconcerned, replying dismissively, "That's perfect, you rest here for a bit, that way we can go much faster." "You? Humph, you're just relying on." Lillian quickly intervened, "Krya, let's hurry up and catch up. Venus and Holland are already waiting for us ahead." Krya, looking displeased, gave a haughty snort, pulling Lillian along to speed up, leaving Ape sighing slightly behind. "I really don't know why Brother Holland allowed this woman into the group, if it weren't for Sister Lillian. Excuse me, are you also the successor of the ocean god?" A pleasant, clear voice approached from afar, hazy and indistinct, as if through a layer of water, carrying a hint of curiosity and a touch of anxiety, gradually waking Luo from his slumber. "Hello." The owner of the voice seemed to be able to see Luo. Seeing her sit up, the voice greeted her warmly, jolting Luo, still groggy, awake. Subconsciously looking around, Luo realized she was on a light blue lake. The vast expanse of water stretched to the horizon, like a boundless ocean, surrounded by a misty, damp atmosphere. "This place feels so familiar." Shaking her head, Luo suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the strange space where she had once controlled the water? Standing up and looking at the ground, Luo found that her clothes had also changed back to the gradient blue dress with gold thread outlines, her long, dark blue hair flowing freely. The faint sound of waves could be heard, and a teardrop-shaped gemstone adorned her brow, exuding an elegant aura. Tap tap. "Hey friend, are you still there?" Suddenly, a beautiful girl surfaced from beneath the lake. She had long, wavy, light blue hair, and peculiar ears, not human ears, but flat like fish fins. Several tiny, aquamarine scales adorned her delicate cheeks. Through the water, Luo could see a shell-like bra barely covering her chest and long, slender legs, with beautiful scales and shimmering fins in various places. She was waving gently at Luo with her cute face pressed against the lake surface, startling her slightly. "Who are you?" "I am Sea Pearl, one of the inheritors of the ocean god." "Are you one too?" Luo shook her head. Although she didn't know who she was, she could clearly feel absolute control over the lake water, and could leave at any time without fear. "I don't know." "Alright then, I thought you had a divine domain and were an inheritor too." Sea Pearl blew bubbles and swam happily in the lake, infecting Luo with her joy. However, she still asked her question. "You said this is a divine domain? Do you have one too?" "Of course." Sea Pearl nodded. "I'm in my own divine domain, but perhaps because we're both water attribute, somehow, when I woke up, I saw you lying there sleeping. Can't you come over?" Luo asked curiously, reaching into the lake. The water rippled, distorting the delicate face of the Sea Pearl. "Huh?" Luo quickly smoothed the water, only to find that the Sea Pearl had completely vanished, without a trace. "Huh? Where did she go?" Luo sat up abruptly, looking around in surprise. She found herself still in the ice prison. Moriarty was building a small snowman beside her. Sindragon hadn't returned yet, and as for the FIA sisters, she had sent them away long ago. They were probably in the Sky Forest now. "Nobody here?" "Sister Luo, you're awake." Moriarty leaped into Luo's arms, knocking her heavily to the ground, tearing apart a large patch of ice and snow. "You're so heavy." "Hee, let me rub against you, Sister Luo." Luo forcefully pushed away Moriarty's little head that was leaning in. "Wait, little Artie, did you see anyone just now?" "No." Moriarty shook her head. "There's no one here, just Artie and Sister Luo. I have a feeling you're thinking about something bad. Get down now." After a while, Luo finally broke free from Moriarty's clutches. She tossed a wisp of soul power to distract her, and Luo recalled the girl she had just encountered in the place called the Realm of Gods. Sea Pearl. See. Could it be Captain Hyda's race? The most likely candidate here is that merfolk Saintus. Bang! The solid ice was pulled out again by Luo, and inside the transparent ice, a beautiful long-tailed fish blinked its eyes. A familiar voice echoed in Luo's mind. "Why did you suddenly disconnect?" "I don't know what happened either." "Let's not talk about that." "Are you alright?" Luo pointed to the large block of ice. "Would being frozen inside be comfortable?" "Of course it's alright." "You can. Can you help me break this ice?" Sure. Luo looked at the panel in his eyes, even more curious. "But I'm a little curious, you're so strong, how were you captured?" Sea Pearl, mermaid, extraordinary tier 3, water, priest, mermaid priest, claiming to be the successor of the ocean god, a woman of the Hydam tribe, known as the Holy Maiden of the Blue Scale clan. Blessed by the ocean god, she can stay away from the water for long periods, but she doesn't possess any characteristics of the Blue Scale clan, instead resembling the legendary merfolk, perhaps hiding some secret. Note 1. Able to freely transform between human, mermaid, and fish forms. Note 2. Able to initially control the divine domain, magic skills, enhanced defense, enhanced water affinity, enhanced damage resistance, super regeneration, healing, undying revival, tide summoning, water gun, super heavy water pressure, water shield, water escape, water shadow clone, life sharing. Because I was chased by those bad guys from the merfolk. Chapter 174. Of course, it's because I was chased by those bad fishmen. Sea Pearl's voice was huffy, clearly angry at the fishmen who had hunted her down. I sneaked out to play, and a bunch of dark-skinned guys ambushed and captured me, then imprisoned me. But Luo was even more confused. It was the fishmen who asked me to save you. Impossible. Fishmen are all bad people. Luo could even imagine her jumping up and down angrily, shouting, "They're all huge villains." Alright, I let you out, but you have to tell me what happened." "Okay. Sister Luo, what are you talking to yourself about?" Moriarty peeked out from behind her, her eyes lighting up when she saw the block of ice. Curious, she poked it, a chill running down her fingers, which she easily wiped away. "The way she's looking at me is so strange." "No, haha, little Artemis, this is Miss Sea Pearl. Forget what you're thinking." Seeing Moriarty's sparkling eyes, Luo knew exactly what she was thinking. He quickly covered her eyes, coughed lightly, and said to Sea Pearl, "Miss Sea Pearl, be careful, I break the ice right now." "Okay. You're such a kind person." His palm touched the ice, and the freezing air instantly became docile. With a slight movement of Luo's mind, the huge eyes shattered into large chunks, revealing a beautiful fish body inside. A pale blue light flashed across Sea Pearl's body, and a cute girl slightly taller than Luo appeared before them. Exposed to the air, more details of her body were revealed. Besides the appearance seen on the lake, she actually had a small seashell covering her lower body, and tiny fins along her forearms and tailbone, covered with shimmering, light blue scales. Compared to the Beastman, Sea Pearl looked more human, but compared to a humanoid aquatic creature, she resembled a fish more. Hello. Luo slightly shifted her gaze, her face slightly flushed, and nodded. Hello, my name is Luo, and this little guy is Moriarty. Luo and Moriarty, it's so good to meet you. Sea Pearl noticed Luo and Moriarty's clothes, her expression showing interest. With a slight turn, a loose gauze dress instantly covered her, enveloping her alluring and sexy figure, making Luo secretly breathe a sigh of relief. With a couple of light jumps, Sea Pearl came to Luo and took her soft little hand, her face full of gratitude. There are still so many good people in the world. I finally escaped the fishman's imprisonment, only to be sealed in ice by a really annoying person. I thought I was going to die. Oh, Miss Sea Pearl, could you let go for a moment? Luo subtly pulled her hand away, quietly took a step back, and asked curiously, you seem to have been through a lot. Can you tell me what happened? Sure. Sea Pearl nodded, her voice carrying a sense of pouring out her grievances. Luo, I'm so unlucky. I should never have left the deep waters. Luo pulled the disappointed Moriarty into her arms, sat down on the blanket of ice and snow, and quietly listened to Sea Pearl's woes. Haijinju is a mermaid from 30,000 meters below the surface of the White Mist River, where the largest mermaid tribe resides. She was the daughter of the high priest of the mermaid tribe, but finding the priesthood tedious, she secretly escaped the tribe and came to play on the surface of the water. Unexpectedly, just after emerging from the deep water, she encountered a group of fishmen fighting. From her account, she learned that one side was pitch black, and the other was lush green. She was inexplicably dragged into the battle and treated as an ally, relentlessly attacked. I could only transform into a fish, using a water shield to dodge, and then so many fishmen were attacking me. At the height of her anger, Sea Pearl gestured wildly, vividly depicting the fear scene. Whether it was accurate or not, she was eventually captured by the black fishmen and imprisoned in a cage. Later, the black-scaled fishmen discovered that her blood could evolve them, bringing their bloodline closer to their ancestors and even potentially granting them more advanced water attribute magical abilities. Thus, the imprisoned Sea Pearl became a living potion, her blood extracted day after day. Years later, a group of blue fishmen breached the black-scaled fishman's stronghold and discovered her, then kindly took her back. The nearly dead Haijinju, having been tortured, was naturally grateful to her rescuers. She then recounted her ordeal of being captured and having her blood drawn, unaware of the shock and greed that flashed in the eyes of the blue-scaled fishmen. This group of blue-scaled fishmen roamed the river in dozens of large ships, their captain named Haidam, supposedly the chief of the blue-scaled tribe. Initially, the blue-scaled fishmen treated her well, saying, the evil deeds committed by the black-scaled fishmen will be made up for by us blue-scaled fishmen. To express their sincerity, Haidam specifically asked her for a fragment of her soul, crafting it into a plaque to monitor her safety. He also bestowed upon her the title of Holy Maiden, ensuring the entire tribe respected her, and his only request was that she impart some magical skills. Kind-hearted Haijinju readily agreed and racked her brains to teach them several magical techniques hidden within their diluted merfolk bloodline, such as water shadow clone and supergravity water pressure. Although she didn't know why they could only learn incomplete versions, the new and powerful magical techniques significantly improved their overall strength. But? Haijinju paced back and forth angrily. For some reason, I become very sleepy since arriving in their territory. At first, I thought it was due to sleep deprivation from being imprisoned for so long, but one day, when I was practicing water shadow clone, I forgot to recall it. Through the clone's memories, Haijinju realized with horror that the food they offered contained a drug specifically effective against merfolk. Whenever they confirmed she was asleep, someone would secretly draw her blood, while during the day, they would treat her kindly and respectfully. However, they were also Haijinju's saviors, leaving her unsure what to do. She decided to let them draw blood for a while longer before escaping, thus repaying her benefactors without suffering hardship herself. But within days, a group of sharks attacked. Led by the Shark King, who was nearing the 4th rank, the Bluescale clan's fleet was scattered. She was also momentarily knocked unconscious by the waves, but fortunately, as a merfolk, she wouldn't suffocate even when unconscious in the water. Drifting along like this, she was thrown into the deepest part of a great waterfall, where she obtained a fragmented divine essence of some ocean god. Since she was a believer of the ocean god, she inexplicably became one of his successors. So how did you get here? And why are you sealed in ice? Let me think. Ah, that's it. Sea Pearl slapped her forehead, her long, aquamarine hair rising in wisps of steam, which were then frozen into frost by the chill of the snowfield and drifted down. I came to a dry, waterless place. I was trying to go back via the waterfall, but I bumped into a very kind-looking man. Just as I was about to apologize, he said something about how good my soul was, and that God would definitely like it. Then he knocked me down. The Sea Pearl threw a punch, which, accompanied by the explosion of snowflakes, slammed into the ice prison with a crisp sound, and then nothing more. I thought I improved. However, the Sea Pearl quickly forgot about it, taking a bunch of small grapes from Luo and waving her little hand angrily. That's the person who used such a big block of ice to freeze me while I was unconscious. Later, to break free of the seal, the Sea Pearl had to cut her soul into small pieces and scatter them, hoping someone would find her. But until the very end, when she was weak and eaten by a red mass, no one found her, and then she lost consciousness. After hearing this long and arduous Sea Pearl version of her drifting story, Luo and Moriarty exchanged glances, both seeing the pity in each other's eyes for the merman girl. Sister Pearl, I promise I won't want to eat you again. Huh? What? Nothing. Nothing, Miss Sea Pearl. Anyway, now that you're saved, I also have something to tell you. You can decide after you hear it. Sea Pearl, confused, nodded and sat on the snow like Luo, though it was obvious she wasn't used to the cold. A thin layer of water trickled down her thighs, protecting them from the snow. Chapter 175. After hearing Luo's words, Haijinju shook her head frantically. I don't want to go back. They're so mean. Luo unconsciously ran her fingers through her hair, watching Haijinju stuff her mouth with grapes, and said helplessly, Miss Haijinju, I also received a deposit. Why don't you come back with us and talk to them properly? Haijinju, her mouth full, thought for a moment, then nodded gently. All right then, Luo, you're a good person, I can't make things difficult for you. What an innocent little girl. Sometimes Luo couldn't help but wonder, among hundreds of years old superhumans, why are some so experienced, while others seem to never grow up? Is it because they stay at home? Haijinju, didn't you go out to play in the tribe? No. Speaking of which, this? Haijinju's round eyes widened, her face full of displeasure. At home, all I do is cultivate. Every time I want to go out, my father says I'm not cultivating properly, and that I need to work hard to deal with future dangers. So, I only get to play with my friends for 2 days during the once-a-decade retrospective journey festival. It's confirmed, she's a big kid with an immature mind. Okay, I understand. Let's not talk about this anymore. You said before that you're the successor of the ocean god? One of the successors. Haijinju emphasized again. As if to prove herself, she stood up, lifted her skirt, and gracefully twirled. A circle of azure waves rippled outwards from her, sweeping across the air and bringing a slight salty breeze. Instantly, Luo felt as if a heavy shackle had been placed upon him. Something seems to be holding me back. Trying to stand and take a few steps, Luo found the air unusually viscous, as if he were in the deep sea. Moving his arms required 10 times the effort to move freely. Most fatally, aside from water magic, the power of other elemental magic was suppressed to less than half. And in this strange environment, Sea Pearl's control over water magic was several times stronger than that of a fishman of the same level. Ordinary people couldn't possibly overcome her. That's right. Sea Pearl revealed a hint of boasting. Within the realm of gods, it completely suppresses the enemy's abilities, enhances my spellcasting abilities, and accelerates magic recovery. Impressive, right? Pretty impressive, but doesn't seem very strong? His body trembled slightly, and water magic spread out, instantly dispelling the surrounding viscosity and regaining control of his water magic. Ah! How could this be? The domain was shattered, and Sea Pearl was instantly drenched, her clothes clinging to her skin, revealing an unexpectedly slender and beautiful figure. However, within moments, the clothes dried completely, concealing her curves. It must be because I haven't tried hard enough. It won't happen again next time. Sister Pearl, that's true. Moriarty's expression was grave as he examined the dejected Sea Pearl. If Sister Pearl truly fused with the shattered divine spark, then it's impossible for her to only have so little strength. This plane doesn't have any restrictions on the growth of strength, so there's only one explanation. Black flames ignited in Moriarty's hand, and with a gentle toss, the flames broke through the ice prison, rapidly expanding into a giant black lotus covering thousands of meters, unleashing hundreds of thousands of jet-black fire lines that enveloped the entire ice field. In an instant, Luo and Pearl felt themselves completely lose control of their bodies, their senses and perception stripped away. Their consciousness plunged into absolute darkness, despair and madness rising from nowhere, filling their minds. Fortunately, this only lasted a moment. All the strange phenomena vanished, and their senses returned. Luo was unharmed, as she trusted Moriarty wouldn't truly harm her. The unfortunate Pearl, terrified, ducked behind the broken ice cage, nervously watching the small Moriarty. How terrifying! 100 times worse than being trapped in a cage. To this, Moriarty simply said seriously, "This is only a part of the holy domain. I can sense a higher level of power within Pearl's domain, but it feels too weak. This means the divine essence hasn't fully merged with you. If little Moriarty is willing, I can extract the divine essence from your body at any time." As he spoke, he mischievously reached out his small, white hand, as if to dig a hole in her body. Terrified, Pearl instinctively crouched down, trembling and clutching her head. "No! I'm very good. Please don't dig holes in me." After a while, she heard Moriarty's giggles. Opening her eyes, she peeked out and saw Luo chop her forehead with a karate chop. "Ouch, that hurts." "You deserve it. Miss Pearl, Moriarty was just teasing you." "Really?" Looking at the nervous Pearl, Luo had no idea how much suffering this child had endured before, to the point that she would reflexively hide at the slightest fright. "Really? I keep an eye on her, little Artie." "Hee hee." Moriarty chuckled mischievously, her big, adorable eyes widening. "Sister Pearl, I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Next time will happen." "Moriarty, really? You scared me to death." The sea Pearl floated back, but still hesitated to get too close. She nestled beside Luo, asking curiously, "Luo also has a divine domain, right? Can I see it?" Upon hearing this, Moriarty also moved closer. "Sister Luo, so you have a domain too? Let little Artie see it." "Even if you say so, I still don't know." This was Luo's first time returning to that space. She didn't know how to get in, or even how to contact it. "But didn't Luo see me in the domain?" Faced with the sea Pearl's question, Luo could only offer a brief explanation. In short, she couldn't freely enter that space, and therefore couldn't further utilize its power. However, Luo didn't mention anything about access. She didn't intend to tell anyone, it was a secret she kept to herself. After listening, Moriarty stroked his chubby chin and explained professionally, "It seems Sister Luo's domain isn't fully activated yet, but that's normal. It will be activated when Sister Luo reaches the saint rank. The previous activation was probably due to magical resonance, which is an uncontrollable factor." Okay. Luo thought she could also master a domain like Sea Pearl. This ability would be much more convenient when dealing with enemies of equal strength. "Luo, don't be sad. As long as you work hard, you can definitely reach the saint rank." Looking at the Sea Pearl, so excited and seemingly unaffected by any setback, Luo was actually curious to ask if her parents had reached the saint rank. Things seem a bit more lively now. Looks like something happened while I was away." A spatial rift opened, and a tall woman exuding an icy aura emerged. She had crystalline horns and fine, ice-blue scales, none other than Cinderagon. A strange mermaid? Doesn't seem like it. A new race? Luo then remembered that the merfolk were a unique race here, rumored to have human bodies and fish tails, similar to mermaids, but with a higher degree of bestiality. Furthermore, the search interface specifically noted their ability to transform, clearly indicating they weren't the same race as mermaids. Cinderagon and Moriarty had been sealed away for hundreds of thousands of years. It was normal that they didn't recognize each other. "Let me introduce you. This is Sea Pearl, from the merfolk tribe. This beautiful older sister is Dabadani Villido Cinderagon Senes, though we usually call her Cinderagon. She is a powerful frost dragon." Perhaps it was a deliberate compliment from Luo, but Cinderagon unconsciously raised her chin, and the entire dragon visibly became more arrogant. Unexpectedly, the Sea Pearl showed no fear, walked straight up to her, and tightly grasped her hands, somewhat excitedly saying, "Hello, beautiful dragon lady." Cindragon, who was being ignored for the first time after revealing her dragon title, was a little bewildered, and subconsciously followed the Sea Pearl's words. "Oh, hello, lovely merman lady. You two are hilarious." Bang! Anyway, ignoring the fact that the mischievous guy got a beating, the two scaly women met amicably. "Congratulations. Chapter 176. Inside a tavern, Bernie, having removed his sheriff's uniform, was leisurely sipping his drink. Thanks to the urgent orders from the various city lords, the influx of outsiders had prevented a major incident from erupting within the city. Another credit must be given to the mysterious silver-haired girl. If she hadn't helped him quickly locate the strongholds of the split organization and, following the clues, forcefully dismantle over a dozen of them, the city wouldn't be so peaceful. Teacher, is there really a sky forest? Of course. Two voices suddenly reached his ears. Bernie glanced over instinctively, and saw a seemingly ordinary master, an apprentice from outside, an old man and a young man. He guessed the young man had just asked his teacher. Bernie was a water spirit, unable to leave this river region, and knew less about this world than outsiders. Hearing their words piqued his curiosity. Fortunately, he was safe for the moment, so listening wouldn't hurt. The old man took a sip of strong liquor and began to speak. Our city is situated on the River of Life. Following the river, you reach an infinitely deep canyon, an abyss formed by the constant erosion of waterfalls. On the other side of the abyss lies the ancient battlefield, a desolate wasteland. Oh dear, teacher, who doesn't know about the ancient battlefield? There are several vendors selling information about it on the street. You child. Ahem, all right then, I just tell you directly. The old man cleared his throat, his expression becoming serious, and began to describe the mysterious area beyond the ancient battlefield. Following the Cleave Sword Peaks, you can reach the shattered snowfield covered in ice and snow. There, the sky is sealed, and even third-tier powerhouses can only fly at low altitudes. There are also super cold waves that can extinguish even fire magic. Those below the third tier simply cannot survive. The most deadly is the cataclysmic calamity, capable of instantly annihilating all superhumans. It's said that once the calamity strikes, the entire snowfield will sink, unleashing a blizzard that sweeps across the entire continent. No one can escape. However, that's only the worst-case scenario. If someone is lucky enough not to freeze to death or lose their way, and flies for 7 days and nights, they can reach the other side of the snowfield. The Sky Forest is there. Unlike the snowfield, the Sky Forest is a paradise of life, yet also a forbidden zone. The young man, somewhat confused, pressed. Teacher, why is it both a paradise and a forbidden zone? Isn't that a contradiction? Burnett, engrossed in the conversation, nodded in agreement with the young man's question. What's the rush? The old man took another sip of wine, slightly tipsy, and continued, in the Sky Forest, wood magic is abundant, and life force is vigorous, giving birth to a large number of magical beasts. Without natural predators, they reproduce wildly, making it a paradise for many magical beasts. However, the old man's expression immediately turned serious, but that's only for the magical beasts. Any creature that enters the forest will be besieged by them. There are plenty of third-tier magical beasts there, and rumors say that powerful fourth-tier magical beasts guard the area. For us, it's an absolute forbidden zone. The fourth tier was still too much for the young man. It represented the lord of a city, far beyond his level to access. That's too dangerous. Teacher, have you been there before? Thinking of this, the young man couldn't help but show more respect for his teacher. So this old man was quite powerful. Ahem, well. The old man blushed, somewhat embarrassed. Your teacher almost went in, so I know a little about it. Almost got in? That's impressive. You must have crossed the snowfield. Teacher, why is the Sky Forest called the Sky Forest? Does it fly? Well, I guess so. Come on, eat more. I teach you how to find the watermark later. Could the old man really say he almost froze to death as soon as he entered the snowfield? But it was only one snowfield away, so almost got in was probably a fair comparison. As for why it was called the Sky Forest, the old man himself wondered. Could there really be a forest floating in the sky? He could no longer hear the master and apprentice talking about the sky. Bernie's interest in chatting in the Sky Forest waned, and he couldn't help but think of the two adorable girls he had misunderstood. He hoped they were safe. Achoo! Pearl asked worriedly, Luo, what's wrong? Nothing, just a tickle in my nose. Let's continue. Okay. After several days of travel, Luo and his group finally arrived at the Sky Forest. From afar, the Sky Forest resembled a colossal tree growing from the abyss, its height immeasurable, its massive canopy easily supporting all the cities along the river. Thick vines extended to the sky, making the giant tree appear as if it were bound by them. However, upon closer inspection, Luo realized it wasn't a tree at all, but an illusion created by countless dark green vines. Following through gaps in the vines, an even more unexpected sight appeared before them. A dense, Spiderweb-like network of vines connected countless fragments of varying sizes, including floating rocks like small mountains and colossal continents extending downwards into the dark realm. The forest of the sky is actually broken. These vines were no ordinary plants, each one teemed with vitality, writhing like veins. The gigantic vines, coiling around the treetops and growing wildly, could easily crush a third-tier transcendent being. Luo had tried to cut them with a water blade, but it was utterly impossible. Their danger far surpassed that of the snowfield. According to Sindaragon, these strange vines all originated from a single mother plant, estimated to be at the 7th or 8th tier of power. Fortunately, all the offspring vines only move within the treetops and the sky. As long as Luo didn't approach within 50 meters, these vines remained inactive. Standing on the broken cliff, Luo gazed at the lush continent in the distance, then cautiously glanced down at the endless dark abyss below, which resembled a black hole. Just one look almost made him think he was about to fall in. Could this really connect to another world? Luo muttered, flying through the gaps in the hanging vines. In the darkness, these strange vines emitted a greenish glow, like plant-based fireflies, quite beautiful. However, if accidentally touched, they would instantly transform into ferocious predators, engulfing their prey and leaving not even bones behind in moments. Luo had already seen several poisonous insects accidentally run into them, leaving nothing behind. A moment later, the four arrived at a new continent. Sensing the strange aura, the surrounding poisonous insects and vines immediately concealed themselves. However, the group sensed countless eerie rustling sounds hidden in the shadows. So many tree roots? Hearing Hai Zhenju's exclamation, Luo nodded in deep agreement. On the exposed edges of each continent, giant trees hundreds of meters tall grew rampantly, their extensive root systems hanging down for tens of thousands of meters until they were swallowed by darkness, their ends invisible, obscuring the earth beneath. Not to mention the root system within the forest, the entire land might even be composed of tree roots. Here, one must not only be wary of attacks from vegetation, magical beasts, and poisonous insects, but also of magic itself. The dense wood magic brings powerful vitality to this land, but it also makes wounds a fatal weakness. After accidentally cutting his forearm with a sharp leaf, Luo was terrified by the vines that sprouted from the wound. It wasn't a seed falling into the wound. Rather, flesh and blood were being eroded by wood magic, directly transforming into plants. Fortunately, light magic quickly dispelled the abnormality within his body, but Luo and Sea Pearl dared not remove the magic covering their bodies. The plants here are so strange. Sea Pearl lightly stomped her foot, shaking off the weeds trying to spread to her ankle. Slightly frightened, she tugged at Luo's clothes, and seeing the plants fearfully avoiding Sindragon and Moriarty, she showed a look of envy. Don't you have a domain? Even though it's immature, it can still dispel these inferior consciousnesses. Sindragon was also greatly surprised to learn she possessed a divine domain, but like Moriarty, seeing its unexpected weakness, he retorted with a sarcastic remark, almost driving Sea Pearl to depression. Fortunately, having experienced so much misfortune, her mentality was remarkably good. 3 minutes later, she shouted, "I'm going to cultivate diligently," and was fully revived. So that's how it's solved. Sea Pearl closed her eyes slightly. As the water rippled, the plants within a 500-meter radius instantly became still, just like real plants. Luo was envious. What a convenient ability. Sister Luo, you can do it once you reach the saint rank. So don't be so casual. Patting Moriarty's head, Luo quickly adjusted her mindset. That day would come eventually. There was no point in rushing. Letting go of anxiety would make things much easier. Suddenly, a slight disturbance appeared in the flow of magic she sensed. Luo instinctively slashed a water blade in that direction. Swoosh! Blue blood splattered, and a beetle half a person's height tumbled out of the tall grass, now resembling a tree, only to be split in two. Huh? How come there's a magical beast here? I didn't even sense it. Sea Pearl exclaimed in surprise. Luo was used to it. She quickly used it as an excuse to focus on her cultivation. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, Luo is amazing. You even detected such a powerful concealment magical beast. I must cultivate harder. That's not a magical beast, just an ordinary creature. This beetle wasn't even at the first level of the mortal realm, yet with its magic-infused muscles and armor, even a 9th-level mortal probably couldn't inflict effective damage on it. Sindragon stated upon leaving the snowfield that she wouldn't intervene unless absolutely necessary, as it wouldn't benefit Lo, essentially acting as his teacher. However, Lo guessed she just felt that attacking ordinary transcendence would lower her status. As for Moriarty, she always avoids action whenever possible, even needing Lo to carry her when flying. So you really are just lazy. Thump. I didn't do anything. Why are you hitting me? Chapter 177. Bathed in a soft, shimmering light, surrounded by the rustling of insects and the gentle whisper of leaves, Sea Pearl looked utterly exhausted, clutching a fourth-tier magic crystal to replenish her mana. She never imagined that maintaining her domain would consume so much mana. Her own mana couldn't even last half an hour before she was completely drained. Cinderagon had suggested she shrink the domain's range, but the merman, upon hearing this, looked completely bewildered, asking, "What are you talking about?" Fortunately, Luo had kindly provided her with a water magic crystal to replenish her mana, allowing her to enjoy the entire process without any annoying interference, though it was certainly exhausting for the young merman. The sky forest was incredibly lush, with no established paths. Even the air was filled with a dense network of intertwined branches and vines. Sunlight seemed to have lost its place here. All life depended on the wood magic of an unknown origin. The consequence was that Luo had to use magic to carve a path, while also avoiding the poisonous gas permeating the air. However, as a priestess, Sea Pearl possessed blessings that granted her resistance to poison, so there was no need to worry too much. With a whoosh, she cut down a tree as thick as a man's waist, leaving the upper half entangled in branches. Luo crawled through the gap in the broken tree. As the others left, countless tiny insects flew to the sap-oozing fracture to suck at the remaining sap. The tree itself was also healing. Within half an hour, it slowly regenerated, swallowing up some of the insects that couldn't escape. The connection between Fia and Ano had become blurry since they entered, seemingly due to some kind of interference, leaving only a general sense of direction. Following this hazy perception, Luo wandered aimlessly across the shattered land for most of the day, traversing countless tracts of land. Just when she thought she was lost, an unnatural path suddenly appeared before her. Are there other people here? It looks like they were cut off less than half an hour ago. Looking in the opposite direction of the path, there was another faint path there, though less obvious. It seemed to lead further in. Luo, shall we go in? Luo was about to shake his head, but then thought, what if these are hunters searching for the elven tribe? Let's go take a look. Maybe we can find Fia and the other two. The other three had no objections, but Sea Pearl was still quite curious about Fia and Ano, whom Luo had mentioned. Luo, you said those two night elves were your servants. What do servants do? Huh? Don't merfolk tribes have the concept of servants? We can't kill all the enemies, can we? Sea Pearl nodded, quite matter-of-factly saying, we merfolk live in the deep waters. Our enemies are only river beasts, so we definitely have to kill them. After Luo explained it to her, Sea Pearl suddenly understood. So servants help you with trivial matters, and then you protect them. It sounds like my relationship with my parents when I was little. I helped them with small things, and they protected me as I grew up. No, it's not like that. Never mind, let's go. Sea Pearl blinked innocently, somewhat confused as to why Luo looked so tired, but still skipped after him. To avoid being alerted by the Sea Pearl's half-baked domain, Luo had her deactivate it. With a thought, she released a layer of azure water, isolating the small insects from the attack. Any creatures that insisted on passing through the water were instantly frozen by ice magic. Less than half an hour later, Luo sensed an abnormal disruption in the magic ahead, indicating that a battle had taken place there. Lo, come quick, there's blood here. Following the pearl's finger, Lo also saw the dark red bloodstains clinging to the tree trunk, almost completely disappearing. If they had noticed it a few minutes later, the bloodstains would have vanished entirely. Let's hurry, it wouldn't be good if we all died. Alright. Charge. Sindragon watched Moriarty, clinging to Lo, and the two girls excitedly run forward, shaking his head slightly. Am I taking care of children? His golden vertical pupils flashed with killing intent, repelling the massive shadow that was trying to approach. Mere remnant souls, daring to come near? Get out of my way if you don't want to die. In the green world, hurried footsteps echoed, branches and weeds were instantly shredded to powder, followed by a series of figures rushing past, disturbing the tattered leaves. Hot blood dripped, staining the withered leaves crimson, only to be absorbed by the hidden tender roots. Minutes later, several dark figures flashed by, releasing a stench that withered the surrounding weeds. Swish, swish. Holland watched the figures rush past through the gaps in the wall, secretly relieved. He tightened his grip on his short sword and turned to Venus, who was clutching her abdominal wound, asking worriedly, they didn't notice. How's your wound? Are you alright? I'm not going to die. Venus's face was pale. With a sudden burst of strength, she pulled a meter-long twisted tree root from her wound, the excruciating pain contorting the usually resolute man's face. Venus, There are 3 more healing potions. Take these. Lillian, standing nearby, handed over 3 potions in crystal bottles, her face full of guilt. It's all my fault for being a wood elemental mage. Sister Lillian, don't say that. If it weren't for your vine magic, we would have been caught long ago. I just didn't expect the wood magic here to be so concentrated. The wood healing magic actually stimulated the remaining wood magic. The most distressed Venus comforted Lillian, slowly dispelling the invading foreign magic with her own power, while anxiously looking at the unconscious Kriya. Her arm had been brutally bitten off, and was still dripping blood. Ape leaned against a tree trunk, holding a heavy sword. As a mountain tribeswoman, even though she had only recently broken through to the first rank, she could still hide herself to the maximum extent in the wild. Besides, her role wasn't combat, so she was actually in the best condition. If this continues, she'd die. Holland said bitterly, damn it. Where did these magical beasts come from? If it weren't for them, Kriya wouldn't be like this. Venus downed a healing potion, feeling her injuries healing rapidly. She exhaled, poured half of the other bottle onto Kriya's severed arm, and drank the other half. What do we do now? Holland looked at his 3 teammates, somewhat unwilling, but he knew they had underestimated this eerie forest. Without special skills or immense strength, there was no way to survive here. Let's retreat first. But wouldn't that mean all our efforts would be in vain? What Junior Kara needs is in this forest, isn't it? That's right. Ape affirmed Novice's words. The heart of the tree spirit should be in the center. Having almost succeeded, yet forced to leave, Holland hesitated greatly. After a moment, he shook his head. I can tell the difference. We can take the things anytime, but once we die, they're gone. Let's retreat. Even Holland had said so the group didn't say anything more. However, the feeling of being forced to leave when success was so close left them with a pent-up frustration, a feeling they had to vent. They carefully avoided the giant, writhing vines above, flying through the tree trunks. But just as they were about to return the way they came, suddenly, several black whips lashed out from the shadows. Holland, with his sharp eyes, sliced them off with his sword. Lillian waved her staff, and a dense layer of vines rose beneath her feet, gathering into a hemispherical shape, protecting everyone. Damn it, they have spies! With several roars, 5 strange magical beasts slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest. They resembled gray wolves, no more than a meter tall, their gray-green fur emanating a faint poisonous aura. Dozens of dark green, resilient vines coiled around their bodies, like venomous snakes, pointing at the group. Damn it, there are 5! Holland's face was grim. Just 3 had easily routed their group of geniuses, and now 5 had appeared. How were they supposed to fight them? Venus, can you still move? Of course, I'm not dead yet. Venus patted her tattered knight's armor, forcing a smile on her pale face, though the bleeding from her abdomen betrayed her weakness. Holland nodded. That's good. I distract them. Venus, you take Lillian and the others and leave. That's impossible. Before Venus could speak, Lillian cried out, her eyes welling with tears, her hand trembling as she gripped her staff. I'm the oldest here, so it's my responsibility to protect you. Besides, wood magic is good at binding enemies. How long can you, a warrior, hold out? I stay here, and you and Venus can take Ape and Kriya and leave. Looking at Lillian's resolute eyes, Holland suddenly smiled and shouted, Sister Lillian is right, but I'm the leader. How can I abandon my teammates? I have to stay. But, no buts, they're coming. A wolf howl rang out, and nearly 100 vines lashed out instantly, along with wisps of poisonous mist. Chapter 178. Whoosh! A slender vine lashed out, but the moment it entered the azure water curtain, it was instantly frozen and shattered into powder. Woo-woof! Lua watched the strange wolves slowly retreating with low growls. Somewhat curious, Sindaragon, those vines don't seem to be part of the wolves? Poisonous wood wolf, host, 3rd tier transcendent, wood, a mutated species of the wood wolf, but much smaller than a typical wood wolf. Related to gray wolves, it is parasitized by poisonous vines, yet a strange symbiotic relationship has formed. It can transform into trees to conceal itself, and its body is filled with potent poison, making it a formidable opponent. Magic skills. Regeneration, wood spikes, large wood spikes, wood transformation, Note 1. Wolf packs often have 3 to 10 members, with a wolf alpha. Note 2. The wolf alpha is inconspicuous and indistinguishable from other members. Note 3. Poison ivy has its own consciousness. Suggestion: purify it, but do not consume it. Poison ivy, parasitic, extraordinary tier 3, wood, extremely poisonous, rooted in flesh and blood, using the host's flesh and blood as its energy source. The mother plant resides within the host, growing 20 to 30 branch vines, incredibly resilient and with tenacious vitality. For unknown reasons, it chooses to coexist with its host, endowing the host with a highly poisonous constitution. Magical abilities: Super Regeneration, Poison Release, Split. Note 1. Only one poison vine exists per host. Note 2. Will choose to unite with other poison vines. Note 3. The host does not lose its self-awareness. Suggestion: burning it is a good method, but it's easy to poison yourself. That's true. Symbiotic magical beasts are quite rare. Yetis and frost dragons have a similar symbiotic relationship, but this is the first time I've seen one so closely connected. While Luo and Cinderagon were chatting, two poisonwood wolves lunged at Luo, their vines releasing a dense, pale green mist that withered the surrounding vegetation upon contact, clearly indicating their potent venom. Whoosh! Two golden thorns emerged from a magic circle, swiftly pinning the poisonwood wolves to a tree trunk. With a flick of its small hand, the water blade sliced the wolves, along with the tree trunk behind them, in two, splattering large amounts of dark green blood. The mother plant, hidden within its heart, tried to escape, but the surrounding moisture instantly condensed, freezing it inside. It was then incinerated by the flames that ignited in the cold, leaving only a crystalline magic core. Seeing its companion couldn't even last 3 seconds, the remaining poisonwood wolf let out a low growl and fled into the forest. See, Pearl's eyes shone with admiration as she looked at Luo. "You're amazing. You killed two magical beasts in a flash. I must work harder." Even Cinderagon chimed in. "I thought you cut those vines, Luo. Looks like you already consciously learned to find the enemy's weaknesses." "No, not at all. I just think it make things easier this way." Luo blushed slightly, and quickly walked to the wolf corpse, her light, leaping steps conveying a sense of pleasure. Cinderagon's scales were incredibly hard. Even suppressing her strength to the 3rd tier, Luo was still no match for her. So, during their sparring, Luo was forced to find her weaknesses. Although the outcome didn't change anything, it did make Luo consciously target those weaknesses. Is this what they call getting by chance? Summoning a gust of wind to disperse the remaining poisonous gas, Luo put away the 4 3rd-tier magic cores. Looking at the path cleaved open ahead, the surrounding magic energy became increasingly chaotic, even affecting her senses. A sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Let's hurry. Those people might have encountered a similar situation. What if they all die? Who will she ask for directions? A few minutes later, Luo heard the faint sounds of fighting and screams. A water blade flashed, widening the path ahead several times over, revealing a clear view. Hollins deflected several vines that lashed out with his sword, dispersing the foul stench. Golden sword light condensed at the blade's tip, and with a powerful slash, he stopped another poisonous wood wolf from releasing a large wooden spike. "Sister Lillian, can you hold that one?" "No problem." The magic crystal on Lillian's staff flashed, and the branches of the surrounding trees rapidly grew, twisted, and transformed into long spears, pinning the 3rd poisonous wood wolf to the ground. At the same time, Lillian chanted briefly, and with a wave of her staff, a magic circle composed of 23 runes quickly formed. Thorn Entanglement. More than 20 sharp thorns sprouted from the magic circle, reaching towards the 2 poisonous wood wolves fiercely attacking Holland. But the poisonous wood wolves were completely unfazed by the poison. Even with their bodies bound, their flesh torn open, and streaks of dark green blood flowing, they roared angrily. The poisonous vines on their bodies understood their host's will, rapidly extending and striking Holland against the edge of his sword, sending him flying and crashing into several large trees. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in consciousness, the vines intertwined to form a sharp drill, aiming to pierce Holland. Fortunately, Lillian, seeing the danger, conjured a vine and grabbed him by the waist, dodging the vicious attack of the drill. However, just as Lillian's attention was focused on Holland, a wolf howl came from the side. The poisonous wood wolf, trapped by the branch spears, bit through its cage. With a wide-open maw, it spat out a thick wooden spike, shooting towards Lillian. "Danger!" Holland, regaining his senses, glared angrily. His sword flashed, slicing through the large spike. However, the 2 poisonous wood wolves seized the opportunity to unleash magic, sending over a dozen small, arrow-like wooden spikes rising from the ground and hurtling towards him. Under the barrage of attacks, Holland's shield shattered, and several spikes pierced his body, causing him to cough up mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, Lillian reacted quickly, pulling him back to prevent him from being riddled with holes. Distracted, the escaped poisonous wood wolf pounced, tearing through the defenses surrounding Lillian and knocking her to the ground. Wisps of poisonous mist spread, carrying a slightly sweet, fishy stench. It looked as if her delicate, pale neck was about to be severed. Thud! The poisonous wood wolf's head abruptly fell off, splattering blood across its face. The waving poisonous vines, attempting to carry the wolf's carcass away, strangely burst into flames. A gentle breeze dispersed the remaining poisonous mist. Lillian, still shaken, scrambled to her feet, discovering that not only the poisonous wood wolf bound her, but the other two, along with their attached poisonous vines, had also been killed. Cough cough. Holland coughed up a mouthful of greenish blood, pulled out a vial of antidote, drank it, and pulled the 3 splinters from his body. He looked at the 4 girls emerging from the dark forest, somewhat shocked and bewildered. There were 4 very beautiful, yet somewhat strange, girls, protected by a layer of azure water shield. At the front was an adorable girl with silver hair and red eyes, wearing a lovely white dress that accentuated her flawless skin and features. She wore a mage's hat, suggesting she was a magician, but her expression was aloof, and she seemed to dislike speaking. Following behind was a non-human girl with scales and fishfin ears, long, wavy blue hair, delicate features, and innocent eyes. If it weren't for the lack of a fish tail, Holland would have mistaken her for a mermaid. Behind the silver-haired girl, a small head peeked out. Long black hair was tied in pigtails, and her chubby face made her look only 11 or 12 years old. Her eyes were smiling, but for some reason, being looked at by her was a little unsettling. Finally, a tall woman stood, wearing an ice blue dress. Her profession was unclear, but her expression was cold and aloof, radiating an aura of icy intimidation. Even from a distance, he felt a chill run down his spine. Holland's first impression was that the 4 were a beautiful but somewhat odd group, but he quickly realized they had saved him. Leaning on his sword, he stood up and thanked the women. "Thank you all for your help. Those magical beasts were too powerful. I almost thought I was going to die." Lillian, wiping the wolf blood from her face and drinking an antidote, rushed over. Seeing that Holland's breathing had stabilized, she bowed deeply and thanked them solemnly. "We are truly grateful for your help in driving away those magical beasts. If it weren't for you, Holland and I would be dead by now. No need to thank us. We only saved you because you are students of the Imperial Academy," said the silver-haired, red-eyed girl, causing the 2 to pause in surprise, instinctively exclaiming, "Eh?" Chapter 179. See, Pearl kindly used healing magic to treat Holland's wounds. The cool water magic flowed into the wounds, bringing him back to his senses. He asked Lou in surprise, "Are you a teacher at the Imperial Capital Academy?" Excluding certain hidden students, there were only a handful of people stronger than him in the entire Imperial Capital Academy, but he had never heard of this ridiculously strong girl before. She could only be a teacher, after all, appearance doesn't tell you age. "No, I'm a student." Seeing that his injuries were healing rapidly, Lou replied simply, putting away the magic cores. However, the fact that these 2 could withstand the attack of a magical beast equivalent to 6 ranks for so long was quite impressive. In a short while, Holland found that his body had recovered considerably. He was also astonished by the girl who had cast the healing magic. Could she also be a gifted superhuman? "Please wait." He quickly called out to the 4 people who were about to leave. "I have 3 companions being chased by magical beasts. Can I temporarily hire you to help?" Seeing the silver-haired girl leading the group stop, Holland pressed his advantage. "I can provide magic crystals, marks, anything I have." Looking at the earnest Holland and the silent Lillian, Luo pondered for a moment. It was rare for this person not to be driven by self-interest. However, it seemed normal that people from the academy were generally more innocent. Sure. Being from the academy, Luo still felt a little reluctant. Punicadia Holland Superhuman Tier 3, Gold, Warrior, Sword Warrior, a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, formerly ranked 3rd on the overall points leaderboard. Cheerful and upright, but seemingly oblivious to emotions. Ander Lillian 3rd Tier Extraordinary, Wood Mage, Wood Attribute Mage, student of the Imperial Capital Academy, formerly ranked 5th on the overall leaderboard. She has a gentle personality, and excels in Wood Attribute Support Magic. She seems to have some feelings for Holland. These 2 were people Luo had seen briefly on the leaderboard before. Luo remembered them after a moment's thought. "Thank you so much. Let's get going." Seeing Luo had no objections, Holland and Lillian took the lead, heading off from the other end of the road. On the way, Holland learned Luo and the others' names, and thanked them again. "Miss Luo, thank you so much for your help. And Miss C. Pearl, your healing magic is truly amazing." It's nothing special." C. Pearl, flattered by his praise, practically floated into a trance, nearly crashing into a nearby tree trunk. Now Luo probably understood why she always said she would work hard at cultivation, but it didn't seem to be working. A little praise was all it took to make her forget her previous boasts. A venomous snake darted out, and before Holland could react, it was repelled by the outer water curtain, prompting him to exclaim, "Miss Luo, among all the students I encountered, only the top 2 on the overall ranking can match your strength." Luo nodded but said nothing. Seeing this, Holland wisely kept quiet, causing Lillian's uneasy expression to subtly relax. More than half an hour later, as their view suddenly opened up, the group saw 3 people and 2 poisonous wood wolves on the edge of the continent. The knight-like boy at the front was struggling to defend against the poisonous vine's attacks with his great sword, but he looked like he was about to give up. To Luo's surprise, Ape, whom he had met briefly before, was also there, carrying another ranked student on his back. Without time to think, Luo unleashed 2 water blades, slaying the 2 unsuspecting poisonous wood wolves. In the ensuing surge of fire magic, the poisonous vine, along with its companion, turned to ashes. "Hollins? You're alright?" Venus, suddenly rescued, was surprised to see the 2 who rushed out. Then, seeing the 4 people appear behind them, a flicker of amazement crossed her eyes, followed by even greater confusion. "Who are they?" Lillian ran over to check on the 3's injuries, while Hollins introduced Luo and the others to them. "Lillian and I are both alright, thanks to the help of these friends." He gestured to Venus. "This powerful young woman is Luo, also a student of our Imperial Capital Academy. This merman girl is called Seed Pearl. Her healing magic is very powerful. And there's Mori, Miss Artie and Miss Cinderagon." He really didn't know how to introduce the 2 behind him. Aside from their names, he knew nothing else about them, and they had no intention of introducing themselves. However, he quickly forgot this awkwardness and smiled as he introduced them to Luo. "This is my good partner, he. Guard Venus, Lagrange Hogar Kriya, and Senior Ape." The air suddenly fell silent. Under the suspicious gazes of Holland and the others, Ape stepped forward with a complex expression, looking at the once somewhat timid and taciturn girl, a mix of emotions welling up inside her. "Long time no see, Luo." Sensing the strange atmosphere, the Sea Pearl quietly came to Venus's side to treat her. Moriarty chuckled twice, as if watching something amusing. Only Cinderagon remained expressionless, her inner thoughts unreadable. "Karen and Vargana are both very worried about you." "I know, but I have things to do." After a few words, silence fell again. Venus seemed about to say something, but worried about saying the wrong thing, when Holland stepped forward, clapped his hands twice, and loudly suggested, "Since there are familiar people here, we're all friends. Don't be so reserved. Come on, everyone, sit down and rest." He immediately took out a tent and set it up, even chopping down some branches to make a campfire, which he lit with a fire magic crystal. Thanks to the Sea Pearl's treatment, Venus's injuries had improved, while Kriya was still unconscious due to her severed arm, but her wound had been treated and stopped bleeding. With some effort, and by asking the Church of Light to help, it wasn't impossible to restore her. Luo sat on a tree stump, quietly watching them. With so many people, especially acquaintances who weren't close, she felt nervous again. Ape, with his extensive outdoor experience, quickly won over Moriarty's heart with his barbecue skills. The little guy was now staring wide-eyed at the meat grilling on the rack, his mouth watering. Lillian sat next to Cinderagon, but sensing the cold aura emanating from him, she seemed hesitant to speak, which amused the great dragon lady. She spoke up, "Your magic is unstable. Did you just advance?" Yes, I just advanced 3 months ago." With someone speaking, the atmosphere began to lighten. Ape sat down next to Luo, handed her a skewer of grilled wild vegetables, and asked curiously, "How did you get here? I remember you weren't even at the transcendent level a year ago." Luo ate a small bite of wild vegetable seasoned with some unknown spices, nodding slightly. "A lot has happened, hasn't it? I need to find someone." "In the forest?" "Yes, but the location is a bit vague." After a moment of silence, Ape suddenly remembered something and turned to Holland, who was tending the roasted meat. "Brother Holland, didn't we run into a group of people when we came in?" Now that you mention it, I remember." Holland frowned, somewhat angrily saying, "If we hadn't had protective gear, they would have ambushed us." Lillian, standing nearby, also remembered. "I think they looked a lot like bandits. The way they looked at me and Korea was really annoying." Luo said calmly, "They're slave traders. They make a living by capturing slaves. I'm looking for them." Hearing this, Ape's expression turned somewhat grim. "Luo, they don't. They're not only powerful, but they're also very familiar with this forest. It would be very dangerous for you to approach them rashly. It's alright, I'm not alone. As the most well-behaved, in his own opinion, child, Moriarty, staring at the roasted meat, didn't forget to reply to Lo. Yes, Sister Lo, I'm here too. With this dragon here, Lo won't be in danger. Seeing that Sindaragon had spoken, Pearl felt she couldn't be left out, and shouted after him, Yes, yes, me too. Ape choked, but remembering that she always seemed to have someone by her side, she smiled knowingly. That's good. It's a pity we have to leave. This place is too dangerous for us. We need to gather more intelligence. This time it was Lo's turn to be puzzled. You seem to be in a hurry to come here? Logically speaking, the reopening of the other dimension is still a long way off. They could afford not to be in such a rush. That's right. Ape nodded and said, We need to find a high-grade material called the Heart of the Tree Spirit. According to the information, the Heart of the Tree Spirit will be sealed in 7 days at most, and it will take 50 years to reopen it. Chapter 180. Based on Ape's words and Horland's supplement, Luo also learned what this so-called Tree Spirit Heart was. 1,000 years ago, top students from the Academy ventured into the Sky Forest and discovered a magical tree in the center of a certain continent. This enormous tree, called a Tree Spirit, could gather the wood magic power of the entire continent, and at its center condensed a tree heart containing natural runes. It was an excellent material for crafting superior staves, and also had a significant effect on enhancing casting abilities. Although equivalent materials existed outside, their prices were far beyond what a group of children like them could afford. Ape and Karen accidentally discovered the Tree Spirit Heart recorded in a book. After much investigation, they finally found its source, but unfortunately, Karen and Vargana were still breaking through to the transcendent realm. Therefore, Ape sought out Horland, with whom they had previously collaborated, intending to retrieve a section of the tree heart together. Holland, of course, wouldn't miss such a good opportunity and immediately agreed. However, the tree heart is usually hidden in the center of a tree spirit, and according to the information, the tree spirit's bark is incredibly hard. Even a third-tier strength couldn't break through it. Only during the magical tide that occurs once every 50 years will the bark open on its own, revealing the tree heart inside. We just didn't know that exposing the tree heart would attract magical beasts, catching us off guard. Most of our protective gear was destroyed during the attack, and now only a few items that need recharging remain. Ape chimed in, Those magical beasts are all highly poisonous. If we hadn't prepared plenty of antidotes beforehand, we might have been poisoned even if we escaped. Does Senior Karen need the tree heart? Like Vargana, she has a wood affinity, so with the tree heart, she have the main material for her staff. I see. Luo turned to look in the direction where magic was faintly flowing, and said softly, I understand. I help you, but I have one request. Holland's face lit up with surprise, and he quickly asked, What request? Anything I can do, I do. I need you to take me to those people first. This? Holland glanced at the others, then I'll lead the way. Lillian, you and Venus take Ape, and the others away. No. It was Ape who spoke up. Only I can sense the flow of magic and confirm the location of the tree heart. I lead the way. I'm the leader. This kind of thing should be. That's settled then. Ape-senpai will lead the way. Luo made the final decision, choosing the guide. Deep down, she preferred to trust Ape more than Holland and the others. After all, Luo had seen enough people who seemed kind on the surface, but were treacherous underneath. Okay, alright, then Ape, please be careful. With that, Holland handed her the last 2 bottles of antidote. Lillian and Venus didn't say much. Even leaving this place was dangerous. They needed to maintain their strength, lest Ape be alright, while they themselves collapsed on magical beasts along the way. That would be ridiculous. After a short rest, Luo and the others said goodbye to Holland and the others, and followed Ape in a certain direction. Luo led the way to avoid any sudden attacks from plants or magical beasts, while Ape followed behind to guide the way. Her sense of direction was exceptionally good. Even in this dense forest, she could find her way back by relying on her vague memories. The python disguised as a withered branch was swiftly cleaved in two by the water blade. Ape, already numb, hurriedly followed Luo's steps. Behind them lay a scene of carnage, with various plants, insects, and beasts their heads severed. A moment later, Luo paused, whispering, There are people ahead. As a thick tree was snapped in half, a yellowish-brown barrier suddenly appeared before them, startling Luo. Who would just leave a barrier like this? With the tree trunk collapsing, the person inside the barrier became alert. A scarred man, shirtless, with blue markings on his arms and neck, stood up by the campfire. Upon seeing Luo, He was momentarily stunned, then revealed a lewd smile. "Little girl, you got some nerve. You startled my prey. What are you going to do about it?" He pointed to the trembling leaves on the other side. At this moment, several people sitting by the campfire stood up, their faces full of ill intent. A thin man chuckled, deliberately mocking Nook. "I think how about we let this lovely lady make up for everyone's losses?" This remark caused the others to burst into laughter, their eyes burning with desire as they looked at Luo. What a disgusting scene. Luo coldly glanced at them, pressing down with one hand. Suddenly, thick icicles descended from the sky, their sharpness carrying golden magic. The barrier shattered in less than 3 seconds. The scarred man who had shouted first hadn't even had time to be shocked before the icicle pierced his skull, pinning him to the ground. "Are you slave traders?" Having witnessed someone of their own rank being stabbed to death by an ice pillar, the remaining men's expressions changed drastically. Some of them collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. Hearing Luo's question, they shook their heads repeatedly. The thin man fell to his knees with a thud, trembling as he said, "We were just trying our luck here, searching for a magical beast called poisonous wax. We have nothing to do with slave traders." "Oh, then you're worthless." With a light stomp of her foot, and under Hai Jinju's unbearable gaze, chilling golden spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through several men, instantly destroying their hearts and brains, leaving only one man clinging to the edge. Death himself walked past with a sinister grin, making the man nearly wet himself. He collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and cried out, I saw another group of people. There were only 6 of them, but they were incredibly powerful. They must be the people you're looking for. I told you everything I know. Please spare me, sir." Luo waved his hand, scattering the remaining ice pillars and golden spikes, and coldly said, "Lead the way." He spared the man's life not only because Luo suspected they had contact with the slave traders, but also because the man hadn't spoken initially and seemed somewhat reluctant. This place was extremely close to the slave traders' predicted route, so encountering them wasn't surprising. However, without further searching, they might not have been able to find their exact location even at such close range. The third-tier warrior named Jiawei quickly scrambled to his feet. His legs were uncontrollably weak, so he used magic to help him move. "Sir, we first saw them here." Facing Luo, the Grim Reaper, Jiawei dared not utter a single hesitant word. They were just a hastily assembled mercenary group, lacking both good character and exceptional strength. Relying on their high cultivation level, a powerful barrier they had obtained by chance, and a bit of luck, they made their way to the edge of this continent without any major incidents. Little did they expect that before they could gain anything, they would be almost completely wiped out. Chapter 181. Bang! With a heavy thud, Gave, who was leading the way, vanished without a trace, leaving Luo and Ape, who were following at a distance, momentarily stunned. However, Sindaragon and Moriarty remained calm, clearly knowing what had happened. "They're just a bunch of trash inside. You got them." A cold voice reached Luo's ears. Turning his head, he saw the 2 of them looking at him with expressions that said, "You're so powerful, you can't possibly fail, can you?" Before disappearing into the void. Only the panel in his vision showed that they hadn't left. Clearly, Sindaragon must have said something to Moriarty, which is why she had also learned to watch the show. Turning back, Luo rubbed his temples. Oh well, he couldn't always rely on others, his own strength was more important. He casually conjured an ice shard and flung it forward. A few seconds later, under the watchful eyes of Luo and the others, the ice shard, which had been flying at high speed, seemed to be pulled back by an invisible hand, plummeting to the ground and disappearing instantly. "There's a barrier ahead." See, Pearl asked nervously, "What do we do?" "This barrier is very strong. We can only test it first." Taking a deep breath, a layer of frost began to appear beneath Luo's feet. The white quickly encroached on the green, spreading forward. The air temperature plummeted, and the nearby insects and beasts, sensing the oppressive force above, fled in panic. Minutes later, the area within several hundred meters had turned completely white. The cold air accumulated on the ground, displacing most of the wood magic, temporarily making this area Luo's domain. Through the ice magic he released, Luo clearly sensed that this barrier was not small, exceeding 300 meters in diameter, and possessed the triple function of shielding the senses, perception, and magic power. Furthermore, the chill was forcibly drawn downwards within a 10-meter radius of the barrier, only able to slowly flow back through Luo's mental control. This indicated the presence of a powerful gravity barrier there. Combined with Jiawei's sudden disappearance, this gravity was at least capable of suppressing a 4th-tier transcendent. No wonder they're slave traders. They're really wealthy and powerful. The slave trade is undeniably a highly profitable industry, and without immense strength, capturing slaves is impossible. Some large slave traders are even more powerful than great nobles, or are themselves great nobles. Even with the constraint of not exceeding the third tier, it doesn't mean they can't obtain items and skills to resist higher tiers. With a thought, the frost covering the ground immediately solidified into a thick ice shell, attempting to cling to the barrier. However, the outer gravity barrier instantly shattered the ice shell, pressing it to the ground. The best way to counter gravity magic is to use gravity magic with the opposite vector. However, Luo's gravity spell only exerted a maximum of several hundred times the normal gravity, a drop in the ocean against this barrier. Looking up at the sky, Luo attempted to unleash magic directly from midair, using extreme thrust to condense a giant ice spike, which he slammed down onto the highest point of the barrier. Unexpectedly, the giant ice spike seemed to slice through a layer of oil. It was deflected the moment it entered the gravity barrier's range, sliding away and piercing through the earth. It seems the gravity in all directions has been deliberately set up. Luo, do you have any other ideas? The powerful all-around gravity field meant that ordinary ice magic couldn't break through, and apart from Ape being a warrior, Luo and Haijinju were clearly not melee classes. Using sword energy to break through was even more impossible. Since magic with weight won't work, let's use other types of magic. Hearing Luo's words, Ape was greatly puzzled. But most intangible magic is wind, lightning, and fire, right? And then, there are some special spells. Luo, do you have any suitable spells? Luo nodded, a ball of flame appearing in his hand, but it quickly went out. I do have some, but I need a little more time. Luo only knew simple fire magic, like fireballs and pillars of fire. Although magic was more powerful than pure magic power, Luo estimated that he probably couldn't break through 2 layers of barriers with such simple spells. Is there anything I can help with? No, it just needs a little time. Whoosh! A golden burst of energy suddenly flew out from within the barrier. Luo reacted quickly, and the chill of the ground rose, transforming into an ice wall. Crack! The ice wall, strong enough to withstand a typical third-tier transcendent attack, actually cracked in several places. But before Haijinju and Ape could react, 3 consecutive bursts of energy cleaved the ice wall into pieces. You guys have some nerve. Do you really think we're blind? With a voice as loud as a bear's, a gap wide enough for a person to squeeze out of the barrier, a massively muscular man emerged from within. The man shimmered with light. The barrier had no effect on him, suggesting he possessed some kind of accompanying magic or artifact. He was extremely tall, easily over 2.5 meters, his arms thicker than Haijinju's waist. His imposing presence was overwhelming. Appearing before them was like facing a ferocious demonic beast. Most peculiar was his left arm, which had been severed at the root, replaced by a metal arm with golden patterns and 5 enormous magic crystals embedded in it. Its aura was even stronger than Haijinju's. Transcendent Tier 3, Gold, Earth, Warrior, Axe Warrior, a henchman of the slave traders, stained with the blood of thousands, brutal in nature, possessing a physique capable of easily obliterating Tier 3 enemies. His left hand has been modified into a peculiar metal arm, seemingly possessing immense explosive power. He wields a battle axe, and is incredibly strong. Combat techniques: Magic Burst, Earth Tide, Ground Shake, Berserk, Blood Burning. I thought it was those little winch elves. Turns out to be a few unfamiliar little girls, who want to play with Uncle? Through a fleeting crack in the barrier, Luo saw several humans exuding ferocity, and a dozen or so dark elves trapped in cages. So you really are one of the slave traders. The man's fleshy face twitched, he let out a soft then burst into laughter. After a long while, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Yes, it seems your target is us. I give you a chance to speak, and I can guarantee you be more comfortable. Boom! A burst of scorching flames erupted from his body, but with a jolt of his metal arm, the fire magic was instantly dispelled, forming an area where only metal magic was allowed to exist. Looks like a hot-tempered little winch, but I like it. The man's muscles bulged, his figure suddenly growing several tens of centimeters taller, approaching a terrifying 3 meters. A large battle axe appeared in his right hand, glowing with brilliant golden light. He smiled sinisterly, and his towering body vanished instantly, reappearing before Luo. The battle axe slammed down, unleashing an aura approaching 4th-tier power. Ape, not far away, paled. That aura rendered her immobile. If this was the case for her, how much pressure would Luo, facing it directly, endure? Boom! The ice shield solidified, then shattered instantly. A petite white figure was sent flying over 100 meters, carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. Large swaths of frozen frost surrounded her, exuding a chilling aura. Damn it, this stinky dragon! Is this some kind of little trash? Hidden in the treetops, Sindragon swung his long legs, a smile playing on his lips. I told you, she'd be too slow to react to an enemy she couldn't kill in one strike. The little guy tossed the souls of those Luo had so powerfully slain into his mouth, grinning. Stinky dragon, you really have a twisted sense of humor. But those who oppose Sister Luo always die in shock and fear. Little Artie, I like that. Ha ha ha, you got some skill after all. Looks like you're not a complete idiot. Then Uncle will play with you. Ignoring Ape, who was being pulled aside by the seed pearl, the man took a step forward. The golden magic core embedded in his battle axe emitted a sharp aura, a layer of golden light condensing on the blade. Seemingly slow, it actually approached Luo quickly. Instantly, the man was 20 meters away from Luo. Looking at the unharmed girl, a hint of approval in his eyes, he immediately brought down his axe without hesitation. As you said, who's blind? Luo raised her eyes, meeting his bewildered gaze. As her cold voice fell, the surrounding trees began to metallize, rapidly growing into vines that coiled around the man's feet. Looking down at the metal vines that were about to sever his ankles, the man grinned maliciously. Little wench, you think you can rely on such weak magic? He stomped his foot hard, unleashing a burst of energy that cracked the ground 10 centimeters wide. The metal vines wrapped around his feet snapped apart, and his axe fell, its condensed golden line slicing through the air, cleanly severing the frozen trees. Luo quickly rose and dodged, watching the golden streak sweep across hundreds of meters, clearing a wide path. Her expression turned grave. This behemoth definitely possessed the strength to slay a 4th-tier opponent, while she could easily kill a 3rd-tier opponent and even contend with 2 4th-tier ice worms. That was due to elemental advantage and environmental factors. Here, she could only rely on her true strength. The man before her already possessed a powerful aura, and his axe and metal left arm were even more formidable, definitely not of low level. Unfortunately, the axe's level was obscured by the golden magic light, preventing Luo from discerning its grade. Intimidation activated. A pale golden light subtly appeared in her pupils, and a powerful pressure suddenly descended. The rustling forest fell silent. The man's body hunched over, his ankles forced into the ground, sending splinters of wood and damp leaves flying before quickly settling back down. 3 massive arrays rapidly constructed in midair, unleashing the complete, enhanced ultimate frostbite. Hundreds of arm-thick icicles rained down, each possessing the sharpness to pierce through a 3rd-tier transcendent being. Looks like I underestimated you. The man chuckled, then roared, wielding his axe with both hands and slamming it heavily into the earth. Earthquake. An invisible wave swept through, followed by a massive tremor. The earth shattered, revealing vast expanses of tree roots. The explosive shockwave covered an area of over 30 meters, tearing the icicles to shreds before they even got close. Chapter 182. Boom! Vast swathes of trees collapsed, a fierce wind whipped through the air, and metal, ice shards, water vapor, and wood chips rained down on the shield erected by the seed pearl. The azure shield rippled slightly. Inside, Ape nervously watched the distant battlefield, his hands involuntarily clenching. Go for it. Luo Fei, 100 meters above the ground, with several layers of ice shields hovering before him, held a burning, azure fireball in his hand. With a sudden throw, the fireball expanded in the wind, rapidly growing into a giant fireball over 3 meters tall, landing on the man's head. But a punch to the man's left arm deflated the fireball like a punctured balloon, scattering into sparks that fell to the ground and froze. Interesting. Ha ha ha. No 3rd-tier cultivator can withstand a single blow from me. You're the first low-tier transcendent to last this long. Luo frowned slightly, retorting without hesitation, then you're too weak. I never seen such a weak 3rd-tier cultivator. She swung her hand, unleashing several more fireballs. Heh, I see how much more stubbornness you can spout. Ha! With a roar, the man's muscular body suddenly emanated crimson battle aura. He soared into the air, his movements slowed considerably, but he remained incredibly agile, easily breaking through Luo's magic with his fists and axe. Suddenly, he swung his right arm, his battle axe transforming into a sun, spinning towards Luo. But just as it was about to touch the ice shield, it abruptly changed direction, slashing towards her from behind. Just as Luo was about to dodge, the man suddenly shouted, "Earth Tide!" A layer of earthy yellow waves gradually rose in midair, one after another, rapidly expanding until it reached a height of over 50 meters in the blink of an eye, carrying a huge weight as it crashed down. Die! I thought I wouldn't need it. Let me show you my new magic. While being trained by the dragon lady, Luo was forced to learn quite a few new spells. Besides the simple ones used for teaching, there were two spells Luo particularly liked. A complex magic circle instantly formed beneath his feet, 3 intersecting rings. The shimmering runes emitted an extremely low chill. As the chill erupted, waves of earth and axes were instantly covered in a layer of solid ice. The white waves spread, freezing the man's body before he could even look on in surprise. Who? Exhaling a puff of white breath, Luo watched the frozen man fall to the ground and slowly descended. Absolute Zero was a powerful ice spell, considered a superior version of Ice Seal, capable of freezing an enemy's body, magic power, and even soul. However, its effectiveness depended on the enemy's strength. For example, a powerful being like Sin Dragon couldn't be frozen for even a millisecond. But against this man, it was enough. Rune surged once more, constructing a dual magic of interwoven gold and icy blue, relax and become rust and peace. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying chilling golden dust like mist and snow, which pierced the man's battle aura with needle-like fine grains, seeping into his body at an almost frenzied speed. A mist of blood silently erupted, his skin rapidly devoured, flesh dissipated, exposing his stark white bones, followed by his internal organs. In an instant, half of the man's robust body was eaten away, even his heart exposed. However, just when Luo thought the man was beyond saving, a magic crystal suddenly exploded from his left metal arm. The powerful magic force pushed Luo away, and the already shattered forest around them was whipped into a raging wind, scraping away a layer of the ground to reveal the true rocky earth beneath the tree roots. Once the raging magic stabilized slightly, Luo narrowed her eyes, and saw the man, who had previously only had half a body, unleash his magic. Flesh buds surged from his mangled body, re-enveloping his internal organs and muscles. Want to live? You haven't even asked me yet. Her delicate face was cold, white light swirling around her wrist. She clenched her small fist, and her fair fist slowly punched out. Instantly, a thick white beam of light erupted, scorching the earth in its path, dispelling the golden magic surrounding him, and illuminating the dim forest with a blinding light. Sizzle. The man only had time to raise his metal arm to block before the beam of light arrived as expected, exploding into streaks of white light, severing everything it touched. Even vines hundreds of meters high were affected, their charred bark exposed, causing them to sway precariously. The man's still recovering face contorted in pain, as he felt an intense heat from his metal arm, hot enough to melt rock. The entire arm turned crimson, and a savory aroma of flesh emanated from the point where it was joined to his body. Break. The two magic crystals exploded again, and the metal arm spewed out a torrent of boiling magic power. Its smooth surface erupted with layers of fine, scale-like, downy bumps, reflecting the beam of light it struck. Not bad. I think that's what gives you your confidence. A beam of white light pierced through all the magic barriers, landing on the man and unleashing a halo of light. He felt a warmth spread through his body, but instantly, all his magic power slumped, only his battle aura remained burning, though weaker. The metal arm became heavy, as if it had lost all its energy. Under the powerful dispelling spell, the beam was naturally dispelled as well, but the man didn't have time to replenish his magic power before the metal arm was stepped on by a small shoe sole. Crack! The immense pressure shocked the man, revealing that even a small foot could make it difficult for him to lift his arm. Feeling his foot subtly lifted, Luo raised an eyebrow, activated his gravity spell, and stomped down again, causing several cracks to appear in the solid ground beneath the exposed rock layer. A water blade sliced into his arm, but to Luo's surprise, his shoulder was also made of metal. The water blade only cut halfway before losing momentum. But one more slash will do. A second water blade formed, about to fall, when panic finally appeared in the man's eyes. Neither the erosion spread etching his body nor the burning beam had frightened him, but seeing his metal arm about to be severed, he unusually shouted angrily, "You won't take it. Get out of my way." His right arm clenched in the air, and the axe he had summoned, sensing its master, materialized as a phantom in his hand. With a turn of his body, the axe shone with golden light again and cleaved towards Luo. Before the axe's aura even arrived, a layer of magic covering his body had already been sliced through. Sensing the furious attack, Luo dared not take it head-on, gently retreating but still controlling the water blade to fall. Clang! Having just cut a section, the water blade was shattered by the axe, the aftershocks flying diagonally, severing distant vines in half, causing them to ooze crimson liquid. Rustle, rustle. The vines writhed even more violently, but neither of the two on the ground noticed. both staring intently at each other. The man slowly rose, his bones realigning, flesh growing back, skin covering him. The violent golden magic emanating from his axe stung Luo's senses. Was this man's weapon about to explode? Little girl, you are indeed remarkable. My name, Metal Thug, is quite well known in the Bankai Empire. Most churches dare not provoke me. What do you think you're relying on? This ancient prosthetic arm? The man's smile twisted, and he ripped off the almost completely severed metal arm. A large amount of unidentified liquid gushed out, and the man's face paled slightly, but he still stared intently at Luo, who was frowning slightly, before storing the severed metal arm into his ring. I do rely heavily on this prosthetic arm. I never imagined it would be severed one day, but let me tell you, before acquiring it, I killed hundreds of others of the same level, relying on that relentless, blood-burning power. A crimson battle aura suddenly surged 10 meters high, and specks of blood appeared all over the man's body, slowly covering him. Crimson energy condensed on his empty left arm, forming a red, slightly ethereal claw. Luo, naturally, wouldn't stand idly by and wait for him to finish preparing. He unleashed a beam of light, and the blinding light reappeared. The man's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. Without the protection of his metal arm, he couldn't withstand the intense heat. Chapter 183. Bang bang. Damn it, what's going on? A fierce-looking man, with his nose sliced off, pounded on the barrier, but the barrier, which could usually be easily opened, remained motionless, as if the activation runes had failed. A thin, dark green hand rested on his shoulder, and a hoarse voice came, Ardman, don't waste your energy. It seems someone deliberately sent the boss out to divide our forces. The boss hasn't come back for so long. Could something have happened to him? Don't talk nonsense. Kevin Z, you're the controller of this barrier. Fix it quickly. The man being addressed was handsome, but the hideous scars running across his face made him look anything but gentle. A small, slowly rotating illusory array hovered in his hand, but occasionally, the array would pause, as if it were stuck. Kevin Z's slender fingers flicked, and runes occasionally floated out, entering the array, attempting to repair the stuck parts. Ardman, stop rushing me, I know. Humph. Oligi. If you shake again, I smash your forehead against the barrier. Oligi was the man who had said the boss might be in trouble. He was shirtless, his steel-like pectoral muscles trembling slightly, but his face was strangely flushed, like he was experiencing an orgasm. A black metal structure was exposed near his heart, with a huge fire demon core embedded within. I'm sorry, Ardman, but... Oligi's flush deepened, sweat seeping from his pores. But I was so excited, hee. Fool. Ardman cursed under his breath. The mocking laughter of the damned slaves in the cages echoed in his ears again. He glanced at them with a sinister look, then with a casual wave of his hand, instantly split a dark elf in a cage in two, blood splattering everywhere. Anyone who makes another sound will suffer the same fate as this wretched woman. Instantly, all the night elf slaves fell silent, their eyes darting around as they cowered in the corner. Why did you kill the cargo? These are all magic crystals. Kavinci, don't point fingers at me. Don't think I won't lay a hand on you. If you weren't still somewhat useful, I would have suggested to the boss that we feed you to the monsters long ago. All right. Stop arguing. The owner of the withered hand, speaking in a hoarse voice, stood between the two. He was a hunched goblin, about 1.4 meters tall, carrying a thick magic book half his height. His eyes were cold and greedy. One glance from him, and Kavinci, who was about to speak, immediately shut up. Even Ardman's tone softened. Out of respect for the mage Leonold, I let it go, but if the barrier isn't broken, we might be trapped here to die. Suddenly, the thin young man who had been sitting silently by the campfire spoke softly. Someone's coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a crack appeared within the barrier, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a somewhat confused and flustered pretty girl. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, she forced a stiff smile. Hello everyone. Clang. A short blade suddenly appeared in the void, piercing through the girl's body in the blink of an eye, disappearing again before even leaving an afterimage. The girl's face froze, her body slowly disappearing, leaving only a wisp of water magic lingering. The gaunt youth stood up, looking in the other direction of the barrier. She's quite skilled, a clone-like ability, very good. Ardman and the other three then realized what had just happened. The moment the girl with fins and scales spoke, the youth launched his attack, yet in such a short time, the girl had managed to dodge the fatal blow using her clone ability. At the edge of the empty barrier, a layer of rippling waves shimmered, revealing the hidden sea pearl. Her delicate face was almost in tears. I was forced into this, do you believe me? If you don't kill those 5, I make sure you're trapped here forever. A cold voice reached her ears. The sea pearl was on the verge of tears. She was just watching Luo fight. How could she be forced to do this? But I can't win. You have a domain, a divine domain even higher than a holy domain. If you can't win, I have size will eat you. She really loves fish. Seemingly for certain, another childish laugh rang in her ears. Giggle. Grilled fish is the best. Startled, Sea Pearl trembled from head to toe. She wanted to protest, but Ardman had already taken a heavy step forward, veins bulging on his forehead. Are you deliberately trying to make us laugh? Forced? Let him believe this girl is a transformed dragon. It seems you're the ones who destroyed the barrier. You got some nerve. I see what you're capable of. Sea Pearl's aura rippled, clearly that of a third-tier cultivator. Besides, there were 5 of them. While the enemy was only 1, the advantage was on their side. Boom, boom, boom. The rocks cracked, creating a crater several meters deep. Looking around, the surrounding area was filled with countless pits of varying sizes. Crack. A massive tree, requiring 2 people to encircle it, snapped at the edge, crushing several slow-moving poisonous insects that couldn't escape. Within a radius of over 1,000 meters, all the trees had been cleared away, except for the vines high above that bound the remaining canopies, keeping them intact. Luo swiftly lowered her body, her smooth silver hair fluttering in the wind. She nimbly turned, the oncoming golden axe blade grazing her skirt, slicing a long, narrow crevice hundreds of meters deep into the earth as easily as cutting tofu. Why are you running away? Where's your arrogance from before? Luo ignored her, casually waving her hand. Dozens of thick ice pillars rose up. Despite the man's best efforts to dodge, one still sent him flying. But then, with a swift grab of her blood-red left arm, she sliced the ice pillar into thousands of evenly distributed fragments. Ha ha ha. The man laughed wildly, but inwardly he was anxious. This state wasn't without its price. He had already lost weight. If he couldn't defeat his enemy quickly, he would be unable to fight. But this girl seemed to know his weakness, stalling for time instead of engaging in a direct confrontation. Don't dodge. Whoosh. The man's left arm easily plunged into the ground, then violently lifted it. Battle aura, thick with the stench of blood, spread rapidly, causing a series of earthen spikes to erupt from the ground, serpentine and relentlessly pursuing Luo. A blazing fireball erupted, striking the earthen spikes, but only charring them slightly. Without pausing, it rapidly extended, piercing the air towards the girl, relentlessly pursuing her no matter how she dodged. Luo already knew that the man's battle aura, after the blood-burning and berserk transformation, was enough to reach the 4th tier. Her fireball wouldn't be very effective, but her purpose wasn't to melt it, but rather to raise the temperature. Her slender hand pressed down, gathering water magic to form a large spray of water cones, like a torrential downpour, impacting the scorching earthen spikes. Sizzle. Crack, crack. Even with the enhancement of battle aura, the earthen spikes crumbled in large swathes. Using this momentum, Luo fired a beam at the man's incoming axe blade. The golden axe blade, coated in a layer of deep red battle aura, sliced the beam of light in two like butter, melting the innocent earth on either side. But the axe blade melted after advancing 100 meters, exploding violently and creating a gust of wind. Come on! What's the use of hiding? Luo hovered 300 meters away, her crimson pupils emitting a faint golden light, making her appear even colder and more authoritative. You said it yourself, no one is blind. If you're so capable, then hold out longer, and see who gives up first. The man glared fiercely at the girl, who wouldn't move forward, his teeth itching with anger, but a layer of pressure was applied to his body, making it impossible for him to catch up with the agile girl, and his ranged attacks were ineffective against her. If this continued, he would be exhausted and defeated in less than half an hour, and then... Thinking of that person, the man's pupils contracted, and he quickly shook his head. No, he absolutely couldn't let it come to that. After unleashing several more unsuccessful axe strikes, the man suddenly stopped. Deep red battle aura blazed fiercely, and as his blood vaporized, blood mist drifted away. He abruptly used his left arm, formed from battle aura, to shatter the magic core of the battle axe. His face contorted, he roared, "You forced me to this." Chapter 184. Crack! The magic core shattered, and the berserk magic power unique to magical beasts transformed into a golden tornado, unleashing its fury. It burrowed into the man's body, tearing his robust frame apart, splattering blood that exploded into a blood mist. Soon, the man was enveloped in this mist, obscuring his internal state. Buzz! The dispelling spell struck the center of the blood mist, illuminating a halo, but it had no noticeable effect. As expected, it's not very useful for enhancing combat techniques. Luo had already tried it. The dispelling spell seemed to be specialized for magical and divine arts, having little effect on combat techniques focused on chi and blood. He was only trying it now, with the mindset that if it worked, great, but if not, it wouldn't matter. With a slight thought, a massive magic circle appeared high in the sky, and a dust-like mist descended, enveloping the blood mist. Rust spread is similar in principle to extreme frost, but it primarily uses gold magic power with ice magic power as a secondary element. It is more brutal and cruel than the latter, and can be considered its superior magic. The tiny, needle-like particles forming the sand mist carried a chilling aura, rapidly melting away large swaths of blood mist and piercing the earth, creating an irregular crater over 30 meters deep. However, even under this powerful onslaught, Luo sensed that a blood egg in the center had ultimately withstood the attack, despite its already pitted and scarred surface. Crack, crack, crack. The eggshell split open, releasing a ferocious and savage aura that clashed with Luo's intimidation. Although it could only push back less than 10 meters, it was enough to demonstrate its power. It's the essence blood of the dragon race. Looks like following Luo has been worthwhile after all. A cold, indifferent gaze pierced through all obstacles as Sindaragon casually commented before falling silent, as if all of this only brought her a negligible surprise. Boom! A crimson figure burst forth from the deep pit, its blood-red claws, several centimeters long, cleave through the air with the force of a slashing axe, leaving twisting trails in the air. Sizzle! Luo didn't want to test their sharpness. He retreated rapidly, his energy piercing through the air, severing the vines above his head, and scattering streaks of blood. The vines twisted violently, and a faint, bewildered roar echoed, "Who is it?" Under the faint glow of magic, the water rippled. The barrier had become a sea of water, with towering waves crashing down upon them. Boom! Water droplets hundreds of meters high splashed out, crashing against the inner walls of the barrier with deafening roars. Splash, splash. After a while, a cracked protective shield rose from the lake. The spellbook on Leonardo's back was open, hovering before him as it rapidly flipped through the pages. As it stopped on a particular page, the page tore open and floated up, its magic circle flashing, and the page quickly burst into flames. Instantly magic surged, and countless seaweeds surged from the lakebed, transforming into 100 sharp swords that pierced towards the sea pearl floating on the crest of a wave. At this moment, she had undergone a significant change. The scales on her face and body were more numerous and larger, and a broad, snow-white fishtail gently slapped the water. She held a blue crystal ball formed from water, and surging waves surrounded her, forming a resilient shield. "Hey, yeah!" With a cute, delicate cry from the sea pearl, waves surged and rose, instantly slamming down the seaweed swords, which quickly disintegrated in the abundant water magic. "This won't do. What is this thing? I feel some force restraining my magic." At first, the five didn't take the girl seriously, but after a wave swept by, they suddenly felt as if they were shackled. Not only did their bodies become heavy, but even manipulating their magic became difficult. What's worse, this girl was simultaneously screaming help and releasing water. Ardman could initially injure her, but as water magic filled the barrier, rain began to fall and waves surged, making them increasingly weak. The worst off was Kevin, a barrier master with a primary affinity for water. Despite being surrounded by water magic, he couldn't mobilize a single ounce. He could only use his less than perfect earth magic to protect the goods, at least contributing something. Roar! The lake's surface exploded. Orichi, trapped at the bottom, was covered in blood, panting heavily, as if after an orgasm, his eyes bloodshot. He pounded his chest, his thick thighs kicking out, creating a large splash of water. His fist, the size of a sandbag, coalesced into a layer of rock, and he roared as he slammed it towards the sea pearl. "I knock you out." Splash. A delicate voice rang out, and a giant blue hand, over 3 meters tall, suddenly shot out from underwater, grabbing Oliki and hurling him violently. Oliki's massive body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into Ardman, who had just surfaced. Thump! The two burly men hugged each other, skipping several stones on the water before crashing into the barrier. "Wow! 3 skips. I'm still pretty good, huh?" Sea Pearl happily wiggled her hips, reaching out. The giant hand reached out, intending to slap the 2 dazed men back into the water. "I don't believe I can't handle a third-tier little girl like you." Leonardo's spellbook rustled, 15 pages fluttering out and burning. Instantly, huge waves surged, and a massive array over 10 meters wide appeared on the underwater ground. Thick vines grew, intertwining and twisting to form a giant tree, breaking through the water surface to reveal a withered, enormous human face. The giant tree opened its hollow eyes, its thick branches twisting into a massive hammer, which it brought crashing down upon the sea pearl atop the wave. Seeing this, the sea pearl hastily raised another giant hand to block, but suddenly, with a flash of light, the second giant hand, before it could fully form, was severed at the root, scattering into a torrential rain. Sharp energy swept past the water droplets, through the tiny gaps in the water shield, and before her astonished gaze, it severed her at the waist, blood splattering everywhere. Bang! The hammer fell, sending a towering wave over 300 meters high. One side of the lake was briefly exposed, the water briefly receding, its impact shattering Leonor's protective shield instantly. The Treant was also reduced to large chunks of dead wood, sinking to the bottom of the lake. Leonardo, are you trying to kill us? Ardman cursed, crashing into the barrier again by the waves. Ignoring the still dazed Oliki beneath his feet, he leaped into the air, stepping on Oliki's face. Only when he saw the girl on the lake had vanished without a trace, leaving only a bloody stain, did he breathe a sigh of relief. Windy, well done! In the pouring rain, a blurry figure slowly emerged. It was the gaunt man. He was panting, holding a thin, strange long sword in his hand. It looked more like a long thorn than a sword. She might not be dead, don't be careless. How could that be? Leonor, floating on the water, was the first to retort, his face contorted with rage and his eyes filled with malice. He hadn't expected that a mere third-tier opponent would cost him so many pages of magic. That was a fortune. I saw her cut in half at the waist by you, and then struck squarely by my Treant hammer. Not to mention the boss, none of you could have survived. Ardman nodded. Aside from that freakish boss, none of them could have withstood such a powerful attack. Even Wind was beginning to doubt his own judgment. Could the girl really be dead? The surging waves repeatedly crashed against the barrier, consuming their own energy. As the lake gradually calmed, beneath the azure surface, besides the dense water magic and several thick layers of broken rock in the corners, there seemed to be nothing else. Chapter 185. Hey Bella, you've been acting a bit dazed these past few days. Are you feeling unwell? David stopped the burrowing puppet, removed the sand from inside, and worriedly reminded the somewhat dazed Bella, the concentration of gold magic here is quite high. If you feel unwell, don't force yourself. I'm fine. Bella shook her head, snapping out of her reverie. I was just a little distracted. Senior, let's continue. The gold content here is too low. This isn't enough. Seeing that her complexion wasn't significantly different, David nodded and restarted the puppet. After a while, Bella gazed towards the snowfield, feeling the blurry connection receding into the distance. A soft murmur echoed in her heart. My little puppet, what happened to you? I'm getting more and more excited. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted, plunging her into darkness, but it was immediately torn apart by a gale. A symphony of gold and ice transformed into a brutal storm that pierced the crimson beast's scales at the girl's behest, until even its flesh was corroded. Roar! The storm collapsed with a roar, the immense force of the clash generating a violent shockwave. Even a fourth-tier expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Luo nimbly spun around, stopping atop an ice pillar. Her sleeves were torn into ribbons, revealing her pale, jade-like arms. The golden feather on her right wrist glowed with a soft white light, spreading and covering her body. That was Holy Light Possession, a defensive mid-level divine spell constructed from as many as 338 runes, protecting the girl from the slightest injury during the brief physical confrontation. As the smoke cleared, a bizarre monster was revealed. A thick tail, twisted spiral horns, a mouthful of sharp teeth, wings on its back, limbs bent backward, and its entire body covered in golden red scales. Strangely, these scales bore many similarities to those on Sindaragon. What is this thing? Luo frowned slightly. She sensed a somewhat familiar aura emanating from this monster, similar to Sindaragon, but more like the impression of someone she disliked. Half-dragon transformation, extraordinary tier 4, gold, earth, warrior, dragon blood warrior, a monster born from dragon blood, possessing some of the physique and strength of a dragon, but at the cost of a constantly burning lifespan, loss of sanity, and a permanent loss of a certain degree of magical affinity. Something seemed to be causing it to prefer death to surrender. Combat skill, lost reason, unable to use. Note 1. Losing reason results in a significant increase in instincts. Note 2. Unable to use combat skills, but control over the body is greatly enhanced. Note 3. Never underestimate a dragon's body, even if it's only half-dragon form. Suggestion, Being human is too weak, I'm not human anymore. A very powerful opponent, but only 10 minutes of glory. Will you stall or stall or... Stall? Before Luo could figure it out, the blood-red figure, leaving after images, ignored the air's obstruction and flashed directly in front of her. Claws erupted, and with a crack, rock shattered upon impact. Roar! The half-dragon roared, whipping its tail, its body creating a sonic boom in midair before plunging into the rising dust. Deep red energy surged wildly, shaking the ground violently. Bang! Countless metallic vines suddenly burst forth, intertwining to form a gigantic fist that sent the half-dragon flying. However, this had little effect on him. He merely retreated 200 meters before using his hands to stop the metal fist's momentum. His claws pierced the fist, and with a sharp pull, the entire fist instantly shattered. Roar! But before he could finish his roar, another metallic fist, 3 times his size, arrived as expected, slamming him into the ground like a fly. You, devoid of reason, can only roar. What difference is there between you and a beast? You possess a powerful body, but you're nothing more than a slightly harder rock. Luo slowly rose from the smoke and dust, shimmering light on her skin. 3 pairs of blade-like wings hovered behind her, surrounded by dense light magic, making her appear as holy as an angel. Wings of Light Intermediate Divine Spell. This spell condenses 3 to 6 pairs of wings of light from excess light magic, continuously providing the caster with divine spell amplification and divine blessing. It amplifies light magic most strongly, followed by other elemental spells, and has a negative amplification effect on dark magic. The divine blessing effect temporarily increases the damage of other elemental spells against dark and underworld creatures, excluding dark magic. The number of wings of light depends on the quality of magic and the strength of soul power. The duration of the wings depends on the amount of magic infused. This is one of the 7 intermediate divine spells that Luo learned at Angel's Feather. After advancing to the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm, he can also cast it for a short time. Magic can be considered inferior divine spells, and naturally falls within the amplification range. At this moment, 100 metal vine spells, amplified by the wings of light, are controlled into metal fists, repeatedly slamming the half-dragon into the ground. A beam of light, more than twice its usual size, shot into the billowing, dragon-shaped crater. Its brilliance, brighter than the sun, illuminated the surroundings, melting the earth and sending dark red lava flowing. Aya! Give! Me! To die! A roar, accompanied by broken shouts, accompanied the beam's sudden deflection. The half-dragon's figure burst through the lava, covered in molten lava, charging towards Luo despite the beam's intense heat. Too bad it's over. Luo watched the half-dragon's final frenzy with indifference. The beam was constantly refracted, burning everything it touched, vines, trees, the earth, even the lava. Roar! The half-dragon's body gradually melted, revealing metallic bones and twisted internal organs. Its long claws stretched out desperately, its bare eyes blazing with madness, as if even in its dying moments, it wanted to drag the girl before it into the underworld. Finally, the claws stopped less than 10 centimeters from Luo, turning to ash along with his bones. Thud! An irregularly shaped, red-hot iron bead fell to the ground, creating a shallow crater before shattering into powder. Wait, don't you guys find this strange? Wenda suddenly stared intently at the underwater area. The burden on our shoulders hasn't disappeared. It seems so. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled suddenly in the sky near the edge of the barrier. Several flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, and thick, leaden clouds quietly gathered. Splash whoosh. The rain began to fall. Quickly defend. Even without Wenda's prompting, the group knew this damn battle wasn't over yet. They didn't even have time to ponder why the girl was still alive before unleashing their defensive techniques. In the torrential rain, huge waves slowly rose from the lake surface, as if some colossal creature was about to emerge. Whoosh! The waves subsided, and a massive bubble appeared before the group. Inside was the mermaid girl they hated so much they wanted to tear her to pieces. A rhombus-shaped blue crystal shone between her brows, adding a touch of majesty. But the next moment, pop! The bubble burst. See Pearl frantically checked her waist, finding nothing amiss. She patted her chest in relief, her composure completely gone. Thank goodness. I trained in super speed regeneration, otherwise I'd be dead. The instant her waist was severed, super speed regeneration activated. She healed instantly, only splattering a spray of blood. But the ensuing heavy blow left her nowhere to dodge. Just when she thought she was doomed, the divine power within her suddenly erupted. See Pearl felt her entire being, no, her entire fish, transform into a spray of water, merging into the lake. The hammer fell, splashing water and creating surging waves. Yet, like real water, the seed pearls, even when broken and shattered, could still reform. In the heavy rain, some of the seed pearls evaporated and fell, merging with other seed pearls in the lake, reforming into whole seed pearls. Ardman, what do we do? Wendell's face was grave. How could this guy be so unkillable? Was he trying to kill them? Even if you ask me, I don't know, mage. Do you have any more magic? Leonore glanced at the two of them with a disdainful look, making their hearts skip a beat. Was this old man planning some dirty trick? Goodbye, you bunch of trash. The spellbook flipped to the last page. The silver page tore open and burned. Instantly, a flash of silver light appeared, and Leonore disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving only his last mocking words. I have the guild master avenge you, hee. Ardman watched him disappear for a moment before belatedly roaring, You dared to run away. You old bastard, don't let me catch you. Unfortunately, whether he had a chance or not wasn't up to him. A giant wave, over 200 meters high, surged in from both sides simultaneously, casting a shadow of death over Ardman and his companions. Ah. Glug glug. Chapter 186. Crack. The barrier that Rinkai Winksy couldn't break no matter how hard he tried suddenly cracked open on its own. A massive amount of magically powerful water gushed out, washing over the forest and sweeping away many poisonous insects, snakes, and weaker magical beasts. Fortunately, Ape was still in a tree and wasn't affected. With a smack, Sea Pearl fell from a height, thrashing her enormous fishtail. Realizing she wasn't actually a fish, she quickly leaped into the air. As the water flowed, her fishtail disappeared, replaced by long, alluring white legs. Tada! The future god of the ocean has arrived. Ape landed from the tree, looking strangely at the Sea Pearl with her hands raised high, somewhat puzzled. Miss Pearl, is this a celebration unique to your race? Ah! What are you doing here? Suddenly noticing someone, the Sea Pearl's slightly scaly face flushed crimson. She quickly turned around, covered her face, and crouched down. Help! Father, mother, I feel so ashamed. At that moment, an unconscious figure drifted into her field of vision with the receding current. The Sea Pearl swayed slightly. Hey! She explained, suddenly realizing, it's that guy from that group of bad guys. No wonder there were only 4 of them, they're deserters. If the unconscious Kevinshire heard this, would he be so angry he vomit blood and faint again? Was it because I didn't want to fight? Wasn't it because I couldn't use my water magic at all? Sea Pearl poked Kevinshire, but finding she couldn't wake him, she bound his hands and feet with water chains and threw him into a certain spot within the barrier. There, neatly arranged, were 4 cocoons bound with water chains in an artistic way. Only one head was visible above the other cocoons. The largest, a muscular man, had his eyes rolled back. He was already dead. The others were also barely breathing, almost dead. Looking down at the damp ground, Haijinju finally noticed a section of rock shell, mostly broken, on the other side of the barrier. She suddenly realized she hadn't noticed the hostages at all. Thankfully, someone had been kind enough to look after them, preventing a major disaster. He must be a good person. By the way, where's Luo? I can't see her. Ape looked towards the distant area where the large expanse of green had disappeared, and said weakly, I'm too weak to see the battle clearly, but the momentum weakened just now. The outcome should be decided by now. Then let's go take a look. Huh? Without giving Ape a chance to refuse, Haijinju suddenly grabbed her hand. The sharp boundary between her fair skin and weak-colored skin seemed to symbolize the vast difference in their strength, glaringly obvious. Amidst the rising wisps of scorching steam, vision was distorted. The girl hovered in midair, her clothes tattered. The flowing light emanating from her body flickered a few times before vanishing. Her eyes closed slightly, and the 3 pairs of wings radiating a soft glow dissipated. When she reopened her bright eyes, her pupils had returned to their original crimson luster. It's really difficult to deal with without annihilation. This is a formidable enemy. Annihilation consumes the power of golden flames. It's best to avoid using it if possible, lest you encounter a truly insurmountable enemy and have no extra power to use. That would be something to regret later. Suddenly, a delicate cry rang out. Luo, are you alright? Along with the rustling sounds from the edge, Sea Pearl's voice grew closer. Soon, 2 heads emerged from the bushes. Seeing the desolate landscape after the battle, their mouths gaped open in unison, their eyes filled with shock. Within a vast area spanning over 1,000 meters, the ground had sunk more than 30 meters, exposing large swathes of rock. Some large pits were as deep as 70 or 80 meters, not to mention the countless tiny fissures, their depths unknown. A dozen or so molten rocks emitted heat, and a lava lake over 30 meters wide was slowly cooling. The surrounding raging magical energy had not yet subsided. Wood, metal, ice, fire, water, and an inexplicable mixture of light magic made it impossible to detect anything. What was most unbelievable to the two was the overwhelming oppressive atmosphere. Just being there made it difficult for Ape to breathe. If they were still fighting, they couldn't imagine how intense the pressure would be. Hai Zhenju estimated that she would be doing well if she could only muster 80% of her strength. The girl in slightly tattered clothes, however, seemed completely unaffected, her eyes bright and spirited, showing no signs of fatigue. Under their watchful eyes, fine white magical threads silently wove together, and the tattered skirt and sleeves visibly healed, becoming perfectly intact in moments. Now it truly looked as if no battle had taken place. How did you two get here? Seeing the two emerge, Luo was somewhat surprised. He casually dispersed the lingering pressure, calming the chaotic magical flow. See, Pearl had the best attitude. She muttered softly, I definitely try my best to surpass them, then angrily complained to Luo that Sin Dragon Guy threw me into the barrier and said he let Moriarty eat me if I didn't defeat the others. So awful. Haha, it is awful. Luo chuckled wryly. Those two weren't exactly obedient, but thankfully they weren't truly arrogant. Having experienced the World War, they were incredibly shrewd and calculating, never doing anything out of control. They probably thought this would benefit Hai Zhenju. Randomly smoothing her silver hair, Luo looked at the unharmed Hai Zhenju and asked curiously, looks like you dealt with them, haven't you? Ape also looked over curiously, wondering what had become of the alien girl of unknown age inside the barrier. Oh dear, actually no. Hai Zhenju scratched her head awkwardly. One escaped, we only caught 4, and another one was accidentally killed, bleeding a lot. We almost saved her. It was clear that Hai Zhenju was still a little bothered by the enemy she couldn't save. Perhaps she felt her healing magic wasn't good enough? Anyway, I apologize on their behalf. Hai Zhenju was essentially a guest. Abandoning a guest in the enemy camp was just too cruel. It's alright, it's alright. Luo, no need to apologize. Hai Zhenju quickly waved her hand, then suddenly remembered something and pointed. Pointing to his brow, a deep blue, rhomboid crystal slowly emerged, shimmering with faint water-like ripples. He boasted, this is my newly discovered ability. I can turn into water. It seems to be an advanced version of water escape techniques. Now I'm not afraid of being cut in half at the waist. Cut in half at the waist? Ape and Luo were somewhat confused. Why use such a bloody analogy? Could it be that cutting in half at the waist is the most representative form of execution among the merfolk? Haha, that's right, I almost. Luo! Watch out! What? Luo looked at the suddenly panicked Hai Zhenju and Ape with a start, his heart suddenly filled with vigilance. He abruptly looked up. Swoosh! Hundreds of dark green streaks suddenly rained down from the sky, piercing the earth at supersonic speeds beyond human perception, penetrating thousands of meters. In the blink of an eye, Luo's figure was engulfed by thousands of sharp vines and thorns. In the dust, the earth vanished instantly, leaving only a bottomless crater. Luo! In a luxurious room, a naked, muscular young man was enjoying the services of several bestiared women. Their pale, fleshy bodies writhed, bringing a look of pleasure to the man's face. Suddenly, crack! A nameplate hanging on the wall cabinet shattered. The man's expression turned cold. He shoved aside the seductive bestiared women, flashed to the broken nameplate, and stared at the word Metal Thug on it, his face darkening. Dead? Chapter 187. Crackling and popping, the firelight flickered, occasionally bursting into sparks, illuminating 4 shadows that swayed gently in the tree, seemingly whispering secrets. Holland stirred the burning firewood, looking at the small, motionless figure, and asked worriedly, Krya, are you all right? I'm fine, Brother Holland, don't worry too much. The priests of the Church of Light can heal you. Lillian sat beside her, gently patting her slightly hunched, thin back. It's all right. I definitely get the best priest to help you. Krya's delicate body trembled slightly, and she instinctively grabbed Lillian's hand, raising her small face with a forced smile under Lillian's gentle gaze. Sister Lillian, you're the best. Don't say this. Hey, how did you guys escape? I'm so curious. Did Brother Hall unleash his superhuman power and drive those guys away? Ha ha ha. Your Brother Hall isn't that powerful. Hollins changed the subject, no longer dwelling on her sad story, and feigned helplessness by shrugging. If it weren't for a few good friends arriving in time, Sister Lillian and I would have been in serious trouble. Thinking of that swift and decisive kill, Holland still felt a genuine sigh. No matter what, having such a powerful student among his peers was a great blessing. The inter-academy competition would begin in less than 2 years, but Imperial Capital Academy only had 2 students who could be considered invincible among their peers. Although over 90% of academies might not produce a super genius even once every few centuries, Imperial Capital Academy was the strongest academy comparable to the major empires. If they got a bad ranking, it would be embarrassing for them. I have a feeling she'd stand out in the academy competition. Lillian couldn't help but nod. Those on the leaderboard might not be incredibly strong, but they were still quite formidable within their rank. With preparation, one of them could easily take on 2 magical beasts of the same rank. But that girl effortlessly slew 6 third-tier magical beasts, and quite troublesome ones at that. Lillian still couldn't understand if there truly were extraordinary beings far surpassing their contemporaries. Facing her, I felt a sense of powerlessness, like facing Galvia. Korea's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched her brother Hall utter such words. She then looked at the silent Venus on the other side. Is she really that powerful? Venus, usually taciturn, simply nodded, but unexpectedly added, I couldn't even see her attack clearly before the wolves went lifeless. I even had a feeling she could fight a 4th-tier being. Even Venus, who never lied, said this. Korea had to believe they were incredibly lucky to encounter such a rare event, comparable to a chance encounter with a high-level extraordinary being on the street. A powerful superhuman. It's been so long, I wonder if Ape has been found. Lillian suddenly brought up Ape, causing Korea to flash a hint of displeasure. Sister Lillian, what happened to her again? Lillian didn't seem to notice anything amiss in her tone and explained it to her. When she heard Ape is her friend, Korea frowned. This woman, so weak, how could she manage to befriend powerful people everywhere? But she didn't say it aloud, instead changing the subject to the upcoming academy tournament. Luo instinctively covered her face with her hands. After a moment of weightlessness, the expected shock didn't come. She moved her arms aside, and was surprised to find Sindaragon standing before her, his slender, jade-like hand easily grasping a string of sharp wooden spikes. The dozens of spikes tried to twist and drill in, but Sindaragon simply flicked them away, instantly pulverizing the thousands of meters of vines, leaving them no chance to regenerate. Oh, isn't this the adorable Luo? How come she couldn't even detect the enemy's attack? Hearing the dragon lady's teasing, Luo coughed lightly, trying to defend herself. I just let my guard down for a moment, and besides, this is a high-level magical beast. Isn't it normal not to notice? Bang! Sindragon looked at Luo, who was clutching her head, and taking a few steps back, flicked her smoking fingers, and reprimanded her sternly without any politeness. You don't think I'm joking with you, do you? Magical beasts don't have morals or etiquette. Don't let a little achievement make you complacent. A genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. I arrived in time this time, but what about next time? You usually seem composed, but you're not much better than Sea Pearl. Luo knew she was in the wrong, and didn't dare to argue back. Her little hands twisted together in circles, her eyes darting around. After a while, hearing that Sindragon seemed to have finished speaking, she quickly smiled and stepped forward to massage Luo's arms. You are a great frost dragon, the absolute master of frost. How can I compare to you? This was an accident. I'd be more careful next time. Sindragon raised his chin and snorted coldly, but his tone softened. Don't think I'm letting you off the hook just because you're nice. This enemy was practically your equal in strength. Reflect on why, despite being stronger than him in every way, you couldn't finish the battle quickly. Luo listened intently, lost in thought. Had he used wings of light and holy light from the start, could he have finished him off before he could react? No, that would only have alerted him. The beam attack was fast, but that person clearly couldn't be killed instantly. Given a little reaction time, he could easily dodge it. The only reason he chose to withstand the attack at the end was because he lost his mind and became enraged. Furthermore, light magic isn't omnipotent, especially with the Church of Light present. It couldn't be used indiscriminately. Reflecting on the entire battle, Luo realized that while he possessed a considerable number of spells, few were commensurate with his current strength. Magic can be likened to a power amplifier. Fewer runes don't necessarily mean weaker magic, but generally, the more powerful the spell, the more runes are required to construct it. He could deal with 3rd tier and weaker 4th tier enemies using only magic power and ordinary spells, but this didn't unleash his true power. Therefore, besides continuing to accumulate runes, he should focus on certain powerful spells, at least accumulating 2 or 3 powerful spells of each attribute. Alright, your 2 friends are calling you. Luo snapped out of his thoughts, looking up at the sliver of light that remained above him. He clicked his tongue, wondering how long he could have lasted if he had actually been hit. A second? 2 seconds? Huh? Using the magical glow, Luo noticed that the surrounding rock walls were densely covered with dark green vines, slowly wriggling and retracting, seemingly still reeling from the shock of Sin Dragon. These vines seemed to have a faint sense of self. I thought they shared the same consciousness as the mother plant. Just some branches, nothing useful. Luo thought to herself, you're a rich woman, but I'm not. After painstakingly cutting off 2 vines, before Luo could continue, the remaining vines whooshed back into the air, making Luo feel a little wasteful. She could only collect the 2 vines she had cut off, intending to give them to Karen and Vargana. It was a pity, if they had other suitable attributes, she could have given them to Viguria and Manita. Little Artie, is Luo really alright? That stinky dragon is down there, don't worry. See, Pearl was slightly relieved and shouted towards the bottom of the pit, Luo. Come up quickly. Come up quickly. A faint echo came from the dark bottom of the pit. Under Ape and See Pearl's tense gaze, they suddenly felt a tap on their backs. What are you two doing lying here? The two turned around and saw Luo, looking at them with a puzzled expression, with a tall, mature woman beside her. Luo? What are you doing behind me? Is it strange? Hai Zhenju shook her head, then grabbed Luo's hands and shook them repeatedly, excitedly saying, you scared me to death. Luo, I knew you wouldn't die. Okay, stop shaking me. I'm fine. I was just careless. Turning her head slightly, Luo looked at the still somewhat worried Ape and smiled slightly. Senior Ape, don't tell Senior Karen about this, or she'd be nagging for ages. I won't. I don't want to hear Karen talking non-stop. Ape rubbed her head, clearly also annoyed by Karen's chatter. Alright, let's go check on those slave traders. Okay. Lo, let me tell you, I got them all tied up properly. If you have any questions, I might be able to help. I know a little bit about interrogation. Moriarty, holding an invisible soul, smiled as he watched the 3 figures disappear into the distance, nudging Sindaragon's thigh with his elbow. You stinky dragon, are you satisfied now? Humph. Go eat your soul. What a dishonest dragon. What are you saying? I just wanted to use her. Just someone who found the dragon's blood. Aren't you coming over? Coming. Sister Lo. After a sweet reply, Moriarty lightly floated up, a strange smile playing on his lips. Goblin Mage, a rare profession, you stinky dragon. I won't interfere with your goals, but his soul will ultimately belong to me. Fine, fine. This dragon can't even imagine what would happen if Lo put you into the living world. Sindaragon sighed and followed, hoping this lawless fellow wouldn't cause any major trouble. Chapter 188. Ape, covered in blood, dragged Kevinzy by the collar and threw him in front of the group, somewhat helplessly saying, the other 2 are tough nuts. But this guy probably harbored resentment towards the others, so he agreed to talk without much effort. Faintly, curses like Kevinzy, you deserve to die could be heard in the distance. Luo lifted the thin man on the ground, looking at his almost completely collapsed body, and coldly asked without a trace of tenderness, where is the Night Elf tribe? See Pearl considerately gave Kevinzy a healing spell, relieving his broken neck and lungs, allowing him to barely speak. Is the boss really dead? If it's that man with the battle axe, he's definitely dead beyond dead. After a pause, Kevinshire spoke again. I said, can you really let me go? Luo slowly nodded. I will let you go, but if you delay any longer, I have a more painful way to get an answer. Kevinshire lowered his head. He knew perfectly well that this woman had no intention of letting him go, but thinking that he was going to die anyway, it would be better to discuss those arrogant bastards before he died. A hint of vengeful pleasure couldn't help but show on Kevinshi's slashed face. I said, the Night Elves are located in the largest area of the Sky Forest. We have a special map that can mark it. Ape immediately took out a brand new parchment map from the confiscated ring. A detailed map was inscribed on it with a raise. With a light touch of his mind, the map immediately floated above the parchment, expanding to about 3 meters wide, with densely packed small fragments on it. In a corner of this section of the map, there was a large, circular area that was clearly different from the rest. That's where we go to capture the Night Elves. Some of the land here moves, so without a map, it's impossible to reach the Elven tribe. Looking closer, Luo noticed that some areas were indeed slowly shifting, like some kind of colossal mechanism. Without a diagram, one would eventually get completely lost inside. Putting away the map, Luo asked again, besides you, how many other elf hunting teams are there? There are a dozen or so in total, but excluding the insignificant small teams, only 3 are worth noting. Kevin Z, having given up, blurted out, "Besides our metal hunting team, there's the Warfield Mercenary Group and the Desperate Merchant Guild. Their leader is a notch below our leader, but if they cooperate, they won't lose to our overall strength. One last question. Is there anyone in the tribe worth watching? The most dangerous person is their Grand Elder, who possesses genuine Tier 4 strength in the Sky Forest. Our leader might be able to handle him, but the result would be a draw. Then, there's their guard. Each member is Tier 3, over 30 in total, and they excel at long-range forest shooting, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, the Night Elf tribe recently sent 2 powerful archers, who frequently harass our battle plans, secretly rescuing captured slaves. That's why our metal hunting team decided to leave early." Kevin finished speaking in one breath, took a couple of breaths, and suddenly said again, "Can I ask you to do something? It's easy. I know you're all good people who hate evil, and I accept that what I'm doing isn't honorable, but..." Kevin sure took another deep breath, his voice filled with resentment. "Our hunting team was established with the support of the great nobles. Even if we're wiped out, there are still many other metal hunting teams. If you're really a good person..." "Sorry, I'm not." Luo coldly interrupted him, releasing his body and letting him fall. "What do other slaves have to do with me?" Kevin sure was stunned, looking at Luo, who had already walked away, and the Seed Pearl that occasionally glanced back at him. Somewhat confused, he shouted, "Didn't you ambush us just because you couldn't stand the Elven Hunter's misdeeds?" A low shadow fell. Kevin sure turned his head, and saw a petite girl smiling at him. "Sister Luo, I just happened to be passing by, really." Kevin sure was bewildered. In other words, they had just been unlucky enough to run into this guy. A small, soft, smooth foot stepped on his stomach. Just as Kevin sure was completely confused, the next moment, he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, and his consciousness abruptly disappeared. Watching Moriarty devour the soul of the recently deceased, Sindaragon shook his head, somewhat helplessly. "Do you really enjoy teasing people that much?" "Hee, this is much more interesting than telling him the truth. Sister Lo's truth is too simple. How could it possibly evoke any emotional response from him? Too bad, it's not the taste of fear." Moriarty licked his lips with his pink tongue, glancing at the 2 still alive individuals. "However, there's still a chance." Ardman and Wen suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, and their voices, which had been cursing Kevin Z, softened. "I feel like something's watching us. It must be my imagination. I saw them leave." Swoosh, an arrow pierced through the thick wooden wall, passing right through the chest of the superhuman behind it. "Retreat. Don't get entangled with them. Take the slaves and leave." Half a day later, the once lush forest was reduced to a scene of devastation. Fia sat panting on a massive broken tree stump, watching her tribesmen clean up the battlefield, a wave of sorrow washing over her. "Fia, you did well. Don't blame yourself so much." A handsome man with deep purple skin landed beside Fia. Besides the blue tattoos on his neck and ears, his eyebrows and forehead were also adorned with shimmering blue tree branch patterns, adding to his air of wisdom. "Elder, you're back." Fia stood up joyfully and hugged him tightly. "Elder, I'm so glad you're all right. With you here, those vile demons won't dare to launch a full-scale invasion. How are the enemies? Did you defeat them, Elder?" The Elder stroked Fia's head, but didn't answer the question. He glanced around and asked, "Where's your sister?" "You mean Ano?" Fia shrugged, helplessly saying, "She said she was going to support another direction. She should be in the north now." But she quickly added, "But don't worry, Ano's strength is only slightly less than mine. She'd definitely be able to protect herself. Besides, it's quite rare for her to take on such responsibility so proactively." "Yes, but isn't this precisely our dereliction of duty?" The Elder's face showed bitterness. Fia and Ano were only a little over 300 years old, equivalent to a human in their 30s, still just children. They should have been accumulating strength to prepare for the next stage. Perhaps, with the efforts of the entire clan, 2 true 4-tier powerhouses will emerge in the future, instead of him, a pseudo-4-tier, and perhaps even a 5th-tier one. However, the 2 of them are now forced to bear such immense pressure, and without their strength, they cannot defend many areas. Thanks to your guerrilla tactics, most of the clansmen were able to be rescued. Hearing about the captured clansmen, Fia's eyes dimmed, somewhat annoyed. If I were stronger, no more clansmen would be captured. 2 more clansmen went missing today. They must have been captured by those demons. Suddenly, Fia's eyes lit up. That's right. If it's her, then maybe. Fia, did you just say something? No, nothing. I go help Ano first. I'm a little worried about her. The Grand Elder didn't pay attention to Fia's mutterings. his hands behind his back, his long, purplish-black hair hanging down, making him appear less savage than a typical night elf. I need to go and unite the tribe. Fia, you and Ano must protect yourselves, you are the hope of the tribe. Fia nodded, but pretended not to hear the phrase the hope of the tribe. She didn't dare to mention that matter yet, otherwise the scene would be. Fia couldn't help but shudder, and quickly took flight, heading north of the tribe. Chapter 189. Beneath the bushes, 7 or 8 night elves were busy setting up camp. Shaping allowed them to directly transform branches formed from wood magic into houses, while a drop of blood imbued with magic could create a basic barrier in the hands of a barrier master. Before long, a camp large enough to accommodate 20 people was taking shape. A female night elf with pale purple skin sat upright on a stool solidified from shrub branches, her face filled with reverence. Thank you so much for your help. At first, I thought you were another group of slave hunters. The moment they saw several unfamiliar humans after the stone shell shattered, they all thought they had escaped one danger only to fall into another. Several elves burst into tears on the spot. From what you said, there are female slave hunters too. Ah, thank you. Luo took the green tea offered by the female elf, took a small sip, and his eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. This is the first time I ever had this tea. Really? Then let me try it. See, Pearl imitated Luo, also taking a small sip, smacking her lips, and after thinking for 3 seconds, concluded, this is bitter. Haha, Miss C. Pearl is so cute. I was worried Miss Luo wouldn't like it, but now I'm relieved. The female elf covered her mouth and smiled, taking out 2 small cloth bags from her bracelet. One of the bags was half open, revealing 2 sharp, bright green tea leaves inside. She pushed both bags in front of Luo. These are the 2 types of tea most often drunk by our night elves. This is Forest Journey, and tasting it slowly will feel like traveling through a forest. The first taste is elegant, followed by bitterness, and finally returns to sweetness. The other is Demon Flower Tea, made from 100 kinds of demonized flower stamens. The flavor is varied, but it's on the sweeter side. Miss C. Pearl should prefer it. Miss Luo, if you don't mind, please accept these. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Seeing Luo accept the tea, the female elf answered her question. Actually, most slave hunters are men, but weaker groups will exploit the compassion of their people. Several of my tribesmen have been lured away by female hunters. Luo held the wooden cup and took a small sip of the hot tea. That's why we chose to make our people hate humans, to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Yes, actually, I can't be sure if you have ulterior motives. The female elf smiled apologetically. But you saved us, gave us the chance to restore our magic and send a message, so I can't remain suspicious. Don't worry, our Grand Elder is very reasonable. Luo remembered that Fia and Ano had indeed mentioned the Grand Elder, who was said to be very powerful. Under his protection, the Dark Elf tribe hadn't been wiped out. I heard from Fia that he could reach the 4th tier transcendent level in the forest. Miss Luo, you know Miss Fia? The female elf suddenly braced her hands on the wooden table, craning her neck, her face full of surprise. Miss Luo, you also know Miss Fia and Miss Ano? I heard they came back recently. Oh yes, I know them. They almost killed me. Luo replied casually, setting down her wooden cup and looking directly at the flustered female elf. That's why I'm taking them with me this time. This is the price. This. The female elf never expected that the person who saved her was actually the enemy of the tribe's hope. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out all over her body. Miss Luo, isn't there some misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. My goal was to find their tribe. Rescuing you was just a side effect. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Several nearby elves were still casting shaping on their hands, unsure whether to stop. Ape quietly patted Luo's thigh, signaling her to be quiet, and said calmly to the female elf, regardless, Luo saved you. Besides, the night elf named Fia has returned to your tribe, right? I think if Luo hadn't given her permission, they wouldn't have had the strength to go back. So, we're not really enemies. There's no need to be so tense. Ape's words relieved the elves. Thinking about it carefully, if these humans were enemies of the night elves, there would be no need to save them. Well, that's true. Miss Luo, I'm sorry, I got too excited. It's alright. I hope you can lead us to find Fia and Ano. It's on the way, right? The female elf shrank back under Luo's intimidating crimson gaze, quickly picking up her cup and using tea to mask her embarrassment. I understand, but I can only take you to the tribe. The Grand Elder is the head of the tribe. In short, a verbal agreement was reached during the confrontation between C. Pearl and Forest Journey. Luo didn't stop them from sending messages back to the tribe. After all, whether the FIA sisters left or not wasn't their decision, or theirs. Drinking tea. Several hours later, as they ventured deeper, many floating mountains appeared in the sky, and the vines among the treetops thinned out, replaced by a dark green curtain hanging tens to hundreds of thousands of meters above the ground. The female elf named Funing pointed to a small sky forest shrouded in vines in the distance and explained, "That's our tribe's territory." For 100 years ago, there were many scattered small tribes, but after the slave hunters arrived, the former Grand Elder, to protect his people, gathered all the small tribes and moved them to the dark night forest. It was a giant tree entwined with dense, verdant vines, resembling the sky forest, but it was too far away to see more than a small patch of green. As they drew closer, Luo also noticed that the dark night forest was slowly moving, and many of the floating mountains along the way were also drifting. If they weren't careful, the dark night forest would disappear from their sight, as if obscured by something. More than half an hour later, Luo and his group landed on the edge of a deep chasm, a deep abyss between two continents. The dark night forest floated 1,000 meters away, maintaining a roughly equal distance from the surrounding landmasses, not connected to a single vine, as if isolated. A massive, pale green barrier enveloped the entire dark night forest, but its flickering appearance suggested the situation wasn't good. Unlike typical continents, the dark night forest's lower layer was a neat inverted cone shape, lacking many tree roots. Scattered runes faintly shimmered on the dark brown, solid rocks, presumably part of the barrier. "Please follow me," said Fu Ning, a small sapling sprouting from her hand. It had two dark purple leaves that emitted a soft, emerald glow. She plucked a leaf and gently tossed it into the air. The leaf drifted down to the windless edge of the continent, abruptly transforming and splitting. Thick vines sprouted from the small leaf, extending towards the opposite side to form a vine bridge large enough for 3 people to walk side by side. A large barrier surrounds the dark forest for 1,000 meters. The abyss. Flight is impossible here, so please be careful not to fall into the abyss of hell. Magic gathered beneath his feet as Luo walked on a thick vine bridge. The 1,000-meter-long bridge swayed slightly in the unfathomable darkness, adding a touch of dread. Looking at the darkness below, Luo asked Fu Ning ahead, "Is that hell?" "No, it's just what we elves call it. In elven culture, hell and demons are the greatest enemies. It is said that their filth can corrupt the purity of elves, corrupt the tree of life, and cause them to fall. Dark elves, born from the elven race, naturally inherited some of this culture. The abyss beneath their feet, due to its danger, was also known as hell. What a peculiar culture. Actually, among humans, there are also stories of offering souls to demons. I think it's normal that demons are symbols of evil." Luo couldn't help but look at Moriarty, who was obediently standing on the vine bridge. Why do demons need souls too? Surely they don't feed on souls. Chapter 190. Beside a giant table that seemed to grow directly from the ground, a handsome young man with deep purple skin frowned, holding a thin vine. A faint light flowed from the vine into his hand. The human girl who defeated Baruya is an enemy of FIA and Ano, and they want to take them away. She rescued a group of her people? She likes tea? Wait, what's the point of this last piece of information? The Grand Elder rubbed his temples, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that they could bribe the girl with tea? That seemed impossible. Releasing his grip, letting the vine burrow back into the ground, the Grand Elder rose and went to the window, watching his people busily rebuilding their home, his brow furrowed. What should we do now? Arriving at the dark night forest, the moment Luo stepped onto this land, he felt the ground seemed alive, trembling slightly, but it vanished in an instant. Was it an illusion? To Luo's surprise, there were no elves on the outskirts of the dark night forest, but instead many broken tools, and remnants of campfires clearly belonging to humans. Actually, the dark forest had already been breached when I was captured. The entire barrier is divided into 3 layers. As Miss Luo can see, the first layer is on the verge of collapse, but it seems the second layer is held up. Fu Ning was somewhat relieved. If the second layer had also fallen, their annihilation would have been imminent. Luo looked closely, and saw 2 smaller layers of barriers within the flickering pale green barrier, but they didn't appear to be concentric circles. Perhaps due to the successive battles, the first layer showed signs of extensive destruction in many places, and even life was extremely scarce, let alone magical beasts, something impossible on other continents. About 10 minutes later, the group was approaching the second layer of the barrier when a dense array of panels suddenly appeared in Luo's field of vision, causing her to stop abruptly. "Stop! There's a camp ahead." Aside from 2 individuals, the other night elves stopped, somewhat skeptical. Fu Ning closed her eyes and used the interaction between elves and plants to sense the area, but found nothing. Miss Luo, are there many people ahead? The panels quickly relayed the information to Luo, giving her a general understanding of the situation. Aside from about 40 ordinary second and third tier individuals, 2 individuals' information caught her attention. Transcendent third tier, Earth, Fire, Summoner, Summoned Beast, a powerful summoner of unknown identity, possessing superhuman magical reserves and soul power, allowing him to control more and more powerful summoned beasts. More information requires further observation. Magic skills: random summoning, summoning blessing, summoned beasts, rock spirit, earth giant, rock dragon, lava imp, flame wolf. Note 1. The summoner's physical body is comparable to a mage's. Transcendent Tier 3, lightning, water, warrior, berserker, possesses a mysterious blessing from, allowing them to lower their sanity to gain immense power without sacrificing their physical talent. Specializes in greatswords. More information requires further observation. Magic skills: blood burning, magic burning, berserk, frenzied, magic gathering / eightfold blade. Note 1. Having been tainted with dragon blood, possesses even more vigorous vitality. These are 2 troublesome individuals. Luo has already witnessed the threat of blood burning plus berserk. Before shattering the battle axe, that man could withstand the beam with his right arm formed from battle aura. If he adds magic burning and frenzied, he will be even more powerful. And then, there are the summoners. The old summoner killed in the snowfield was pitifully weak in his physical form, yet he could summon 4th-tier magical beasts through certain methods. This shows that a powerful summoner is essentially an army. Wait, something's not right. Luo suddenly remembered that the person Ape interrogated had said that the leaders of the other 2 groups of slave traders, thugs combined, only managed a draw against that man. Could it be that those people weren't slave traders? Or is one side hiding something? Suppressing his doubts, Luo pondered for a moment and replied, there were about 40 people, about 80% of them were 3rd-tier transcendents, but they were divided into 2 groups, not close together. They should be 2 separate teams, but they've been interacting, so they might be cooperating. So many. You see, there are only about 33rd tier remaining Dark Elf members. The rest are all younger generations below 3rd tier, and a large number are at the Mortal Realm or Transcendent Realm, who must live within the 3rd layer of the barrier and cannot be used as effective combat force. If it were guerrilla warfare, the elves wouldn't be afraid, but the problem is, for them it's a defensive battle, while for the enemy it's guerrilla warfare. This makes the archer's advantage less significant, and they also have to divert attention to protect the weaker elves. Miss Luo, let's take a detour. It's too dangerous here. Let's take a detour. These night elves are all at level 1 or 2. With so many enemies, Luo can't possibly protect them all. As for those 2, they might be kind enough to look after them, but they most likely ignore them, so don't count on them. Cinderagon might just say I'm not smart enough. Using the search ability, Luo successfully led the others around the 2 groups, but the vines above kept sprouting numerous panels, interfering with Luo's vision and forcing her to spend more time reaching the other side. With Fu Ning's help, Luo and his companions passed through the 2nd layer of the barrier. Several minutes later, Luo finally saw Fu Ning's people. On towering trees, hundreds of meters high, numerous rooms with a distinctly forest atmosphere had naturally formed, inhabited by pale purple-skinned night elves. Many smaller elves tumbled on the thick branches and giant leaves, their laughter light and melodious, filled with joy. This was somewhat similar to the elven tribe Luo had imagined. Perhaps night elves and elves were essentially no different. Seeing Fu Ning and a dozen or so elves appear, the other elves in the trees stopped what they were doing and descended to the ground, their faces filled with joy. Sister Fu Ning is back. Great. What? I thought I'd never see them again. Seeing that Luo had no objections, Fu Ning and the other rescued elves scattered into the forest, embracing their friends and family tightly. Of course, some elves had dim eyes, presumably because they hadn't seen the people they longed to see. Ignoring their reunion, Luo turned to look at a young elf slowly approaching. He was a dark elf with deep purple skin, a pale face, pointed ears, and intricate blue tattoos on his brow and forehead, features not found on other elves. Aside from his skin color, he was a strikingly handsome man by human standards. You must be the Grand Elder? Tap, tap, tap. The Grand Elder slowly approached Luo and his companions. Some of the surrounding elves discreetly withdrew. Fu Ning wanted to speak, but a wave of his hand prevented her from getting closer. The elder's gaze swept over Luo, then over Sea Pearl Ape and Moriarty, but when he saw Cinderagon, his eyes narrowed sharply. He bowed slightly and gestured. I am the elder of the Night Elf clan, Ivan hailed. Friends, please follow me. Then I shall accept your invitation. Ivan hailed, host, transcendent fourth tier, pseudo, wood, druid, archdruid, the elder who has ruled the Night Elf tribe for over 200 years, possessing immense power. Limited by the Night Elf curse, he cannot break through to higher levels. Therefore, he sought a different path, coexisting with secondary plant, achieving a realm comparable to the fourth tier. Magical skills, transformation, root entanglement, Elf's blessing, forest solace, Mother Earth's blessing. Note 1. Comparable to a peak fourth tier cultivator in the forest. Note 2. Symbiosis is a double-edged sword. Suggestion. Try not to be its enemy, you probably can't beat it. Question mark. Secondary plant, parasitic, transcendent 6th tier, sleeping, wood, from the first batch of offspring splitting off from, possessing extremely strong vitality, symbiotic with Evan Harold, with a high level of intelligence, seemingly not purely out of pity. Note 1. To some extent, it shares life and death with its host. Note 2. Its consciousness is currently dormant. If fully awakened, it will touch the mother plant's consciousness. Suggestion. Try not to be its enemy unless you want the Grand Elder to die. Chapter 191. Halfway there, many pale purple-skinned elves, seeing Luo and the others' ears, glared at them with hostility and immediately hid. However, seeing their Grand Elder calmly leading them deeper into the forest, they became suspicious. Why doesn't the Grand Elder just chase those humans away? How should I know? Is the Grand Elder mixed up with the demons? Are you crazy? How could the Grand Elder do such a thing? I think there must be something going on. Let's sneak over and take a look. Okay. Don't let the Grand Elder find out. Ignoring the rustling sounds in the surrounding woods, Harold suddenly spoke. I know your purpose, but Fia and Ano are the hope of the tribe. I absolutely cannot let you take them away. Harold's tone was calm, as if he were simply stating a fact, not negotiating. Luo, with her fiery temper, was unwilling to back down and immediately retorted, well, you know what they did. I was already being very lenient by not killing them on the spot. Do you think I give up because of a few words? Of course I don't think so. Unexpectedly, Haller didn't refute Luo's words, nor was he angry. Miss Luo, would you like to hear the story of the Night Elves? The group exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Luo nodded, with pleasure. Hearing this, Hallard stopped talking and led Luo and the others to a giant tree that would take 30 people to encircle. Looking up, the giant tree pierced through 2 layers of barriers. Below 500 meters, it still had normal branches and leaves. Upwards, vines and branches gradually sprouted. Above 2,000 meters, it was purely thick vines. Luo estimated that the vines covering the entire dark forest originated from this giant tree. Based on this, the tree must be located in the center of the dark forest, exceeding 5,000 meters in height, truly a colossal tree reaching to the heavens. Beside the giant tree was the third layer of the barrier, where many young elves could be seen perched inside, curiously watching the group. They weren't afraid of Luo's human appearance. Their large eyes were filled with childlike innocence. Seemingly noticing Luo and see Pearl's gazes, Harold explained, without the protection of the Tree of Life, young elves cannot bear the forest's bounty. This sapling of the Tree of Life was brought back by the first elder. It is thanks to the sap made from its leaves that we are temporarily embraced by the forest. As he spoke, the elder pointed to the blue markings on his neck and between his eyebrows, but then sighed, unfortunately, without the blessing of the elf goddess, it will never grow to its full size. This is just a sapling. See, Pearl's eyes widened, her head tilting back almost to her head. Unbelievable. I can't imagine how tall the complete Tree of Life must be. Ape and Luo were also learning of the Tree of Life's magnificence for the first time, though they weren't as excited as See Pearl. As the elven stronghold, almost no outsiders could see the Tree of Life's true form. Even books rarely recorded it. We arrived. Harold ignored the Pearl's exclamation, and went straight to the base of the Tree of Life sapling. There, a tree hollow, 2 meters wide, and over 5 meters high, revealed an exceptionally spacious conference room after the green barrier above it was removed. The conference room was approximately 1,000 square meters in size. In the center was a large table that seemed to grow directly from the ground. As Harold approached the table, 6 chairs immediately appeared, his chair positioned opposite Luo and the others. After Luo took her seat, she glanced around and noticed a section of stairs protruding in the corner, suggesting there were other rooms above. Do all long-eared races like to live in trees? Just as Luo was internally wondering, Harold's voice came. Miss Luo, I heard you enjoy tea. I happen to have some decent tea here, please try it. With a wave of his hand, several cups of hot tea appeared on the table, their color and aroma even better than the tea Fuding had given her. In addition, some fruits were placed on a plate and rose up as well, emitting an enticing fragrance. See, Pearl didn't like tea, but she seemed quite fond of the fruits. Perhaps aquatic species rarely get to eat fruits from the ground. Luo picked up a teacup, and as the warm tea entered her stomach, she felt as if she were soaking in a comfortable hot spring. Every cell in her body seemed to invigorate, and her breath became fragrant, radiating a rich vitality. Luo, being young, didn't feel much, but Ape clearly felt younger, and her magic was much more active. This tea is extraordinary. Just tea made from the tender leaves of a young sapling of the tree of life. Harold's casual words made Ape's eyes almost pop out. Without even tasting it, she downed it in one gulp, only putting down the cup with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Seeing this, Haijinju couldn't help but ask, Ape, is it that good? I heard that steeping the leaves of the tree of life in water can beautify the skin. Really? Then I want some too. Luo also clicked her tongue in amazement. I didn't know it had that effect. Right? I heard it from my teacher. Harold's eyes twitched slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch her. Well, he wouldn't argue with a young person. Using life-enhancing tea as a beauty tea was enough. He even regretted serving her something so precious. Fortunately, this person had no objections. Harold glanced at Sandaragon, then quickly looked away. As for Moriarty, who was twirling his teacup on the table, he couldn't figure him out and sensed no threat, so he simply treated him as a friend. After a few rounds of tea, Harold put down his teacup and suddenly asked, Miss Lowe, do you know the origins of the Night Elves? A little. Lowe recalled the words of the hound and repeated, It's said that the Night Elves were cursed by the goddess of life and banished from the forest of life by the elven race. If no forest is willing to accept them, they will perish. That's right, this is the inside story known to most outsiders. Hallard tapped the table lightly, and immediately a small, verdant tree sprouted, quickly turning dark purple and emitting a faint, iridescent mist, forming a painting. The painting depicted an enormous, emerald green tree, upon which many long-eared elves clung. Judging from their hair color, they appeared to be normal elves. This is the tree of life, the mother of all elves. Besides natural reproduction, a large part of our elven population comes from the fruits of the tree of life. Without the tree of life, the elven race would soon perish. The scene shifted, and the tree of life shrank dramatically, held in the hands of a holy and loving goddess. Her hair was emerald green, adorned with hairpins woven from olive branches, and her ears were pointed, similar to, yet not entirely, those of an elf. Hallard looked at her and bowed deeply. She is the origin of all elves. You call her the goddess of life, but we more often refer to her as the elf goddess. Except for fallen elves, all elves worship the elf goddess. Harold spoke with a devout tone, raising his head and pointing to himself. That naturally includes us night elves. Ape was somewhat puzzled. So you weren't cursed by the goddess of life? No. Harold shook his head. The curse upon us was indeed placed upon us by her. I can feel a power within my body far surpassing that of the elf queen. Aside from the supreme deity, I can't think of any power more terrifying than a saint-level being. Indeed, very weak, but of a very high level. Harold glanced at the figure in surprise, not expecting her to speak. Then, with a wave of his hand, the scene changed again. The tree of life bore a jet-black fruit, from which sprang a small figure with a pair of black and red curved horns. The following information comes from the memories of the first Grand Elder. It was originally meant to be passed on to the next Grand Elder, but to convince you, I don't care anymore. Harold paused, then continued, the tree of life is rooted infinitely deep, spanning several planes. Countless years ago, its roots accidentally broke through to a plane where the air was thick with the smell of sulfuric acid, the intense heat of lava, and chaotic, evil sins. Thus, the tree of life was corrupted. The small figure with two horns on its head was magnified, and the wicked smile on its face was clearly visible. Since that day, the tree of life has borne fruit that gives birth to demons. This is its self-protection, but for the elves, it is a great catastrophe. They share our origin, so the forest doesn't reject them. However, they are full of killing and crime, and they will spread killing to other elves. You can more or less guess the consequences. The little figure suddenly shrank, bound by a vibrant green vine that descended from the sky, seemingly a divine intervention. The elven goddess could not bear to watch her people slaughter each other, nor could she heal the tree of life, so she cast a curse that all evil born from the tree of life could not be tolerated by the forest. The scene shifted again, the little figure being thrown out of the forest. while the elves in the distance rejoiced. However, the tree of life was indeed corrupted, that stain became one of its roots. Most demons, after being born, were rejected by the forest and reduced to monsters, but a small amount of corruption was born along with the normal elves, thus creating us, the night elves. At this point in the story, Lou understood. The night elves were actually normal elves corrupted by the aura of that plane. Because of this corruption, they were also rejected by the forest. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were cursed. Because we cannot return to the forest, we cannot receive the gifts of the tree of life, and therefore cannot advance to higher levels. Looking up at the ceiling draped with varying lengths of green ivy, Hallard seemed somewhat dazed. The saplings of the tree of life provided us with the path to transcendence, but were powerless to bear the burden of higher advancements. Therefore, the previous Grand Elder devised a solution. He opened his palm, and a dark green vine sprouted from his flesh. The vine wriggled, and something crimson seemed to flow beneath its skin. That's it, the parasitic blood vine. Chapter 192. The parasitic blood vine sprouted from the Grand Elder's palm, its crimson color pulsating within him, and flowing into the vine. It seems to have ill intentions. Yes, the previous Grand Elder knew, and I know too, but there's nothing we can do about it. Harold stood up, walked to the window, and smiled slightly at the curious little elves peeking from afar. This startled them, and they shoved each other to hide, then quickly ran off playfully, excitedly talking about something, full of childlike joy and laughter, completely out of place in the tense atmosphere of the second floor. It's a branch of the Sky Forest Overlord. According to the information it provided, its true form was severely injured approximately 30,000 to 40,000 years ago, and has been in a deep slumber ever since. Since the bloodline of elves possesses the ability to heal forests, the previous Grand Elder signed a contract with it, sacrificing himself to sustain it. In return, it granted its host 4th-tier strength to help us resist the invasion of the slave traders. However, this has a drawback. Harold turned around, blood vines coiling around him, resembling venomous snakes, ready to devour anyone who dared to harm him. The blood vine parasitizes the host's elven bloodline, causing a decline in talent and preventing them from ever truly breaking through to the 4th rank. But clearly, the 4th rank is insufficient to resist the greed of the slave traders. To break this deadlock, I used my own research to discover a viable path, which is... Harold uttered 2 words. Backlash. Backlash? The 3 women's throats bobbed involuntarily. Just from the name, this method was extremely dangerous, and also extremely exciting. Even Sindaragon and Moriarty showed a hint of surprise. This little elf seemed to have something special about him. That's right. Harold's expression brightened slightly. As long as we seize the elven bloodline absorbed by the blood vine, we might be able to completely suppress the corruption, evade the curse, and regain the favor of the tree of life. But why must it be F-I-N-A-No? Facing Luo's question, Harold smiled bitterly. Because there's a prerequisite. The next Grand Elder's elven bloodline cannot be lower than the bloodline absorbed by the blood vine, otherwise, there's no way to talk about a backlash. So, that's right, F-I-A and Ano have the highest bloodline concentration among all the elves in recent generations. According to my calculations, they have an over 80% chance of successfully backlashing, and if they don't succeed before I die, the next bloodline concentration required will need to be even higher. According to that logic, if F-I-A and Ano fail, their tribe will have almost no way to truly break this deadlock. Harold sat down, his excitement subsiding. Besides, the threat of the slave traders is imminent. To avoid annihilation, I had no choice but to offer conditions to keep F-I-A and Ano. Even if what you say is true, I still have 3 questions, Luo said slowly. First, how can you ensure the mother plant won't awaken after the backlash? Second, according to your theory, why not inject the bloodline of another elf into a certain elf, instead of relying on such an unstable factor as the blood vine? Third, even if the backlash is successful, you still need to return to the forest of life, which won't save your tribe. Miss Luo has considered this carefully. Harold clapped lightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. I can answer your second and third questions. Indeed, we tried this method at first, but aside from how difficult it is to extract bloodlines, and how serious the consequences are, the extracted bloodlines themselves contain different wills. At least with our current strength, we cannot dispel these wills while preserving the bloodline's activity. Luo's expression froze, then he remembered that they were only at the 3rd tier. Without special opportunities, it was indeed impossible for them to access research on willpower. There's another reason. The outside world is right about one thing. The elves did drive us out. They hate polluted air and call us sinners. Whenever a dark elf is born, they relentlessly drive them away, so naturally, There's no opportunity for related research. This was practically a story of a child abandoned by their family, surrounded by wolves and jackals, utterly helpless, forced to survive only through sheer willpower. As for the third question, I can't give you a detailed explanation. I can only say it's related to the characteristics of the Tree of Life. Elves protected by the forest can be granted ascension runes through the branches and leaves of the Tree of Life. Coincidentally, I have a sapling here. And the first question? I'm sorry, I can't answer that. We can only gamble on whether our tribe has any chance of survival. Seeing Luo deep in thought, Hallard stated another harsh fact. Once we leave the forest for too long, our night elves' life force will gradually fade away. That's the consequence of being corrupted. So even if FIA and Ano follow you, within a year, their cultivation levels will plummet, and they enter a state of old age. At that time, for Miss Luo, they only be a burden. Luo hadn't really considered this aspect. This must be the essence of the night elves' self-destruction. If that's true, then it's better not to take them out at all. But everything is just your side of the story. I can't completely believe it. That's alright. You can always confirm with the hunters. Hallard made no attempt to conceal anything, seemingly brimming with confidence in his words. Miss Luo, they are stationed between the first and second layers of the barrier. I must guard the second layer to prevent a sneak attack, so I'm afraid I cannot lead you there. Luo, Ape, and Pearl of the Sea exchanged glances, deciding to leave to discuss the matter further before giving a reply. Of course, but the origins and backlash plans of the Night Elves are secrets to the other Night Elves. I hope you will not spread them. After the group left, Hallard sat alone in a chair, drinking tea. After a long while, he put down his cup and murmured, "Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being the hope of the Night Elves." Thinking of the tall, cold-faced woman, a flicker of fear crossed Hallard's eyes. He was symbiotic with the Bloodvine, and could sense certain responses from ordinary Bloodvines. Not long ago, the Bloodvine had suddenly emitted an unusually intense wave of fear. In an instant, all the Bloodvines in a certain area collapsed. A chilling aura emanated from her, the warning from the Bloodvine seedlings, and this aura was perfectly identical to that of the woman. Who exactly is she? Thankfully, there wasn't a conflict from the start. If it weren't for that woman, in such a sensitive time, he would have already driven these humans away. Why would he be patiently explaining the history of the Night Elves to them? However, perhaps this is also an opportunity. That Grand Elder seems quite approachable. He didn't hide anything. Pearl skipped between Luo and Ape, treating it as a story, not understanding any deeper meaning. Ape seemed to have overheard something. Luo, it seems the Grand Elder is trying to be friendly with us. But why? I don't know, maybe he's in a hurry. I think even their headquarters has been found. As they were talking, Fuding, who had been secretly watching from a distance, jogged over and led them to a treehouse. She closed the door and asked nervously, "You didn't have a conflict with the Grand Elder, did you?" Luo shook his head. The Grand Elder didn't want a conflict with us, so the conversation went fairly smoothly. That's great. Fuding fidgeted with her fingers, cautiously asking, "Are you still planning to take FIA and Miss Ano away?" Chapter 193. When FIA and Ano led the other Night Elf warriors back to the second level, they heard the Grand Elder leading 4 human girls, and a scaly maiden inside. Yeah, I wonder why the Grand Elder is so kind to them. FIA stroked the little elf, who looked only about 100 years old, and exchanged a glance with Ano. Could it be their masters? Sister, let's go see. When the FIA sisters arrived outside the Tree of Life sapling, they saw Moriarty playing hide-and-seek with the elves through the third layer of the barrier. Greetings, master. Moriarty, perched on the tree trunk, counted 38, 39. Noticing the two, without looking up, she pointed in a certain direction. Sister Lo is over there. Don't disturb little Moriarty's counting, 41, 42. FIA and Ano bowed deeply to her, took a few steps back, and then ran in the direction she pointed. Shortly after the two left, 2 girls emerged from the conference room. It was Ape and Haijinju, each carrying a large bundle on their back and a small cloth bag in their hand. Seeing the 2 figures in the distance, Haijinju casually asked, "Little Yachty, do you know them?" "Don't bother little Yachty to count. I already forgotten which number we are." "Never mind, let's start again, 1, 2. Haijinju didn't seem to mind, holding a bright yellow fruit in her hand, taking a bite, crisp and sweet. Miss Haijinju really likes fruit. Ape, holding the beauty tea given to him by the Grand Elder, maintained a calm facade, but inwardly felt delighted. Was this what they meant by being beholden to someone who gives you a gift? Following Moriarty's directions, the FIA sisters quickly arrived at the area where Luo was. A quick sensory search revealed a large tree. Pushing open the door, they found Luo tapping and pressing a broken metal arm. What is this thing? It's so hard. The ring had naturally been retrieved. Luo's normal strength wasn't enough to destroy a spatial ring. The arm had been stepped on, yet it hadn't left a single mark. Aside from the shoulder joint severed by the water blade, the arm was almost undamaged. A magic crystal remained embedded in the forearm, but it emitted no magic power, clearly not activated. In Luo's perception, the metal arm was a single, seamless piece, its internal structure undetectable. However, there were broken runes at the break, and the material of the latter half of the arm was noticeably different, as if it had been added to the body. How long are you two going to stand there? Fia and Ano, startled, quickly came to Luo's side and bowed, calling out in unison, "Master." "Sit down." The Fia sisters dared not disobey, and carefully sat down in the chair beside him. Besides Luo, there was no one else there, apart from Moriarty, whom they had seen. They didn't know where the others were. But overall, Fia still preferred being with Luo rather than those two completely unfathomable people. At least their master was only tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Luo continued fiddling with the metal arm and casually asked, "How many slave traders are there right now?" Fia, not expecting her master to bring up this topic, quickly stood up and replying to master, "To the south are the people of the two major slave traders, about 30 or 40 transcendent level 3, mainly resisted by the Grand Elder and the guards. To the north is an alliance of smaller slave traders, about 300 or so, but most are transcendent level 2, resisted by Ano and some level 3 dark elves, as well as most level 2 dark elves. In addition, there are sporadic attackers on both sides, but they are not a threat. The situation isn't optimistic." "Yes, master. After Ano and I joined, the situation improved a bit, but we still can't completely stop their attack." Ano, as the leader of the force fighting against the north, stepped forward and expressed her concerns. "Master, those small caravan alliances aren't particularly strong overall, but they frequently disrupt our defensive lines. Over time, many of our people have become exhausted, and we're easily attacked if we're not careful." "Is that so?" Seeing that Luo was silent, the two sisters didn't know what to do, and could only communicate telepathically. "What's wrong with Master? He seems to be in a bad mood. I thought Master was going to pay attention to this matter, but it doesn't seem like it." Luo ignored their anxiety, gripped the metal wrist with his left hand, and squeezed the upper arm with his right, exerting sudden force. Instantly, his right fingers dug deep into the upper arm, producing a cracking sound. Bang! With a muffled groan, the metal arm unsurprisingly broke in two. The deformed upper arm fell to the ground, and Luo examined the intact forearm and hand, turning them over and over, but couldn't discern any joints or runes. He reluctantly tossed them back into the ring. "Oh well, I show them to Bella when I have the chance. Maybe she knows." Looking up at Fia and Ano, the small Luo, sitting tall before the two women like a child, exuded an oppressive aura that made them instinctively lower their heads. "I intend to break your contract." "Yes, eh? Ah?" Fia and Ano's brains went blank for a few seconds before they reacted, hurriedly stammering. "Master, is there something I did wrong? Don't leave me. If it's because of their lack of strength, I will definitely train them more rigorously. Yeah, don't abandon us." Bang! The three girls looked towards the door, and saw Funing staring incredulously at Fia, and Ano kneeling on the ground, with fallen fruits and plates at her feet. "Miss Fia, Miss Ano, you." Her revered older sister was kneeling before the people who had saved her life, calling them master? What a shocking turn of events. Their eyes met, and the sudden scene made Luo swallow back the words she was about to say. It seemed something interesting had happened. Funing? Fia was the first to recover. While Ano was still stammering and trying to explain, she covered Funing's mouth, dragged her inside, peeked in and glared at her, scaring away the elves who were trying to peek, and quickly closed the door. Miss Fia? Funing, dazed, found herself pinned against the wooden wall by Fia's arms. By the standards of the night elves, both Fia and Ano were top-tier beauties. Looking at their stunning faces so close, Funing blushed, her tongue stammering. Miss Fia, you're too close. Ano, seeing the shy Funing, instinctively covered her eyes, then peeked through her fingers. My sister is so bold, doing this in front of her master. Sensing her sister's surprise and embarrassment, Fia snapped out of her daze, quickly moving away and awkwardly saying to Funing, "It was an accident, an accident." If it were Pearl and Ape, perhaps it would be quite attractive. Luo could even imagine herself as Ano peeking at their interaction. Just thinking about it is exciting. Unfortunately, she felt nothing now. The silver-haired girl sighed inwardly. Sigh, different tastes, I just can't relate. Chapter 194. After Luo coughed twice to bring the three back to their senses, Fu Ning hurriedly picked up the fallen fruit, apologized to the three women, and rushed out the door, probably to get a new serving of fruit. Ai Nuo, being rather concerned with her image, watched Fu Ning leave, hesitant to speak, but seeing that her sister had returned to normal, she could only suppress her unease. I understand. You cannot survive long without a forest. Master, the sap of the tree of life can protect our lives. Luo interrupted Fia, his delicate face serious. I cannot stay in this alternate dimension indefinitely, nor can I go to the forest of life to fetch the sap of the tree of life for you. In a few years at most, you will be of no value, but I don't need worthless servants, understand? Fia and Ano's eyes dimmed. They understood, but subconsciously ignored it, because as the contract deepened, their souls would gradually be assimilated. Even if they now believed these thoughts of sharing their master's burdens originated from their own hearts, they were actually merely being manipulated by the contract. This was a terrifying soul magic, which was why Luo wasn't worried about the two betraying him. Later, they would be completely loyal to him, without him noticing anything amiss. But master, it was our fault in the first place. We did wrong, and we should bear the consequences. Breaking the contract is too unfair to you. Yes, master, we still want to stay by your side. That makes sense. Luo pondered for a moment, then straightened her slender waist. If you can complete a task, you can break free from the constraints of your night elf bloodline and become normal elves. Normal elves? The two sisters murmured to themselves, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. Master, can we really be as free as ordinary elves? Of course, your Grand Elder will inform you later. At that time, I will allow you to continue following. Although they didn't understand the method, the two sisters cheered again, their panicked expressions turning joyful. Thank you so much, Master. Ano, and I will definitely complete the mission. Yes. Looking at the obedient sisters, Luo pinched his chin, a little smug, what's going on? Fortunately, the door opened again, preventing Luo from getting lost in his inexplicable smugness. See, Pearl and Ape each carried a bag and came in, seeing two unfamiliar dark elves. The aura emanating from them was incredibly solid, making Ape secretly wary. What a powerful night elf. Much stronger than Miss Fu Ning. See, Pearl and senior sister Ape, you're back. Did the Grand Elder give you any trouble? The two shook their heads in unison. See, Pearl threw her large bag on the ground, her face lighting up. The Grand Elder is such a kind person. I said I wanted to try some other fruits, and without a word, he gave me seeds for hundreds of different kinds. But soon her face fell. But I suddenly realized I have nowhere to plant them. Luo jumped off the chair, her delicate white hand pressing on the large bag of seeds and fruits. Suddenly, the whole bag disappeared. I do have a plot of land. I help you plant them when I have time. Thank you so much, Luo. Pushing away See Pearl's attempt to hug her, Luo sniffed the air and quickly caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from the small cloth bag in Ape's hand. Is that tea? Luo's nose is really sharp, Ape exclaimed, slightly opening the cloth bag to reveal a hint of green. A smile played on her lips. I did think the Grand Elder wasn't a good person, but it seems I was mistaken. Luo, I didn't expect Senior Ape to like tea. Looks like we have something in common now. Ape, I refuse to believe that so much beauty tea won't whiten my skin. Anyway, although our focuses are different, our levels of happiness should be about the same, right? Luo tossed Ape a ring, seemingly salvaged from someone's corpse. She already had about 10 rings, all small spatial rings ranging from a few cubic meters to a dozen cubic meters. Luo, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. For Ape, she wasn't a famous noblewoman. Her mountain tribe bloodline simply made her stronger in certain aspects. She wasn't a seasoned superhuman either, so her funds were naturally limited. Even the most ordinary spatial ring would require several months to a year of her savings. Upon hearing this, Luo simply waved her hand, and several rings appeared in the air. There are quite a few useless ones left. Senior Ape, would you like a nicer style? Looking at the various styles of rings in the air, Ape silently put away her own ring. A rich woman, she couldn't be envious. Since Haijinju also lacked storage abilities, Luo tossed her one as well. The latter happily wore it on her middle finger, without any hesitation. This is Chestnut Fia, and the other is her younger sister, Chestnut Ano. You can just call them Fia and Ano. Fia, Ano, don't be so formal. This is Miss Haijinju, and the other is my senior, Gar Kachipi. Miss C. Pearl, Miss Kachipi, it's such a pleasure to have you here so far. Welcome. C. Pearl greeted them with a grin, shaking their hands and waving them around, almost confusing them. Hello, Luo told me that this trip was especially for you. Then Luo silenced her with a stream of water. She's a bit naive, don't worry about her. I see. Fia and Ano understood. Although they were also curious about what C. Pearl was trying to say, since their master had said so, they had to suppress their curiosity. Ape interjected at the opportune moment, you don't need to be so polite, just call me Ape, that's what everyone who knows me calls me. Luo noticed the sisters' gazes, and nodded slightly. Fia then changed her address, saying, then it's as Miss Ape wishes. As Miss Ape wishes. Ape noticed this detail, pulled Luo closer, and quietly asked, who are they? They seem very respectful to you. They are my servants. Servants? Ape couldn't help but look up at Fia and Ano, having the sister smile and wave at her. Turning back down, Ape was a little uncertain. Luo, they seem pretty strong? Ah, not bad, third tier, can handle a monster of the same tier alone. What? Ape almost shouted, placing her hands on Luo's shoulders, and asked again with difficulty, a third tier that can fight a monster of the same tier alone? Yes, is that strange? This wasn't even a question of whether it was strange or not. Ape was utterly shocked. She knew that it usually took two extraordinary beings to fight a single magical beast of the same level, and only the truly powerful could fight it alone. The fact that Horlands and his companion could each fight two of the same level was already incredibly impressive. These two night elves were only slightly below Horlands in strength. How could they be willing to serve as her servants? Just how strong was Luo? Limited by her cultivation level and perception, Ape couldn't discern the essence of Luo's swift defeat of the poisonwood wolf or the immense power hidden within the battlefield ravaged by natural disaster. She didn't have a clear sense of Luo's strength, only knowing that she was stronger than herself and stronger than Horlands, but she had no precise concept of how much stronger. Just as she and C. Pearl had been surprised to hear about the divine curse within the Grand Elder, they couldn't fathom its meaning. Beyond shock, they were mostly bewildered. I know gods are powerful, but how much more powerful than a third-tier being? I don't know. But now, with this comparison, Ape had a deeper understanding of her strength, and she was even more astonished. However, if she knew that Luo's statement about being able to single-handedly deal with magical beasts meant being able to kill them with a single arrow from thousands of meters away, she probably would have screamed in shock. Just as Ape was wondering how to describe her shock, Funing's voice came from outside the door. Everyone seems quite happy. Funing, carrying a new plate and fruit, saw Fia and Ano, lowered her gaze somewhat awkwardly, and placed the fruit plate on the table. Guests, there's not much meat in the forest, please forgive us. Delicious. See, Pearl's unpretentious action dispelled the slight awkwardness among everyone, and the room became lively again. Luo put a peeled fruit in his mouth, looked into the distance through the tree wall, wondering when Sindragon would finish inspecting the sky forest. Chapter 195. The Grand Elder seemed to have anticipated Luo's choice from the start. Upon learning that Luo had given up taking Fia and Ano, his expression remained unchanged, and he even offered Luo two gifts. One was a bracelet, similar to the one on Fia's wrist, the other was a barnacle, a water jug formed from intertwined vines. Miss Luo, the bracelet is a unique storage item of the elven race. I hope you are satisfied with its contents. Furthermore, the bracelet is also a symbol of goodwill among the elven race. If you encounter any elves, showing the bracelet can avoid unnecessary disputes. The barnacle contains life essence, which, besides increasing lifespan, can also. I accept it. The barnacle suddenly flew from Hale's hand and landed in a slender hand. It was none other than the suddenly appearing Sindragon. She was still carrying Moriarty, though it seemed the latter had voluntarily given up moving and hitched a ride. With the barnacle taken, Hale gave a wry smile, not daring to say anything more, and could only pull out a piece of white jade radiating rich life force from his own bracelet. In that case, this piece of tree spirit heart will be a gift for Miss Luo. Perhaps you heard of it, this piece comes from a 100,000-year-old tree spirit, so its quality should be much better than that of ordinary tree spirits. Luo accepted the two items he offered, not bothering to examine the contents of the bracelet closely. Looking at the gentle-faced Hale, she understood why he had become the Grand Elder. Besides strength, one must also have excellent judgment. There's no need to trouble you all with the matter of the slave traders. I will relocate the tribe again, and for the next 100 years, the tribe won't need to hide anymore. Harold seemed quite confident in his plan, but a cold voice rang out again. No need for that. Considering this gift has pleased me greatly, I can help you deal with those little insects. Everyone turned to look again at Sindaragon, who was leaning against the tree wall with his arms crossed. Harold's breathing quickened. He was somewhat incredulous. This noble lady, wouldn't it be too much of a condescension for you to take action? I never said I would personally take action. Sindaragon grabbed Lo, who had sneaked to the door, and grinned menacingly at her awkward smile. Lo, I believe you can handle this, right? Excuse me. May I refuse? What do you think? All right, I understand. Sindaragon was practically her mentor, and quite strict about cultivation. Lo was somewhat afraid of her. She gave a sheepish smile, immediately becoming solemn, with a resigned acceptance of death. Moriarty's eyes were already shining. Needless to say, Lo knew what she was thinking. He could only silently mourn for the slave traders for 3 seconds, not being able to go to the underworld. Was that a good thing? Although Harold was a little disappointed that Sindaragon hadn't personally intervened, he was pleased that Lo would. At least they could deal with one powerful enemy, allowing him to focus on the other. It would be impolite for us night elves to let Miss Lo act alone. How about we launch a sneak attack together? With Sindaragon's nod, the Grand Elder couldn't suppress his smile. He called Fia and Ano over, saying he wanted to discuss the battle strategy. After the 3 elves left, Lo watched Sindaragon playing with the barnacles and asked curiously, was that life essence good? Even she, a saint-level being, was satisfied. It's the life essence derived from the tree of life. The quality is SOSO, but it's good for brewing wine. Well, so it turns out the craving for alcohol is kicking in. But for you, it's quite a nice thing. Sindaragon opened the lid of the barnacle in his hand, and a wisp of emerald liquid flew out, transforming into 15 emerald jade beads, which landed in the hands of Luo, Ape, and Hai Jinju respectively. The jade beads were perfectly round and lustrous, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. Just one whiff was enough to refresh the mind. For low-level transcendence, the life essence can quickly repair the body. As long as it's not a vital point, even severed limbs can be restored to their original state. If you're injured, simply holding it in your mouth will allow for rapid healing. If you have wood affinity, it can also quickly restore magic power. Luo didn't care much about this. She didn't lack healing methods herself, but giving them away was fine, as they might come in handy sometimes. Hai Jinju simply thought they were pretty, and didn't really need them. She put away 4 beads, holding one in her hand, examining it carefully as if admiring a work of art, its large eyes sparkling like 2 jade beads. Ape, however, was far more shocked. He carefully stored the 5 jade beads in his ring, and bowed deeply to Sindaragon. Thank you so much. These life essences have been a great help to me. Humph. Sindaragon gave a haughty snort, her figure vanishing instantly, leaving only the words. This dragon needs to find ingredients for brewing wine. I don't want to see those little bugs still around before I return. Soon, only 4 people remained in the treehouse. Moriarty's appearance was so deceptive that Ape subconsciously ignored her. He then quietly asked Law, what's Miss Sindaragon's identity? I feel like she's elusive. Is she an assassin? No, she's just, well, more powerful. Sensing Luo's reluctance to reveal too much, Ape didn't mind and changed the subject. I noticed the Grand Elder respects her even more than you do. Do you know why? I don't know. Luo shook her head. It seems I felt a sense of fear towards her from the start. Perhaps it's because of her overwhelming presence? Very likely. I felt cold and indifferent next to her, and my blood seemed to freeze when I looked into her eyes. Luo, didn't you feel that? It's all right. But thinking of the days they spent sparring in the snowfield, Luo abruptly changed her tune. I definitely felt it. Right. All right, this is for you. Ape was startled, then saw Luo take out the tree spirit's heart, swiftly cut it into 3 pieces, stuff 2 pieces into her hand, and then, slightly flustered, try to push it back. This is the heart of a 100,000-year-old tree spirit. But Luo's little hand didn't move an inch. Instead, the heart was simply shoved into Ape's hand. It's what Karen and Senior Vargana need, right? Is there a problem with me giving it to them? Aren't you afraid I secretly take it? Does Senior Ape think she's that kind of person? Luo's eyes shone brightly, concealing the panic on Ape's face. She took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, solemnly declaring, I stake the honor of the mountain tribes on this. I, Ape, will deliver these 2 tree spirit hearts to Karen and Vargana. Then I'm relieved. What are you talking about? I want to join too. Moriarty lay on the table, listening to the 3 chattering, his mind already fantasizing about Luo's rampage and him picking up the scraps. His drool was practically dripping, leaving a small dent in the tabletop. Hee. Chapter 196. After discussion, the Grand Elder decided to exterminate all the slave traders with the entire clan. Besides rescuing some captured clansmen, he also intended to collect some interest. Miss Luo, we plan to launch our attack in 3 days. Do you have any plans? No, we proceed according to your plan. Thank you for your approval. In the Grand Elder's plan, the counterattack was divided into 2 parts, covering 3 battlefields. The first step was preparation and concealment, gathering clansmen, secretly rescuing most of the captured clansmen, and simultaneously releasing small groups of troops to lure the enemy and distract them. The second step was the formal counterattack, with all 3 battlefields attacking simultaneously. The first battlefield was where Luo and the Grand Elder jointly resisted the 2 powerful enemies. The second battlefield was a frontal assault force mainly composed of third-tier defense troops, utilizing terrain and surprise attacks to eliminate the main combat personnel of the 2 slave traders. The final battlefield is the guerrilla force, primarily composed of second-tier troops. Besides resisting and alerting small groups of enemies attempting ambushes, they also need to contend with an alliance of small slave traders. The pressure is immense, but their goal is to hold out until the first or second battlefield ends, as these are the key to the final battle. Miss Luo, I fought against the leader of the Warfield mercenary group and the Grand Steward of the Desperate Merchant Guild. Harold sat opposite Luo, a steaming teacup on the small table. The leader of the Warfield mercenary group is known as the War Maniac by others. He's a formidable opponent. What impressed me most was his invincibility. He's even more resilient than us elves. In his description, the War Maniac is an enemy who grows stronger with each battle. Every time you think you're about to defeat him, he unleashes even greater power. Over time, even those stronger than him will be at a disadvantage due to the depletion of their magic and stamina. And perhaps he's wary of another group. I can sense he still has trump cards up his sleeve. After a pause, Harold spoke of another person. The Extinction Merchant Guild is a rather mysterious organization. I saw them 100 years ago. It was this same Grand Steward who was massacring my people back then. Yet, 100 years have passed, and his aura and appearance haven't changed at all, which is quite suspicious. Moreover, the Extinction Merchant Guild's most notable characteristic is its wealth, extreme wealth. Their forces are half the size of the Warfield mercenary group, but everyone's equipment is exceptionally superior. They can use multiple barriers with ease. They even forcibly dismantled the 3rd barrier of the Dark Night Forest using rare barrier-breaking items. The Grand Steward of the Merchant Guild is a summoner. Supported by the guild's wealth, he possesses more than 3 powerful summon beasts, each comparable to a 4th-tier beast in its normal state. He also wields the summoner's most powerful skill, Fusion. Fusion was a skill Luo had never heard of before, but after Harold explained it, Luo understood. Because summoners are physically weak, comparable to mages, they invented the fusion technique to prevent their base from being raided. This technique allows them to merge with their summoned beasts, gaining the beast's powerful physique and skills. There are even concepts of multiple fusions and super limited fusions, making summoners warriors even more ferocious than magical beasts. Summoners are similar to druids, so I know a little more about this profession. The Grand Steward usually summons Earth attribute magical beasts, mostly skilled in strength and defense. He also constantly summons a rock spirit to attach to him. I once tried to assassinate him, but failed. The rock spirit's defense was higher than I expected. Half an hour later, after listening to Harold's description, Luo couldn't help but ask, Elder, you should know the 3rd team, right? If you're talking about the metal hunting team, I know them. The captain's name is Baroya. I fought them a few times. He's slightly weaker than me, but that metal arm and battle axe are quite a threat. He always manages to escape. Harold sighed, Miss Luo, you must have killed him. That's right. What I wanted to ask is, Elder, how do you think his strength compares to the other 2? Harold pondered for a moment before giving his answer. In my opinion, Baroya is the strongest, but the other 2 are more troublesome. That guy really lied to me. Miss Luo? Ah, cough cough, it's nothing. Luo quickly took a sip of tea to cover up her unease. By the way, Elder, you mentioned earlier that the Grand Steward of the Desolate Merchant Guild is skilled at summoning Earth attribute beasts. Haven't you seen any Fire attribute ones? No, I fought him at least 5 times, and he's only ever used Earth attribute beasts. Harold suddenly realized something, his expression changing abruptly. Miss Luo, are you saying he also has a Fire attribute affinity? That's right. From the information I gathered, He should have fire attribute beasts that are almost as powerful as earth attribute ones, and even dual attribute beasts. Hail's handsome brows furrowed. In that case, his true strength is more than twice as great, and once he uses fire in the forest, he could easily lose control and destroy the entire forest, even awakening the overlord here. Elder, please rest assured, as long as they're below the 4th rank, his fire attribute beasts are no threat. Hearing this confident promise, Hail's opinion of Luo rose even higher. Then we rely on Miss Luo. However, he quickly realized why the Grand Steward always relied solely on earth attribute summoned beasts, and couldn't help but grumble angrily, unbelievable. I thought they were weak, but it turns out they were planning to keep us under their control. They deserve to die. Thinking this, Hail's eyes turned cold, and his aura surged, freezing the tea in front of him. Only Luo's side remained unaffected. Even the white steam continued to rise normally. Miss Luo, what skill? If we completely wipe them out, our tribe will be stable within this year, and we won't fear them for the next 100 years. Luo didn't mention what would happen if he failed. Anyway, her connection with Fia and Ano remained intact. As long as they were alive, the connection wouldn't be broken, just like the Tyrant Hound and the other 3 orcs, who, although somewhat blurred due to the sky forest, still appeared normal. See, Pearl will assist the guards. She's quite strong. I only killed Baroya. She defeated the others single-handedly. That's wonderful. Hail couldn't help but beam with joy. Those people were all elites among the 3rd tier, yet they were defeated by one person. Missy Pearl's role was no less than that of 10 members of the guards. After explaining a few more details, Luo left first, leaving Hail alone. He wiped his hand on his teacup, warming the cool tea. Hail took a small sip and looked out of the pavilion. The saplings of the Tree of Life cast soft light, children frolicked on the leaves, young elves were diligently practicing archery, and powerful elven warriors were preparing for battle. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Good tea. A huge full moon hung in the sky, obscuring half the night. Under the pouring moonlight, there was a desolate skeleton manor, where 2 people were playing chess. However, the chess pieces were skeletons, and the players were a corpse and an old man. You lost again. How is this possible? The owner of the pale, bloated hand seemed shocked, instinctively reaching to place both hands on the chessboard, but was stopped by a wooden staff. Heh, don't try to play mind games with me. Where's the thing? The owner of the hand stiffened, slowly placing it back on the table. In the moonlight, an unusually pale, handsome face emerged. It was a face as pale as a corpse, incredibly handsome, yet a crooked line running from the forehead to the chin marred this beauty, revealing a hint of evil. A pair of whitish eyes stared at the old man opposite him. Reluctantly, the old man spat out a yellowed scroll, covered in slime and maggots, looking utterly disgusting. However, the old man ignored his little trick. With a flick of his staff, the scroll vanished, leaving only the maggots suspended in midair before they fell to the table, wriggling. I've taken it. Don't try anything funny. He grinned, his white skin splitting open to reveal red muscles and a large, pale tongue. Of course, we liches are the most trustworthy, ha ha. Outside the manor, crows cawed and scattered from the dead trees, bones crawled from the ground, and eerie blue flames stared blankly ahead. The earth trembled, as if something was running. Humph! But with a cold snort from the old man, everything vanished. The crows remained on the dead trees, the barren earth remained overgrown with weeds, there were no bones and no tremors. Only a corpse and an old man remained motionless. Chapter 197. A dozen or so men were playing drinking games and making a ruckus, their loud shouts echoing within the barrier spanning over 100 meters. Among them, a rebellious young man with short red hair, perched atop a box, stood out. 39 points, who's the highest? Ah, it's the leader again. The leader's awesome. Bring on the drinks. Ha ha ha, this drink is mine. But just as everyone was excitedly cheering, a crack appeared in the barrier, and a man rushed in, shouting urgently, report. A small group of night elf guerrillas has appeared. Instantly, everyone fell silent, looking at the reporting sentry. The red-haired youth jumped down from the box, and as he left, a delicate blue ear tip peeked out from the crack. How many people? Reporting, Commander, only 3 teams, but they're all likely led by Tier 3 leaders. The arrogance in the red-haired youth's eyes faded, replaced by composure. He said in a deep voice, 5 people, who wants to go? The remaining dozen or so hesitated for a moment, then someone immediately stood up. Commander, I go. It's my turn this time, Commander, count me in. I go too, just to avoid falling into a trap. Soon, 5 Tier 3 Transcendents volunteered. The red-haired youth couldn't help but show some satisfaction, reminding him, try to capture them alive. If they insist on avoiding battle, be careful not to lure them out of the warning zone. Commander, don't worry, they're just a bunch of dying elves. Watch me capture them all. His words drew a burst of laughter, easing the tense atmosphere considerably. As the whistle and the 5 men left, the crowd returned to its noisy clamor. Deal the cards. Deal the cards. I refuse to believe we can't win this time. However, less than 10 minutes later, the 5 men stormed in, cursing. What the hell? I only saw a back view, and they ran off. I didn't even see their shadow, and they were dragged back. Nobody's as frustrated as me. I think they're cowardly elves. Their cursing only drew laughter from the group playing drinking games. I think you guys were too slow. I told you I could go. If it were me, I'd at least catch one. Nonsense, with your weakling form, you'd be lucky to even wound one. Ha ha ha. But no one cared. After all, the elves had tried this kind of luring tactic before. They had indeed fallen for it a few times when they first arrived, losing several goods. Now, they just cursed a few times and forgot about it. To their surprise, the elves seemed unwilling to give up, and soon said more to harass them. After several attempts, someone finally couldn't take it anymore, kicking down a tree and asking the equally grim-faced red-haired youth, Captain, let me lead the brothers to kill those purple-skinned elves. After a moment's thought, the red-haired youth slowly nodded, I go too. That elder will definitely show up. When the 15 men, seething with anger, arrived at the enemy spotted by the sentry, Hailed, with his long, purplish-black hair, was guarding about 20 elves. It's you again, after all. You didn't think you could break our barrier by having a few elves flank us, did you? The red-haired youth felt he had seen through Haled's scheme. They were old rivals, so without further ado, his aura surged, and like a ferocious earth dragon, he destroyed everything in his path, charging towards Haled. It wasn't surprising he wasn't overly wary. Having fought several times, he already knew the size of the Night Elf tribe's forces. The elves outwardly possessed a slight advantage, but due to the need to guard the barrier, they had to disperse their forces, resulting in their actual strength being weaker than the slave traders. Therefore, the red-haired youth concluded that the Grand Elder wouldn't dare deploy more than half of his third-tier troops, otherwise the desperate merchant guild would surely take advantage of the situation. But how could a few third-tier troops possibly break through the defensive barrier while under guard? However, he never expected that while the two sides were evenly matched, their camp would be raided by 3 harmless young girls. Not long ago, near a hidden barrier, 3 furtive figures were quietly approaching. Master, according to the Grand Elder's intelligence, the area ahead is the warning barrier. If we go any deeper, we might trigger an alarm. Luo looked at the seemingly normal forest in the distance, the air thick with moisture. A moment later, from the feedback of his water magic, Luo sensed a subtle asymmetry somewhere ahead. About 300 meters to the left, there's an unrestricted barrier. That should be the warning barrier. It's about 1,200 meters wide. See, Pearl, is it all right? The merman girl, holding up 2 branches to conceal her face, said energetically, of course. Watch me. A wave of water emanated from her, enveloping the 3 of them. Instantly, they disappeared into the bushes. In their perception, there was only a puddle of water, and water in a forest was perfectly normal. To prevent the captured elves from becoming hostages for slave traders, Luo, Fia, and C. Pearl had to rescue them undetected. After stealthily slipping past the warning barrier, the 3 flew swiftly along the ground until Luo's controlled water vapor crashed into a wall, bringing them to a stop. Luo sensed a strong residual magical energy there, likely due to their haste and failure to dissipate it, or perhaps their overconfidence in the barrier had caused them to relax their guard. Regardless, this gave Luo and his companions an opportunity. Concealing their presence, Luo cautiously flew low along the outer edge of the barrier, minimizing noise. There wasn't just one barrier, besides the largest one in the center, there were 3 smaller ones along the edge, about 300 meters from the central barrier, each guarded by 2 second-tier transcendent beings. The problem was, they didn't know which barrier the elven captives were inside. Fortunately, Fia, based on subtle clues, detected the presence of a small number of her people outside one of the barriers. This barrier also had 2 guards on the outward side, although not particularly strong. If alerted, those inside certainly wouldn't easily emerge. Luo wasn't sure if they had a way to contact the war maniac remotely, so it was best not to gamble. A damp mist spread, reaching their feet. The 2 men, puzzled, released their own magic to dispel the dampness. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Who knows? Let's just keep up our guard. Suddenly, The ordinary mist condensed into a chain, snapping their necks with lightning speed. They didn't even have time to utter a sound before they were silent. As they fell, Luo thoughtfully covered their bodies and blood with water, then tossed it into a useless ring, successfully destroying the evidence. In their original spot, two watery shadows quickly solidified, transforming into the two men's likenesses. So this is the water shadow clone technique? A very useful skill. Hee hee. Besides taking damage for yourself, it can also mimic the appearance of others, but it lacks body temperature and texture, and cannot be touched. That's enough. See Pearl, I lure the enemy out later. You transform into water, and go in to rescue all the elves. FIA, you stay in the shadows and keep watch. If anyone returns, issue a warning. Yes, master. The reason for not engaging in prolonged combat is that the Desolate Merchant Guild isn't far away. If they were tied down, it might attract the Grand Steward from the other side, and things could get chaotic. After all, many Dark Elves have been captured by the Desolate Merchant Guild as well. However, this kind of thing is so exciting. Chapter 198. See Pearl and FIA, unaware of Luo's inner excitement, watched his actions with serious expressions. This barrier was a simple defensive barrier, not as dangerous as the one used by the metal hunting team. A small water blade condensed, and struck the outside of the barrier. Soon, the entire barrier rippled slightly. A sharp shout rang out, "Who's there?" After a long while, there was no response. Just as the people inside were doubting their senses, the barrier trembled slightly again, making them tense once more. Galen, Buzin, what's going on? Those inside the barrier could definitely see outside. At Luo's prompting, see Pearl, controlling her water shadow, waved her hand, indicating that everything was fine. With no further movement from inside the barrier, FIA told Luo that the people inside might have deliberately blocked out sound. The shout earlier was just a test. For the next half hour, Luo periodically shook the barrier, and no further sounds came from within. Just as Luo and his companions were wondering why they were so vigilant, the barrier suddenly cracked open, and a third-tier transcendent with a thick, black beard emerged. He roared at the two water figures near the barrier. "What's wrong with you? You can't even handle animals disturbing you." However, when his hand shoved one of the water figures, he immediately sensed something was wrong, quickly took a step back, retreated inside, and shouted, "Enemy attack!" At the same time, the barrier instantly closed. However, no one saw that a cloud of water vapor had already entered the barrier the moment it opened. In the center of the barrier were 3 cages, crammed with 7 or 8 thin night elves, mostly female. Beside the cages were 2 men, 1 third tier and 1 second tier. Hearing a shout, their bodies flashed with various auras, and the glow of their items. "Parker, what's going on? Where did the enemies come from? Galen and Buzin are dead. Damn it, when did this happen?" The second-tier transcendent in dark green cloth armor couldn't help but ask. "The captain ordered us to guard these goods. Can this barrier hold them off?" The other two paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Parker suppressed his laughter and said, "This is a mid-tier barrier, strong enough to withstand attacks from 4th-tier transcendents. Even that Grand Elder couldn't break it in a short time. You scared me. Now I'm relieved." "Maybe not." A clear voice rang out, making him subconsciously ask in confusion, "Why?" Parker and the other third-tier cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They stomped their feet hard, causing the ground to tremble violently, and creating 2 intersecting shockwaves that swept across the entire barrier. However, the shockwaves only covered less than 3 meters before being blocked by an invisible wall. When? Was it just a few seconds ago? But Parker couldn't understand it at all. He was right in front of the assassin's mouth in those few seconds. Even if the assassin had concealed himself, there wouldn't have been enough space. "Correct. Your reward is water." Instantly, a raging river descended from the sky, carrying an astonishing impact, about to strike the 3. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, they hastily activated their barrier, trying to escape the deadly force. However, the moment the barrier opened, before they could even take a step, the necks of the 2 third-tier assassins were instantly severed, and another was pierced through the forehead by a rapidly approaching arrow, instantly dying. Meanwhile, the river within the barrier changed course and returned to the sky, scattering into a fine rain that fell upon the still bewildered night elves in the middle, healing their wounds. All of this happened in less than 2 seconds. Aside from the faint whooshing sounds and the whistling of flesh breaking, there wasn't a single suspicious sound, leaving the elves stunned. This was more professional than an assassin. The sea pearl's form materialized from the water, smiling at all the night elves. "I'm FIA's friend. I come to save you." The elves, naturally, didn't easily believe this seemingly simple-minded girl, remaining silent and huddled in their cages. Until all the cages suddenly snapped into several pieces, and another silver-haired, red-eyed human girl led FIA into the barrier. They cheered softly in disbelief. We're really saved? Really saved. That's wonderful. FIA, seeing her people weeping with joy, couldn't help but feel excited as well, and quickly urged everyone to leave. Miss FIA, and Jia and I isn't here. Can we go save her? The speaker was a thin male elf with whip marks on his body, seemingly beyond the reach of magic. Luo approached, puzzled. What happened? He saw Luo's ears, and timidly hid behind FIA. Fortunately, FIA quickly explained, she's your savior. What happened to Jia and I? Jia and I? Jia and I is inside the largest barrier in the center. Many people saw her being led in by a red-haired man. What should we do? Luo frowned slightly. The three outer barriers were only about 30 meters wide, but the massive central barrier was over 100 meters in diameter, clearly not simple. I go with C. Pearl. You take these elves back and tell Ano to postpone the other plan until we're all out. Yes. Ignoring the male elf's shocked gaze, FIA, along with the other night elves, hurriedly headed outside after C. Pearl cast a concealment spell. After touching the rings of the 5 people, Luo and C. Pearl flew to a large tree, looking at the massive barrier 300 meters away. There was no one outside the barrier, which was quite normal. There were 2 people outside each of the 3 surrounding barriers. In reality, it was 6 extraordinary beings guarding it. The only question was what was hidden inside the other 2 barriers. Luo, what do we do now? The Grand Elder said, we could only delay for an hour at most, otherwise the war maniac would retreat. Half an hour has passed now, hasn't it? Haijinju asked, and Luo didn't know how to answer. The method they used before probably wouldn't work. How could any animal possibly break into the central barrier? The flaw was too great. Wait a bit. If it really doesn't work, we just have to give up. The other night elves were all pretty much the same to Luo. Saving a group was better than saving just one. While the 2 waited anxiously, several minutes later, a man with an urgent expression flew out of the forest, went straight to the outside of the central barrier, and after a while, the barrier opened a crack. The man went in, and after 2 minutes, he came out and hurriedly left. I got it! C. Pearl excitedly pressed closer, asking Luo, do you have a good idea? Wait, don't get so close. Pushing the guy away, Luo pointed to the barrier and said, C. Pearl, use your water shadow to transform into that person. Once the barrier opens, we go in. If there aren't many people, we take care of them. Okay. Watch me. As C. Pearl activated her magic, a pool of water quickly grew in front of her, transforming into the person who had just left. Even the aura and magical fluctuations were completely identical, except for a slightly vacant look in his eyes. He was almost indistinguishable from the real person. The water shadow flew outside the barrier, mimicking the anxious expression of the departing person. A moment later, the barrier opened a crack, and a furious voice came from inside. What haven't you said yet? Didn't I tell you to tell me all the information at once? Chapter 199. What else haven't you said? Hurry up. A rough, irritable voice came from inside. Just as the water shadow controlled by C. Pearl was about to move, a straight bolt of lightning shot out, piercing through the water shadow's head, and causing a spray of water to erupt. The entire body also disintegrated into a puddle of water. C. Pearl was startled. Her magic became unstable, and she almost exposed herself. Fortunately, she had already transformed into water, and the fleeting transparent stream of water did not attract the other party's attention. She carefully flowed in along the edge of the gap. I knew it. How could that kid come back so quickly? Sure enough, someone sneaked in. I want to see who's so bold. A burly man with short hair stepped out of the barrier. Wisps of lightning danced around him, and the lightning bolts that struck the ground scorched the grass. The aura he released was much stronger than the 2 third-tier beings who had just died. However, after looking around, he was surprised to find no one there. Touching his buzz cut, he wondered, strange, is he not nearby? Oh, so he was trying to lure us out. A good plan, but I won't fall for it. The man shrugged, feeling proud of his cleverness, and turned back into the barrier. All right, it was just a dummy. Trying to lure us out? These elves are too cunning. We should just maintain the barrier. As long as the main force returns, it doesn't matter who comes. There were 2 other people inside the barrier, both at the 3rd tier. Hearing the buzzcut man's words, they relaxed a bit. But a bearded man in heavy armor hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but say, we should still tell the captain. He hasn't returned for so long. It's most likely that the Grand Elder has come. I'm worried the captain might get carried away and be lured away. I think we don't need to. If those purple-skinned elves really had that kind of strength, how come they've been so weak for hundreds of years? The bearded man thought about it and agreed. The leader had mentioned before leaving that someone might infiltrate, but as long as they guarded the barrier, it wouldn't matter. If they reported every little sound, wouldn't they be useless? Alright, everyone stay alert. Old Ma, you're in charge of the barrier's counterattack function. Don't get distracted. Don't you trust me, Old Ma? Even after 10 bottles of strong liquor, I can still control the barrier perfectly well. The three gradually quieted down. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, a stream of water was quietly flowing beneath the grass. Even if someone walked by, they would only feel that the area was damp. There weren't many things inside the barrier, since most people who came here had spatial rings. Besides some food, only a few boxes in the middle were particularly noticeable. After a while, the sea pearl flowed to the side of the boxes. Not daring to release its senses, it could only touch them by letting the water seep in. A moment later, a soft touch and a slight tremor came from inside one of the boxes, presumably from the cool water. Found it. 3 extraordinary beings, that shouldn't be too many, right? Last time there were 4. Thinking this, Sea Pearl directly activated her water magic to create a stream of water, quickly soaking the ground and reaching above their ankles. The 3 were shocked and quickly floated into the air, watching in disbelief as the ground was gradually submerged. The bearded man quickly realized something and shouted, "Old Ma, send a message to the captain." They broken in. At the same time, a layer of flame enveloped him, evaporating the water vapor. His great sword, wreathed in flames, slammed heavily into the ground, drying up a large area of land. Fortunately, Sea Pearl had learned from her previous experience and created a water shield around the central boxes, preventing the elves inside from being burned to ashes. Large swathes of ground dried up, but this probing attack yielded no results. Water rushed in, quickly filling the gap. I force her out first. The crewcut man was enveloped in violent lightning, which crackled through the water's surface, sending out bolts of electricity. Humph! Where do you think you're hiding? This was the first time the Sea Pearl had encountered lightning. She was instantly electrocuted, revealing her true form. The water surface dissipated, revealing a pale-skinned girl twitching slightly. What's going on? My body feels numb. Not a purple-skinned elf? The crewcut man paused, wondering if it was someone sent by his colleagues. However, Old Ma's words reminded him, probably some outsider with an excessive sense of justice. Perfect, a top-quality commodity. I see, ha ha ha, Old Ma, tell the captain there's good stuff. The crewcut man clenched his right fist and threw a punch from a distance. Magic power condensed in midair into a ferocious lightning tiger, lunging at the girl. The bearded man, not to be outdone, raised his heavy sword and unleashed several scorching flames. They understood that looking good was one thing, but subduing her was what made her a commodity. 2 fierce attacks struck simultaneously. Haijinju instinctively jumped up, screaming, "Help! I'm going to die!" What? Several blue lights flashed across her body, the lightning striking her again, but having no effect whatsoever. With a wave of her small hand, a stream of water surged up, engulfing the flames. Looks like this person is no ordinary one, but someone of her rank 3. Old Ma, after sending a message to his leader, produced a long spear. Take care of her first. The other 2 exchanged a glance, abandoning their initial contempt, and their auras intensified as they launched a fierce attack on Haijinju. Outside the barrier, Luo saw the massive barrier shimmering with light, and knew he'd likely been exposed. So vigilant? But now wasn't the time for regret. Luo knew the battle maniac would be back in a few minutes, and before that, he had to retrieve the Sea Pearl. Landing outside the barrier, Luo's eyes narrowed. Without holding back, a golden crack appeared instantly with a flick of his finger, revealing the astonished bearded man opposite him. This scene shocked him greatly, and for a moment, he even forgot what to say. The crewcut man beside him, focused on dealing with the Sea Pearl, hadn't noticed the barrier behind him had been opened. Sensing Luo's pause, he shouted anxiously, "She's gone over there. Is this woman a fish? She's so slippery. Damn it, I hit her, and she's acting like nothing happened." Bang! Then he saw the bearded man fly past him, crashing heavily into the barrier opposite him, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Teresa! Then he followed in Teresa's footsteps, struck hard in the back, his face slamming into the barrier, blood splattering everywhere. However, thanks to their protective gear, both were only knocked unconscious, not killed. Old Ma, A man in his 40s or 50s stared blankly as the crew-cut man fell to the ground. Looking around in surprise, he noticed a beautiful young woman had appeared inside the barrier. Her figure was unremarkable, like an underdeveloped girl, but her unusual white hair and red eyes radiated a coldness, adding a touch of aloofness to her lovely appearance. "Who are you?" But as he shouted this, old Ma's figure rapidly retreated, quickly pressing against the barrier. Then, taking advantage of the moment the barrier opened, he slipped out. He knew perfectly well he couldn't defeat those two, so he better make a run for it to avoid getting himself involved. As for the two of them? What did he care? However, before leaving, he dutifully sounded the alarm. The piercing sound, accompanied by waves of magical energy, carried far and wide, covering an area of several thousand meters. See, Pearl materialized and returned to Luo's side, anxiously saying, "What do we do? It seems we've been exposed. Take that elf away first, then we go over while the other side is still suspicious. We won't wait for FIA. Okay. The elf is in that box." Luo and C. Pearl didn't dare delay. With a flick of their wrist, they lifted the lid of the box, revealing a small face, looking at them timidly. Chapter 200. A piercing alarm blared, and the people in the other two barriers immediately went on alert, quickly returning to their own barriers. Then, the entire barrier began to emanate a sharp aura. Invisible, fierce wind blades swirled around it for several meters, instantly shredding even a passing mosquito. 3,000 meters away, in another camp, the superhuman on guard also heard the continuous, piercing alarm, and immediately sent out a magical message. The Warfield mercenary group has been invaded. A seemingly gentle and approachable chubby man sat in an exquisite chair, enjoying a massage from two beautiful women. Both women were third-tier superhuman experts, yet they willingly served as his maids, their faces flushed with desire. The chair was no ordinary chair either, shimmering with a dark red light. Anyone with a discerning eye would be utterly astonished. It was made of fire demon wood, worth 100,000 first-tier magic crystals per inch. The chubby boy, adorned with all this, was also dressed in jewels, his neck and wrists adorned with gold bars and gemstone bracelets. Judging from the magical energy emanating from them, they were all priceless items, exuding the ostentatious wealth of a nouveau riche. However, no one dared to mock him, for this was genuine power. Hearing the warning, the chubby boy laughed heartily, sarcastically remarking, "I knew those poor mercenary gang would suffer. Number 1, Number 2, go scout." As soon as he finished speaking, two masked men with bare upper bodies appeared, clenching their fists, bowing their heads, and replying, "Yes, Chief Steward." Then the two disappeared. Heh, looks like he finally couldn't hold back. Let's see what his confidence is all about. A glint of savagery flashed in the chubby boy's smiling eyes, as if a demon lurked within. Looking at the timid and frail little elf, Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of anger rising within him. He angrily cursed, "How old is she? And yet she's such a beast." This era was far from peaceful, war and genocide were commonplace, so the existence of slavery was perfectly reasonable, and Luo had never considered interfering in other people's business. However, when he saw a little girl, about 8 or 9 years old, imprisoned in a box, her hands and feet bound, her clothes tattered, her body covered in wounds, looking at him timidly, Luo couldn't control his emotional turmoil. Perhaps it was because he had cared for Moriarty, causing her to subconsciously project the role of a mother, but regardless, Luo at this moment only wanted to give the red-haired youth who bound her a good beating. Two water blades condensed, carrying their master's rage, slashing across the unconscious two. Their remaining tools were utterly insufficient to withstand the water blades, powerful enough to sever a third-tier magical beast. They were instantly decapitated. "Good girl, you be with your family soon." Luo patted her head, her slender hand stroking it, instantly severing all restraints. The little elf seemed a little scared. "Sister, are you really a good person?" Her voice was soft, like that of a mischievous little devil. "Of course, sister is a good person." Haijinju nuzzled her head, pointing to herself. "Me too. Me too. My name is Haijinju." "Her name is Luo, we're both good people." "Sister Hai, Sister Luo, thank you for saving me." The little elf's face was only a pale purple, her ear tips soft and floppy. From a dark elf's perspective, she was just a child with poor talent, an introverted personality, and an average appearance. But to humans, she was a very cute little girl. Perhaps that's why she was specially separated and imprisoned. Luo took her small hand, and the gentle flow of light magic into her body healed her wounds and eased the discomfort caused by hunger and thirst. "Let's go save your other people first, then go home." "Okay, I be good, Don't leave me behind, okay? Of course not. Your name is Jia and I, right? Yes, how did you know, Sister Luo? Perhaps because she knew her name accurately, Jiani's wariness lessened, and she took Luo's hand in her own. It was warm, soft, and slightly damp. Of course, your friend told me. He even asked me to save you. Luo pinched her little cheek, trying to be gentle, making the sea pearl look at her in surprise. Luo, so you had children too? Bang! What are you saying? Luo blushed and took Jiani's small hand, flying away, leaving the innocent sea pearl following behind, covering her forehead. I was just worried because you're so good at taking care of children, Luo. Jia and I wasn't a superhuman. Her survival was due not only to the blue markings on her body, but also to the emerald-like leaf around her neck, forming a thin protective layer that shielded her from magical intrusion. The mercenary group probably considered this as well, which was why they hadn't confiscated the leaf. According to her, because of her lack of natural talent, she was often bullied by other children within the inner circle of the barrier. So she secretly slipped out to pick a dark night grass to prove she wasn't a weak elf, but she was discovered and captured by scouts. If you run away again next time, there won't be anyone as kind as Sister Luo to save you. Jia and I know she was wrong. She won't dare to do it again. The little girl clung to Luo's leg, seemingly terrified by the experience. Luo ruffled her hair and, under the concealment magic of the sea pearl, swiftly flew over the camp below, soaring through the dense, intertwined trees towards another destination. Shortly after the three left, a delicate white hand tore through space, instantly grabbing several invisible beads from nothingness before vanishing again. Hee, there's food. According to intelligence, the Desolate Merchant Guild only has about 10 members, but all are at the 3rd tier, and they possess numerous items. It's said that even an elf has seen powerful items resembling scrolls. A powerful artifact for sealing magical techniques? How come there are so many rich people? Why can't there be one more like me? Luo sighed, ignoring the vast collection of books within the ruins. In terms of value, that was true wealth. Due to the large number of enemies, Luo worried about Jia and I being caught in the crossfire, so he placed her in a secluded spot and deliberately cast Holy Light Blessing on her. This way, even a 2nd-tier transcendent wouldn't be able to harm her, and if discovered, she would be able to hold out until Luo's return. Since the members of the Desperate Merchant Guild were few, they were unlikely to be scattered. Luo planned a direct assault to draw most of the forces, then have Sea Pearl infiltrate to rescue the captured elf. After flying through the forest for about 10 minutes, a thick barrier covered the open ground. Through the semi-transparent barrier, one could see a richly dressed, chubby man sitting inside, with 4 ramrod-straight men in black behind him, and 2 gentle, beautiful women massaging his shoulders. Finally here. So it was those elves who brought in reinforcements. No wonder they were so confident. The chubby boy's mocking voice echoed through the barrier, startling Sea Pearl. My magic failed? Such powerful soul force. He saw right through your magic. You can't hide anymore. The panel did indeed describe this person's soul force as stronger than average, but to see through Sea Pearl's concealment magic so easily meant he was no less powerful than a 4th-tier cultivator. Since she'd been seen through, Sea Pearl simply dispelled her magic, standing casually in midair, pointing at the chubby boy and yelling, "You bunch of bad guys. I tie you up sooner or later." Perhaps in Sea Pearl's mind, being bound was the ultimate punishment. The chubby boy was stunned, seemingly surprised that someone would say such vicious things, then burst into laughter. Hilarious. Just 2 little girls, gloating over sneaking in while that John Kwang guy was gone. Didn't they ever think I'd be here guarding?